Chapter 1. Rebirth. Mom, what was that fleeting light in the sky? Darling, that was a shooting star. There's a romantic legend about shooting stars. What legend is that, Mom? Legend has it that there exists a magical train in the heavens, traversing the cosmos, with its members dedicated to maintaining peace in the world. The shooting star is the trace left behind by this train. Moreover, making a wish upon a shooting star is said to be incredibly potent. Is that true? Then I wish to become a member of the train. I want to be a great hero who protects the world. Very well, my dear. Your wish shall surely come true. But before that, you must take your medicine. A great hero must possess a healthy body. Doctor, is there truly no other way? He is only 16. He hasn't even begun to truly enjoy life. How can he just die like this? Alas, I'm powerless. I have watched this young man grow, and it is already a miracle that he has lived to 16. His congenital condition is inherently fatal. Given the current situation, chemotherapy is not an option. We can only resort to palliative care. We can only hope for however long he has left. Mom, it's all right. I know I don't have much time left. You have been burdened by me for so long it's time for you to seek your own happiness. No, my child, you have never been a burden to me. I'm sorry, the patient could not be saved. Please accept my condolences. The heart-wrenching cries echoed through the hospital corridors. Meanwhile, in another realm, in an apartment in Sangnan City, a 10-year-old boy opened his eyes. As he did so, the world seemed to freeze. The boy's body began to undergo astonishing transformations. He saw himself gradually dissipating, only to be reconstituted in a flash of golden light. This scene felt like a dream, vivid yet surreal. You thought, where am I, and why am I here? Ding! Life signs of the host are in jeopardy. Would you like to bind the dream come true system? Before Bayu could comprehend the situation, his instinct for survival compelled him to subconsciously agree to the system's binding. Once he regained his composure, Bayu had not yet begun to calmly analyze his circumstances when a piercing pain began to spread through his mind. His body convulsed as he clutched his head with his hands. 5 minutes later, Bayu processed the information flooding his mind and realized that he had indeed been reborn. Not only had he been reborn, but he had also traversed into a novel he frequently read. The original owner of this body had once enjoyed a happy family life, however. Both of his parents had sacrificed their lives in the line of duty, leaving him alone. Surrounding relatives and friends treated the original owner with disdain, for he, like Bayu, bore a congenital defect that rendered him frail and sickly. The original owner had survived to the age of 10 on the compensation from his parents' sacrifices, but alas, fate was unkind. The power of Shiva's resentment became the final straw that crushed the original owner, and even with miraculous capabilities to reshape his corporeal form, the original owner's spirit had lost all desire for survival. For the original host, this world had lost its significance, which is why, upon Bayu's arrival, the host willingly entrusted their body to him. This, in turn, explains Bayu's ensuing headaches. Bayu mused, what a troublesome time to be reborn of all places. I had to reincarnate in this world. After careful contemplation and the binding of the system, combined with the name of the city, Bayu had discerned his current predicament. He found himself in the realm of slaying gods, and, rather astonishingly, had become a part of the miracles of Sangnan City. The situation was dire from the outset, yet with the presence of a system, there should be a way to sustain the miracle. Casting his gaze out of the window, he witnessed a meteor streaking across the night sky. The reflection of the meteor flowed into Bayu's eyes, turning his pupils a golden hue, a signifier of his rebirth. Chapter 2. The Dream Realization System. Host, I'm a member of the Dream Department of the Temporal Management Bureau. My identification number is 0923. You may refer to me by my number or as Dream. Listening to the voice in his mind, Bayu withdrew his gaze from the window and began to scrutinize his newly bound dream realization system. Can you manifest a physical form for communication? I'm not accustomed to conversing with air. Of course, my dear host. A flash of white light appeared before Bayu, revealing a pink dream taper floating before him. Why did you choose to bind with me? I fail to see anything in myself that would warrant your selection. While possessing a golden finger was undoubtedly advantageous, he was not naive enough to believe that fortune would simply fall from the heavens. The Temporal Management Bureau, as the name suggests, manages worlds beset by various issues. The reason I chose you is rooted in guilt during my arrival on Blue Star to select suitable administrators. An unforeseen incident caused my system to malfunction. This compelled me to select a host for sustenance, and fortuitously, I encountered you as an infant. During my maintenance period, I absorbed considerable nutrients from you, resulting in your incomplete development and subsequent congenital deficiencies. As he absorbed this information, a flush of anger spread across Bayou's face. He was well aware of his frail constitution and was enraged to learn that it was a consequence of the system's actions. Are you implying that my life has been marred because of you? That I am doomed due to your interference? Even with Bayou's typically placid demeanor, he could not suppress his fury. I understand you are exceedingly upset, dear host, and I shall offer you compensation. Compensation? What can you possibly offer? Even if I were to live again, well, my mother, is she not deserving of pity? Divorced and bereaved of her child. What wrongs has she committed to endure such suffering because of your actions? Bayou nearly shouted the latter words. Thus, I will provide you with compensation. By now, you have likely deduced that you have traversed into a narrative the story in question being slaying gods. And what of it? What do you intend to convey? Bayou's tone had softened from initial anger, though it still bore an edge of confrontation. You ought to be aware that the book, Slaying the Gods, presents one of the rare worlds that embodies the concept of dimensional ascension. The reason I could not allow you to be reborn on Blue Star is due to the limitations of my authority. Thus, I had to settle for enabling your rebirth within Slaying the Gods. You speak so lightly of it. Do you presume I have not delved into Slaying the Gods? Indeed, it is one of the few worlds capable of dimensional elevation. But are you oblivious to the perilous nature of this realm? Let us not even discuss the invading deities. The local specters alone would suffice to keep me on my toes. Fear not, dear host, for my shortcomings have inadvertently affected your innocent self. As a form of compensation, my superiors have withheld 10 years of my performance bonuses and year-end dividends. This sum will be converted into universal currency, which you may utilize in the system store to acquire various items. And how much do these 10 years of bonuses and dividends amount to? Approximately around 100,000. Is that all for a decade's worth of performance and dividends? Regrettably, since I have spent a decade recuperating within your body, these performance points only amount to 6 years. However, our minister has personally provided you with a compensation package. Very well, what can this currency procure? And what is your utility in this matter? Additionally, what does the compensation package contain? The minister's compensation package offers two options. One is 50,000 in currency, and the other is a unique ability, referred to in this world's power system as Forbidden Void. However, I am uncertain of the specifics. The system store contains various restricted items that minors are prohibited from purchasing, hence you are unable to access the available items at this moment. Nonetheless, rest assured they are indeed valuable, for our system is aptly named Dreams Come True, which essentially means compensating for regrets. By altering any of your past regrets here, you can amass a substantial amount of system currency. Understood. I shall choose the Forbidden Void from the compensation package. Very well. Upon uttering these words, a stream of golden light emanated from the system, piercing directly into Bayou's being. As the golden light entered, a glimmering golden liquid flowed from the corners of Bayou's golden pupils, cascading down and gradually altering his appearance to mirror that of his previous life. Within half a minute, Bayou's visage matched his former self perfectly. Soon after, his appearance began to shift again, momentarily resembling that of his former physician, then his past friend, alternating between male and female forms. Observing the transformation of his reflection in the window, Bayou felt no astonishment after all. This was likely one of his abilities related to Forbidden Void. Ability, possessing elements of both order and resonance. The power of order can establish rules and influence reality, while the power of resonance allows for the assimilation of others' perceptions, achieving visual transformations. Source: Sunday. He gazed at the system's description, and a twitch formed at the corner of Bayou's mouth. He understood that the system's compensation might differ slightly, yet had not anticipated that this power would stem from the collapse of Iron. What a mix-up. However, since this compensation was bestowed by the superior of the system, it is not uncommon for it to be rather unique. Perhaps it was granted while he was engaged in a task related to the forging of iron. Do you possess any other functions? Although the host is currently unable to procure items from the system store, as a form of recompense, the system will occasionally issue minor tasks. Completing these tasks presents a certain probability of entering a lottery, which may yield commendable rewards. Indeed, I understand. Bayou reclined back onto the bed, quietly awaiting the arrival of the morrow. Chapter 3. 8 years later, as the main storyline is about to commence, it is almost time for us to return to Songnan. On the subway, a young man clad in a black t-shirt and white shorts, carrying a large messenger bag, is engrossed in his phone. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that although his gaze is directed at the screen, his pupils remain unfocused. With approximately a month remaining before the main plot begins, is the protagonist apprehensive about unforeseen circumstances? Not particularly. He merely feels a sense of nervousness. Time has flown by. It has already been 8 years since Bayou arrived in this world, with less than a month left before the main storyline unfolds. Currently, Bayou is a college graduate and a freelancer, frequently traveling across Wagwa due to the system's tasks, dealing with various minor mysterious events. Perhaps due to the impending start of the main plot, Bayou's mental strength has been improving rather sluggishly. Aside from initially managing interpersonal relationships and completing his studies ahead of schedule, he has dedicated the remaining years primarily to physical training and honing his mental prowess. Bayou has now reached the pinnacle of the pool realm, just a step away from breaking through to the river realm. Nevertheless, due to the slow progression of his abilities, he feels somewhat anxious, even with a general understanding of the forthcoming narrative. There is no need for you to be anxious. Simply follow in the footsteps of the protagonist, and transcending dimensions will not be a mere dream. Perhaps, he muses. Ding. You have now arrived at the subway station of Songnan City. Passengers heading to Songnan City, please disembark in an orderly fashion. Upon exiting the subway, Bayou makes his way directly to the Peace Agency in the city center. The Peace Agency is situated next to a wedding planning company, and as soon as he enters, Bayou senses several distinct sources of mental energy. Is this the Peace Agency? It certainly exudes an air of grandeur, Bayou remarks. Hello, welcome to the Peace Agency. How may I assist you today? Wu Xiaonan greets him. I am not here for any particular service. I wish to join you as a night watchman. As he speaks, Bayou subtly releases his concealed mental energy. The moment Bayou steps into the Peace Agency, Chun Mai perceives the unusual energy emanating from him and swiftly appears before Bayou. You are Bai's son. Weren't you previously reluctant to join the Night Watchman? What has prompted this change of heart? Or have you completed what you set out to do? Captain, do you know him? Wu Xiaonan inquires. Indeed. His parents were also night watchmen, and they perished during a mysterious incident. This young man awakened his forbidden void 6 years ago, causing quite a stir at that time. At the age of 12, Bayou was compelled to reveal his forbidden void due to an unforeseen circumstance, which caught the attention of Chun Mai. The original protagonist's parents had once served as night watchmen in Songnan City, and it was their duty that led Chun Mai to take their place after their tragic demise. Uncle Chun, it has been a while. I have come because I believe I have accomplished what I set out to do over the past 6 years. Joining the Night Watchman now should not be considered too late, right? Not yet finished. At merely 18 years of age, you have little family left, and life is just beginning. It is entirely natural to be indecisive at this stage. The new cohort of Night Watchers will commence training in 2 months. During this time, you should hone your skills at the Peace Affairs Office. We welcome you to join the Night Watchers. I understand. Xiangnan, please take Xiaobai to register, and after you finish, come find me in the basement. Understood, Captain. Let us proceed, our new member. Wu Xiangnan led Bayou to the office's archive room, which was quite spacious, with several thick stacks of documents laid out upon the table. Wu Xiangnan, although you are acquainted with the captain, we are not yet familiar with each other. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of Team 136. Welcome to our family of Night Watchers. Greetings, Mr. Wu. My name is Bayou, and I am 18 years old. You may call me Xiao Bai. No need for such formality. Simply call me Uncle Wu. Now, Xiao Bai, what is your forbidden entity? Very well. Uncle Wu, my forbidden entity, which I discovered only in recent years, is called Kixiangxi. Kixiangxi? That is the peculiar forbidden entity that emerged 6 years ago, is it not? Indeed, that is correct. Bayou responded with a calm demeanor, which seemed to astonish Wu Xiangnan somewhat. Noticing Bayou's composed expression, Wu Xiangnan realized he had overreacted and took a moment to regain his composure. All right, enough of this for now. I shall take you to meet the captain. It is no wonder Wu Xiangnan was taken aback. After all, Xiangxi, though it has only surfaced for 6 years, has certainly made quite a name for itself. Chapter 4. The Harmonious Choir. The reputation of the Harmonious Choir was established 6 years ago, coinciding with the exposure of Baiyu. 6 years prior, shrouded in the cloak of night, a white figure traversed the alleys with urgency, pursued relentlessly by a multitude of grotesque creatures. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these creatures bore slender, octopus-like appendages. What shall we do, host? Those creatures are pursuing us with alarming speed. The white figure was none other than Baiyu, who had arrived in this world 2 years prior. For reasons unknown, a sudden proliferation of these mutated insects had emerged in Songnan City. Remarkably, these aberrations caused no destruction and inflicted no harm upon humans. Their sole focus was the relentless pursuit of Baiyu. Had it not been for their aversion to sunlight and the fortuitous acquisition of life-preserving items from the system's lottery, Baiyu would have met his demise countless times. These creatures relied on scent to track their prey, launching their nocturnal assaults with unwavering determination. Baiyu had not experienced a moment's respite for 3 consecutive days. These insects are exceedingly troublesome. As long as one remains alive, the rest can gradually revive. I must find an open space to eliminate them all at once. Attempts to annihilate these creatures have been made, yet conventional attacks proved ineffective, and even the power of order could not eradicate them entirely. Host, there lies an abandoned, half-finished building at the corner to the southwest. We can confront them there. All right, guide me. Turn right in 100 meters, then proceed straight for 600 meters. As Baiyu's form split into 5, darting in various directions, the swarm of insects, seemingly influenced by an unseen force, likewise divided into 5, each faction pursuing one of Baiyu's doppelgangers. Although these peculiar insects track their quarry by scent, Baiyu is not without defenses. The recent manifestations were a result of one of the few beneficial abilities drawn from the system's lottery. The soul division technique permitted the user to bifurcate their soul into 5 distinct entities, akin to having 5 corporeal forms. The souls could interchange among the 5 manifestations, effectively granting Baiyu 5 lives, reminiscent of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Yet, this ability had its drawbacks. The doppelgangers were fragile and could not withstand significant damage, leading to their swift destruction. Moreover, each manifestation possessed only 30% of Baiyu's true strength. Activating this ability also entailed several cumbersome conditions. The user was invariably divided into 5, necessitating a lengthy charging period, and during the manifestation, the power of order could not be employed. As the 5 figures entered the derelict building, the insect swarm reassembled, coalescing into a singular, colossal entity, as if molded from clay. Just as the swarm merged, the system's notification echoed in the air. Species: Abyssal Whaler, Consolidation, Realm, Pinnacle of the Pool Realm Abilities, Fearful Screech. Mental Corruption Introduction. Once an ordinary mosquito, it has mutated due to unspeakable forces, becoming ferocious. Its prey, once targeted, cannot escape its relentless pursuit, no matter how far they flee. Weakness. Terrified of the sun's radiance, it quakes at the power of purification. Baiyu gazed at the colossal amalgamated insect before him, his thoughts heavy with foreboding. These insects, when solitary, possessed merely the strength of the early stages of their realm. Though numerous, they were exceedingly fragile and easily vanquished under the might of order. Yet now, united, they had ascended to the pinnacle of the pool realm, while Baiyu found himself merely in the late stages of the lantern realm, a full tier beneath them. Alas, he had hoped to silently eliminate these creatures without drawing undue attention, considering the considerable time before the main storyline unfolded. He wished to avoid any premature notice from the authorities, especially with Lin Chia's joining of the Night Watch looming. It seemed, however, that such hopes were now futile. No longer evading the insect's pursuit, Baiyu summoned his scattered avatars back to his core. He stood amidst the ruins of a dilapidated building, raising his right hand, from which a golden tome materialized, one of the three extraordinary treasures he had drawn from the system's reward pool, the Chronicle of True Words, capable of significantly amplifying the power of order. The abyssal whaler opened its maw, brimming with tendrils, emitting a shrill, piercing sound. Observing the insect that had pursued him for 3 relentless days and nights, Bayou smirked coldly, his thin lips parting to reveal golden incantations. O triple-faced soul, I beseech you, use the husk of the poppy to block its mouth and nostrils, rendering it unable to utter its wicked sounds that sway the hearts of men. Instantly, the harrowing noise ceased as great pine cones obstructed the insect's mouth and nose. In its fury at being silenced, the abyssal whaler roared and charged directly at Bayou. Yet, Bayou remained composed as the creature lunged toward him. With calm resolve, he whispered the golden incantations once more. This time, the Chronicle of True Words in his hand radiated brilliance, and white runes emerged from the tome, intertwining with the golden inscriptions, transforming into chains that fused with the abyssal whaler's body. O triple-faced soul, I implore you, bind this creature with thorns, preventing it from committing acts of slaughter. Its hands stained with sin. Golden thorns sprouted within the abyssal whaler, ensnaring its form. However, as the thorns took hold, cold sweat beaded on Bayou's brow. After all, facing an opponent a full realm above him and invoking the rule's decree twice in succession was no trivial drain on his resources. As Bayou prepared to unleash the decree once more, delivering the final blow to the abyssal screamer, the creature suddenly erupted. The thorns that bound the abyssal screamer were eroded by a surge of dark energy, causing them to shatter abruptly. In tandem, the pine cone that obstructed the creature's mouth and nostrils exploded, and the splintering thorns sent Bayou hurtling backward until he collided with a grand tree, bringing an abrupt end to the decree. The backlash was severe. Blood flowed from his orifices, indicating significant internal injury. Ignoring his wounds, Bayou hastily rose to evade the tentacle assaults of the abyssal screamer. One of the creature's tentacles, aimed at Bayou, missed as he dodged, striking the massive tree behind him and snapping it in two. The creature's attacks intensified, growing ever faster, while Bayou, weakened by the backlash, found his speed diminishing. After narrowly evading yet another strike from the abyssal screamer, the creature halted its onslaught and once more opened its gaping maw, brimming with tentacles. An indescribable utterance wafted forth from its cavernous mouth. Upon witnessing this, Bayou felt an ominous dread. His fears were confirmed as an excruciating headache seized his mind, accompanied by waves of hallucinations. Seizing the moment of Bayou's agony, 3 grotesque appendages lunged toward him. In response, Bayou crushed a badge from his pocket, summoning a protective shield that blocked the tentacles while muffling the external sounds. As he gazed upon the immense insect before him, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. The chant of truth transformed into a golden conductor's baton. With a flourish of the baton, golden silhouettes, each wielding instruments, materialized behind him. Bayou shouted the harmonious tuners, the choir of Dominicus. With his call, a radiant golden light surged skyward, and the phantoms behind Bayou expanded, enveloping him in a shimmering aura. He revealed his hidden card, the Choir of Dominicus. Chapter 5. The targeted prey, the ethereal form of Dominicus, burst forth from the dilapidated building's rooftop, golden light soaring into the heavens. A golden score ascended, enveloping the entire old town. The score transformed into chains, piercing through the abyssal screamer. The colossal form of the abyssal screamer began to disintegrate, its immense body breaking down into the original swarm of insects. Just as the swarm attempted to scatter, the chains, now transformed from the score, fractured into slender golden threads, impaling the fleeing insects. One solitary insect was dragged back before Bayou, as a radiant golden light illuminated the scene, reducing the entire swarm to ashes. After resolving the issue of the swarm, Bayou found himself unable to endure further. The golden light dissipated, and Dominicus's power waned, causing the ethereal form to fade. In that moment, Bayou lost consciousness, his body beginning to plummet from the air. At that very instant, Chun Mai, who had been observing the extraordinary spectacle, arrived just in time to catch the falling Bayou. Gazing at the youth in his arms, Chun Mai couldn't help but utter in astonishment. Such a commotion. Could this be the chosen agent of that deity? Yet, despite his musings, upon noticing the wounds adorning Bayu's body, his expression grew grave. He dashed with fervor, racing against time to reach the special hospital for night watchers before the injuries worsened. Inside the hospital room, Chun Mai looked at the boy lying on the bed and once again lamented the unfortunate fate of this child. As the doctor administered treatment, Chun Mai received additional information from his fellow night watchers. Name, Bayu age, 12 family situation. Both parents were night watchers of the great Xia, who perished in the line of duty during a mysterious incident, leaving behind a substantial fortune and an apartment. Since then, he had lived alone for 2 years. While Chun Mai reflected upon this information, a storm surged within Bayu's mind. In his spiritual realm, a pink dream taper was revealing astonishing news. Host, the dark energy that emanated from those insects contains divine power. Bayu, already suspicious of the insects that had relentlessly attacked him, felt further validation of his suspicions upon hearing the system's words. Initially, he believed the insects were sent due to the ancient god church's influence. Considering he had disrupted their operations several times over the past 2 years, though he had not engaged in many of the system's minor tasks, he would not have been surprised if the ancient god church sought vengeance against him. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that the swarm attacking him was not a consequence of the ancient god church, but was instead connected to a deity. 0923. Are you implying that a deity has set its sights on me and intends to take action against me? Indeed, host. I have detected that this divine power harbors a form of mental pollution akin to brainwashing. Were it not for the disposable invincibility shield the host previously acquired, which safeguarded your mental realm, you would likely have succumbed to it by now. 0923 refrained from continuing, yet Bayu grasped the implication, pondering for a moment before inquiring further. Can we ascertain the deity of that particular system? It belongs to the category of the Klai. And while these insects possess limited power, their object of worship holds a high rank, which I am reluctant to disclose. If even the system is unable to articulate this, then the entity the insect race venerates must be at least of the demigod tier. Bayu couldn't help but lament his dismal fortune. Which category does it belong to? Then, the swarm that attacked you is part of the independent species known as the Xia Gai. Although this insect race ranks among the weakest within the Klai, with the most formidable matriarch barely reaching the pinnacle of Klein, still a step away from the demigod threshold, they possess remarkable intelligence. The reason for their assault may stem from their matriarch sensing that you could pose a future threat, prompting them to strike first. After all, Klai deities often possess foresight regarding their destinies. So, I'm being targeted by demigod-level Klein, am I not? It appears so. I have another question. Why is the attacking swarm so feeble? Because this is the Great Xia, where the deities have manifested into the national guardian steel, preventing higher-tier Klai gods from infiltrating. Thus, they can only smuggle in these minor pawns, lest they attract the attention of the night watchman. With that, Bayu's queries were largely resolved. He sensed an external presence guarding him, and was preparing to withdraw from the mental realm when 0923's system alert chimed. Ding! A long-term mission has been issued. Mission: Who is the true hunter? Mission details: Pursue all Xia Gai insects lurking in the Great Xia. Mission rewards: An incredibly extraordinary treasure. Mission duration: 6 years. Failure penalty: None. Mission difficulty: Extremely challenging. Upon reviewing the mission details, Bayu nearly choked on his own blood. At merely 12 years of age, was he to bear such immense pressure? However, upon noticing the enticing label of extraordinary treasure marked by 0923, he felt a flicker of excitement. Anything deemed a good thing by 0923 must surely be exceptional. Resolving to focus, Bayu thought, Xia Gai matriarch, if you wish to provoke me, let us see who the true hunter is. Yet before that, I must first contend with the individual outside. Chapter 6. The departure and return. Bayu's consciousness withdrew from the realm of the mind, and as he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Chun Mai entering the ward. Their gazes locked for a moment, and an atmosphere of silence enveloped them. Unable to endure the tension, Bayu broke the silence first, looking at the middle-aged man before him, who exuded an air of authority. Baiyu realized that this must be the official scent to negotiate with him. May I ask who you are? Chunmai, snapping back to reality, observed Baiyu's calm demeanor and managed to muster a somewhat gentle expression as he spoke. Hello, I'm the one who brought you here. I understand you may be filled with questions, but fear not. I am here to clarify everything for you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chunmai, and I am a captain of the Night Watch Team 136. The Night Watch is an official organization under the Great Xia, dedicated to addressing the mysterious occurrences that arise within its borders. Each member possesses unique abilities. Baiyu regarded the handsome middle-aged man, realizing with surprise that this was indeed the infamous Chunmai, known as the Black Wuchang. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Noticing that Chunmai was about to delve into a lengthy discourse, Baiyu interjected, Mr. Chunmai, perhaps it would be best to get to the point, such as why you're sharing this with me. Though Baiyu was already well informed about the Night Watch, he maintained an expression of feigned confusion. Observing Baiyu's puzzled demeanor, Chunmai decided to forego any further preamble and spoke directly. Since you are so forthright, I shall be equally straightforward. I hope you will consider joining the Night Watch and become a protector of the Great Xia. Baiyu recognized that they had reached the crux of the conversation, yet he continued to feign ignorance. Why choose me? Is it because of the abilities I displayed yesterday? Indeed, Chunmai replied. Since the appearance of the mist, children born anew may awaken special powers known as forbidden virtualities. These abilities vary in potency, and the authorities have established a hierarchy to assess their danger levels. Forbidden virtualities ranked beyond 600 are deemed harmless, posing minimal risk. At most, they might cause flowers to bloom differently. Those ranked between 400 and 599 are classified as low-risk forbidden virtualities. While they possess lethality, they are not significantly dangerous, though they may yield remarkable effects under certain circumstances. The range of 200 to 399 is termed dangerous forbidden virtualities, which impose substantial threats to human society and possess combat capabilities against the mysterious. For brevity, I will omit further details to avoid redundancy. A comprehensive explanation of forbidden virtualities will be provided in the comment section. As for the forbidden virtualities ranked from 0 to 30, 23 of them are referred to as divine virtualities associated with deities. Based on your performance last night, it is highly likely that your forbidden virtuality is a divine one. Although I did not perceive any divine power at the scene, the nature of your abilities suggests it could indeed be a previously undiscovered divine virtuality. Are you implying that my forbidden virtuality may be a divine one? However, I am left with a lingering question. Why can't ordinary individuals possess divine prohibitions? This brings me to another concept I wish to share with you. The reason humanity can wield such divine prohibitions is that they are not awakened through human effort, but are bestowed by the divine. We refer to such individuals as divine agents, meaning they are the messengers of the divine in the mortal realm. To possess divine strength, one must also pay an equivalent price. The divine grants power to humanity, but it is incumbent upon humanity to fulfill the tasks assigned by the divine. So, have you sensed the divine? Or rather, have you felt the emergence of additional tasks within your mind? Upon finishing his statement, Chunmai fixed his gaze intently on Baiyu, unwilling to miss a single detail. No, I have not encountered the deities you speak of, nor have I witnessed any miracles, Baiyu replied candidly. After all, his assertion held truth. His prohibitions were not granted by the divine, but were a form of compensation from the system. Listening to Baiyu, Chunmai found himself momentarily taken aback. The energy he spoke of could only manifest from within the top 30 ranks of divine prohibitions. However, among the 7 human kings within that elite tier, none had exhibited the traits Baiyu presented yesterday. Could it be a new king? The thought that Baiyu's prohibitions might elevate him to a new generation of kings stirred excitement within Chunmai. Unlike divine prohibitions, kings were solely of human origin, and humanity could indeed possess them. His gaze toward Baiyu now held a hint of astonishment, as this could represent a pinnacle for the new humanity. What say you? Have you considered joining the Night Watchers? Chunmai pondered, determined to persuade Baiyu, even if he initially declined. I'm sorry, Mr. Chunmai, but I am not considering joining the Night Watchers at this time. Upon hearing Baiyu's refusal, Chun Mai felt a surge of urgency and began to extol the virtues of the Night Watchers, highlighting their favorable remuneration and the heroic status one would attain through protecting others. He showered Baiyu with praises until, at last, he revealed a piece of information that was both anticipated and unexpected by Baiyu. Baiyu, did you know? Your parents were also part of the Night Watchers, serving as a protective shield for the people of Daxia. They hoped you too would become someone capable of safeguarding Daxia. Baiyu had long suspected the circumstances surrounding his parents' demise. Upon hearing Chun Mai's words, he could not help but shed tears, not merely from his own consciousness, but from the instinct of this body. In a fleeting moment, Baiyu seemed to recall a conversation from the original owner's memories. Child's father, what if one day Xiao Bai awakens a divine prohibition? Given his condition, he may not be able to bear the responsibilities of a Night Watcher. Child's mother, if that day truly comes, and Xiao Bai awakens a powerful divine prohibition. No matter his choice, even if he is reluctant to join the Night Watchers, it will be all right, with us seniors to support him. I only wish for his lifelong peace and happiness. As the reminiscence drew to a close, tears cascaded from the corners of Baiyu's eyes with increasing fervor. This outpouring of emotion was not merely a manifestation of the body's instinct, but rather a reflection of his own heartfelt sentiments. The love that the original owner's parents had for him inadvertently stirred memories of his own mother, who had similarly devoted herself to his care despite knowing she was afflicted with an incurable illness, hoping only for her child's safety and happiness. Contemplating this, Baiyu found himself resolutely reaffirming his determination. He must ascend to a higher dimension and reunite with his mother, to stand by her side and alleviate her burdens. Meanwhile, Chun Mai, witnessing Baiyu's silent tears, felt that perhaps he had misspoken and contemplated stepping out of the hospital room to allow Baiyu a moment to gather himself. Just as Chun Mai's hand touched the doorknob, Baiyu had composed himself and called out to him. Thank you for sharing this with me. Please forgive my inability to join the Night Watchers, at least for now. There is still a matter I must attend to, and I cannot join until it is resolved. Although Baiyu's voice quivered slightly, his gaze radiated unwavering resolve. Chun Mai wished to offer further persuasion, yet upon seeing the steadfastness in Baiyu's tear-brimmed eyes, he understood that no amount of discussion would sway him to join the Night Watchers at this moment. Nevertheless, he decided to inquire further. When do you anticipate completing that task? In no more than 6 years, I shall certainly join the Night Watchers, Baiyu replied. Very well. I shall await your news of joining the Night Watchers in Sangnan City. Thus, within that modest hospital room, a pact was forged between the two, a commitment lasting 6 years. Now, time returns to the present as Baiyu follows Wu Xiangnan to the basement, observing Chun Mai in the center of the training ground. Their eyes meet in mutual recognition, and Baiyu smiles as he speaks. Uncle Chun, I have come to fulfill our promise. Note, due to an inadvertent error, the author has released a draft. Hence, the update for tomorrow will be delayed. Chapter 7. Sparring Captain, I brought him to you. I still need to submit the application for the Night Watchman to Baiyu, so I won't linger here. It's fine, Xiangnan, you carry on. I call this kid down merely to gauge his understanding of his own forbidden powers. As he spoke, Chun Mai's gaze shifted to the side where Baiyu stood, a playful glint in his eye. Little Bai, you once claimed that you would join the Night Watchman within 6 years. And it seems you have indeed hit that 6-year mark. Truly commendable in keeping your promise. Baiyu recognized Chun Mai's teasing, but remained unfazed. After all, it had taken him 6 years to resolve the offspring of the mother bug, a fact he could hardly contest. Hence, he followed Chun Mai's lead. I trust Uncle Chun didn't summon me merely to jest. Certainly not. I want to see how much progress you've made in these 6 years, and how well you've mastered your forbidden powers. With that, Chun Mai tossed a training wooden sword to Baiyu. Baiyu caught the wooden sword but promptly returned it, responding calmly under Chun Mai's puzzled gaze. If Uncle Chun wishes to assess my skills, then we must engage in a genuine spar. Besides, I am not particularly adept with a sword. With a wave of his right hand, the scripture of truth materialized in Baiyu's grip. He raised an eyebrow at the stationary Chun Mai. Uncle Chun, I welcome your guidance. Naturally, Chun Mai could not presume that Baiyu would practice with an ordinary book in such a context. Aware that the tome might be a forbidden object, he heightened his vigilance. By the time this coin touches the ground, our contest will officially commence. Saying this, Chun Mai retrieved a coin from his pocket and tossed it into the air. With a crisp sound, the coin landed, marking the beginning of their duel. As the coin hit the ground, Chun Mai wasted no time, launching a dual assault with the wooden swords aimed directly at Bai Yu. Bai Yu, however, was not one to stand idle and be struck. The moment the coin landed, he sprang backward, retreating several dozen meters while chanting incantations. O soul of the threefold aspect, I beseech you to bind my foes ahead with thorns, rendering them immobile. As Bai Yu's words fell, golden characters erupted from the scripture of truth in his hands, transforming into musical scores that enveloped him. Observing this, Chun Mai did not halt his advance. As he stepped into the realm of the musical scores, the notes materialized into nodes, from which thorns sprouted, attempting to hinder his movement. But Chun Mai was not to be trifled with. Confronted by the thorns obstructing his path, he wielded the twin wooden swords with alternating strikes. Although the swords were merely crafted from ordinary wood, his strikes carried the potency of cutting through steel. With each swing, the robust thorns shattered like fragile twigs, and within 3 strikes, the barriers before Chun Mai lay in scattered fragments. Bai Yu certainly did not expect to deter Chun Mai merely with a single decree. After all, the disparity in their cultivation levels was evident. Winning against Chun Mai in a direct confrontation seemed nearly impossible, unless Bai Yu resorted to the desperate measure of forcibly employing the Qixiang Poetry Society, which could potentially overwhelm Chun Mai, but such an endeavor was not warranted for a mere sparring match. As Chun Mai severed the thorns and momentarily paused his offensive, Bai Yu remained undeterred, swiftly reciting 3 additional decrees. Serenity vividly before my eyes. Acceleration, awaken, O Supreme Arbiter. Mental fortitude, with this very body, I shall accompany you, protect your flanks, and guide you on your journey. Strength, the 3 blessings were conferred upon Bai Yu, elevating his mental prowess, strength, and speed to a new echelon, clearly signifying that his physical capabilities had reached the Chuan realm. As Bai Yu augmented himself with these enhancements, Chun Mai could not help but chuckle at the sudden surge of Bai Yu's aura. What a clever lad. You possess quite the skill. I shall no longer hold back. The thorn spawned by the decrees no longer impeded Chun Mai's assaults. Within mere breaths, he stood before Bai Yu, twin blades poised to strike. Naturally, Bai Yu would not remain a passive target. As the true word codex vanished, 2 silver iron fans, gleaming with metallic luster, materialized in his hands. With these fans, he adeptly parried and defended against Chun Mai's onslaught from various angles, and bolstered by the buffs and occasional hindrances from the decree's thorns, he managed to launch a counterattack now and then. After a series of intense exchanges, with neither party gaining the upper hand, Chun Mai voluntarily distanced himself from Bai Yu. However, in less than 10 minutes of combat, he found himself both astonished and perplexed by Bai Yu's performance. Bai Yu's prowess appeared uncharacteristically formidable. Rather than feeling elated by this display, Chun Mai sensed something amiss. The strength exhibited by Bai Yu was too extraordinary. Having not joined the Night Watchers for the past 6 years, he lacked systematic training, making such combat finesse implausible. This could only imply one possibility. Bai Yu's battle skills were honed through real combat experience, likely forged through frequent encounters with the mysterious. This realization deepened Chun Mai's confusion. Under what circumstances would one frequently engage with the enigmatic? Considering the organization's speculations regarding Bai Yu, there were whispers suggesting that Bai Yu was hunting a particular entity of the mysterious, or perhaps he was compelled to do so for his own protection. Contemplating this, Chun Mai felt a weight settle in his heart. What threat had driven a mere 18-year-old youth to spend 6 years addressing such a peril? And why had Bai Yu not reported this matter to the Night Watchers? The enigma surrounding this situation was profound. Despite their relatively amicable relationship, Chun Mai felt compelled to exercise caution, especially as nearly a decade had passed. With this thought, Chun Mai regarded Bai Yu, noting the faint stains on the silver metal fans and the visible wear upon them, clear evidence of countless battles fought and endured. What, dear Xiao Bai, have you truly experienced? Chapter 8. Confrontation and Confession. Xiao Bai, I am ready to unleash my full power. Are you prepared? Chun Mai intended to expedite this sparring session, planning to have a private conversation with Bai Yu afterward. Bring it on. Bai Yu responded with vigor, completely unaware of the challenge that lay ahead. Even if he had known, he would have remained unfazed. If Chanmai was truly determined to press for answers, Baiyu would simply be forthright. Seeing Baiyu prepared, Chanmai hesitated not a moment longer. With a swift motion, black flames erupted from the hilt of his blade, extending to the very tip. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into a streak of black light, and in the span of 3 breaths, he arrived before Baiyu. The 2 black flame blades struck like venomous serpents, forcing Baiyu to retreat under a relentless onslaught. Although Baiyu had suspected this would happen, he was taken aback by the speed Chanmai achieved upon employing the Forbidden Void technique. His iron fan could only hastily defend against the strikes, the force reverberating through his hands, rendering his palms numb and drawing faint traces of blood. After enduring another of Chanmai's attacks, Baiyu proactively created distance between them, blood dripping from his iron fan, evident of the injuries sustained from their earlier clash. Observing Baiyu retreating, Chanmai raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, "Xiao Bai, do you intend to concede?" Naturally, Baiyu would not admit defeat. However, in his regular state, he lacked any means to pose a threat to Chanmai. Yet, he was determined to conduct an experiment. "Of course not, just watch." As his words fell, Baiyu's iron fan vanished, replaced by a golden conductor's baton, the very baton he wielded when summoning the choir of resonance. With a flourish of the baton, 3 fissures appeared in the air, and from these rifts emerged 3 golden automatons, each bearing different items: a goblet, a flute, and a violin. The eternal performance of the past, present, and future had commenced. Initially, Chanmai was unaware of Baiyu's intentions, but upon sensing the presence of the 3 summoned robots, he was astonished to discover they possessed strength equivalent to that of mid-tier pool realm practitioners. This revelation shocked him, as Baiyu had initially demonstrated only peak pool realm capabilities. The ability to summon 3 mid-tier automatons to assist in battle was formidable enough to rival a small squad. Nonetheless, Chanmai felt no significant concern. 3 mid-tier robots were merely trifles he could easily dispatch. Thus, he pressed forward, aiming to subdue the summoner first before dealing with the remaining minions. As Chanmai contemplated charging forward to confront Baiyu, 3 robots formed a triangular formation, shielding Baiyu from 3 directions. Once the trio of robots took their positions, a protective shield materialized around Baiyu. With the emergence of a shield, Chanmai's attack was thwarted, causing him to be rebuffed several meters by the force of the rebound. The shield merely exhibited faint ripples, and Chanmai discerned that his strike felt akin to hitting a gelatinous substance. The harder he hit, the stronger the recoil. Impressive indeed, Baiyu. But how long can you rely solely on that shield? Naturally, it would not be merely the shield. Very well, Captain. Should you manage to endure one of my attacks, I shall concede defeat. With that, Baiyu began to wield a conductor's baton, though the space before him was utterly vacant. His movements suggested he was orchestrating a grand ensemble. With each flourish of his baton, Chanmai grew increasingly vigilant, for with every motion, Baiyu's aura intensified. Chanmai considered interrupting Baiyu's accumulation of power, yet the shield formed by the trio of robots acted like a spring. The greater his force, the stronger the rebounding energy. Whenever he aimed to breach the shield, a cacophony would invade his mind, disrupting his mental focus. Just as Chanmai resolved to unleash a barrage of strikes at a single point to create an opening in the shield, Baiyu halted his baton-esque movements, signaling that something significant was imminent. "Uncle Chun, brace yourself for this next move." Revered tuner, choir of resonance, Dominicus. A towering, 3-meter-tall golden phantom emerged behind Baiyu, accompanied by an immense cello, a stark contrast to 6 years prior. The golden apparition drew its bow across the strings, producing a melodious tune that enveloped the entire basement. Yet, to Chanmai, the exquisite melody sounded like a death knell, and the noise in his mind escalated in intensity with the music's onset. Suddenly, darkness descended upon his vision, and his senses began to falter, first his sight, followed by his sense of smell, until all but his hearing faded away, leaving only the hauntingly beautiful strains of the cello. The dissolution of Chanmai's senses was alarmingly swift. In less than half a minute, he found himself raising his hand in surrender. Although he possessed strategies to break the impasse, he was constrained. A significant portion of his power was required to suppress the specter of Shiva, leaving insufficient strength to withstand the assault on his senses. Upon witnessing Chun Mai's gesture of capitulation, Baiyu ceased his performance, the golden phantom dissipating into motes of light, restoring tranquility to the basement. In less than half a minute, Chun Mai regained his senses. Well, I must admit, I truly underestimated you. I did not foresee you possessing such prowess. Too kind, Uncle Chun. You too did not unleash your full potential. My victory is merely a stroke of fortune. Winning is indeed your talent, Chun Mai remarked with a smile. However, his expression quickly shifted. Xiao Bai, shouldn't you confide in Uncle about something? Baiyu understood Chun Mai's unspoken inquiry and realized that it was time for her to be honest. Chapter 9. Experience. Although Baiyu contemplated confessing to Chun Mai, he maintained a facade of nonchalance. What are you talking about, Uncle Chun? Confession? Observing the subtle upward curve of Baiyu's lips, Chun Mai discerned that he grasped the underlying message, prompting him to adopt a more serious tone. Xiao Bai, cease your pretense. You know your acting skills have always been rather lacking, as evidenced by that smirk. Suddenly, Baiyu choked on the blunt remark regarding his poor acting. He was acutely aware of his deficiencies, but felt it unnecessary for it to be articulated so overtly. Fortunately, they were alone in the basement. Or so he thought, until a vibrant female voice echoed through the space. Captain, dinner is ready. And why do you say this handsome young man has poor acting skills? Baiyu's head turned as if on a spring, revealing a spirited girl standing at the entrance of the basement. Hong Ying. Hong Ying is here. I'll be right there. And I was just saying. Before Chun Mai could finish, Baiyu interjected. Ha ha, nothing of consequence. I was merely discussing a movie star I've been watching recently. We generally refer to him as Xiao Bai. Uncle Chun was just lamenting his lack of acting prowess, and we were having a bit of a debate. As he spoke, Baiyu cast frantic glances at Chun Mai, urging him to refrain from divulging any more details. Chun Mai raised an eyebrow. Having just suffered a considerable setback, he finally found leverage over this young man. Yet, out of courtesy, he decided to spare Baiyu some dignity. Let me introduce you. This dashing young man before you is our new member, Baiyu. You may call him Xiao Bai. Oh, a new member. Welcome to the Night Watch, Baiyu. I am Hong Ying, and as I am older than you, feel free to address me as sister if you don't mind. Baiyu merely nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. The three of them ascended to the dining hall, and after their meal, Chun Mai signaled to Baiyu to follow him. Meanwhile, the others in the dining area exchanged puzzled glances and began to converse. Was that young man who just passed by really our new member? Indeed, I hear his special ability is that peculiar jinxing poetry. Are you certain? Absolutely. I caught a glimpse of his registration form when the vice captain was enrolling him. It clearly stated that his ability is jinxing poetry. A cough interrupted their conversation. It was Wu Xiangnan. Vice captain, you're back, Si Xiaonan said, appearing somewhat guilty, uncertain of how much the vice captain had overheard. Enough. You're a team member. Going to the archive room is no issue. As for our new member, he is somewhat exceptional. We must treat him with extra caution. Wu Xiangnan had recently received a special dossier regarding Baiyu, and upon reviewing it, he concluded that Baiyu was a complete enigma, both a madman and a genius. On the other side, Baiyu, led into the office by Chun Mai, casually retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the wine cabinet. This was the very bottle Baiyu had previously taken from his own family's collection to gift to Chun Mai. Chun Mai had promised to keep it safe until Baiyu reached adulthood. Observing Baiyu's actions, Chun Mai said nothing, merely gesturing for him to take a seat. Baiyu settled across from Chun Mai, noting the latter's serious demeanor and devoid of any inclination for jest. Pouring himself a glass from the bottle, he began to speak. The captain has always been curious about where I have been for the past 6 years and what I have accomplished. Today, I shall enlighten you. In truth, my awakening to the forbidden void did not occur 6 years ago. It happened 8 years prior. I had overheard my parents discussing the Night Watchers while eavesdropping outside their room. Therefore, when I awakened to the forbidden void, I refrained from reporting it immediately. After my awakening, I encountered visions, specifically the legendary mythical being, the mother of the Zagai insectoid clan from the K system. Initially, I was unaware of the significance of this encounter. I scoured through my parents' belongings, ultimately discovering a notebook within their safe. This notebook contained detailed accounts of the Night Watcher's fundamental information, and, after a brief pause, Bayou continued, it also included a comprehensive introduction to the K-system beings, with the most thorough details pertaining to the Zagai insectoids, their vulnerabilities, and methods for vanquishing the mother insect. So, you have been investigating the Zagai insectoids all these years. Why did you not join the Night Watchers? Reporting this matter to them would undoubtedly have garnered their attention. Shema inquired. Initially, I considered reporting to the Night Watchers. However, an unforeseen incident led me to abandon that notion. After discerning the weaknesses of the mother insect from my father's notes, I found myself under relentless attack from various insectoid species. What began as encounters with ordinary creatures escalated in intensity until, 6 years ago, a peak-level Zagai insectoid commenced a relentless pursuit of me. For 3 days and nights, I evaded its clutches. Had it not been for its aversion to light, I would not have survived even a day. On the 3rd day, utterly exhausted, I confronted it in a forsaken part of the old city, engaging in a desperate battle for survival. Initially, due to an artifact my parents had left behind, I managed to suppress it. Just as I aimed to deliver the final blow, an indescribable force shattered that artifact. Within this power, I sensed an unusual essence, one that resonated solely with the mother insect, as described in my father's notes. In that moment of life and death, an astonishing strength erupted within me, amplifying my forbidden void, or perhaps completing it. Empowered by this force, I unleashed a harmonious choir of resonance, the likes of which I had never achieved before. Even now, I find myself unable to fully harness the true potential of this choir. After being rescued by Uncle Chun, my consciousness was transported to an immense balance scale. I found myself standing on one side, while the other was occupied by the queen of the summer beetles. Subsequently, a voice revealed to me that the reason for the queen's pursuit was her sixth sense, which foresaw that one day I would personally annihilate the entire summer beetle clan. However, due to the constraints imposed by the Great Xia deities, foreign entities are forbidden from freely entering the realm of Great Xia, thus preventing her from taking direct action within its borders. Consequently, she had resorted to sending lesser summer beetles to hunt me down. The balance scale presented me with an opportunity. If I could eliminate the 7 royal heirs of the summer beetle queen hidden within Great Xia within 6 years, it would ensure that the summer beetle clan would never again set foot in Great Xia. However, during this time, I could not rely on the strength of others. This was why I had previously stated my inability to join the Night Watchmen 6 years ago. Throughout those years, I hunted the summer beetles while searching for the whereabouts of the 7 royal heirs, and finally, just a month ago, I vanquished the last of the summer beetle heirs. After speaking, Bayou drained a glass of red wine before him. His words held a mixture of truth and deceit. And without regard for whether Chan Mai had anything further to say, he strode out of the office. Hearing the entirety of the account, Chun Mai fell into silence. Bayou's experience made him ponder whether a significant change was impending in this world. However, the findings from the official investigation indicated that Bayou's assertions were indeed accurate, and his words contained a wealth of valuable information that Chun Mai needed to report urgently to his superiors. Chapter 10. Reunion after Bayou exited Chun Mai's office. He did not linger, but instead left the Peace Affairs office with purpose. Aimlessly wandering the bustling streets, he mused to himself, I have been in this world for 8 years now, and the memories of my past life have grown faint. A capybara emerged from the satchel slung across Bayou's shoulder, responding to his lament, Host, if you wish to recall your former life, I can play back the recordings for you. Silence. Unless you consent, I would not mind perusing your memory bank. Reflecting on his past misdeeds was too humiliating. Despite having spent much of his previous life in a hospital, he had accumulated a fair share of shameful history. After rebuffing the system, Bayou glanced at the ominous clouds above and sensed the urgency to quicken his pace. Judging by the darkening sky, a torrential downpour was imminent. However, he had one more task to complete before that. First, Bayou visited a nearby flower shop, purchasing 2 bouquets of blue carnations and a bunch of white baby-s breath. He then hailed a cab and directed the driver to the outskirts of the city, where a cemetery lay nestled among the hills. Upon alighting, Bai surveyed the expanse of tombstones and made his way to the center, where he found two neglected graves overgrown with weeds. The inscriptions read, "Grave of Benevolent Father by Yin" and "Grave of Compassionate Mother Su Qing." These were the resting places of the original owner's parents. Each year, Bai visited this cemetery to pay his respects, as he was both the original owner and himself. "Uncle, Aunt, I have come to disturb you once more. I apologize for borrowing your son's body, and I hope your family can reunite in the afterlife." Bai spoke to the gravestones for a while, and as the sky darkened further, he hurried downhill to the edge of the cemetery. There he found a small, unmarked grave, adorned not with words, but with an image of a person about to board a train. Bai placed a bunch of baby's breath in front of the grave. This gravestone was not for anyone else. It was one he had inscribed for himself after his arrival in this world. Following his crossing into this realm, he had etched this marker, knowing that despite the system's assistance, success in ascending dimensions was not guaranteed. He remained uncertain about which moment might lead to his demise. This gravestone served not only as a reminder of his existence, but also as a sanctuary for Bai. Whenever the pressures of life became overwhelming, he would come here, gazing at the train and the figure boarding it. If he succeeded in his ascension, this gravestone would stand as a testament to his journey. If he failed, it would signify merely that he had boarded the train to paradise. Bai gazed at the mural he had inscribed, whispering softly, "May this journey ultimately lead me to the stars." With that, he turned and departed from the cemetery. As expected, on his journey home, the clouds above began to weep, unleashing a torrential downpour. The bustling streets he had traversed earlier were now deserted, devoid of any passerby. As Bai contemplated his thoughts, a young boy shrouded in black satin appeared before him at a corner. The boy, appearing no older than 15 or 16, donned a black short-sleeved shirt and white trousers, while holding a cane that resembled a blind man's staff. Bai gazed at the blind boy, feeling a sense of familiarity, and as the boy approached, he finally recalled his identity. This was none other than our protagonist, Lin Xie. Unexpectedly encountering him here, Bai noticed that Lin Xie, without an umbrella, was walking alone in the rain. Eagerly, he stopped Lin Xie and invited him under his own umbrella. Although Bai's home was merely 100 meters away, the old town was several kilometers distant. Observing Lin Xie's predicament, Bai resolved to take him home, hoping to foster a benevolent connection. Anticipating the day he might seek Lin Xie's support. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Xie, halted by Bai, spoke up. "Excuse me, sir. Is there something you need? I must hurry home." Bai snapped back to reality, taking in the sight of Lin Xie, drenched and resembling a waterlogged chicken. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for the boy, though he masked it well. He replied, "Young brother, it seems your eyesight is not in the best condition. Would you like me to call your family? And you can wait at my place until they come?" "All right, let us go," Lin Xie responded with surprising ease. Bai, momentarily taken aback by the boy's innocence, inquired with curiosity, "Young brother, why are you so quick to agree? Are you not afraid I might be a villain?" "I'm not afraid, for I cannot see. It would be quite easy for a bad person to capture me. If you were indeed a villain, you would not converse with me, but rather knock me unconscious and take me away," Lin Xie replied, eliciting a chuckle from Bai. Amused, he said, "I am delighted that you trust me, yet one should always maintain a degree of caution with strangers. Nevertheless, since you have faith in me, let us proceed. My home is just at the end of this corner." Bai took hold of Lin Xie's hand, the one not grasping the cane, shielding them both with the umbrella as they made their way to his residence. Upon arriving, Bai first handed his phone to Lin Xie, allowing him to reassure his aunt of his safety. Noticing the water droplets still clinging to Lin Xie's hair, he felt it inappropriate for the boy to remain wet. He then retreated to his bedroom to find a change of clothing for him. While Bai was in the bedroom, Lin Xie remained obediently seated on the sofa in the living room. As Bai entered the room, Lin Xie smiled and softly murmured, at long last, "I have found you, Bai Ge." Chapter 11. Bathing in the bedroom. Bai was blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently invited a wolf into his home. He was preoccupied with the dilemma of which outfit to offer Lin Xie. Though merely 16, Lin Xie had matured exceptionally well, standing slightly taller than Bai. Due to Bayu's prolonged absence from home, his wardrobe was devoid of suitable attire. Thus, he decided to retrieve a set of his pajamas from his storage ring, as he preferred wearing loose-fitting clothing while sleeping, often opting for a size larger. After selecting his pajamas, he also chose an unopened pair of the largest-sized underwear from his collection. He then descended the stairs, finding Lin Chia still seated obediently on the sofa. Bayu addressed him, "Little brother, you have yet to share your name with me. I'm Bayu. I am not yet 20, if you don't mind. You may call me Brother Bayu." Having sensed Bayu's approach, Lin Chia smiled and replied, "Hello, Brother Bayu. My name is Lin Chia. Thank you for bringing me to your home to escape the rain." Upon hearing Lin Chia refer to him as brother, a flicker of joy surged within Bayu, although he feigned nonchalance, insisting it was merely a rain shelter and nothing of consequence. Observing Lin Chia's damp hair, Bayu recalled the clothes he had just fetched. He said, "Chia, you're thoroughly soaked. I brought a set of my pajamas, which should fit you. I also grabbed an unopened pair of underwear. My home has a bathtub. Let me take you to bathe and change out of those wet clothes." With that, Bayu pulled Lin Chia up and guided him to the guest bathroom. Throughout the journey, Lin Chia did not resist. However, just as Bayu was about to exit the bathroom, Lin Chia grasped his arm. "Brother Bayu, you must be wet as well. Would you like to join me? Moreover, my vision is impaired, making some things rather inconvenient." After a moment of contemplation, Bayu acquiesced to Lin Chia's bathing invitation. The rain outside was pouring heavily, and he too was indeed damp. Acknowledging Lin Chia's predicament, he replied, "All right, Chia, please remain here. I shall prepare the water in the bathtub." Turning, Bayu tested the water temperature. As he adjusted the water in the tub, a nagging feeling of forgetfulness loomed over him. Unbeknownst to Bayu, Lin Chia's gaze behind him burned with intensity. Yet when Bayu turned around, Lin Chia feigned indifference. Just as Bayu contemplated instructing Lin Chia to remove his clothing and immerse himself in the bath, Lin Chia, who had been standing quietly behind him, suddenly lunged forward. The black satin blindfold binding Lin Chia's eyes extended, ensnaring Bayu's hands firmly. Attempting to turn, Bayu was met with Lin Chia's sudden assault, the latter burying his head in Bayu's neck and whispering, "Brother Bayu, please be a little selfish. I do not want." Before Lin Chia could finish his sentence, an inexplicable force hurled him against the bathroom wall, immobilizing him. The protective charm on Bayu, known as evil banishment, activated in response. Bayu had always been perplexed about what exactly he had forgotten. After activating the evil cannot invade technique, his mind became remarkably clear, and he finally discerned the various inconsistencies in Lin Chia's behavior, as well as the memory he had lost. According to the original narrative, Lin Chia, shaped by his childhood experiences, was inherently a vigilant individual, harboring suspicion towards the goodwill of strangers. How could he so easily place his trust in Bayu? Moreover, Lin Chia was not a true blind man. Under the influence of the mortal realm divinity, he moved with ease. How could he invite Bayu, a mere acquaintance, to bathe together? Furthermore, the system had remained silent since Bayu encountered Lin Chia, which was uncharacteristic of its loquacious nature. Thus, the Lin Chia before him was merely a guise of a mysterious entity. Just as Bayu finished speaking, the system materialized. Ding! Detection of an encounter with a legendary mystery. Initiating extermination mission. Mission: eliminate one of the 3 great demons. Realm: initial stage of the pool realm. Mission reward: random forbidden item. Mission difficulty: 2 stars. Mystery description: a malevolent spirit from hell, one of the 3 evils, may possesses the power to create illusions, ensnare hearts, and control inner demons. As Bayu absorbed the system's message, the entity masquerading as Lin Chia broke free from the constraints of evil cannot invade. Its form began to contort, releasing waves of dark pink mist that enveloped the entire bathroom. Recognizing Bayu's formidable strength, Mei knew it could not prevail and sought to flee. Noticing Mei's intent to escape, Bayu was determined not to let it go. The black satin binding his hands was severed by the iron fan, and Bayu summoned the true word cannon, unleashing 3 edicts. O soul of the triple visage, heed my request. This place shall not harbor pink mist. Holy light shall envelop this realm, preventing malevolent spirits from traversing freely. Any being that moves here shall be hindered by thorns. As the mist dissipated, visibility expanded dramatically. Baiyu realized he was no longer in his home, but rather in an outdoor cemetery. The entity that had disguised itself as Lin Chie was now ensnared by thorns, bound not far from Baiyu. Recognizing the environment, Baiyu understood he had fallen prey to Mei's trap, lured into this setting. With this realization, he hesitated no longer. The thorns constricting Mei tightened suddenly, crushing one of the 4 demons. Yet, even in its lifeless state, Mei writhed once more, evaporating like water on a hot surface. Observing the remnants of Mei gradually vanish, Baiyu felt no surprise, for he comprehended that this was merely a fragment of Mei. In other words, only when all manifestations of Mei coalesce do they form the true essence of the demon. This is the nature of the 4 evils. Having dealt with Mei, Baiyu hastened back to his apartment, encountering no further anomalies along the way. Upon returning, he surveyed his dusty abode, and after casting a decree to cleanse the space, summoned the system. After all, he needed to hold the system accountable for the earlier events. Chapter 12. Inner Demons Seated Upon the Sofa. Baiyu's gaze fixated intently on the pink dream demon hovering before him. The system, unable to withstand the intensity of Baiyu's stare, felt as though it might soon be subjected to a blow, yet mustered the courage to tremulously inquire, "Might I ask, host, if there is something you require?" It is rather embarrassing to be so closely scrutinized. Baiyu, amused by the system's expression, found himself irritated, his tone tinged with anger. 0923. Do not feign ignorance. This mere charm is only at the initial stage of the pool realm. Even though my mental strength has yet to fully recuperate after my spar with Chun Mai before venturing to the graveyard, I possess, aside from the evil repelling charm, a forbidden object that enables me to sense mysterious auras. It is impossible for me not to perceive the illusions set by the charm. Hence, it is evident that someone has muted that forbidden object, and the only one who knows of its existence and possesses the ability to suppress it is you. 0923. Upon hearing Baiyu's accusations, 0923 felt the heat of Baiyu's fury and dared not take the matter lightly. In a feeble tone, it replied, "Indeed, I was responsible for this. I muted the forbidden object on you, but please allow me to explain." Observing Baiyu's anger escalating upon its admission, 0923 hastily clarified, "My esteemed host, while the charm does indeed feed on the vitality of the living, it possesses a unique ability to confront the victim's inner demons. As the time until the main storyline approaches draws nearer, your apprehensions about the future have intensified, indirectly nurturing the emergence of these inner demons. Upon your return to Sangnan, these worries magnified to an extreme. Had it not been for the presence of these inner demons, you should have advanced to the river realm after your encounter with Chun Mai at home, rather than remaining at your current level of cultivation. I noticed a charm in the graveyard, specifically at the initial stage of the pool realm, and thus took the liberty of muting your detection device, allowing the charm to draw out your inner demons, hoping to assist you in overcoming them." Baiyu's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. It was true that his anxiety over the dwindling time before the main storyline had grown exponentially, inadvertently giving rise to these inner demons. In retrospect, 0923's intentions, albeit misguided, were well-meaning. Nevertheless, he remained agitated by 0923's unilateral decision. What if he had encountered a potent and concealed mysterious entity? The potential for unforeseen circumstances was daunting. Thus, he resolved to impose a small reprimand. "I shall not hold this against you, but you must bear the consequences of your actions. Therefore, starting tomorrow, you are forbidden from consuming dreams until Lin Chie appears and the main storyline commences." At this pronouncement, 0923 let out a wail, for this amounted to a deprivation of sustenance. Though it was merely a system and did not require food, it possessed an appetite akin to the dream demon it embodied, particularly fond of indulging in round, delicious nightmares. The host mused that there remained roughly a month before the main storyline commenced, and he pondered the feasibility of a mere half-month penalty. Is that permissible? Please, I implore you. Observing the enchanting demeanor of 0923, Bayou felt a flicker of compassion. After all, who could resist the charm of an adorable dream demon seeking affection? He believed that any human would be swayed by such innocence. Nevertheless, Bayou resolutely declined 0923's request, understanding the gravity of the situation. This time, a calamity had been averted, but should another incident occur, he would find himself devoid of second chances. Absolutely not. Do not entertain thoughts of sneaking out. I will be vigilant. Each night, I shall monitor your movements, and should you choose to abscond, you would be met with a most delightful punishment. Faced with Bayou's cheerful yet determined expression, 0923 fell silent. Initially, he had indeed contemplated slipping away unnoticed to indulge in some takeout, but the realization of the potential consequences deterred him. He had previously endured a similar punishment for a misstep, and that experience was beyond articulation. Rest assured, dear host, I comprehend your concerns. Until Lin Xie makes his appearance, I shall refrain from indulging in dreams. The master had stipulated that consumption should be avoided only until Lin Xie arrived, leaving the possibility of preemptive measures unaddressed. Bayou sighed inwardly, regarding the system before him, outwardly obedient yet concealing its intentions. Having recently issued a warning, he hoped it would refrain from any drastic actions. Unbeknownst to Bayou, the system was audacious to an extraordinary degree. He recalled the rewards from his prior mission involving the slaying of a charm, realizing he had yet to redeem them. Thus, he addressed the system. Wasn't he the previous task completed? I wish to draw from the restricted items. Understood, host. I am now retrieving the extraction interface. As the words left its mouth, the pink dream demon began to rotate, gradually transforming into a spinning wheel, albeit one densely populated with options, approximately 1,000 by estimation. This will serve as the prize selection point following the completion of system tasks. Despite the seemingly abundant choices, at least half were merely tokens of appreciation, while a 1 in 2 chance of winning appeared favorable among the remaining 500 items. More than 300 were either ineffective, overly complicated to utilize, or simply lackluster. Bayou compiled a utility list of the restricted items, categorizing them into categories of subpar, ordinary, advanced, and divine. Over the span of 8 years, Bayou had sporadically drawn nearly 100 times, acquiring only 46 restricted items, 30 of which were subpar, 11 ordinary, and 5 advanced, with none of divine quality. He wondered if this time he might finally procure something of value. As Bayou spun the wheel, he observed the pointer begin to whirl wildly, continuing its frenetic motion for over 30 seconds without a hint of slowing down. Intrigued, Bayou's interest was piqued. After all, the longer the pointer spun, the greater the likelihood of uncovering something extraordinary. According to his experience, a duration exceeding half a minute typically indicated a high-grade forbidden item. After 2 minutes of relentless rotation, the pointer gradually began to decelerate, finally coming to a halt at the 3-minute mark. In that very instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from the wheel. Bayou widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished that he had indeed summoned the legendary golden treasure. Initially, he had thought that a mere purple item was the best he could achieve. However, this initial shock paled in comparison when he beheld the introduction of the forbidden item. Chapter 13, Tide of Forgetfulness. Before Bayou, the golden light dissipated, revealing a golden box. Gazing at this box, Bayou noted the absence of any description regarding its contents and inquired of the system. This must be the forbidden object I drew, but why is there no introduction to it? Transforming back into the dreaming MO0923, which floated beside Bayou, the system replied to his query. Host, this is merely the packaging of the forbidden object. The true forbidden item lies within. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Bayou could not help but twitch his mouth, feeling an urge to mock the absurdity of the ritualistic presentation. As he opened the box, he discovered a long-handled conch shell adorned with celestial hues. Upon opening it, a panel emerged, introducing this conch-shaped forbidden item. Name: Tide of Forgetfulness. Ability 1, Waters of Oblivion. Centered around the user, a 1-kilometer radius transforms into the Waters of Oblivion, where every current acts as the user's eye. Within this domain, no trace can evade detection. Ability 2, yin-yang fish swarm within the waters of oblivion. A unique swarm of yin-yang fish will manifest, attacking or healing targets in the area according to the user's intent. Ability 3. Weeping of the Merfolk. A mournful wail reverberates throughout the waters. Those harboring malice towards the user will find their senses dulled upon hearing the cry, suffering mental anguish that heightens their forgetfulness and distractibility. Divine Level Forbidden Object Ranking 19. Background Introduction. Tide of Forgetfulness is a sacred relic of the Merfolk, enshrining a poignant tale meant to remind future generations that the lineage of the first Merfolk leader must remain untainted by emotion. After perusing the introduction, Bayou could not help but marvel. Indeed, it was deserving of its divine classification, boasting an impressive array of abilities. In contrast to the previous forbidden items he had drawn, which possessed only a single ability, this one offered 3, each exceedingly useful, especially the final ability, Weeping of the Merfolk, which, when combined with his own forbidden sound, could nearly transcend realms to deprive enemies of their senses. Bayou retrieved Tide of Forgetfulness from a box. The conch was modest in size, merely the length of his arm, and hung at his waist, serving as a fitting ornament. He was unperturbed by the potential exposure of this forbidden object, as it was crafted by the system. Without his consent, it would merely remain a decorative piece in the hands of others. Moreover, who would suspect that such a diminutive item could harbor such formidable power? Compared to true divine relics, its abilities were relatively modest, merely ranking 19th. Time swiftly passed, and half a month slipped away. During this period, Bayou indulged in feasting and revelry. As he contemplated the necessity of abandoning his idleness, he realized the critical first plot point was approaching. Thus, Bayou made his way to the Peace Affairs office. Confronted by Chun Mai's complex gaze, Bayou greeted him with a smile. "What is the matter, Uncle Chun? Was it you who asked me to speak? Why do you regard me with such an expression now?" Chun Mai remained silent, merely patting Bayou's shoulder and letting out a sigh. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "These past few years must have been arduous for you. I have communicated your situation to the higher-ups, and I am pleased to welcome you to the Night Watch as a trainee. There is just over a month until training begins. What do you plan to do during this time?" Observing Chun Mai's demeanor, Bayou couldn't help but chuckle. "What else with the dramatics, Uncle Chun? There are gains and losses in everything. Throughout these years of toil, I have indeed reaped numerous benefits. At the very least, my skills have improved. In the time leading up to the training, I intend to address some mysterious incidents in Sangnan City alongside the peace office, as well as work on my weaknesses. All right, let me formally introduce you to the team," Chun Mai said. The two proceeded to the hall, where Hong Ying and the others had been curious about the young man who had appeared at the office half a month prior. Upon seeing Chun Mai presenting the youth once more, Hong Ying could not resist asking, "Captain, what is the deal with Bayou? After he came that day, we haven't seen him again, and I was hoping to spar with him." Hearing Hong Ying's inquiry, Chun Mai chuckled lightly. "Hong Ying, I'm not sure where Little Bai has been these past 2 weeks. However, if you wish to spar with him, he should be available today. But do take caution, as his strength is formidable. Even I did not fare well during our last spar. You should be careful when engaging him." This revelation ignited a stir among those present. "No way Bayou is that strong? The captain couldn't best him?" exclaimed Sik Xiaonan. Her ability was of a supportive nature, akin to Hong Ying's. And if the captain was unable to defeat Bayou, then she, being weaker than the captain, certainly stood no chance. This indicated that the newcomer aiming to join the Night Watch possessed strength, at least at the level of Chuanjing. Among those newly awakened, could there truly be someone who had reached such heights? Unbeknownst to Si Xiaonan, the Bayou before them was not merely a newly awakened individual, but rather someone who had been awakened for 8 years. Wu Xiangnan, however, was relatively unfazed. Having been informed by Chun Mai about Bayou's background, and having received detailed documentation from the Night Watch regarding Bayou's experiences in the Great Xia over the years. He had also heard of Bayou's other moniker within the Night Watch, considering that Bayou had operated within Great Xia for 6 years, which would not have been possible without official sanction. Noticing the astonished expressions on Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's faces, as well as the inquisitive gazes of the other two, Wu Xiangnan felt compelled to provide an explanation. Indeed, Baiyu's strength is as formidable as it appears. In the month leading up to our training, he will assist us in resolving the mysterious incidents in Sangnan City and engaging in mutual sparring. Please join me in congratulating Baiyu on becoming a temporary member of our Team 136 of the Night Watch. In the remaining time, I kindly ask for your guidance. Esteemed seniors, upon uttering these words, Baiyu displayed a charming expression, his smile dazzling the few individuals present, momentarily causing them to blink in surprise. However, Chunmai, well acquainted with Baiyu's true nature, recognized that this young man was merely putting on an act once again. Observing Baiyu's obedient demeanor, the two female members of the team were instantly overwhelmed with maternal affection, for who could resist the endearing charm of a capable and adorable younger brother seeking their affection? They welcomed Baiyu into their little squad, hoping for a delightful month of camaraderie. Thus, Baiyu seamlessly integrated into Team 136, yet unbeknownst to him, his system had clandestinely made a decision that would soon warn a lesson. Chapter 14. Unforeseen circumstances. Baiyu swiftly integrated into the familial atmosphere of Team 136. And the days passed until an unexpected incident occurred 1 week prior to the commencement of the main storyline. On the streets of Sangnan City, two figures came to a halt, one of whom was a youth with his eyes covered in black satin, slightly taller than the other. Baiyu gazed at the boy obstructing his path, feeling a headache as he rubbed his forehead, inwardly cursing 0923. 0923. Come out right now and explain the situation to me. Damn it. I told you that I would end the punishment when the main storyline began. Yet you've opened it early for me. Haven't you? How could Lin Chia possibly appear here? If it weren't for your meddling, tell me. How could he have arrived at this place? Before Baiyu stood a tall youth with his eyes shrouded in black satin. His lips were a vivid red against pearly white teeth, and though his features bore a youthful innocence, it was evident that he was an extraordinarily handsome individual. However, if you were not the protagonist Lin Chia, Baiyu might have felt a tad more at ease. Little brother, have you mistaken the identity? Baiyu felt a surge of panic. He could not fathom how Lin Chia had acquired his mobile number. Nor did he understand why Lin Chia appeared to blame him for something, adopting the demeanor of a scoundrel who refused to take responsibility. I have not mistaken you. Brother Baiyu, you know I would never make such an error, Lin Chia said, looking at Baiyu, who was persistently avoiding eye contact. A wave of grievance surged within him. He had finally found Baiyu, yet Baiyu feigned ignorance. Little brother, perhaps we may not know each other well. Baiyu replied. Indeed, he had encountered Lin Chia before, having once surreptitiously observed him with the assistance of the system, for he wished to glimpse the appearance of his future benefactor. However, he had never revealed his identity then, using a false name and leaving no contact information. He struggled to recall when he had ever met Lin Chia while posing as Baiyu, wondering how Lin Chia could so readily ascertain his identity. Were it not for the absence of any reaction from the sensing artifact he carried, he might have doubted whether the Lin Chia before him was cloaked in some mysterious disguise. Lin Chia, standing opposite him, was unconcerned with such matters. He had finally found the individual who had once guided him and provided him with immense support. Although he could not fathom why that pink creature had informed him of Baiyu's whereabouts, or why Baiyu had previously used a pseudonym, none of it mattered as long as he had located him. The commotion between Baiyu and Lin Chia drew the attention of passers-by, for both youths were strikingly handsome. Especially notable was the blind boy, whose expression bore the weight of betrayal, further piquing the curiosity of the onlookers. As the crowd around them grew, Baiyu had no choice but to take Lin Chia by the hand and drive directly to his home. Upon returning to the apartment, Baiyu poured a glass of water for Lin Chia, who was seated on the sofa, and inquired, "How did you find me? What is your purpose in seeking me? And why specifically me?" Lin Chia, sitting across from him, felt a surge of delight. Baiyu had finally ceased to feign ignorance of his identity. With an air of candor, he replied to Baiyu's inquiries. "A peculiar pink creature informed me of your whereabouts and provided me with your contact details. I have come to seek your assistance and express my gratitude, for there have been sightings of monsters near my home." Observing Lin Chia, Baiyu's expression remained largely unchanged, yet internally he was unleashing a tirade against the system. 0923. What further excuses do you have? Are you prepared to face the consequences? An unsettling aura emanated from Baiyu, causing even Lin Xie, seated opposite him, to feel an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Host, I am not to blame. It is merely the butterfly effect. The emergence of the mysterious entity near Lin Xie's residence has triggered a chain reaction, resulting in the advancement of the plot. Baiyu rolled his eyes in silence at the system's desperate attempts at justification. He could discern its intentions. After all, Lin Xie should not have sought him out instead of reporting the incident to the authorities. That was the crux of the matter. Nonetheless, it was prudent to address Lin Xie's predicament first to avert any unforeseen butterfly effects arising from his own translocation. I understand the specifics now. Do you recall what the monster looked like? Lin Xie hesitated before responding. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe it was approximately 3 meters tall and possessed a grotesque visage. Upon hearing Lin Xie's description, Baiyu realized that the plot had indeed advanced prematurely. The creature he described was unmistakably the faceless ghost. He silently cursed the system once more. All right, I have grasped the situation. I shall make a phone call. During the interval, while Lin Xie awaited his response, Baiyu dialed Chenmai's number to inform him of the circumstances concerning Lin Xie. Chenmai, ever cautious regarding mysterious occurrences, advised Baiyu to take Lin Xie to the Peace Affairs office. Upon their arrival at the Peace Affairs office, the members of Team 136 had already been apprised by Chenmai of the mysterious event. However, upon seeing Lin Xie, who was blindfolded, they hesitated momentarily. After all, who could have anticipated that the witness to a mysterious incident would be a blind individual? The first to speak was Hong Ying. Baiyu, are you certain this young man is the eyewitness? If I am not mistaken, he seems to have some difficulty with his eyesight. Yes, indeed, Baiyu. If I'm not mistaken, this young man appears to be blind, added Wen Shima, noting that, from any perspective, the young man before them was indisputably blind. The others remained silent, patiently awaiting an explanation from Baiyu. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Baiyu directly summoned Lin Xie to elucidate the matter himself. Greetings, everyone. Sai, I possess a rather unique ability. Although my eyesight has failed me, I can sense movements within a 20-meter radius around me. This is also why I've been able to detect the presence of monsters near my home. Upon hearing Lin Xie's explanation, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. It became evident that this young man had awakened a form of perception after becoming blind, though he remained unaware of this newfound ability due to his lack of knowledge in the area. This clarifies everything. Young Lin Xie, could you elaborate on the appearance of the monster you encountered? Certainly. Lin Xie reiterated the details he had previously shared in Baiyu's apartment, and as he spoke, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grave. Based on Lin Xie's description, I initially deduced that the mysterious entity he faced was likely a ghost-faced man from local folklore. The speaker was Wen Shima, who, after finishing, proceeded to impart essential knowledge about the night watchman to Lin Xie, whose reservoir of knowledge was quite substantial. If it is indeed a ghost-faced man, we are in serious trouble. These creatures typically operate in groups, and the fact that one dares to enter the city suggests a considerable number. Moreover, ordinary ghost-faced men possess only the strength of a mere lantern realm. However, one bold enough to infiltrate an urban area must be led by at least a pool realm entity, posing a dire threat to defenseless citizens. We must swiftly address the ghost-faced men lurking within the city and prevent them from endangering the safety of the populace. The group promptly devised a combat plan, and with Baiyu included, all members of Team 136 mobilized. Lin Xie, as the informant and possessing a perceptual ability beneficial to the team, accompanied them to the Old District. The author will elaborate on the previous encounters between Baiyu and Lin Xie in an epilogue. Chapter 15. The Phantom Mask on a Moonlit Night. The members of Team 136, including Baiyu and Lin Xie, gathered in the Old District. Old Zhao, you'll take the lookout. Maintain an unrestricted airspace along with Xiangnan. Lung Xian will provide long-range fire support, while Xiaonan handles logistics. Qi Mo is tasked with organizing the potential routes of the Phantom Mask. The remaining members will disperse to encircle him, and Xiao Bai, Lin Xie will accompany you, ensure his protection. As they set out, Lin Xie inquired of Baiyu, Brother Bai, What kind of organization is this? From your tone, it seems such creatures exist in many parts of the Great Xia. And why are you with them? Are you one of them? Lin Qia's questions were delivered with an almost naive tone, reminiscent of a freshly turned 16-year-old boy casually discussing whether he won or lost in a game that day. Yet, this innocence struck Bai Yu as peculiar. After all, in the original narrative, Lin Xia initially sought to avoid any association with the Night Watchman. Bai Yu had only visited the psychiatric hospital to see Lin Xia once or twice. It was puzzling why Lin Xia seemed to harbor a sense of dependency toward him. This notion raised Bai Yu's suspicions, leading him to believe that the Lin Xia before him was a cleverly disguised imposter. However, this theory seemed implausible, for Bai Yu had previously checked himself with the artifact capable of sensing mysterious energies, known as Soul Pursuer. Soul Pursuer was a high-level artifact that Bai Yu had drawn from the system. It possessed a unique attribute, while it lacked the inherent power to investigate the mysterious. It could replicate the essence of any mysterious force that the user had previously defeated. Once replicated, it would manifest as a distinctive tattoo on the user's body, allowing them to wield the power of the mysterious through this mark. The tattoo Bai Yu bore was derived from an investigative mystery, originating from an extraordinary entity known as audience. Through this lens, the world appeared as an expansive stage, enabling observation of its inhabitants from any perspective while sensing the surrounding mysterious energies and shifts. Bai Yu perpetually activated this ability, and the presence of the Phantom Mask's aura within his vicinity suggested that his artifact had not been obstructed. If his artifact was indeed functioning correctly, two possibilities emerged. 1. The Lin Xia before him was genuine, and his presence had triggered a butterfly effect, advancing the narrative prematurely. This would imply that the storyline had begun to diverge uncontrollably, potentially rendering Bai Yu's grasp on the plot ineffective. 2. The Lin Xia in front of him was an illusion, a sophisticated disguise crafted by a mysterious force. Given Bai Yu's capability to detect energies 3 realms above his own, if the Lin Xia before him were indeed a facade, it would indicate that the entity masquerading as Lin Xia possessed considerable power, at least at the Klein level. This would suggest the existence of a mystery adept enough to bypass the Night Watchman's defenses and infiltrate the highly sensitive location of Tsangnan City, all while posing as a figure of such significance as Lin Xia. Regardless of the circumstances, it is unequivocally disheartening news for Bai Yu. The former scenario is slightly preferable to the latter, as it still presents an opportunity to realign the narrative, whereas the latter truly heralds significant troubles. As Bai Yu pondered the situation, they unwittingly found themselves at the corner of an old district. At the turn, a foul, nauseating stench wafted through the air, an odor far more repulsive than that of decaying food. Upon catching a whiff of this scent, Bai Yu's heart sank. It was the unmistakable aroma of decomposing flesh. Someone had met with foul play. Bai Yu, driven by instinct, began a meticulous search for the source of the odor. At the end of the corner, a manhole cover suddenly erupted with a thunderous bang, and 3 grotesque entities, each measuring 3 meters in length and adorned with a horrific visage upon their midsection, emerged from the depths below, their bodies still marked with traces of crimson and ebony blood. These were 3 ghoul-faced beings, yet they possessed merely the strength of a mere specter, with the strongest among them barely reaching the pinnacle of that realm. With a swift motion, Bai Yu halted Lin Qia's advance, stating, "Remain here and do not move. I shall handle them." As he spoke, Bai Yu brandished a hand, summoning the true word chapter into existence. He opened the chapter and softly intoned, "O souls of the threefold visages, I beseech you to condemn the sinner before you upon the cross, subject them to the flames of judgment, and purge them of their transgressions." As his words resonated, 3 monumental crosses erupted from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, 6 thorny vines spiraled forth from the crosses, ensnaring the ghoul-faced beings before they could comprehend their predicament. The thorns pierced their arms, eliciting anguished cries from the creatures. With another decisive gesture, a circle enveloped the crosses, and from its edges, fierce flames ignited, gradually encroaching upon the crosses. Within the fiery embrace, the ghoul-faced beings screeched in terror. However, The thorns binding them remained impervious to the flames. 3 minutes passed, and the screams of the ghoul-faced beings began to wane. 5 minutes elapsed, and their cries ceased entirely. After 10 minutes, the flames extinguished, leaving behind no trace of the ghoul-faced beings. Only 3 charred crosses and the 6 thorns entwined around them. Thus, the ghoul-faced entities were reduced to mere ashes before Baiyu. 6 years had passed since then, and Baiyu is no longer the youth who would feel nauseated at the sight of a corpse. When confronted with these beings steeped in malevolence, he acted with newfound decisiveness and poise. Lin Xie, standing beside Baiyu, exhibited minimal reaction, partly due to the absence of a gruesome spectacle, given that Baiyu had incinerated the ghoul-faced beings, and partly due to the circumstances surrounding him at that moment. Observing the ashes of the ghoul-faced beings, Baiyu did not linger, leading Lin Xie onward to the next site of their emergence. Noting Lin Xie's unperturbed demeanor, Baiyu became increasingly convinced that there was something amiss with him. As Baiyu and Lin Xie strolled along, they arrived at an open expanse, captivated by the explosive beats of Wen Qi Mo resonating through their headphones. This very clearing served as the gathering place for a horde of ghostly-visaged beings. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A dozen ghostly figures emerged from the shadows of an unknown corner, with several among them possessing the formidable strength of the Pool Realm. Observing the 4 entities of the Pool Realm and the 11 of the Lantern Realm before him, Baiyu silently lamented, "This is troublesome." Chapter 16. The radiance that breaks through the heavens, perhaps due to the control exerted by the 4 Pool Realm specters. The 11 Lantern Realm specters did not rush forward en masse. Instead, they encircled Baiyu and Lin Xie, attempting to launch sneak attacks when the two were unaware. Just as one of the specters could no longer contain itself and lunged towards them, Baiyu seized the initiative. With a soft murmur, several sharp, enormous thorns erupted from the ground, piercing the advancing specter and leaving it as lifeless as a sieve. The anguished roar of the specter faded within mere seconds. A swift kill by Baiyu. The death of the Lantern Realm specter did not deter the surrounding horde. Instead, it acted as a catalyst akin to water poured into sulfuric acid, inciting a collective frenzy among the specters. Dozens charged towards Baiyu and Lin Xie simultaneously. Observing the oncoming threat, Baiyu gently brushed Lin Xie's shoulder, offering reassurance despite the underlying concerns he harbored about Lin Xie's condition. "Do not worry, I shall protect you." With that, Baiyu closed the tome of incantations he held and placed it above Lin Xie's head. The tome automatically dispersed into pages, forming a protective shield around him, while Baiyu conjured 2 iron fans in his hands, launching an offensive against the approaching specters. 3 binding edicts were invoked simultaneously, ensnaring 3 Lantern Realm specters in chains that erupted from the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Baiyu wielded his iron fans with precision, decapitating the 3 entrapped specters. Seasoned by countless battles, Baiyu easily exploited the vulnerabilities of his foes. For him, the Lantern Realm specters were as simple to dispatch as slicing through vegetables. In just a few minutes, only 2 Lantern Realm specters and 4 Pool Realm specters remained on the battlefield. It must be noted that the higher the realm, the greater the cunning. The 4 Pool Realm specters had refrained from engaging from the outset, compelling the lesser specters to exhaust Baiyu. As the 2 remaining Lantern Realm specters, pressured by the presence of their Pool Realm counterparts, were reluctantly forced to attack Baiyu, he effortlessly dispatched them with a few deft strikes of his fans. At last, after all the Lantern Realm specters had fallen to Baiyu's iron fans, the 4 Pool Realm specters finally began to take action. They circled around Baiyu, launching a coordinated assault from various angles. Baiyu, with a powerful push from his legs, leapt into the air. The first 2 specters that lunged at him collided with each other, while the subsequent 2 aimed to leap and tear at his legs. Yet, Baiyu was not to be trifled with, finding leverage from an unknown source. He propelled himself once more and executed a downward strike, sending one specter crashing into the ground, taking the other with it. The 2 remaining specters, still dazed from their earlier collision, were further ensnared by the falling specter. The 4 specters tumbled together, resembling a chaotic heap. In the initial stages of the 4 pools' confinement, the ghastly visages posed little more than resilient targets before Baiyu, lacking any semblance of threat. In stark contrast to the disheveled state of the four specters, Bayu merely perspired lightly at his temples. As the four ghastly figures huddled together, Bayu seized the opportunity to vanquish them in one decisive blow. The true word manuscript descended from Lin Xie's head back into Bayu's grasp. As he turned the pages, a solemn voice resonated. O souls of the threefold visage, heed my declaration and bestow upon the wicked souls their rightful judgment. A colossal cross erupted from the ground, and 8 immense thorns sprouted from it, binding the four specters to its wooden planks, as if they had amalgamated into a single entity. With the ghastly figures impaled by the vines upon the cross, a shadowy figure emerged, wielding a hammer in its left hand and a nail in its right. The souls of the pinned specters were forcibly extracted from their confines, and with a mere wave of the figure's hand, their essences coalesced into a luminous orb. The long nail aimed at the orb, and the hammer descended, gradually driving the nail into the sphere. As the nail penetrated, the bound specters emitted anguished cries. Just as the ethereal figure was about to fully embed the nail within the orb, an unforeseen calamity struck. A grotesque, gargantuan visage erupted from the ground, and Bayu, who had been intently controlling the shadowy figure, suddenly felt the world spinning around him, his vision distorted as if viewed through a kaleidoscope. His mind was besieged by an overwhelming force, causing both the shadowy figure and the cross to shatter. With a violent retch, Bayu expelled a torrent of blood. Severely afflicted by a mental backlash, Bayu realized with dread the presence of more than 15 ghastly visages on the battlefield, including the infamous Spectre King of Chuanjing. Amidst the mental turmoil, his vision blurred, yet he dared not pause. His gaze darted to where Lin Xie had previously stood, only to witness a massive, ghastly figure charging toward him, unshielded and vulnerable. The threat it posed far exceeded that of the previous specters. Without hesitation, Bayu intoned a golden decree. O souls of the threefold visage, extend your hand to the weak, shielding them from the agony of suffering. A radiant golden light enveloped Lin Xie, forming an impenetrable shield around him. The Spectre King's assaults were thwarted by this golden barrier, enduring multiple strikes without yielding an inch. Just as Bayu began to breathe a sigh of relief, a colossal black claw pierced through his abdomen, causing him to cough up yet another mouthful of blood. The sole surviving specter of the four pools, seizing the moment while Bayu's attention was diverted by the Spectre King attacking Lin Xie, launched a surprise assault. Despite Bayu's formidable combat prowess and ample experience, he remained but a mortal, and this unexpected strike left him grievously wounded. From the very beginning, the expression on Lin Xie's face had remained unchanged. Yet for the first time, cracks began to appear as he witnessed Bayu suffer from a backlash of mental energy. His ability to maintain composure faltered upon seeing Bayu gravely injured. It undeniably ignited a new flame within Lin Xie's heart. He did not return merely to watch his brother suffer in silence. A radiant golden light erupted from within Lin Xie, illuminating the entire old district as brightly as day. The black satin that had enveloped his eyes gradually dissipated in this golden glow. Lin Xie's aura surged, ascending through various realms. The Zhan realm, the Qi realm, the Chuan realm, the Hai realm, the Wuyang realm, the Klein realm, until he ultimately reached the divine realm. In the face of Lin Xie in this state, the ghost-faced king of the Chuan realm appeared but a mere insect. A single glance was enough to render the ghost-faced king utterly vanquished, as if it had never existed in this world. Observing the spectacle, Bayu thought to himself, could it be that Lin Xie before him is truly a god in disguise? As Lin Xie approached him slowly, Bayu wished to retreat from this enigmatic figure, unaware of which deity had assumed Lin Xie's form. However, due to the grievous wound in his abdomen, each step he attempted to take sent waves of pain through his very core, leaving him too weak to continue moving. Just as he felt himself about to collapse, Lin Xie caught him, resting Bayu's head against his chest. He softly murmured, "I am sorry, brother Bayu. I cannot interfere with this. There is nothing I can say at this moment. For the greater good to come, we shall not retain this memory. I am sorry. Sleep for now, brother Bayu. You will be all right upon waking." With that, Lin Xie placed his hands gently over Bayu's eyes, Before Bayu could ask anything in response to the overwhelming influx of information, he felt a shroud of darkness envelop him, and gradually, his eyes closed as his consciousness sank into the abyss. Chapter 17. A twist of fate in the expansive corridors of a hospital affiliated with the Night Watchers in Sangnan City. A figure exuding a hint of anxiety paced back and forth. Beside her sat a middle-aged man. "Captain, what on earth is happening? Why are the thorns surrounding Bayu's brother continuously obstructing our approach? He's been in a coma for 3 days. Is there truly no cause for concern?" Hong Ying's anxious voice echoed through the vacant hospital hallway. Seated nearby, Chen Mai responded, "I am uncertain as well. However, Xiao Bai's injuries are slowly healing. In this situation, we can only await his awakening." Though his tone bore no significant emotional fluctuations, the tremor in his hands and the scattered cigarette butts on the floor betrayed his inner turmoil. Their worry was not unfounded, for the scene within the ward was indeed unprecedented. Bayu lay on the hospital bed, his upper body bare and pallid, a penetrating wound on his abdomen entwined with layers of vibrant green vines. Surrounding the bed were thorny plants, their verdant spikes attacking anyone who dared to approach. It was as if the thorns were the sentinels of their king, fiercely defending against any intruders, such that even medical personnel were unable to step closer. Chimai, too, was cautious, fearing that the death of these thorns might adversely affect Bayu, worsening his condition and thus refraining from rash actions. As for how Bayu had arrived at the hospital, that question was best posed to Lin Xie. The thorns had manifested only after Lin Xie had carried Bayu inside, and he himself had been expelled following their emergence. As if the thorns possessed a consciousness of their own. Reflecting on Lin Xie, Chen Mai couldn't help but sigh. That child was indeed unfortunate. While the two remained worried about Bayu, in the realm of his consciousness, Bayu was subjecting 0923 to intense interrogation and sweet punishment. In the vast expanse of his mind, a large lake served as the backdrop where a young boy was lovingly caressing a pink creature before him. The boy was none other than Bayu, and the pink creature was 0923 transformed into a dream taper. Bayu was playfully tormenting the dream taper, akin to molding a piece of clay, occasionally displaying a somewhat lascivious grin while murmuring, "Such an adorable little dream taper. You were born to be devoured by me." He punctuated his words with a series of eerie chuckles. Should any acquaintance of Bayu witness such a grotesque expression, their jaws would undoubtedly drop in disbelief. Who could have imagined that the aloof, elite persona he maintained in the presence of strangers concealed a profound obsession with plush toys, particularly with the fluffy, pastel-hued dream taper that 0923 had transformed into? Bayu found himself utterly defenseless. Observing the lecherous actions of Bayu, 0923 displayed an expression of utter despair. Gazing at Bayu's indecent demeanor, 0923 felt a genuine sense of helplessness. He yearned to reveal Bayu's current disgraceful behavior to the outside world, to see whether his facade of respectability could endure such scrutiny. Nonetheless, despite Bayu's callous manipulation of the system, his actions remained somewhat restrained, not overly violent, at times. 0923 even found a semblance of pleasure in it, akin to a massage. Moreover, even when Bayu was a tad too forceful, the system's body could swiftly recuperate, albeit leaving behind some so-called system fragments, resembling a viscous liquid. Bayu had even tasted a bit of it, finding its strawberry flavor somewhat invigorating for his mental fortitude. Occasionally, Bayu contemplated whether to draw some blood from the system, but the prohibition against intentionally harming it quelled such thoughts early on. In truth, even if he could inflict harm, he would not, for in this world, 0923 had been his steadfast companion the longest. Bayu could never bring himself to commit such an act, akin to draining another's life force, which revolted him deeply. Due to his past experiences, Bayu harbored a profound disdain for those who regarded human lives as mere fodder, hypocrites who rose to power by exploiting others. He recalled a friend from his previous life who possessed the rare universal blood type, often referred to as panda blood, as it could be transfused to anyone. Tragically, like Bayu, this friend had been frail and sickly since childhood. Upon learning of his rare blood type, relatives conspired to morally coerce him into donating blood for their children disregarding his life entirely. Ultimately, the relentless pressure led his friend to take his own life by jumping from a building. Perhaps it was this experience that fueled Bayu's compassion for youths battling illness. Each year, upon arriving in the god-slaying world, he anonymously donated supplies to impoverished families and hospitals, using money earned from selling inferior prohibited items obtained through system tasks, rather than the life insurance payouts of the original host parents. After tormenting 0923 for a considerable duration, Bayu finally released him, thoroughly enjoying the plush sensation of 0923. Typically, without a justifiable reason, a host could not indiscriminately harass the system. 0923. I hope you learn from this experience and refrain from repeating your mistakes. The plot point involving the ghost face should have been altered, right? Zhao Kongcheng is not dead, and Lin Xie will likely join the Night Watchman for his own sake. 0923, with a furrowed brow, was acutely aware of Bayu's latter remarks. Nevertheless, he summoned the interface to inspect the trajectory of the plot points. Little did he know that upon investigation, he would scream in alarm. This is bad, host. There's a problem. What sort of problem? Seeing the system's anxious expression, Bayu wondered if his actions had triggered an even more significant butterfly effect. In this scenario, dear host, although the malevolent king of the ghostly mask has been vanquished, thanks to your efforts, the situation concerning Lin Xie has taken a turn. Shortly after the host fainted, another ghostly figure arrived. In a bid to protect the host, Lin Xie awakened the dormant powers of the seraph within him. However, lacking the guidance of Zhao Kongcheng to elucidate the current state of the world, Lin Xie did not harbor intentions of joining the Night Watchers. His motivations were solely rooted in guilt towards the host. Moreover, since Zhao Kongcheng was not involved in the recent life-threatening ordeal, the subsequent incident concerning the Nanda Serpent Demon may still place Zhao Kongcheng in peril. In a summary of the situation provided by 0923, it was concluded that while Zhao Kongcheng's death tribulation had been alleviated, it had not been entirely resolved, leaving him still in danger. As for Lin Xie, without Zhao Kongcheng's intervention to enlighten him, he remained unaware of the true nature of the Night Watchers. Having no plans to join their ranks, his feelings were merely those of guilt. Reflecting on this, Bayu felt an urge to express his frustration. In essence, despite his arduous efforts, which resulted in significant injury and a subsequent hospital stay, he was informed that the plot had altered, yet not entirely so, compelling him to continue mending this chaotic situation. Arriving at this conclusion, Bayu unleashed his wrath upon 0923 once more, this time employing his teeth, biting down on 0923's ear while exclaiming, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for your meddling, the plot wouldn't have accelerated, leading to all this chaos. I hereby decree that you shall not indulge in snacks until the new recruit's training commences." The system, with its ear caught in Bayu's grasp, pleaded for mercy. "Oh, it hurts. Please, dear host, spare me. I promise I won't do it again." Upon hearing 0923's entreaty, Bayu did not relent. Instead, he tightened his grip, prompting further pleas for forgiveness. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Bayu sensed a nagging feeling of having forgotten something important. What could it be? Chapter 18. My dream suddenly halting his actions, Bayu fell into a deep reverie, his pupils beginning to glaze over. 0923, unable to sense the presence of Bayu's soul, lifted his gaze with an anxious tone, inquiring, "What is wrong, host?" Watching Bayu, who had abruptly lost consciousness before him, 0923's heart raced with urgency. Within the Time and Space Management Bureau, his strength was considerable, equivalent to that of a supreme deity in this world's power hierarchy. Even a deity adept in the realm of souls could not silently extract a soul in his presence. The entity capable of such a feat must at least be of the half-step dimensional elevation caliber. However, at this juncture in the narrative, only Yelland and Asatos possessed such power, and neither promised a favorable outcome. Uncertain of Bayu's condition, 0923 dared not act recklessly. He could only shield Bayu's physical form within his spiritual realm, striving to maintain the vitality of his soul to prevent cerebral death. Not only was 0923 anxious for Bayu, but outside, Chunmai and Hong Ying were equally distressed. a blinding blue light had suddenly erupted in the ward, coalescing into threads that enveloped Bayu's body, intertwining to form a cocoon-like luminescent sphere. Unaware of the external turmoil, Bayu found himself disoriented, existing in a vast azure expanse. This space felt peculiar. Moving through it was akin to walking upon the surface of water, ripples forming beneath his steps. Reflecting on his recent experience in his own spiritual realm, he recognized the stark contrast. The azure space resembled an amplified version of his own, as though he had unwittingly entered another spiritual domain. In this strange mental space, Bayu instinctively sought to inquire about his situation from the system, only to be horrified to discover that he could not establish contact. Damn it, what is happening? The inability to reach the system filled him with dread. It was his greatest reliance, and now, stranded in an unfamiliar mental realm, he had no choice but to proceed cautiously. As he traversed the azure expanse, Bayu felt an inexplicable pull toward the core of this mental space. The deeper he ventured, the more the surrounding environment began to shift. After an indeterminate time, a grand structure emerged before him, reminiscent of a medieval garden. Approaching the edifice, Bayu felt a surge of anxiety, yet upon seeing the plaque above the entrance, he exhaled in relief. It bore 6 prominent characters, the psychiatric hospital of the gods. So, I have entered Lin Chia's spiritual space. Yet what could have brought me here? Bayu gazed upon the grand and majestic structure, noting that the door to the ward had swung open. He surmised that Lin Chia must have unlocked the psychiatric hospital, contemplating that Lin Chia's power within these confines could potentially return him to his own realm. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Bayu stepped into the psychiatric hospital. Suddenly, an inexplicable force surged within him, causing him to lose control over his own body. This mysterious power guided him towards the ward area of the hospital, leading him past 6 different rooms, until he reached the wall at the end of the corridor. As Bayu's body approached the wall, poised to collide with it, he desperately sought to reclaim control. In that moment, a door materialized on the previously barren wall, stunning Bayu. This door bore an engraving of himself, albeit in a somewhat crude representation. Nevertheless, he recognized it as unmistakably his own image, accompanied by the ethereal shadow of Dominicus. In this world, he alone possessed the essence of Dominicus, impervious to replication, even by the formless. Yet, as Bayu wrestled with his thoughts, his body continued to move, propelled by the enigmatic force that pushed him through the door. Upon entering the room, he was once again taken aback. The decor mirrored that of his previous life, as if he had returned to his former chamber. Lying upon the bed was a figure, his original self prior to his transmigration. The contrast between Bayu and his original self was stark. They embodied entirely different styles. Moreover, with the influence of the Qigong choir, his appearance had undergone significant transformation. Thus, the sight of his original form was particularly shocking. In Bayu's memories, the original was merely an ordinary person, yet here, within Lin Chia's psychiatric facility, the original's presence was inexplicable. After all, this individual had perished 8 years prior. Why would the shadows of the original manifest within the psychiatric hospital of the gods? Suddenly, Bayu felt a renewed ability to control his body. Just as he intended to explore the room further, he found himself back within his mental space. As his gaze refocused, 0923 felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he remained anxious, exclaiming, "Host, what on earth is your situation?" Observing 0923's worried demeanor, Bayu's earlier grievances dissipated. He recognized the depth of 0923's concern for him. Thus, he refrained from withholding information and recounted the events that had transpired. Save for the peculiarities of the special room, when he attempted to speak of it, he found himself at a loss for words. Noting the system's puzzled expression, Bayu realized he could not divulge the details of that room, so he fabricated an excuse to placate 0923. This peculiar experience was not without its rewards. For Bayu discovered he had seemingly acquired an additional forbidden entity, a record of which indicated it was an extremely hazardous one, titled My Dream. The ability of My Dream permits its possessor to effortlessly draw others into the realm of dreams, fabricate dreamscapes, and influence the psyche of those across from them. Venturing into Lin Chie's mental space may also be attributed to the recent awakening of my dream, which I have not yet fully mastered. However, this does not elucidate the subsequent experiences within the confines of the psychiatric hospital. Nevertheless, Baiyu resolved not to dwell too deeply on such matters, for with their current capabilities, they felt powerless to effect change. Having slumbered for a considerable duration, Baiyu's wounds had nearly healed, prompting them to submerge their consciousness into the sea of the mind. Within the hospital room, Baiyu observed the delicate blue threads intertwining and forming a membrane around them. Reflecting on their recent awakening and realizing it must have caused quite a stir, Uncle Chun and the others were likely worried, necessitating a prompt exit. Suddenly, two hands as white as jade emerged from the cocoon of light. Baiyu grasped the cocoon firmly and tore it apart, revealing their form to the world. Outside, Hong Ying and Chun Mai witnessed this moment, finally releasing the tension that had lodged in their throats. Nevertheless, some inquiries still required clarification. Hence, Chun Mai entered the hospital room, gazing at Baiyu seated upon the bed, and inquired, "Little Bai, how do you feel? Do you have anything you wish to share?" Chapter 19. Ear feathers. Upon hearing the questions posed by Chun Mai as he gradually entered the ward, Baiyu waved his hand, causing the thorns that surrounded him to vanish in an instant. After retrieving a garment from his spatial pocket and donning it, he replied, "Uncle Chun, I'm fine now. What would you like to ask?" Noticing that Baiyu still appeared bewildered, Chun Mai pointed to Baiyu's ears and said, "Little Bai, perhaps you should first explain the changes in your appearance." Seeing that Baiyu remained in a daze, Chun Mai took a dusty mirror from an obscure corner, wiped it with a tissue, and handed it to the still confused Baiyu. Once he grasped the mirror, Baiyu finally discerned the changes Chun Mai had mentioned. To his astonishment, he noticed two pairs of appendages resembling bird wings sprouting behind his ears. The mere sight suggested they would feel quite pleasant to the touch. However, rather than displaying any joy, Baiyu's expression darkened, the pristine feathers highlighting the pallor of his face. The cause of his dismay lay in the realization that these ear feathers signified his further transformation into a member of the Tianhuan tribe. In this world, nothing comes without a price. The more powerful the forbidden abilities, the greater the potential for unforeseen side effects. Much like Xiao Yuan's forbidden ability, Black King's annihilation. Although Harmonious Ode was a compensation provided by the system, it too adhered to the inevitable rules of the world of divine slaying. The side effect of Harmonious Ode was that Baiyu would gradually evolve from an ordinary human into a Tianhuan. Upon becoming a Tianhuan, Baiyu would experience reduced consumption when utilizing Harmonious Ode, and its power would increase significantly. While these advantages seem beneficial, enhancing his longevity slightly, the transformation would simultaneously diminish his sense of belonging to humanity. Though he understood his identity as a human, the peculiar gazes from others would weigh heavily upon him, fostering a growing detachment. Over time, this could lead to adverse effects, coupled with the diminishing sense of belonging. These influences might give rise to Baiyu's antithesis, a second personality. The primary and secondary personalities would then vie for control over the body, necessitating Baiyu to undergo a process of self-regulation and introspection. After all, if the secondary personality were to seize control, the true Baiyu would no longer exist. This process of introspection could last anywhere from 3 to 5 days, or even stretch into several months. During this period, the two personalities would be trapped in a cyclical struggle, endlessly debating until one force could completely overpower the other. Having already undergone self-regulation once, Baiyu knew that the next would be even more challenging. Thus, upon noticing the emergence of yet another pair of ear feathers, his mood soured considerably. Despite Baiyu's gloomy mood, he maintained a composed demeanor and explained to Chun Mai, "It is nothing, Uncle Chun. This is merely a derivative of my forbidden void. For every 2 realms I advance, an additional pair will manifest. Furthermore, these newly formed ear feathers enhance my forbidden void, so there is no need for concern." Upon hearing Baiyu's explanation, Chun Mai remained somewhat skeptical. After all, he had noticed a fleeting shadow of dismay on Baiyu's face when he first beheld these so-called ear feathers in the mirror. Moreover, he had long harbored doubts. Although the seven great kings of the void wield immense power, they are not without their side effects. Bayu's resonant poem had yet to earn the title of King of the Void, but from his observations and the records available, it was evident that Bayu's resonant poem was exceptionally flawless. Such perfection in a forbidden void could not possibly exist without repercussions. Even the seventh king of the void, Wuxiang, capable of replicating forbidden voids, had not achieved such immaculate results. However, since Bayu was reluctant to divulge further, Chenmai chose not to press the matter. After all, everyone harbors secrets, himself included. Thus, he shifted the conversation to the thorns that had assaulted them during Bayu's previous unconsciousness, as well as the phenomenon of the azure cocoon. So, why did those thorns appear and attack us while you were unconscious? Also, what caused the awakening-like state you experienced? Chenmai analyzed the blue light that had emanated from Bayu, realizing it resembled the initial awakening of one without a forbidden void. Bayu anticipated Chenmai's inquiries. After all, the resonant poem was a gift from the system, and since he possessed no forbidden void initially, Bayu still met the conditions for awakening one. Given that the original owner's parents were both awakened sentinels of the forbidden void, the probability of the original owner awakening was significantly high. The delay in this awakening was likely due to his severe injuries. Humans often unleash immeasurable potential when faced with mortality. Upon recognizing his awakening of a forbidden void, Bayu had already prepared a response. I believe I may have awakened another forbidden void. During my period of unconsciousness, it seemed that my spiritual essence entered another's dream, and I sensed an additional power apart from the resonant poem within me. Upon hearing Bayu claim to have awakened another forbidden void, Chenmai could not help but wonder, could it be that Bayu's forbidden void, resonant poem, was truly not a divine void? Indeed, the existence of dual forbidden entities within the realm of the Great Xia is not without precedent. However, those who embody such dual forbidden entities share a singular characteristic. They are all agents of the divine. Only these divine agents, upon acquiring their own forbidden entities, may also be endowed with additional forbidden entities by their deities. This prompted Chenmai to once again ponder whether Bayu's Qishang poetry was truly an ordinary forbidden entity. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on this matter further, primarily because there has never been a record of a deity resembling Bayu's Qishang poetry. Even if there were a match, it would not bear the semblance of a mechanical ascension. As he previously mentioned, everyone harbors their own little secrets, himself included. Thus, as long as it does not pose a threat to the Great Xia, Chenmai felt no inclination to investigate. The revelation that Bayu had awakened a new forbidden entity, the Scarlet Tassel, left him quite astounded. In Bayu's own words, it was as if a genius stood beside him. However, regarding Bayu's earlier claim of possessing the ability to traverse dreams freely, Chenmai took it upon himself to search the official website of the Night Watchers. To his surprise, he discovered that Bayu's newly awakened forbidden entity was, in fact, my dream, ranked 070 in the forbidden entity hierarchy, categorized as a high-risk forbidden zone. Yet, these matters were of secondary importance. At present, Chenmai addressed Bayu, who was recovering noticeably from abdominal injuries while lying in bed, saying, "Little Bai, since you have awakened, I now issue an order to you in my capacity as captain." Upon hearing the formality in Chenmai's tone, Bayu promptly responded, "I am eager to know what order the captain wishes to bestow upon me." As a temporary member of Team 136, Bayu, I, in my role as captain, require you to persuade Lin Chiye to join the Night Watchers. It must be noted, Dominicus truly resembles a deity of mechanical ascension. Chapter 20. Heart to heart, initially taken aback by Chenmai's formal tone, Bayu fell momentarily silent. It should be noted that Bayu had already intended to impart some wisdom to Lin Chiye. Furthermore, the relationship between Lin Chiye and the original host might hold memories yet undiscovered, or perhaps it was intricately linked to Lin Chiye's asylum for the divine. Thus, Bayu felt an undeniable urge to engage with Lin Chiye to unravel these mysteries, as he was resolute in preventing any events that could jeopardize his ascension. However, Bayu understood that Chenmai was not a mind reader. He could not possibly fathom all of Bayu's thoughts. Moreover, Bai had never disclosed the existence of 0923 to anyone, so he masked his perplexity with a composed demeanor, responding in a casual tone. All right, my injuries are nearly healed. Let us have Uncle Zhao accompany me shortly. Why does old Zhao need to come with you? Can't you manage alone? Shamai queried, puzzled by Bayu's insistence on Zhao Kongqing's presence, considering that old Zhao had no prior connection with Lin Xie. Bayu had already formulated a response to address Chun Mai's confusion. After all, he had previously interfered with Zhao Kongqing's fate, resulting in a disconnection between the intended guide and Lin Xie. The trajectory of their destinies had been altered, and Bayu sought to amend this fate, if not completely restore it, at least to salvage some semblance of order. Thus, he replied to Chun Mai, because my current identity is rather awkward. I am merely a temporary member of the Night Watch. Therefore, I require a formal member. Additionally, during the previous operation against the demon faces, everyone sustained some injuries. The captain has already advised Chio once, making it unsuitable for him to accompany us. Uncle Wen must organize post-battle documentation, and Sister Xiaonan is tasked with treating the wounded, considering everyone has, to some extent, been injured. As for Hong Ying, Bayu's words trailed off, but Chen Mai grasped his meaning. Bayu's reasoning was indeed sound, and thus, Chen Mai held no suspicions. The choice to exclude Hong Ying stemmed from her overly carefree nature, which could potentially expose their covert intentions, especially since Lin Xie was not an orphan. He had an aunt and a younger brother. After some contemplation, Chen Mai promptly called Zhao Kongqing. Hello, old Zhao, could you come to the hospital? I need to discuss something with you. Upon hearing Chen Mai's request, Zhao Kongqing instinctively inquired, what is going on? Captain, aren't you at the hospital tending to that severely injured kid? Why the sudden call to come here? Has something happened? Chen Mai patiently clarified, nothing major has occurred. Xiaobai has awakened, and his injuries are mostly healed. I asked you to come because there is a task for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing did not hesitate and promptly drove to the hospital affiliated with the Night Watch. Upon arrival, he saw Hong Ying engaged in light conversation with Bayu and Chun Mai in the ward and hurriedly exclaimed, Captain, is there an urgent mission at hand? Upon witnessing Zhao Kongqing's hurried demeanor, Chun Mai first gestured for him to take a seat before speaking in a calm and measured tone. The reason I summoned you is to persuade Lin Xie to join the Night Watch. Alongside Xiaobai, Zhao Kongqing momentarily paused, recalling the name Lin Xie before exclaiming, Ah, the agent of the Seraph, right? You can count on me. He readily agreed, yet remained oblivious to the verbal sparring that awaited him. After Zhao Kongqing's arrival, Bayu, knowing that Chun Mai would provide explanations, promptly left his sickbed to change and freshen up in the bathroom. Having been bedridden for 3 days, Bayu felt the need to cleanse himself, as he was not accustomed to any unpleasant odors. By the time Bayu emerged, the sun was nearly set. He had awakened around 4 o'clock, and with Zhao Kongqing's arrival at 5, coupled with Bayu's half-hour shower, twilight had enveloped the sky. Consequently, as the two set off towards Lin Xie's residence, nightfall had fully descended. Upon reaching the base of Lin Xie's apartment, Bayu turned to Zhao Kongqing and said, Uncle Zhao, I will go up alone. Once I'm inside, I will signal you from Lin Xie's window. When you see my signal, please enter through the adjacent fire escape. Zhao Kongqing, puzzled, scratched his head and inquired, Why can't I accompany you? Observing Zhao Kongqing's confusion, Bayu explained, Because I am of the same age as Lin Xie and can rightfully consider myself his friend, whereas you. He left the sentence unfinished, and Zhao Kongqing understood, his expression darkening slightly as he realized it was a matter of age. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. With Zhao Kongqing's consent, Bayu proceeded towards the dilapidated tenement. Standing before the somewhat peeling security door of Lin Xie's apartment, Bayu was engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions. Lin Xie's aunt reminded him of his own mother. They bore a striking resemblance. Bayu pondered the morality of his actions. Was it right to deny Lin Xie the chance to spend more time with his family? He stood at the door for an extended period until it opened of its own accord. Lin Xie peeked out, noticing Bayu in a daze. He waved his hand in front of Bayu's eyes and asked, Bayu, are you back with us? In truth, Bayu had been aware of the door opening. He had merely been waiting for Lin Xie to do so himself. Lin Xie's perceptive abilities were certainly keen enough to notice his presence. It's fine. I wish to have a word with you. Do you have a moment? Upon hearing Bai Yu's request, Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, but then invited him inside. In the living room, a middle-aged woman and a boy of about 13 or 14 sat on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, with a small black dog resting on the boy's lap. Upon seeing Bai Yu and Lin Xie enter together, the middle-aged woman inquired, "Xiao Qi, who is this?" The woman was Lin Qiue's aunt, and she gazed at Bai Yu, whose imposing aura set him apart from others, with curiosity. Beside her, a middle school student chimed in, "Yes, brother, is this person your friend?" This middle school student was Lin Xie's younger brother, Yang Jin, who also bore the significant title of the divine, being Yang Jian from the Great Xia. In response to their inquiries, Lin Xie spoke calmly, "And, Jin, Bai Yu is my friend. When I was in the hospital, he generously donated a substantial amount of supplies to the psychiatric institution and even visited me during that time. Today, Bai Yu came to chat with me." With that, Lin Xie led Bai Yu into his room. Upon entering, Bai Yu instinctively found a seat, while Lin Xie seated himself beside him. A profound silence enveloped them, as if they could remain in quietude for an entire day without uttering a word. Just as Lin Xie was about to break the silence, Bai Yu moved, a mysterious force swirling within Lin Xie's room, enveloping it in a soundproof barrier. Before Lin Xie could fully comprehend the situation, Bai Yu spoke directly, "I have come to invite you to join the Night Watchers." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Lin Xie sighed, as expected, although he did not respond immediately. Instead, he shifted the conversation, asking, "How is your injury, Bai Yu? Is it better?" Bai Yu's gaze bore into Lin Xie, as if he could see through his innermost thoughts, yet he replied, "It's nothing. I am much better now. In a couple of days, I will be completely healed. I wish to have a heart-to-heart conversation with you and share a story, one that pertains to me." Chapter 21. Heart-to-heart too. After finishing his words, Bai Yu could not help but reveal a trace of sorrow in his eyes. He began, "My parents were both sentinels of the Great Xia. In my youth, I was often frail and plagued by illness. My father, one of the foremost researchers among the sentinels, refused to accept the doctor's grim prognosis that I would not live past the age of 10 due to my congenital deficiencies. While fulfilling his official duties, he embarked on a quest to discover remedies that might remedy my inherent shortcomings. However, if such deficiencies could be easily remedied, many would not have succumbed to them. He endeavored tirelessly, researching and experimenting with every possible method of healing. Yet all he could achieve was to delay the inevitable decline of my life. Amidst his repeated failures, a desperate idea took root in his mind. He sought to harness mysterious powers, attempting to extract a medicinal substance for the enigmatic realm. Eventually, his gaze fell upon a unique race within that mystery, the Zaga insectoids. My father succeeded in isolating a viable sample from the Zaga, unlocking their genetic code. You may not grasp the significance of the genetic lock for insectoids. For instance, in the world of ants, a matriarchal society prevails, with the queen at its helm. No ant may defy the queen, and female ants cannot bear offspring without her consent. The queen's supreme status is sustained by the genetic lock. Should it be breached, lower-ranked insectoids would gain the right to rebel against their superiors, posing a grave threat to the queen's dominion. It was this very endeavor that led my father to be hunted by the mythic entity of the Zaga queen. My parents met their demise at her hands. My father died without discovering a cure for me. The active sample extracted from the Zaga merely extended my life by a few months. After losing my parents, my frail constitution, combined with the nature of their work and my distant relatives, left me adrift. My relatives treated me like a burden, tossing me from one to another, as none wished to bear the weight of an additional encumbrance. Thus, by the time I turned 10, my death seemed all but inevitable. With the passage of time, I felt my body withering away like a plant. Just as I was on the brink of death, my latent powers awakened, mending my broken body and consequently rectifying my congenital shortcomings. Having paused to gather his thoughts, Bai Yu felt parched and poured himself a glass of water to soothe his throat. It was at this moment that Lin Xie, puzzled, inquired, "So Bai Yu, you survived because of your awakened powers. What does that have to do with joining the Sentinels? Is it merely because your parents were Sentinels?" Lin Xie could not comprehend Bai Yu's motivations for becoming a Sentinel solely based on his parents' legacy. Do not rush. Allow me to speak. In times of fortune, misfortune often lurks. Blessings and curses intertwine. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I first learned of the existence of the Night Watchers during conversations between my parents, and I became aware of the powers associated with the Forbidden Void. My father had once left several notes in his safe, which contained fundamental knowledge about the Night Watchers and his research over the years. I perused those notes. Yet at that time, I had no intention of joining the Night Watchers. My desire was to avenge my parents. Thus I refrained from reporting the genetic locks of a Zag, there swarmed to them. However, perhaps upon discovering those notes, the trajectory of my life was irrevocably altered. The Zag, their swarm, belongs to the creatures of the Cthulhu mythos, possessing the ability to glimpse into the future. It is precisely due to this foresight that they may have perceived me as a future threat, prompting them to dispatch numerous progeny to eliminate me preemptively. Faced with their relentless pursuit, I was resolute in my refusal to surrender. Due to the peculiar nature of our building, external deities could not freely enter the heart of the Great Xia. They could only send increasingly powerful progeny after me, escalating from the boundaryless to the threshold, then to the pool, and finally to the river realm. This relentless chase lasted 6 years until, for a unique reason, I finally escaped my fate of being hunted. Why do you not seek the official assistance of the Night Watchers? Surely, they would not abandon you. Lin Xie questioned, perplexed by Bayu's reluctance to report to them. Observing Lin Xie's bewilderment, Bayu smiled and explained, the reason I did not seek the official protection of the Night Watchers is that although the Gaia swarm pursues me, they have not disturbed the ordinary populace. I did not wish to involve innocent people in this conflict, as I could not bear to see them lose their loved ones or disrupt the peace of countless homes. Upon hearing Bayu's words, Lin Xie felt a surge of emotion. He perceived Bayu as something beyond a mere mortal, akin to a legendary deity who alleviates suffering, imbued with divinity. Yet, he still could not comprehend Bayu's actions. He believed he might not possess such selflessness. His sole concern was the welfare of his own small household. Feeling indifferent to the lives and deaths of others, except for Bayu, I may not be able to achieve your level of selflessness. From beginning to end, I only wish to safeguard my own little home. Other matters do not concern me. Upon hearing Lin Xie's sentiments, Bayu sighed, recognizing that his words merely influenced Lin Xie, while the true crux lay in what he would say next. If this matter were to affect you or the very survival of your household, would you still be unwilling to join the Night Watchers? Chapter 22. The Big Stick and the Sweet Dates. Lin Xie's pupils constricted as he pondered the implications of Bayu's words. What did he mean by suggesting that his family would be in danger if he did not join the Night Watchers? In a moment of urgency, he blurted out, Bayu, what do you mean? What do you mean by saying my family would be in danger if I do not join the Night Watchers? Please clarify. Lin Xie, in his agitation, had even forgotten to address Bayu with a respectful title, fixating intently on him. Bayu did not directly respond to Lin Xie's inquiry. Instead, he extended his hand out of the window, making a subtle gesture. In a brief moment, a figure emerged through the window of Lin Xie's room. It was Zhao Kongcheng, who had been waiting below. Zhao Kongcheng first cast his gaze at Lin Xie, then turned to Bayu and spoke by, if you can't persuade this young man, should I simply bind him and take him back to the Peace Affairs office? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie, standing beside Bayu, displayed a look of terror. Was this how the Night Watchers dealt with those reluctant to join their ranks? Observing Lin Xie's frightened expression, Bayu suddenly chuckled. Then, meeting Lin Xie's puzzled gaze, he reassured him, do not be afraid, Xie. This is Zhao Kongcheng, one of the Night Watchers from Team 136 in Songnan City. It is not as you might think. The Night Watchers are not a place that devours the unworthy. I call Zhao here because my current status is merely that of a temporary member, while Zhao has been a part of the Night Watchers for a longer time. What I'm about to discuss is a different organization altogether, the Cult of the Ancient Gods. Lin Xie felt little impact from Bayu's words. However, Zhao Kongcheng slightly opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained, deciding it was better for Lin Xie to be informed sooner rather than later. What is the Cult of the Ancient Gods? Lin Xie inquired of Bayu. As the saying goes, where there is light, shadows are cast. Even within the Great Xia, Unity is a rarity. The cult of the ancient gods is a malevolent organization that venerates foreign deities, seeking to seize control of the new world lurking behind the mist, positioning themselves as adversaries to us, the Night Watchers. The members of the cult lack humanity. They view ordinary people merely as stepping stones. Only those with forbidden powers are deemed worthy to embrace the new world. Consequently, the cult has attracted many individuals with antisocial tendencies endowed with these forbidden powers, including agents of the divine. For wild agents of the divine, like yourself, lacking any significant background, the cult initially employs enticing and seemingly mild tactics to lure you in. However, should you reject their overtures then, you pause slightly, continuing at a measured pace under Lin Chi's anxious gaze. If you refuse their invitation, you will face two grim choices. First, you will be marked by the cult, subjected to relentless pursuit until your demise. Second, one of the three ruling powers of the cult, the agent known as Whisper, referred to as the manipulator of thought, possesses a power called the soul contract. Anyone ensnared by this contract effectively loses their autonomy, compelled to prioritize Whisper's will above all else, becoming a mere servant to Whisper. Lin Xie comprehended the implications of Baiyu's words. Should he refuse to join the Night Watchers, the cult of the ancient gods would inevitably pursue him, compelling his allegiance. Lin Xie intended to voice his thoughts, yet Baiyu preemptively interjected. Allow me to remind you that the realm of the Murmurer is 5 significant levels above your current standing. Even if you manage to escape, what of your aunt and brother? Before Lin Xie could react, Baiyu rose, drawing near. His modest stature seemed imposing before Lin Xie as he retreated, overwhelmed by Baiyu's imposing presence until his back pressed against the wall. Baiyu placed a hand beside Lin Xie and leaned in close, whispering softly, "When you awaken to the divine void and become the agent of the Seraph, your choices will be irrevocably limited. I suspect the cult of the ancient gods is already en route to Sangnan City, and should you align with them, I shall personally end your life." Despite the absence of any overt menace from Baiyu and his gentle tone, an inexplicable chill enveloped Lin Xie. The gravity of Baiyu's words resonated deeply. Should he join the cult, Baiyu's threat was not mere bluster. Observing the exchange, Zhao Kongsheng could only click his tongue in admiration, recognizing Baiyu's adeptness at negotiation, first establishing the stakes, clarifying Lin Xie's unique situation, and then delivering a subtle intimidation. Shaking his head discreetly, he concluded that the mission entrusted by the captain was likely accomplished. As Lin Xie lingered in a daze, Baiyu continued. Every family member of a Night Watcher is granted official protection, alleviating any concerns about their safety. Furthermore, the compensation is quite generous, surpassing that of standard civil servants. Noticing Lin Xie's hesitation, Baiyu refrained from further persuasion, leaving him with a final remark. "Consider it carefully. I shall await your response tomorrow." He then departed through the window, with Zhao Kongsheng vanishing into the nocturnal shadows. Lin Xie stood, bewildered, watching their retreating figures, lost in contemplation about Baiyu's enigmatic method of conveying his voice directly into his mind. "See you in a dream," he left behind, a cryptic phrase that left Lin Xie perplexed. Yet, he took Baiyu's words to heart, realizing the necessity of deliberation regarding his potential induction into the Night Watchers. The thought of the ominous entity in his mind only intensified his headache, leaving him uncertain whether it heralded fortune or misfortune. Chapter 23. Confronting the divine, Baiyu did not return to the Peace Affairs office with Zhao Kongsheng. Instead, he chose to take a solitary route home through the old city. As he walked alone, he observed the monotonous scenery around him, moving persistently in one direction, yet unable to escape the confines of the old district. He was acutely aware that the person he was waiting for had arrived. Since they had already followed him, why not meet? As he pondered this, a somewhat youthful figure emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Yang Jin, Lin Xie's cousin. Or rather, the divine figure of Xia, Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Reviving the dead, is it? You must clarify why you seek my brother and your true identity. During our conversation, I advise you to refrain from any rash movements. My trident will show no mercy. Baiyu understood that his soundproof barrier would undoubtedly attract Yang Jin's attention. Given his current strength, he knew he could not conceal himself from Yang Jin, so he was not at all surprised by the latter's arrival. He had asked Zhao Kongsheng to leave early because, while there was no real danger in having him accompany him, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. After all, explaining Yang Jin's presence here would be troublesome, and if it came to dire circumstances, he would have to erase Zhao Kongsheng's memories. Returning to the matter at hand, Baiyu smiled at the youth before him, who appeared no older than 13 or 14. A shadow flickered in his gaze. He had considered the possibility of being discovered as an impostor. Thus, when Yang Jin articulated his suspicions, Baiyu felt no surprise. What did it matter if he was recognized? The original inhabitant of Sangnan City had long since become a wraith bound by the curse of Shiva. Upon assuming this body, he had made an agreement with the original soul. As long as he avenged their parents, this body would belong to him. Therefore, facing Yang Jin's gaze, filled with an air of malevolence, he spoke openly. Reviving the dead? It is merely an exchange of equals. The true master of this body has long since become part of the curse of Shiva, has he not? Yang Jin frowned, and a vertical eye manifested in the previously empty expanse of his forehead. The eye scrutinized Baiyu intently. The more Yang Jin observed, the more he found Baiyu to be extraordinary. In both appearance and essence, Baiyu was undeniably human, not a mere fade of a foreign deity. Yang Jin's curiosity about Baiyu deepened. Even his celestial vision could not unveil the secrets hidden within Baiyu. The very act of reviving the dead was a reflection of the lingering death energy surrounding him, akin to a corpse puppet. Yet, Baiyu possessed a lucid consciousness. Thus, Yang Jin confidently deduced that Baiyu was indeed a revival of the dead. This realization heightened Yang Jin's vigilance. Although Baiyu spoke of an equal exchange, Yang Jin could not regard him as an ordinary individual. Not only did his celestial eye fail to penetrate Baiyu's depths, but Baiyu's formidable presence also intrigued him. From Baiyu emanated an undeniable aura of order. Across from the glasses, Yang Jin's expression darkened further, rather than relaxing due to his words. Baiyu sighed, realizing that the other party had undoubtedly conjured up some unfounded notions. Thus, he addressed Yang Jin directly. Greetings, the Erlang Shun of the Great Xia. I am not a native of this world. In other words, I am, in a certain sense, a traveler from another realm. My arrival here is akin to the literal kind of time travel depicted in novels. I hail from a world similarly besieged by foreign deities, having fled for my life. During my escape, I sustained grave injuries, forcing me to abandon my original corporeal form, and now I wander as a mere soul. Initially, I had hoped to be reborn upon my arrival, but perhaps fortune did not favor me. Upon my arrival, I encountered the wrath of Shiva unleashed by a Western god, which rendered my already weakened spirit incapable of reincarnation. Hence, I set my sights on this nameless vessel, yet I wished to avoid staining my hands with sin. So I agreed to fulfill his request, to avenge his parents. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin exhaled slightly in relief. Yet he continued to inquire, if what you say is indeed true, then why did you approach my brother, and how do you know of Shiva's wrath? Baiyu smiled, responding with apparent ease. The reason I approach your brother is that I perceive much potential within him. In my homeland, I am a renowned diviner, capable of foreseeing many future events. According to my predictions, Lin Xie will be the epicenter of future storms. Numerous occurrences will unfold at his behest. Even if I do not persuade Lin Xie to join the Night Watchers, he will inevitably find himself among them. Upon hearing Baiyu's explanation, Yang Jin finally relaxed, gesturing as the surroundings began to shift, transforming from the old city into a secluded cemetery. He turned to Baiyu and said, I shall report to the Celestial Master. If all you claim is true, I hope you will assist my brother in the future. Without waiting for Baiyu to respond, he vanished from sight. Watching Yang Jin's disappearing figure, Baiyu chuckled softly. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, a necklace inscribed with characters began to emit a faint glow. Chapter 24. The Fool's Mask. Baiyu lingered in place for a moment, and upon sensing no unusual occurrences, he exhaled deeply, facing the divine presence before him. In truth, he was not as composed as he appeared. Beneath his calm exterior, tumultuous waves churned within him. Although this was not Bayu's first encounter with a deity. The previous one was merely a false god, manifesting only as an avatar, and thus far less formidable than Yang Jin, who had already regained much of his power. The words he had just spoken to Yang Jin, an intricate weave of truth and deception, filled him with anxiety, especially when lying in the presence of a deity who had completed the cycle of true self. Lowering his gaze, Bayu retrieved a finely crafted mask from his chest. The mask bore an unsettling design. One half depicted a smiling face, while the other half portrayed one in tears, as if embodying the duality of human emotion. Gazing at the mask in his hand, Bayu sighed softly, relieved to have drawn such an item. However, he recognized that its use must be limited, for its influence during self-regulation was profoundly significant. The mask he held was one of the advanced forbidden items he had won from the system's lottery pool, known as the Fool's Mask. Name: Fool's Mask. Ability: 1. Dramatic life. The user can script their life's narrative, guiding events toward the most favorable outcomes. However, the power to influence the script fluctuates with the emotional value derived from the unfolding story. In the narrative, the mask's bearer can alter their character, akin to an actor on stage. Description: the fool possesses 1,000 faces, engaging in the theater of life, with elusive answers awaiting, and thus, the grand performance begins. Origin: this mask is imbued with the power of the joy-bringer deity Aha. As long as one can provide an equivalent joy, it bestows boundless strength. Bayu sighed again, acknowledging the formidable nature of the Fool's Mask. Were it not for its considerable side effects and profound impact on his psyche, it could indeed be classified as a legendary forbidden artifact. Wearing the mask and stepping onto the stage, one could lose themselves amidst the myriad performances. This was particularly consequential for Bayu during his self-regulation, as he needed to remain steadfast in his identity. The influence of the Fool's Mask was overwhelming, easily leading one astray during the process. How did Bayu come to understand the side effects of the Fool's Mask? Initially, he had overlooked its drawbacks upon acquiring it, only to discover them during his first attempt at self-regulation. Fortunately, he encountered a fortuitous turn of events at that time. Otherwise, he might have faltered in that inaugural endeavor. I must return home swiftly, for I have made a promise to meet someone in my dreams, Bayu murmured softly. Incantations flowed from his lips, coalescing into a unique decree, and a great white door materialized before him. Bayu turned the handle and stepped through, revealing an ancient edifice, the psychiatric hospital of Linxia, before him. The white gate signifies the amalgamated abilities of Bayu, derived from the realms of my dream and Xixiang poetry, enabling the incantation of a spell that allows one to enter another's dreamscape. Upon entering this realm, Bayu beheld Linxia, who was pushing a middle-aged woman into the sunlight. The woman, adorned in a black dress embellished with shimmering specks reminiscent of stars, was unmistakably the first deity treated by Linxia, the goddess of night, Nyx. As Bayu casually surveyed the psychiatric hospital, he noted the significant transformation since his last visit, observing the surroundings with keen interest. However, this scene astonished both Linxia and Nyx, who watched Bayu's curious exploration with wide eyes. Linxia, utterly astounded, felt as though his jaw might hit the ground. How had Bayu managed to enter? Wasn't he this space meant to be his own? Moreover, could Bayu's earlier assertion of meeting in dreams imply that he could traverse dream realms? The exposure of a psychiatric hospital loomed ominously in his mind, along with concerns about whether Bayu would divulge this information and how to explain Nyx's presence. While Linxia's thoughts raced, akin to a CPU overheating, Nyx, seated in her wheelchair, trembled, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Bayu. In an impulsive surge of emotion, she stood from her wheelchair and embraced him tightly, her voice quavering with sobs. "Hypnos, is it truly you returned? I always knew you were not dead. They all claimed you had perished, yet I steadfastly believed you would be safe. You are the brightest among my children. I knew you would endure. You must have suffered greatly escaping their clutches, but fear not, for Mother is here. I will seek retribution for you, and look, your brother Thanatos is present as well." Nyx spoke through her tears, clutching Bayu as if fearful he might vanish at any moment. Linxia, caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, was abruptly halted by Nix's emotional outburst. Just as he intended to discuss Nix's condition with Baiyu, a more astonishing occurrence transpired. Baiyu, who had been observing with curiosity, was now weeping, his hands encircling Nix's back gently, offering her comfort. "Mother, do not cry. I have returned. For these years, I have sought you and my brothers. I narrowly escaped their sinister grasp, but now I am back. Together, we shall ascend to Olympus." As Baiyu's hands glowed faintly with blue light while he comforted Nix, she gradually succumbed to slumber in his embrace. Locking eyes with Lin Xie, who remained in a state of contemplation, Baiyu carefully returned Nix to her wheelchair and then patted Lin Xie's shoulder, speaking softly. "Hey, are you surprised? Come back to yourself." Lin Xie's thoughts were interrupted by Baiyu, gazing at him with a complex expression, trying to reconcile the sight of Baiyu, who had wiped away his tears and appeared as if nothing had transpired. Still, Baiyu discerned Lin Xie's predicament and smiled as he spoke. "Come, let us return your mother to her ward, and then I shall have a word with you, my dear brother." Chapter 25. Dream Lin Xie gazed at the individual casually rummaging through his office, as if this place were his own home. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Could you kindly elucidate the situation for me?" Baiyu paused in his search within the storage cabinet, glancing at Lin Xie with a slight smirk. With a flick of his wrist, an exquisite tea set floated gracefully in midair. Leaning back, he conjured a plush lounge chair that appeared out of thin air to catch him. After pouring himself a cup of tea from the teapot, he leisurely replied, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. However, you are limited to 3 inquiries." Observing Baiyu's playful demeanor, Lin Xie felt a wave of calm wash over him as he began to ponder what questions to pose. There were numerous mysteries surrounding Baiyu, such as why he had appeared in Lin Xie's mental hospital, his composed demeanor when confronting Nikes, his seemingly practiced comforting gestures, and the stark contrast between the Baiyu he once knew and the one before him now. In Lin Xie's heart, Baiyu had always embodied the role of a caring elder brother, visiting him almost daily during his confinement in the asylum. Why then did Baiyu now seem to act as if he did not recognize him, exhibiting such a profound change in character? After much contemplation, Lin Xie finally mustered the courage to ask his first question. "Baiyu, why do you appear in my dreams?" And with self-awareness, Baiyu had anticipated this inquiry. With a slight pout, he offered a straightforward response. "This is the power of my forbidden void, my dream. I can freely traverse the dreams I have marked and draw others into my own. The reason I can enter your dream is that, during my unconsciousness following the defeat of the Ghost-Faced King, my forbidden void awakened. In that moment, I inadvertently left a mark on you, allowing me to access your dreams." Lin Xie was taken aback by this revelation. Recalling Nike's reference to Baiyu as Hypnos, along with Baiyu's apparent knowledge of the reasons behind Nike's madness, an outrageous speculation took root in Lin Xie's mind. The Baiyu before him was, in truth, the god of sleep, Hypnos. This conjecture swelled within Baiyu's thoughts as Lin Xie instinctively blurted out, "What is your relationship with Nikes? Why does he call you Hypnos? You can't possibly be the god of sleep, can you?" Sitting opposite Baiyu, Lin Xie posed a question that momentarily halted the delicate teacup in Baiyu's hand. His gaze shifting to a somewhat intricate expression, Lin Xie's inquiry was rather perplexing. How could he have conjured an image of a sleep god from mere observations? After all, he had merely exhibited a semblance of filial piety before Nikes and had drawn upon the powers of the forbidden void to soothe Nikes. How had he transformed into a deity of slumber? Admittedly, his awakening of the forbidden void had ties to dreams, and the system's bestowed harmony verse was intricately linked to the realm of dreams as well. Yet he found it bewildering to be imagined as a sleep god. Nevertheless, considering the nurturing demeanor he had displayed towards Nikes and the dream-related powers he possessed, well, perhaps there was a hint of truth in it. Baiyu directly addressed Lin Xie. "I have no affiliation with Nikes. It is merely that my aura of the forbidden void resembles that of the sleep god, which led to this misunderstanding. Did I not mention that during my last bout of unconsciousness, I entered your dream? Thus, I possess some understanding of Nikes' condition." Lin Xie acknowledged Baiyu's explanation with understanding, recalling that his initial encounter with Nikes had been similar. He felt he had squandered a question. With that thought, he rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration, but there remained one final query. He fixed his gaze upon Baiyu opposite him, a sharp intensity igniting in his eyes as he inquired, "Are you truly Brother Baiyu? Why is there such a stark difference between you and the Brother Baiyu I know? Why do you not recall our meeting?" Lin Chie's eyes were firmly locked onto Baiyu, who was leisurely sipping tea, unwilling to miss even the slightest change in his expression. Upon hearing Lin Chie's question, Baiyu hesitated, finishing the tea in his cup in one swift motion. With a wave of his hand, the tea set hovering in midair vanished, followed by a heavy silence. Baiyu sensed an invisible force encircling him, rendering his mental energy nearly unusable. He realized that if he did not adequately respond to Lin Chie's question, the latter would not relent. However, Baiyu was acutely aware that he had not shared significant interactions with Lin Chie. The latter's demeanor suggested a familiarity that was puzzling. Since the issue did not stem from him, it could only be attributed to Lin Chie. Thus, Baiyu closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to descend. Just as Lin Chie was beginning to believe Baiyu would remain silent, Baiyu suddenly opened his eyes. A transformation enveloped him. His previously carefree demeanor shifted to one of refined elegance, exuding a courteous air. As Lin Chie beheld this familiar aura emanating from Baiyu, tears glimmered in his eyes. And without needing Baiyu to speak, he instinctively recognized that this was indeed the Brother Baiyu who had accompanied him for 2 years. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Chie rushed to embrace Baiyu, tears brimming in his eyes as he spoke in a quivering voice. "Brother Baiyu, can you please tell me what is truly happening?" Observing the tearful Lin Chie, the amiable Baiyu gently tousled Lin Chie's fluffy hair, adopting a soothing tone. "Do not fret, Chie. The night is still long, and I will reveal everything to you. Worry not, for Brother Baiyu is right here." Chapter 26. Baiyu observing Lin Chie gradually calming his emotions due to his words, Baiyu let out a faint sigh. What he found most unbearable was Lin Chie's playful demeanor towards him. As he watched Lin Chie cease his tears, Baiyu began his narration. "Chie, the version of me you see now and the one you encountered earlier are both facets of Baiyu, or rather, we represent 2 aspects of Baiyu's consciousness. To clarify, from a psychological perspective, our relationship mirrors that of a primary personality and a secondary personality, essentially a manifestation of multiple personalities." Lin Chie suddenly looked up, noticing the seriousness etched on Baiyu's face, as if something within his mind had shattered. Having spent considerable time in a psychiatric hospital, Lin Chie was acutely aware of the implications of multiple personalities, known also as dissociative identity disorder. This condition is characterized by the presence of 2 or more distinct identities within an individual, each dominating at different times. These identities operate independently and exist as a cohesive self, each possessing its own identity, personality, and worldview, along with differing psychological, physiological, and behavioral traits. The path to recovery for those afflicted with this mental disorder invariably involves a struggle among the personalities until one can suppress or eliminate the others. Otherwise, healing remains unattainable, with the primary personality typically having the highest likelihood of success. With this in mind, Lin Chie trembled as he spoke. "Baiyu, you must be the primary personality, right? You are the primary personality, aren't you?" His eyes were fixed intently on Baiyu, pleading for the confirmation he yearned to hear. However, contrary to his hopes, Baiyu shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "I am the secondary personality, a derivative of Baiyu's primary self." The indifference in Baiyu's tone struck Lin Chie like a thunderclap. He felt tears welling up again, lamenting that the Baiyu who had been so kind to him was merely the secondary personality, destined to vanish one day. How would he ever face the primary personality then? As he observed Baiyu's indifferent demeanor, a sinister thought began to take root in Lin Chie's mind. The medication prescribed at the psychiatric hospital had proven effective even against divine beings. It should surely be equally potent against the mere mortal that is Baiyu. If he could continuously weaken Baiyu's primary personality using those medications, perhaps Baiyu could suppress or even consume the primary self. The more he contemplated, the more feasible this plan seemed. Just as he was about to seek Baiyu's opinion, he noticed Baiyu's gaze had settled on him. As their eyes locked, It felt as though Bai Yu could see through all the dark thoughts swirling in Lin Chia's mind, causing a wave of panic to wash over him. He dreaded the possibility of seeing disappointment in Bai Yu's eyes. He wanted to speak, but Bai Yu preemptively interjected, Chia, I understand your uniqueness. I also recognize that you desire to give me the opportunity to suppress the primary personality. However, I must clarify one thing. I will not and cannot pursue that path. Lin Chia's thoughts were accurately discerned by Bai Yu, yet he found himself perplexed by Bai Yu's disapproval of his approach. Thus, he inquired directly why. The reason lies in Bai Yu's multiple personalities, which are not a manifestation of mental illness, but rather a consequence of the forbidden void. This particular forbidden void is unique. Every time one's mental strength surpasses 2 realms, a self-regulation occurs, akin to a special trial. I was born during Bai Yu's first self-regulation, emerging as his inner demon, and I chose to adopt a name that phonetically mirrors Bai Yu's, calling myself Bai Yu. Lin Chia struggled to comprehend this revelation, yet he was profoundly shaken. It was indeed a startling realization. From a certain perspective, Bai Yu was inherently intertwined with Bai Yu, as Bai Yu could never betray the will of the forbidden void that birthed him. Their relationship resembled that of a puppeteer and his puppet. It must be noted that Lin Chia's conjectures had grasped a fragment of the truth, albeit not entirely. Bai Yu, while originating from the forbidden void, was also Bai Yu's inner demon, meaning Bai Yu could not exert complete control over Bai Yu's thoughts as one would over a mere puppet. Nonetheless, this was not wholly detrimental, though Bai Yu could typically only manifest within the realm of consciousness, and due to his faint presence, Bai Yu sometimes struggled to recall his existence. Bai Yu emerged during Bai Yu's inaugural self-regulation, coinciding with the acquisition of the Fool's Mask. At that moment, whether due to the self-regulation induced by the forbidden void or the peculiar side effects of the Fool's Mask, Bai Yu remained oblivious until the automatic initiation of the first self-regulation revealed everything to him. This complexity significantly heightened the difficulty of the self-regulation process. Although Bai Yu ultimately succeeded in his self-regulation, it was far from flawless, resulting in the emergence of Bai Yu. Given Bai Yu's unique significance to Bai Yu, their eventual meeting with Lin Chia was inevitable. Observing the confusion etched on Lin Chia's face, Bai Yu gently ruffled his hair and sought to clarify his uncertainties. It is not as you perceive. We share a symbiotic relationship. Bai Yu is truly a remarkable individual. He has promised me that as long as my existence does not pose a threat, he will refrain from any hostile actions towards me. Even my presence in the psychiatric hospital with you was his request. Upon hearing Bai Yu's explanation, Lin Chia felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bai Yu was safe, and as for Bai Yu, he could devise a means to discuss Bai Yu's situation with him. As he pondered how to persuade Bai Yu to allow him to meet Bai Yu periodically, Bai Yu's eyes suddenly glimmered. My time here is almost up. Bai Yu will be returning shortly. Although he can sometimes be brusque, most of what he says will be beneficial to you. I hope that when we next meet, you will have matured into a qualified night watchman. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chia was momentarily taken aback, his mouth opening as if to speak, only to witness Bai Yu's countenance shift from one of tender affection to a profound depth. The azure of her eyes transformed into a darker blue, reverting to the appearance Lin Chia first encountered in Bai Yu. May I release you now? The cool, detached voice prompted Lin Chia to realize that he still had Bai Yu in his embrace. Initially, when he held Bai Yu, there was little sensation, but now that she had reverted, Lin Chia felt his cheeks flush crimson, hastily withdrawing his hands from around her waist. As he slightly raised his gaze, he was met with a playful expression on Bai Yu's face. Realizing that he had been outwitted, Lin Chia's face deepened in hue, resembling a ripe tomato. Bai Yu observed Lin Chia's struggle to contain his embarrassment, chuckling softly. After all, it was Bai Yu who had concealed the truth for so long. Following her laughter, she mimicked Bai Yu's earlier gesture, placing a hand on Lin Chia's head and ruffling his hair, inquiring, "So, have you made a decision regarding joining the Night Watchers?" P.S. This chapter is laden with intricate plot lines, particularly concerning the relationship between Bai Yu and Bai Yu, which could be likened to the connection between Vic and Sunday. Should this be unclear, fret not. The author will provide a dedicated chapter elucidating the complexities of the preceding narrative. Regarding the earlier plot exposition about System 0923 and Bayou, 0923 is the Deputy Minister of the Dream Department within the Temple Management Bureau. Due to an unforeseen circumstance, he landed in the world occupied by Bayou. At that time, 0923 was severely energy depleted and thus had to parasitically inhabit the infant Bayou. Due to his self-preservation mechanism, he fell into a dormant state, during which he unconsciously absorbed the unique nutrients necessary for Bayou's growth. This resulted in Bayou's stunted physical development and congenital deficiencies, leading to her frail health and a life expectancy not surpassing 18 years. Upon awakening, 0923 was acutely aware of the repercussions his presence had on Bayou's life, infringing upon the rules of the Temporal Management Bureau. Therefore, he chose to reincarnate into the world of God-slaying after Bayou's demise, intending to assist her in ascending to a higher dimension and ultimately returning to the real world. As for the original protagonist's connection to the Zaga insect race, both of the protagonist's parents were night watchers, with the father serving as a researcher within their ranks. Like Bayou, the protagonist was frail from a young age, burdened with congenital ailments. In his quest to find a remedy for his child's afflictions, the father, having faced numerous failures, concluded that a conventional perspective on genetic defects was insufficient. Hence, he turned his attention to the arcane after repeated unsuccessful experiments. Due to an aura of mystery and exceptional abilities in limb regeneration and rapid healing, the original protagonist's father, through relentless analysis of the enigma, eventually discovered a unique active factor within the experimental Shigaya insect race. This factor held promise for addressing the protagonist's genetic deficiencies. However, unbeknownst to him, this active factor was, in fact, the genetic lock of the Shigaya race. Ultimately, during an external mission, he fell victim to an attack from the Shigaya insect queen, resulting in the tragic demise of both parents. The protagonist, afflicted by genetic flaws, remained untouched by the queen, as she had no intention of targeting him until the arrival of Bayou, who elicited a foreboding sense of impending doom for the queen. Thus, she initiated a relentless pursuit of Bayou. Regarding the relationship between Bayou and Lin Chie, they initially shared no connection. However, reflecting on Lin Chie's childhood experiences in the Sunshine Mental Hospital, Bayou sought to establish a rapport and offer assistance to this innocent child. Consequently, he made an early visit to the hospital, donating essential supplies and discreetly meeting Lin Chie with the aid of a special item provided by 0923. The dynamics between Bayou and Bayou, akin to the relationship between Wan Wei Ku and Sunday, reveal that Wan Wei Ku embodies the conflicting aspects of Sunday, while Bayou represents, more on that later. As for Bayou's reputation and title within the Night Watchers, his designation becomes a pivotal element in the unfolding narrative, which will be withheld for now. To illustrate his standing within the Night Watchers, one may refer to examples from Team 136, Hong Ying, a remarkably strong junior, Chun Mai, a pitiable child who has endured much yet displays remarkable maturity, Wu Xiangnan, a rationally intimidating junior, Si Xiaonan, a reliable individual, though he lacks the demeanor typical of his peers, Lung Xian, a commendable junior, Wen Shimal, a formidable new member, yet an air of profound solitude surrounds him. Zhao Kongcheng, an adept negotiator, should one engage him. The entire team 136 would find themselves at a loss. P.S. Readers with inquiries are welcome to comment. The author will address select questions that do not affect the subsequent plot. There will be another update tonight, albeit it may be slightly delayed. If the update does not succeed, it will be available by the following morning. Chapter 27, After Bayou, inquired whether Lin Chie had thoroughly considered his decision. He chose not to dwell on Lin Chie's response. He was confident that, given Lin Chie's attitude towards Bayou, there was but a singular answer to the question at hand. If Bayou himself could not persuade Lin Chie to join the Night Watchers, then he would not hesitate to reveal the truth to Lin Chie. After all, the trajectory of the narrative had already diverged due to his presence. Thus, why not allow it to deviate even further? As he pondered the amusing consequences of disclosing the truth to Lin Chie, Bayou's thoughts abruptly halted. Why was he entertaining such notions? If the story strayed too far from its intended path, the advantage he held from knowing subsequent events would be rendered futile. Moreover, why was he more concerned with the potential amusement to be gained? Contemplating this, Bayou's expression darkened. The side effects of the fool's mask had taken hold, compelling him to prioritize amusement above all else. Fortunately, Bayou would remain unaffected by the fool's mask, or else his recent words to Lin Xie would have veered towards the pursuit of greater amusement rather than sharing his years of experience. Reflecting on Bayou could not help but lament the twisted fate that bound him to that individual. 6 years ago, upon hearing Bayou's remark, 0923 puffed out his chest proudly and responded, "Of course. Our dream department's lottery pool is connected to the largest gas-upon machine in the Temporal Management Bureau. Whatever the headquarters possesses, we, in the dream department, essentially have access to as well." With that, 0923's enthusiasm was palpable, nearly causing his tail to rise towards the heavens in delight. However, Bayou queried, "Why does this fool's mask only bear the name of a forbidden object without any description of its abilities?" 0923's previously buoyant demeanor faltered, brows furrowing in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. Items drawn from the card pool should come with corresponding instructions. How peculiar it was that this forbidden item lacked any explanation. It appeared that experimentation was the only recourse. Just as Bayou intended to return the fool's mask to the small space provided by the system, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The mask in his grasp erupted with a blinding red light, casting its glow directly upon Bayou's face. Before 0923 could react, Bayou, as if entranced, affixed the mask to his visage. 0923 instinctively sought to prevent Bayou from donning the mask, but it was too late. As he reached to remove the mask, an eerie laughter emanated from Bayou's lips, reverberating in 0923's ears. 0923 felt his database being invaded by a terrifying virus, and his hands, once poised to remove the mask, halted in response to the unsettling laughter. 0923 stared intently at Bayou, or rather, the mask upon his face. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and what had once been an adorable pink dream beast transformed into a tall, imposing figure. A man whose countenance bore an icy resolve. Upon his handsome visage lay an almost palpable aura of murderous intent. What audacity! Huh! You'd best dismount from Bayou at once, or face the consequences. Upon hearing these words, Bayou erupted into boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "I am aha! You think I should face the consequences? How delightful!" Long before Bayou lost control and donned a mask, 0923 had already harbored suspicions. Aha's response confirmed 0923's conjecture. The entity possessing Bayou through the mask was none other than the joyful star god Aha, who had breached the dimensional barrier within the realm of Star Iron. Trouble brewed, 0923 thought grimly. Among the celestial beings, Aha was deemed the foremost threat by the Temporal Administration Bureau, not merely for his strength, comparable to that of the heads of various departments, but also for his ability to severely disrupt the system's database. Any system that heard Aha's laughter would be inundated with his enchanting mirth, rendering it a mere husk. Fixeta solelion di raza. As the Deputy Minister of the Dream Department, 0923 possessed strength on par with the Minister, enabling him to resist Aha's laughter. Otherwise, he would be powerless against the entity. This was indeed troublesome, but it mattered little. Aha thrived on chaos. For where there was trouble, there was amusement. How did you come to be here, and what is your purpose? Why have you targeted Bayou? Aha chuckled slyly, then teased, "If you ask me, I must tell you. Why not take a guess?" Upon hearing Aha's words, 0923's expression darkened further, his tone growing colder, the very air around him seeming to freeze. His presence became increasingly formidable. "Will you speak or remain silent?" Noting 0923's deteriorating demeanor, Aha suddenly burst into laughter. "I relish seeing you mechanical minds flustered and exasperated. However, I might share this with you. I came here purely for amusement. As for how I arrived," Aha paused, gesturing to the mask adorning his face, then continued, "Naturally, it was you who brought me here." 0923 had speculated that Aha entered through the fool's mask, and hearing this revelation alleviated his burden somewhat. The Temporal Administration Bureau had implemented stringent measures to prevent entities like Aha, capable of interacting with the dimensional barrier, from traversing into alternate worlds and disrupting their natural progression. Such items, which allowed for transdimensional travel, were heavily regulated. Aha, bound to the fool's mask, was limited in strength to that of a Klein-level entity, according to the divine slaying power hierarchy. As 0923 pondered how to resolve the predicament of the entity inhabiting Bayou without causing harm to the latter, the opposing entity, Aha, preemptively interjected, "You dangerous individual. Suppress the malevolent thoughts swirling in your mind. Fear not. I harbor no intentions of harming this human. I merely seek amusement." Upon the utterance of these words, the mask detached itself from Bayou's face, levitating in mid-air while emanating pulses of crimson light. The removal of the mask rendered Bayou's body limp, and just as 0923 managed to catch him, the intricate patterns upon the mask began to shift, transforming from a pure smile into a visage that was half joyful and half sorrowful, a yin-yang face. The crimson light embedded within the mask separated and surged forth as a stream of red, soaring out the window and leaving behind a fleeting crimson trail in the air. Rather than pursuing the fleeing Aha, 0923 remained, a grave expression clouding his features as he gazed at the unconscious Bayou. This situation had escalated significantly. Chapter 28. The imposter nestled in the embrace of 0923. Bayou felt two tiny wings sprouting behind his ears. As time passed, these delicate appendages gradually expanded until they reached the size of an infant's arms. During this period of growth, 0923 had attempted to intervene using external forces. However, the system could only mobilize power for legitimate reasons during task execution. The defect of Qi Xiangshi did not constitute a valid justification for exerting such power. Consequently, despite possessing the strength of a supreme deity, 0923 found himself unable to influence the transformations that Bayou, still in the early stages of a dream realm, was undergoing. With concern etched on his face, 0923 gazed at the reclining Bayou and sighed softly. "Little Bai, this time, I cannot assist you. You must rely on yourself." With that, 0923's body radiated light, transforming into a dream creature, now magnified tenfold. His soft form resembled a vast mattress, gently cradling Bayou upon his back. Meanwhile, Bayou strolled through a bustling street, exchanging greetings with familiar yet strange neighbors. He nodded in response, but a nagging feeling of forgetfulness gnawed at him. It had only been 2 days since he last ventured outside. Why were people suddenly so enthusiastic toward him? 0923, what is happening? Why is everyone so warm? Bayou instinctively sought to inquire about 0923, but then he paused, pondering, who is 0923? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Before he could unravel the mystery, a sudden burst of golden light flashed before him. The individuals around him, who had been greeting him, erupted into screams. The lady next door, who had just been haggling with a vendor, was suddenly enveloped in shimmering golden specks as the environment around them began to shift, transforming skyscrapers into glimmering points of light. The sky darkened ominously, and the surreal scenes unsettled Bayou. In a daze, he perceived a figure resembling himself, accompanied by a floating pink entity, engaged in conversation. "Host, shall we truly disregard the fate of Songnan City? The fate of Songnan City is of no concern to me. My body has been remade through artifacts. The grievances of Shiva no longer affect me. Thus, it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. My goal is ascension, not to become a compassionate savior." Listening to their exchange, Bayou felt a throbbing headache as forgotten memories surged back. He was Bayou, a traveler who had reincarnated in the world of god-slaying in pursuit of returning home. The recent events were likely the conclusion of Songnan City's miracles. Yet, hadn't he just been under the influence of 0923's fool's mask? What was the current situation? Had he traversed realms once more? As Bayou contemplated the perplexing appearance of another figure resembling himself, designated as Little Imposter, he felt an overwhelming aversion emanating from this doppelganger. While he heightened his vigilance towards the two entities ahead, the figure that mirrored Bayou turned its head, locking eyes with him. A disdainful expression crossed its face, as if Bayou were merely a trivial piece of refuse, easily cast aside. Observing this contempt, Bayou scoffed. I never imagined you'd still linger after the miracle-esque demise. Nonetheless, it matters not. I shall personally escort you on your final journey. With a flick of its wrist, the figure summoned numerous black tendrils that surged forth, aiming directly for Bayou. Recognizing the imminent threat, Bayou reciprocated with a gesture, conjuring a multitude of green thorns that entwined with the oncoming dark appendages. Addressing the figure, Bayou demanded, "What manner of being are you? And why do you impersonate me? What is the nature of this situation?" The imposter erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. Impersonate you? How utterly ridiculous! We are identical. What grounds do you have to claim I am a counterfeit? I am not impersonating you. Rather, we are one and the same. I am a more perfected version of you. As for the circumstances surrounding us, do you not comprehend the reality? Why feign ignorance? Bayou, increasingly bewildered, struggled to grasp the implications of the impostor's words. Yet, he recognized that the alterations in their surroundings stemmed from the miracle-esque disappearance. But this event was not supposed to transpire for another decade, was it? Just moments ago, he had been analyzing the mask-esque function with 0923. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The fool's mask had just compelled him to don a mask. Could this peculiar situation be a consequence of that? While Bayou wrestled with this revelation, the impostor continued his assault, uttering incantations, omnipotent and omniscient Yog-Sothoth. Please open the void's gate and drag this refuse before me into the endless abyss. Bayou gasped, recognizing Yog-Sothoth as the key of the gate. What was unfolding? Before he could respond, a pitch-black door materialized before the impostor, swinging open to reveal writhing, repulsive tendrils that lunged towards Bayou, intent on ensnaring him and pulling him into the abyss of darkness. The tendrils, emerging from the obsidian doorway, effortlessly obliterated the thorns shielding Bayou and surged toward him. Regaining his composure, Bayou swiftly recited an incantation. O soul of the triple-faced, may you scatter the seeds of thorns within the adversary, rendering them incapable of committing evil. As Bayou's voice faded, the thorns that had been obliterated by the tentacles transformed into countless tiny specks of light, merging into the very depths of the tentacles. With a graceful wave of his hands, robust thorns erupted from within the tentacles, forcefully bursting the ones that approached him. Observing the unfavorable expression on his opponent's face, the surrounding environment, and the words previously uttered, Bayou finally grasped the situation at hand. He had commenced the recalibration of his own essence ahead of time. Chapter 29. Harmonious Convergence. Bayou gazed at the diminutive figure opposite him, his thin lips curling slightly. This must be my mental realm, he mused, though that assertion was somewhat misleading. It would be more accurate to say that this is a unique space of the forbidden void, specifically designed for tuning the user, correct? The small figure across from him, upon hearing Bayou's words, sensed impending doom. Indeed, when Bayou uttered the term mental realm, the countenance of the small figure darkened. And by the time Bayou identified this space as one for tuning, the small figure's expression had soured to an extreme. Enough. What does it matter that you know? This does not change the inevitability of your replacement. As the small figure's furious shout echoed, the shards of tentacles, previously shattered by thorns, melded into the ground beneath them. In a mere 3 breaths, a multitude of tentacles erupted from the earth, darkening the sky like a tempest, sweeping towards Bayou's position with overwhelming force. Throughout the emergence of the tentacles, Bayou's expression remained unperturbed, his visage a mask of tranquility. At some point, a golden conductor's baton materialized in his right hand. With a graceful flourish of the baton before him, a golden blade of light manifested, severing the encroaching tentacles with precision. From the beginning to the present moment, Bayou's demeanor remained unchanged, as if he had already discerned all that was to transpire, while the small figure opposite him became increasingly agitated by the unfolding scene. How can this be? Within this space, our powers are ostensibly equal. By what right do you so effortlessly circumvent my attacks? Ignoring the counterfeit's outburst, Bayu pressed on with his offensive, driving the small figure into a retreat. Observing the adversary's disarray, Bayu finally spoke, "You are indeed correct. Here, we wield equal power. However, you overlook a crucial detail. This is the realm of the Forbidden Void. Do you truly believe that employing powers bestowed by others here would not be suppressed? I must concede, you possess a knack for cunning. You have manipulated the power of the Concord to distort my perception, even creating a counterfeit 0923 for this purpose. Yet, you neglected one vital point. Once you acquired the power of Yog-Sothoth, your concordant abilities became tainted. Thus, while you may momentarily deceive me, you cannot contain me. Therefore, the instant your farcical performance was unveiled, your chances of victory evaporated. As Bayu's words faded, he wielded the baton in a rapid succession of 4 strikes, unleashing 4 consecutive blades of light upon the small figure. The onslaught cleaved the small figure's limbs at the roots, and searing agony engulfed him, his screams reverberating throughout the space. Listening to the small figure's anguished cries, Bayu approached him with deliberate calmness and gently articulated, "You are correct in one regard. You are indeed a part of me. However, as you rightly stated, you are merely a superfluous element. Look at your current state. Who, then, is the true refuse?" Devoid of limbs, the small creature could only writhe upon the ground, gazing at Bayu, who had approached him, speaking cruel words in a gentle tone. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Ah, how terrifying. I see now. Compared to me, you are the true monster. How dare you undertake such audacious actions? Are you not afraid of nurturing a tiger at your door? Yet even with your actions, you cannot escape me. As long as that great one exists, you shall inevitably become mine." Listening to the small creature's words, the smile on Bayu's face grew even softer. Yet his words plunged the listener into despair. "What if you see through it? As long as I desire to return home, you cannot appear, and I shall never become you. As for the one you speak of, he is merely a guaranteed loser." With that, the baton in Bayu's hand emanated a blinding golden light, and the limbless figure before him was reduced to ashes. Observing the remnants of the small creature, Bayu recognized that the final step of the tuning process had commenced. He stowed away his baton and traversed the dilapidated street to the core of this realm. A grand stage adorned with 4 distinct instruments: a piano, a violin, a cello, and a harp. These 4 instruments were arranged harmoniously across the stage. As Bayu ascended, his attire had mysteriously transformed into a pristine white suit. At that moment, a shadow appeared beside him, resembling him almost identically. Yet, a mere comparison revealed that despite their identical appearances, Bayu exuded an air of enigmatic aloofness, while the shadow radiated the warmth of a courteous neighbor. "Are you ready? This is our inaugural performance. To distinguish between us, I shall henceforth be known as Bayu," he declared. "That is perfectly acceptable." With that, Bayu positioned himself behind the cello and began to draw the strings, while Bayu took a seat to play the harp. The 2 disparate instruments produced a melodious harmony, intertwining their distinct melodies into a singular new score. As the performance reached its zenith, they both proclaimed in unison, "I vow by my very soul that even if separated by 1,000 miles, through the passage of time and the cycles of day and night, we shall uphold our promises to one another, never to betray." As their words echoed, an invisible golden chain ensnared their wrists tightly. The originally distinct individuals merged into one, and the surrounding space began to collapse following their unification. Bayu gradually regained consciousness, opening his eyes to find his surroundings somewhat altered. He hastily dismounted from the figure of 0923, who had vigilantly guarded him. Upon noticing Bayu's awakening, 0923 was overwhelmed with joy, tears of relief streaming down his face. He had feared that a mistake on his part would lead to Bayu's misfortune, and he was grateful that calamity had been averted. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to explain it. "How are you feeling, dear host? Is your body in good condition? I feel responsible for not detecting the anomaly of that mask. If you wish, I can use my salary points to arrange a thorough examination for you." 0923 spoke with a hint of remorse. His humble tone revealing the genuine guilt he felt for nearly causing a mishap for Bayou due to the oversight in the props inspection. It's quite all right, 0923. I currently have no issues with my health. In fact, I just tested that method to see if it was successful. However, no, let us first discuss the results. As Bayou spoke, a figure identical to him appeared beside him. The figure exuded a gentle and reserved demeanor. Clearly the Bayou from the previous mental space stage. Chapter 30. Soul Division. As Bayou appeared, 0923 did not exhibit any signs of joy. Instead, a deep concern etched across his face. Is this truly safe? The art of soul division allows one to split the soul into two parts. Although, due to the nature of this technique, any misfortune that befalls the separated soul would not affect the original body. The risk of allowing the divided soul to regain its own consciousness is perilously high. It's all right, 0923. He will not act against me. He embodies my purest essence. 0923, perplexed by Bayou's unwavering confidence, began to oscillate between the two figures. Upon contrasting their auras, he felt a surge of heat atop his head and instinctively roared at Bayou. Are you out of your mind? You have relinquished the majority of your humanity to him. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? By giving away so much of yourself, you leave only a fragment behind. Should he wish to harm you, your ability to retaliate will be nearly non-existent. Bayou merely smiled at the furious 0923, choosing not to respond. Witnessing Bayou's nonchalant demeanor only fueled 0923's ire further. With exasperation, he bellowed, "Do as you please. I can no longer concern myself with you." With that, 0923 vanished from sight, retreating into Bayou's mental realm, ignoring all of Bayou's calls. Observing the indifference of 0923, Bayou could only manage a resigned smile. Turning to Bayou, who had listened intently, he spoke softly. Do not heed 0923's words. I have faith in you, for we share a common goal. Both you and I wish to return home and reunite with our families. With that, Bayou shifted his gaze from Bayou, releasing a deep sigh. If not for necessity, he would not have taken this path, yet he longed for his mother to see the person he once was. Thus he sought to preserve his humanity. Self-regulation operates on a mental level, erasing the adverse influences that affect one's being and modifying what one deems unreasonable. In essence, it is a means to heal one's psychological afflictions. However, Bayou's power is derived from Sunday, making him, in a sense, a proxy of that day. The path of Sunday is not one of cooperation, but of order, an order that demands perfection and binds all beings within its rules. Anything that disrupts this order and violates its regulations will not be tolerated. Although the power dynamics of this world differ from that of the crumbling iron, Bayou inevitably finds himself influenced by the forces of order. Consequently, with each calibration of his essence, he relinquishes certain emotions deemed inconsequential by the order, such as compassion. In a bid to avoid becoming an entity devoid of empathy, he conceives the idea of employing the soul division technique to create an alter ego capable of embodying emotions. Once he successfully ascends to a higher dimension, he plans to recalibrate both aspects and reunite them. The reason for 0923's ire is quite straightforward. During the soul division, Bayou transferred a significant portion of his human emotions to his doppelganger, Bayou, thereby allowing the latter to assume dominance in subsequent calibrations. Should Bayou desire, it would be nearly impossible for Bayou to counter the repercussions imposed by Bayou, granting the latter the potential to turn against him. As his thoughts coalesced, Bayou observed Lin Xie, whose expression transitioned from turmoil to tranquility, signaling that a decision had been reached. I shall join the night watch, but I will not remain with them indefinitely. I will commit to 10 years, after which I will depart. Lin Xie's demeanor was earnest, his gaze resolute, revealing an unwavering determination. The depth of his dark eyes reflected the gravity of his resolve. Witnessing Lin Xie articulate this decade-long pact with such conviction, Bayou couldn't help but reflect on the concept of a decade of miracles, feeling a twinge of pity and helplessness for Lin Xie. However, regardless of his internal musings, Bayou maintained a composed exterior, offering a slight smile before vanishing, leaving behind a solitary remark. Tomorrow, I will come to your home to escort you. discuss the specifics of joining the Night Watch and our 10-year agreement with our captain. Lastly, Baiyu wishes to impart this. A decade of miracles shall ultimately dissolve in a day, revealing itself as naught but a fleeting dream. Baiyu's voice lingered in Lin Chie's ears, particularly the final phrase, which resonated deeply within him, evoking an intense response that he could not quite comprehend. He sensed that those words carried a foreboding implication. Meanwhile, having exited Lin Chie's mental realm, Baiyu was being questioned by 0923. Why did you leave the phrase, "A decade of miracles shall dissolve in a day"? Are you not concerned about the potential repercussions on the narrative? Moreover, you attributed it to Baiyu, when it was clearly your own sentiment you wished to convey to Lin Chie. In response to 0923's inquiries, Baiyu did not reply immediately. Instead, he playfully struck the top of 0923's head with his fist and tugged at its ear, saying, "I have yet to settle the score with you for covering for Baiyu and clandestinely seeking out Lin Chie, and now you dare to question me? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Please release me. My ear might be severed. I won't ask any more, I promise." Listening to the anguished cries of 0923, Baiyu unconsciously relaxed his grip. Seizing the opportunity, 0923 swiftly extricated his ear from Baiyu's clutches and retreated to a distance of 5 meters, eyeing Baiyu warily. Observing 0923 as though he were evading a terrifying beast, Baiyu rolled his eyes and remarked, "I cannot be bothered to dwell on trivialities. As for why I conveyed those words to Lin Chie under the guise of Baiyu's identity, it is primarily because Lin Chie places greater trust in Baiyu than in me." With that, Baiyu shot a glare at 0923, his eyes seemingly accusing him of some grievous transgression. The intensity of Baiyu's gaze sent shivers down 0923's spine, prompting him to hastily shift the topic. "And what is the second point?" he inquired. Baiyu, finding 0923's attempt to divert the conversation rather exasperating, nonetheless replied, "The second reason is that my very existence has altered the trajectory of the narrative. This means that, regardless of the circumstances, there will be discrepancies from the original plot. Since deviation is now unavoidable, I might as well stoke the flames and ensure the divergence is more profound." A flicker of crimson light danced in Baiyu's eyes, revealing an unfathomable madness. Chapter 31. Joining the Night Watch in the Peace Affairs Office of Sangnan City, Chun Mai gazed at the two individuals who had pulled him from the comfort of his warm bed in the early hours of dawn. He sighed silently, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Baiyu, yet mustering a forced smile upon seeing Lin Chie beside him. "So, you have finally decided to join the Night Watch?" "Indeed. Mr. Chun, I shall join the Night Watch. There is no need for such formality. We are comrades now. You may simply call me Captain, or, like Baiyu, just Chun Uncle." "Very well, Captain Chun." Hearing Lin Chie's courteous tone, Chun Mai chuckled helplessly. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he inquired of Lin Chie, "By the way, has the Seraph spoken to you about anything? Perhaps requiring you to accomplish a particular task?" Chun Mai's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Chie, unwilling to miss even the slightest change in his demeanor. In truth, he should have asked this the day Lin Chie awakened the power of the Seraph. Yet for reasons unknown, he had forgotten amidst the chaos of Baiyu's grave injuries. Thus, he now sought to learn whether the Seraph, Michael, had conveyed anything to Lin Chie, and what Michael's sentiments toward the great Siam might be. Alas, disappointment awaited Chun Mai. Lin Chie's expression revealed no alteration whatsoever. He plainly stated that since awakening the divine void, Michael had shown no reaction, merely manifesting as a six-winged angel radiating golden light, obscured in visage. Such an answer failed to satisfy Chun Mai. However, observing the unfeigned expression on Lin Chie's face, he found himself at a loss on how to further the conversation. Perhaps Lin Chie's current strength was insufficient to fulfill Michael's task, hence the Seraph had not yet disclosed his conditions. Consequently, Chun Mai shifted the topic, asking, "Aside from matters concerning the Seraph, I am rather intrigued as to why you chose to join the Night Watch. You were quite resolute in your refusal when I invited you earlier, so what prompted your acceptance when Baiyu approached you?" Chun Mai's voice was calm and amicable, embodying the curiosity of a middle-aged man. Nonetheless, Lin Chie sensed an unusual pressure emanating from Chun Mai, akin to a pig uprooting the cabbage that someone had painstakingly cultivated. Reflecting on this, Lin Xie glanced at Baiyu, recalling the events of the previous evening. He thought of the gentle demeanor of Baiyu, which made him blush, but then remembered Baiyu's enigmatic attitude, prompting a shift in his tone as he spoke somewhat plaintively, because Brother Baiyu threatened me yesterday. If I did not join the night watch, he would. Lin Xie trailed off, as sometimes leaving things unsaid speaks volumes more than uttering every thought. The power of implication is formidable. As Chunmai listened to Lin Xie's unfinished statement, his eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Baiyu, hesitantly voicing, Baiyu, is this not a bit? Stop. Before Chunmai could finish his words, Baiyu raised a hand, interrupting the impending barrage of harsh words. From the moment Lin Xie addressed him as Brother Baiyu, he sensed that this young man was up to mischief. The moment he heard the latter part of Lin Xie's speech, his expression darkened, especially upon witnessing Lin Xie's gleeful demeanor and Chunmai's understanding glance after being interrupted. Baiyu felt a surge of irritation and explained to Chunmai, I merely engaged him in a discussion regarding the pros and cons of joining the Night Watchers, as well as the fact that, as a proxy for the Seraphim, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the ancient God Church. After clarifying, Baiyu turned to the triumphant Lin Xie and smiled, saying, since little Xie claims that I threaten you and intend to do something, how could I not take action? As he spoke, he strode towards Lin Xie, and upon concluding his statement, he found himself face to face with Lin Xie, whose expression now reflected sheer terror. Grasping the back of Lin Xie's collar, Baiyu dragged him out of Chunmai's office and towards the underground training facility. Within 5 minutes, the echoes of Lin Xie's anguished cries resonated from the basement. Observing Lin Xie being hauled away, Chunmai shook his head, pondering the necessity of such a spectacle. He had never placed any faith in Lin Xie's subsequent fabrications. Although Baiyu's temperament might indeed intimidate Lin Xie, it was likely nothing more than a mere scare. As for Lin Xie's claims regarding Baiyu's intentions, they were utterly preposterous, given Baiyu's dispassionate nature. It was truly nonsensical to suggest he would harbor any malicious intent towards Lin Xie. Thus, when Lin Xie emerged from the basement to join the others for a meal, the members of the Peace Bureau were met with a sight they had not anticipated. Lin Xie's face was swollen to the proportions of a pig's head. Except for Chunmai, the others regarded Baiyu with puzzled expressions, seeking clarification. However, Baiyu merely smiled in response, offering no explanations. It was Hong Ying who could no longer contain her curiosity, inquiring, little Bai, what happened to our younger brother Xie? Why does his face resemble that of a pig? As Lin Xie opened his mouth to accuse Baiyu of his misdeeds, he felt a hand rest upon his shoulder. Turning, he was met with Baiyu's enigmatic smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of crimson. Instantly, Lin Xie's entire body stiffened, and he forced a laugh, assuring the group, oh, it's nothing at all. Brother Baiyu just took me to the training ground to assess my fundamentals. My skills are lacking, so I ended up a bit worse for wear. The onlookers observed Lin Xie's woeful expression, coupled with Baiyu's earlier demeanor, and quickly deduced that his predicament was indeed a result of Baiyu's actions. Yet, they were not quick to jump to conclusions. Having spent over half a month with Baiyu, they had come to understand his character somewhat, leading them to speculate that Lin Xie must have provoked Baiyu. Otherwise, given Baiyu's gentle disposition, such an extreme reaction would be entirely out of character. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Xie's dire condition, Si Xiaonan ultimately felt a twinge of compassion. She raised her hand, intending to cast a strand of ethereal gauze to provide Lin Xie with some healing, only to be intercepted midway by Baiyu. This unexpected intervention left the onlookers momentarily stunned, casting puzzled glances toward Baiyu, silently imploring him for a reasonable explanation. In response to their bewildered stares, Baiyu elucidated, I exercise restraint in my actions. The injuries on his face may appear alarming, yet they pose no significant threat. The swelling will subside shortly. As for the wounds on his body, most are merely the result of my efforts to open his meridians, and they bear little consequence. Moreover, I have thoroughly examined him. He is essentially unharmed. However, bathing may prove somewhat troublesome for the next few days. He must immerse himself in a medicinal bath infused with a blend of 17 herbs, including mugwort, rami root, and white atractalotes. it would be prudent for him to consume some nourishment to bolster his vital energy and blood, as Lin Xie appears somewhat weakened. This will lay a solid foundation for his recovery, and the residual injuries will facilitate the absorption of the medicinal properties. Upon hearing Bai Yu's explanation, the crowd was left utterly perplexed, particularly at the mention of the intricate preparation for the medicinal bath with the 17 required herbs. Their minds felt as though they might explode from the complexity of it all. Consequently, as they exchanged glances of mutual confusion, they promptly departed, leaving behind a bewildered Lin Xie and a visibly frustrated Bai Yu. Chapter 32. Herbal Bath. As Bai Yu gazed at the now desolate dining table and then at Lin Xie beside him, a throbbing sensation pulsed at his temples. It seemed that this was the arrangement to leave Lin Xie in his care. Although the injuries Lin Xie bore were a result of Bai Yu's own actions, it was not unreasonable to take responsibility for him. However, the abrupt departure of their companions left Bai Yu concerned about who would instruct Lin Xie during their theoretical lessons. Moreover, these individuals had eaten yet left the dishes unwashed. With a resigned sigh, Bai Yu waved his hand and began to tidy the tableware. After clearing the dishes, he noticed Lin Xie still in a state of confusion and led him to the library on the 3rd floor. Upon entering the library, Bai Yu spotted Wen Qimo, who had just slipped away, engrossed in short videos on his phone, occasionally bursting into silly laughter. Initially, Bai Yu felt a sense of relief at finding Wen Qimo in the library, thinking he could ask him to assist Lin Xie. However, seeing Wen Qimo in this state made Bai Yu a tad uneasy. Nevertheless, he entrusted Lin Xie to Wen Qimo, as he needed to procure the herbs for the herbal bath he planned for Lin Xie that evening. Thus, once Bai Yu departed, Lin Xie and Wen Qimo found themselves staring at each other in silence, until Lin Xie broke the ice and spoke up. "Senior Wen, Bai Yu asked me to find you." Wen Qimo, upon hearing Lin Xie's voice, quickly responded, "Yes, I understand. There is no need for such formality. You can simply call me Brother Wen or Qimo. Until the new recruit training begins, I will be responsible for your inquiries regarding knowledge, including but not limited to the rules of the Night Watchers, the types of mysteries, and the hierarchy of the forbidden entities. Today, we will delve into the hierarchy of the forbidden entities." Thus, the two commenced their lessons. During the session, Lin Xie inquired about Bai Yu's hierarchy of the forbidden entities, but only received a response from Wen Qimo indicating his own lack of knowledge. Meanwhile, Bai Yu exited the Peace Affairs office after procuring some herbs. However, due to the scarcity of certain ingredients for the herbal bath, he visited 2 or 3 traditional medicine shops without success. Consequently, Bai Yu decided to gather the herbs himself. He ventured into a secluded corner of an alley, retrieving a green orb from his belt. As he smashed it to the ground, a plume of green smoke billowed forth, transforming the dilapidated alley into a vibrant jungle. Although Bai Yu intended to gather the herbs himself, he had no intention of venturing into the deep forest, as the inefficiency would be exacerbated by the time spent traveling back and forth. Hence, he chose to rely on the power of the system. The orb Bai Yu had just thrown was a tool he had purchased from the system shop, known as the Herb Valley Orb. Herb Valley Orb allows the user to remain in a special Herb Valley space for 3 hours, during which all harvested herbs belong to the user. Price, 1,000 points. He activated the item finding feature, searching for snake bone grass, dragon bone, and tranquil heart flower. Understood, host. I am currently tracking the items for you. Please walk 800 meters in the southeast direction. Traces of snake bone grass have been detected. After assisting Bai Yu with navigation, 0923 emerged from the system space and floated beside him, engaging in casual conversation. Why does the host feel the need to solidify Lin Xie's foundation? He is undoubtedly the protagonist of the story, possessing a physique that must be exceptional. Moreover, during the upcoming rookie training, the Night Watchers will provide the new recruits with medicinal baths, making your efforts seemingly redundant. 0923 expressed confusion regarding Bai Yu's actions, perceiving them as unnecessary. Hearing 0923's inquiry, Bai Yu shook his head, responding as he walked, "Due to my presence, the plot has already deviated. I cannot be by Lin Xie's side at all times to prevent unforeseen circumstances. He must accelerate his growth, primarily to address the deficiencies in his body. The mental hospital is hardly a conducive environment. After spending so many years there, his nutrition must have been inadequate. Even if he receives proper nourishment post-discharge, he will still have shortcomings. Thus, the prescription I provided is intended to restore his vitality and enrich his qi and blood. I see the host is truly remarkable. 0923 remarked. It's nothing, just a product of prolonged illness, Bai replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, 0923 felt a wave of melancholy, realizing that if it weren't for him, Bai would not have endured such hardships. Before 0923 could voice his thoughts, Bai spoke first. It's all right, 0923, I do not hold you responsible. Let's focus on gathering herbs. With 0923's assistance, Bai collected the required 3 medicinal herbs in just over an hour. Host, we have gathered enough herbs. Shall we return now? 0923 inquired. Yes, let us return. The preparation of the herbs involves several rather intricate procedures, so we should leave now, Bai replied. Understood, host. As soon as 0923 finished speaking, the green mist enveloped them once again, transporting Bai back to the deserted alley where he had entered the medicinal valley. Upon returning to the Peace Affairs office, Bai found Lin Xie having completed the basic Forbidden Void sequences taught by Wen Shima, and he was now engaged in shooting practice with Long Xian. However, Lin Xie's aim left much to be desired, as he missed the target with every shot he fired. Observing Bai approach, Long Xian said nothing, but instead tossed Lin Xie a rifle identical to the one he held. Bai raised an eyebrow, silently communicating with Long Xian, wondering if this might discourage Lin Xie. Long Xian responded with a glance, indicating that it was acceptable. Lin Xie had already faced enough discouragement that afternoon and could handle a bit more. Thus, Lin Xie witnessed Bai standing beside him, one-handedly firing the rifle, pulling the trigger 10 times in succession, each shot finding its mark at the center of the target before him. Lin Xie was left utterly astounded. After exchanging a brief greeting with Long Xian, Bai led Lin Xie away from the training ground. It was only after exiting the Peace Affairs office that Lin Xie finally regained his composure and, looking at Bai who was pulling him along, asked in confusion, "Where are we headed?" Bai gazed at the ride-hailing app on his phone, neglecting to lift his eyes to Lin Xie. With a casual tone, he replied, "To my home for a soak. You shall stay the night." Thus, upon Lin Xie's arrival at Bai's residence, he beheld a massive wooden tub in the bathroom, filled with an assortment of herbs, dark and murky, exuding a bitter aroma. Lin Xie regarded Bai, silently inquiring with his gaze if it were possible to forego the soak. However, Bai paid no heed to Lin Xie's unspoken plea, and with a mere flourish of his hand, sent Lin Xie plunging into the wooden tub. Lin Xie, Chapter 33. The Sinister Serpent Demon in the Peace Affairs Office. What has transpired with the team leader? Has yet another enigma emerged? Observing Lin Xie and Bai entering together, Chunmai nodded in affirmation. Once he confirmed that everyone had gathered, he signaled to Wen Shima to commence the briefing. Wen Shima unveiled the whiteboard in the conference room and addressed the assembly. We have received reports of a mysterious entity appearing in Songnan City. This time, the anomaly has been located at Songnan No. 2 High School. According to the informant, this entity possesses formidable camouflage capabilities as well as the ability to devour and assimilate. Based on these characteristics, I have filtered several types of mysterious beings for our analysis, enabling us to formulate a tactical plan. The whiteboard displayed images of 4 distinct creatures, each exhibiting an eerie appearance. Lin Xie inquired, "What are the mysterious entities depicted here?" Wen Shima responded, "The 4 entities are the Iron Ghost Worm, the Sinister Serpent Demon, the Bizarre Demon Mushroom, and the Starving Ghost. Although the Bizarre Demon Mushroom possesses exceptional camouflage and assimilation abilities, its mode of movement is peculiar. It leaves behind a unique liquid along its path. We have found no such traces in the school, thus diminishing the likelihood of its involvement, though we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility." After Wen Shima concluded, Wu Xiangnan interjected, "The Iron Ghost Worm is also unlikely. In my earlier encounters, I observed that humans parasitized by the Iron Ghost Worm bore a distinct black line on their faces. According to the informant's description, the infected Lu Xiaoyan exhibited no such marking, thus making the Iron Ghost Worm a less probable candidate." Shimai remarked, That leaves us with either the starving ghost or the sinister serpent demon. Following this, he turned his gaze towards Baiyu, who had been deep in thought since entering the room. Chunmai felt that Baiyu might yield the correct insight. Little Bai, you have been contemplating for quite some time. Do you have any leads? Baiyu had been grappling with how to disclose the identity of the mysterious entity as the sinister serpent demon to the others. Given his interference, Lin Xie had not met Li Yifei, nor had he experienced the incident with the ghost-faced man alongside Li Yifei. Consequently, without a confidentiality agreement, Li Yifei could not appear at the Peace Affairs office, leaving crucial clues originally provided by him unknown. Baiyu was troubled about how to broach the subject, especially since, despite his commendable abilities, he was still regarded as a newcomer. At that moment, Chunmai redirected the conversation towards himself, alleviating Baiyu's pressing concern. Baiyu seized upon Chunmai's words and confidently proclaimed, "The mysterious entity that has emerged is 95% likely to be the sinister serpent demon." Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow. How can you be so certain that it is the sinister serpent demon? The possibility of the starving ghost is equally significant. Baiyu, with a slight smile gracing his lips, confidently articulated, "The likelihood of the hidden, mysterious starving ghost is, in fact, the least significant among these four enigmas. The so-called starving ghost is believed to be the spectral essence of a being that perished from hunger. Those afflicted by such a spirit typically exhibit symptoms reflective of the ghost's own state, an incessant craving for food, leading to gluttony and a rapid increase in weight. However, Lu Xiaoyan displayed no substantial alteration in her weight, thereby negating the possibility of her being possessed by a starving ghost. The iron bug and the eerie magic mushroom had already been dismissed as possibilities. Thus, the only remaining candidate was the elusive Nantua snake demon. Furthermore, the presence of scales on the infected Lu Xiaoyan further substantiated the likelihood of her being associated with the Nantua snake demon. Upon hearing Baiyu's elucidation, the others nodded in agreement. His reasoning was undeniably sound. Since Lu Xiaoyan exhibited no symptoms of possession by a starving ghost, the conclusion pointed solely towards the Nantua snake demon. At this juncture, Lin Xie, who had hitherto remained silent, interjected, "What manner of mysterious creature is this Nantua snake demon? Why do we regard it with such trepidation? Is its power particularly formidable?" Chunmai explained, "The Nantua snake demon is classified as a parasitic entity. In terms of strength, it may not surpass many other entities of the same realm. Yet every parasitic being possesses a higher degree of danger compared to their counterparts, due to their ability to infect and assimilate." Observing Lin Xie's continued confusion, Baiyu elaborated, "Are you familiar with foreign apocalyptic zombie films? Parasitic entities operate similarly. Humans bitten or scratched by zombies may become assimilated. Likewise, beings infected by parasitic entities undergo a transformation akin to that of zombies. However, unlike zombies, some parasitic entities possess the ability to disguise themselves, and the Nantua snake demon excels in this regard." Listening to the discussion, Hong Ying could not restrain herself from speaking. "Since we have identified Lu Xiaoyan as the infected one, why not infiltrate the school and eliminate her directly? Why complicate matters? By vanquishing the progenitor of the parasitic entity, the infected offspring would perish as well." Yet, Wen Qima, with piercing clarity, countered, "How can you be so certain that Lu Xiaoyan is the progenitor? What if only the offspring resides within her?" This perspective had indeed escaped Hong Ying's consideration. Fortunately, Chunmai shifted the focus back to the matter at hand, addressing the group, regardless of whether the parasitic entity is the Nantua snake demon or not. We shall provisionally designate it as such and formulate our battle strategy accordingly. With Chunmai's directive, the group commenced planning their operation, armed with a clear objective. The pace of their strategizing quickened significantly. Ultimately, they agreed that Baiyu would lead the team, accompanied by Si Xiaon and Hong Ying and Lin Xie, as they infiltrated the school in search of the Nantua snake demon's true form to execute their decapitation plan. Lung Xian would provide remote fire support, while Zhao Kongsheng, Chunmai, and Wu Xiangnan would guard the front and rear entrances of the school to prevent the Nantua snake demon from fleeing and endangering civilians. when Shima would oversee command and reconnaissance operations. In no time, the battle plan was solidified, and the following morning, Bayu convened with Lin Xie and the others at the small shop near the school entrance. Chapter 34, Frequent Surprises. Wow, look, a handsome guy. Shall we try to get his contact information? Come on, did you not notice the girls beside them? Those gentlemen are already taken. Look at that older girl. She's eating so openly. Perhaps she's their sister or something. Stop daydreaming. We need to hurry. Class is about to start. Two girls in school uniforms strolled past the convenience store, discussing none other than the group of four who had arrived early at the school gate. Si Xiaonan remarked, I didn't expect that by you, and Qi Yi would be quite popular. Upon hearing Si Xiaonan's teasing tone, Bayu rolled his eyes. The four of them were indeed extraordinary individuals, and the girls' chatter was loud enough to be clearly heard by them. What should we do to sneak into the school? That security guard at the entrance looks quite fierce, Bayu heard them mumble. He observed as Hong Ying stuffed wontons into her mouth while attempting to speak, causing him to sigh in exasperation. However, her words held some merit. How to gain entry had become a conundrum. The security guard at the main gate was no pushover. He had just chased away a stray dog trying to enter with a broom. At that moment, 3 pure white doves fluttered down in front of Bayu. The group watched in amazement as the doves danced and chirped excitedly, prompting Bayu to rise. I found a way to enter the school. Follow me. With that, one of the doves soared out of the convenience store, while the other 2 transformed into white feathers, merging seamlessly into Bayu's hair. Curious, Hong Ying and the others inquired, Bayu, is this part of your unique abilities, or is it some kind of special object? Bayu did not respond verbally, but simply nodded. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, the group refrained from pressing further, although Lin Qi appeared somewhat uneasy, having sensed a familiar aura emanating from the leading dove. The group followed Bayu's dove to a corner on the south side of the school, where they discovered a large hole in the wall, cleverly concealed by a few low shrubs. At a loss for words, Hong Ying and the others exchanged glances until Bayu broke the silence. I attended school here once. This small hole was created by a gluttonous senior for my year. If someone ordered takeout, the delivery person would sneak the food through this opening. To keep it hidden, 3 shrubs were planted in front of it. I can't believe this hole still exists after all these years. After hearing Bayu's explanation, Hong Ying scratched her head in confusion. But Bayu, aren't you only 18? I often hear the captain say you left Sangnan City nearly 6 years ago. How did you end up studying here? In response to Hong Ying's inquiry, Bayu hesitated momentarily, seemingly contemplating whether to divulge the information. However, after a brief pause, he opened his mouth and replied, I skipped grades and graduated high school at the age of 11. The trio was momentarily dazzled by the brilliance that emanated from him, a light that belonged to a prodigious scholar. While Lin Qi had yet to experience high school and was unaware of the significance of graduating at 11, Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying were well aware of what it meant. An 11-year-old high school graduate was undeniably a superlative intellect, one whose talents would be squandered if not directed towards research. Instantly, the way Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan regarded Bayu transformed, filled with reverence for his academic prowess. If Bayu were to learn of their thoughts, he would be both amused and bewildered, as in his previous life. He had always yearned to attend university, like his peers, aspiring to become a student his mother could be proud of. Thus, even while confined to a sickbed, he did not neglect his studies. Coincidentally, he had graduated high school just before his untimely demise, allowing for a seamless transfer of knowledge between both realms. Consequently, the high school curriculum of Sangnan No. 2 was but a trifling challenge for Bayu, whose mind was at its zenith. He merely needed to devote a year to studying the historical discrepancies. Following this revelation, the 4 swiftly infiltrated the school premises, perfectly timed with a morning study session. As students were engaged in their reading within the classrooms, the resounding voices of diligent study echoed through the corridors, effectively masking the movements of Bayu and Lin Qi. Prior to entering the campus, the group had strategized to split into 2 factions. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan would seize control of the broadcasting station, endeavoring to summon both students and teachers to the playground, while Bayu would accompany Lin Qi to ascertain who among the school population had been infected, marking them for later apprehension in a coordinated effort on the playground. However, aspirations often clash with reality. Initially, They managed to infiltrate the teaching building amidst the sounds of morning study. Yet complications arose for Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. According to their original plan, the comprehensive building should have been devoid of personnel at that hour. But Bai Yu and Lin Qi Yi soon learned that Hong Ying's group had encountered an ambush. Although the ambushers were merely a few lesser serpent demon offspring, the duo swiftly dispatched them. Nevertheless, the commotion inevitably drew the attention of the teachers remaining at the broadcasting station. Upon witnessing the weapons in Hong Ying's hands and the disguised remains of the serpent demon offspring strewn across the floor, a teacher mistakenly believed the two to be terrorists infiltrating the school and triggered the emergency alarm, causing chaos to erupt throughout Sangnan No. 2. Bai Yu and Lin Qi Yi, hiding in a restroom, narrowly avoided exposure. Now, as the two conspired within the cramped confines of the restroom stall, a sudden eruption of frantic screams reverberated from outside. Lin Qi Ye's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped Bai Yu's hand, urging him to exit the stall. Outside, amidst the crowd in the corridor, two serpent demon offspring shed their disguises and began indiscriminately attacking those nearby, resulting in at least 2 individuals already succumbing to infection. Through Lin Qi's description of the external circumstances, Bai Yu's expression darkened considerably. In the current situation, they could only rely on Lin Qi's mortal realm to swiftly locate the elusive mother of the non-Tuo serpent demon, Li Yifei. Otherwise, the entirety of Sangnan No. 2 Middle School would transform into a mysterious breeding ground, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss here. Chapter 35, The Second Parasitic Mystery. Bai Yu wished to ponder the inconsistencies within the event and the butterfly effect he had inadvertently caused. However, time was of the essence. In mere moments, the number of infected individuals outside surged from 2 to 4. Bai Yu and Lin Qi hastily exited the restroom, prepared to confront the threat head-on. Their roles were clearly defined. Bai Yu would restrain the infected, while Lin Qi would deliver the finishing blows. Within just 5 minutes, they had successfully eliminated the serpent offspring from the 6 afflicted individuals. Yet, despite their triumph over the serpent progeny, Bai Yu remained vigilant, his expression growing more grave as he sensed a familiar aura among the surrounding students. Before he could inquire if Lin Qi noticed anything peculiar about the group, a hidden corner unleashed several thick, white strands of silk, hurtling towards Lin Qi's position. "Be cautious, Qi." Upon hearing Bai Yu's warning, Lin Qi reacted in an instant, dodging the incoming strands. He attempted to deflect the remaining silk with his long blade, but upon collision, the strands produced a resonant clang, and in a heartbeat, the blade was marred with fine cracks, ultimately shattering under the relentless assault of the silk. The momentum of the silk diminished slightly, yet it continued its advance towards Lin Qi's face. At that critical moment, Bai Yu arrived to assist. Golden incantations flowed across Lin Qi's skin, forming a shimmering shield that deflected the remaining strands. After neutralizing the silk assault, Bai Yu did not relent. Thorns erupted from the ground, lunging towards the shadow from which the silk had originated. Suddenly, a massive wolf spider, towering at half a human height, leapt forth from the shadows. Its body was an obsidian hue, adorned with a layer of gray patterns that could easily be overlooked if one did not pay careful attention. The emergence of the colossal wolf spider elicited a deeper concern from Bai Yu. Such a creature was undoubtedly a mysterious entity, and the fact that Lin Qi's mortal realm had failed to detect its presence suggested it was no ordinary mystery. Judging by the potency of the silk it had just unleashed, this unknown wolf spider possessed formidable strength. Yet, strangely, Bai Yu felt no sense of threat emanating from it. Rather, he sensed a curious joy radiating from the creature. This perplexed Bai Yu, but before he could delve further into his thoughts, the once menacing wolf spider abruptly rolled onto its side, exposing its belly. Upon this belly were etched a series of peculiar runes. Observing these runes deepened Bai Yu's confusion. While others may not grasp their significance, he recognized them as a secret code he had established with 0923 for communication under extraordinary circumstances. The message inscribed read that there was more than one parasitic mystery within the school, and that 0923 would soon embark on a journey, requiring this unique wolf spider for communication. After conveying the message to Baiyu, the enormous tarantula flipped its abdomen back and transformed into a shadow, slipping into Baiyu's silhouette. Lin Shiyi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up upon witnessing the tarantula merge with Baiyu's shadow. Baiyu, what is the situation on your end? What was that mysterious entity we encountered earlier? Hearing Lin Shiyi's inquiry, Baiyu glanced back at him and replied as they continued walking. It's nothing. That tarantula is a friend of mine. It just relayed some troubling news. There is more than one parasitic mystery within the school, and I suspect that these entities may be using the students as vessels to cultivate and consume one another. Upon hearing Baiyu's response, Lin Shiyi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Baiyu implied that there was not just one, but two parasitic mysteries, and he was perplexed by the notion of cultivating vessels. Thus, following in Baiyu's footsteps, Lin Shiyi pressed on with his questions. Are you saying there are indeed two parasitic mysteries here? What do you mean by cultivating vessels? Just as Lin Shiyi was about to inquire further, Baiyu gestured for silence, and they heard Chun Mu-Ye's voice crackling through the earpiece. Xiao Bai, Shiyi, have you encountered any issues during your mission? Do you require assistance? Captain, I have received credible information indicating that there is more than one parasitic mystery within the school, at least two distinct types. Furthermore, they may be exploiting the students for cultivation purposes. Baiyu's tone was resolute, devoid of any hint of jest. On the other end, Chen Mu-Yi fell silent for a moment before responding with a serious tone. Do you have any knowledge of the other mystery's type or a general appearance? What do we need to do? I am unaware of the specific nature or appearance of the mystery. I gleaned this information from a friend, suggesting the presence of a psychic parasitic entity within the school. Is your friend reliable? How accurate is the source of this information? Absolutely reliable. I swear on my ability to discern truth. The information is undoubtedly correct. What action should we take? Captain, we cannot allow anyone to leave the school until I provide precise information, including Hong Ying and Lin Shiyi. Understood. After disconnecting from Chun Mu-Yi, Baiyu swiftly established a connection with Hong Ying, who was still explaining the situation to the teachers when she received Baiyu's alarming news. After Baiyu succinctly outlined the current circumstances, Hong Ying's expression grew increasingly grave. Xiaonan, there is no need to continue with the pretense. I just received news from Baiyu. There are multiple types of parasitic mysteries within the school, and there is a significant likelihood that they are psychic in nature, likely stronger than the non-Tuwa serpent demon. These two mysteries have turned the school into a breeding ground for their offspring. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan adjusted her glasses, her expression revealing a serious demeanor. Subsequently, she fired a unique hypnotic bullet towards the distant teacher. With the incessant chatter fading away, Si Xiaonan turned to Hong Ying and inquired, "What shall we do now? Are there any directives from Captain?" "I have communicated with the Captain," Hong Ying replied. "They will secure the school's exits while the two of us, along with Brother Chiye, seek out the troublesome snake demon. As for the other unknown entity, Brother Baiyu will handle alone. Our immediate task is to rendezvous with Brother Chiye." Baiyu mentioned that Chiye's divine perception can detect those who have been parasitized by the snake demon. We must resolve the core issue of the snake demon swiftly to prevent the interference of other parasitized students and teachers on Baiyu. Having concluded their discussion, the two concealed the unconscious teacher in a corner of the broadcasting room, securely locking the door behind them before sprinting towards the comprehensive building. Chapter 36. The Weaver. Meanwhile, Baiyu, having just concluded a conversation with the remaining members of Team 136, directed his gaze towards a certain area within the school. Lin Chiye, aware of Baiyu's intentions during the call with Hong Ying, had already proceeded to rendezvous with Hong Ying and Xiaonan at the teaching building. In the absence of Lin Chiye by his side, Baiyu removed the conch shell that had been hanging at his waist and placed it to his lips, commencing to play. The conch he produced was none other than the divine forbidden object, Forgotten Tide, which he had drawn from the system's roulette. As the conch's sound resonated, a blue mist began to emanate from Baiyu, expanding outward. The mournful echoes accompanied the mist, reverberating throughout the campus. As the sound traveled, Baiyu's surroundings began to transform. The once familiar corridor morphed into a vast blue lake. This lake was none other than Baiyu's spiritual realm. However, Unlike the usual azure expanse, at the fringes of this spiritual domain lay a dense web woven from white silken threads, teeming with countless eggs on the verge of hatching. Indeed, it was you. The information recorded about the colossal wolf spider, designated as 0923, had already informed Bayou the existence of another parasitic mystery within the school. Coupled with the hints provided by 0923, Bayou knew precisely who this enigma was. The message bearer was a wolf spider, indicating that the intruding mystery belonged to the insect tribe. Its silk-spitting attack on Lin Xie confirmed this entity's ability to weave webs, and the absence of any traces of insect webs within the school pointed towards its parasitic nature. The insect tribe, capable of weaving webs and possessing parasitic abilities, had a clear answer looming. It was his old adversary, the one crowned as the weaver by the mother of the Xiangai insects, Xiangai wagneris. Xiangai wagneris was a pinnacle entity of the parasitic Xiangai insect tribe, the most formidable female insect aside from the mother, and the only one capable of producing offspring besides her. The reason Bayou took 6 years to complete that lengthy system task was partly due to the elusive whereabouts of some of the mother insect's offspring, which were of a higher realm, and partly due to this weaver. Xiangai wagneris earned her title due to her ability to weave a special thread within the consciousness sea of the offspring she birthed. Offspring imbued with this unique thread would emit a specific pheromone. When other beings detected this pheromone, a multitude of insect eggs would manifest within their spiritual realm. Once these peculiar eggs hatched, they would weave webs within the spiritual domain. If the spiritual space became entirely enveloped by this insect web, the creature would fall completely under Xiangai wagneris's control, becoming a mere puppet at her whim. Most crucially, this pheromone was colorless and odorless, making it nearly impossible to detect. Often, it was only after the insect eggs began their assault on the spiritual space that the infestation was realized. Humans who became hosts had to divide their consciousness to contend with the larvae within their spiritual realm. If an individual devoid of spiritual power were to be parasitized, these mental insect eggs would use the ordinary person's brain as a breeding ground, supplanting their will. As Bayou gazed upon the densely clustered eggs of insects within the spiritual barrier, he refrained from summoning the true word codex. Instead, he wielded the forgotten tide in his right hand, with a mysterious incantation uttered from his lips. The originally modest blue shell, merely the length of an adult's arm, began to elongate until it matched his own height. "What scheme are you concocting this time, Sage Wagneris?" Bayou murmured quietly. Surveying the web thick with insect eggs and larvae, he gripped the transformed, forgotten tide and swung it forcefully before him. A torrent of water surged around Bayou, and spectral fish darted through the currents. Just as he summoned the forgotten tide, the multitude of insect eggs began to hatch. Numerous half-human-sized larvae unfurled their wings, charging towards Bayou with fierce shrieks. Despite the overwhelming tide of larvae, Bayou's expression remained unchanged. He merely elevated his right hand, and the tumultuous waters morphed into piercing projectiles. With each launched dart, a larva plummeted from the air, lifeless. In mere moments, the once crowded swarm dwindled to a mere 2 or 3 stragglers, who hesitated in their assault. A peculiar sound wave reverberated through the air, prompting the once fearless larvae to retreat en masse into the depths of the web. Bayou ceased his assault, not from a lack of will, but from the understanding that further action would prove futile. His gaze remained fixed on the shadows of the web until a distinct sound of chewing emanated from the depths. He spoke calmly. "Sage Wagneris, how did you manage to infiltrate Daxia? I had eradicated every one of your offspring within Daxia. You should possess no means of entry. How did you bypass its defenses, and why have you come at Songnan?" At the sound of Bayou's voice, the chewing ceased momentarily, followed by laughter that echoed from the depths of the web. Emerging was a half-woman, half-insect creature, towering at 3 meters. Her features were striking, with cascading purple hair resembling a waterfall. Her upper body was draped in mere scraps of white cloth, presenting an image of exquisite beauty. Yet, as one's gaze drifted downwards, the sight transformed into a grotesque, spider-like form. "Do not be so hasty, dear Bayou," she taunted. Though you have slain so many of my progeny, there is no need to treat me with such hostility. Those insignificant insects were but pawns I carelessly cast aside. You may slay as many as you wish. I am utterly indifferent." Her mocking tone dripped with disdain, with severed insect limbs adorning the corners of her mouth. Hearing her words, Bayou's expression darkened further, and he retorted coldly, "You wish to feast upon my goodwill, yet you devour your own kind. Alas, do not speak in such a manner. These lowly insectoid creatures are merely trivial creations of mine, hardly deserving of the title of progeny. Furthermore, in comparison to these inferior beings, I hold a far greater affection for you, dear Bayou. You are, in a sense, a member of my lineage, having been forged from the active samples extracted from my offspring. Silence. I share no connection with you. State your intentions, or bear the consequences of your silence." Upon hearing these words, Xiaogu Wagner's expression shifted, as anyone would feel displeased when faced with such indignity. However, given his current predicament, he could not afford to sever ties with Bayou. Thus, after a series of changes in his demeanor, he ultimately donned a conciliatory smile and spoke, "I have come in hopes of negotiating a transaction with you, dear Bayou, or rather, I seek an opportunity for collaboration." Chapter 37. The Gaming Table and the Gambler. I have no interest in negotiating with you. Remove the infected humans from the school, and take your offspring away from the great Xia. Upon hearing this, Xiaogai Wagner did not take offense. Instead, her smile shone even brighter. "Do not be hasty, dear Bayou. I possess ample stakes to entice you, such as the corpses of your parents and the identity of those who ended their lives." Bayou's pupils constricted, tempering the fury within as he replied coldly, "Continue." Noticing Bayou's struggle to contain his rage, Xiaogai Wagner felt a surge of delight. The boy had finally taken the bait. "Since it was I who proposed this collaboration, I shall first demonstrate my sincerity. I have eradicated the parasites from those humans outside and can assist you in dealing with another mystery within the school. What do you think?" Bayou's expression softened slightly, yet he maintained a cold demeanor as he retorted, "I will not betray the great Xia, nor will I harm my companions." "Ha ha ha, given that I seek collaboration with you, dear Bayou, I am well aware of your boundaries. Rest assured, I am quite self-aware." Seeing Xiaogai Wagner's perceptiveness, Bayou eased his frosty countenance. On one hand, he indeed sought to recover the remains of his original parents. The graves outside the city were mere symbolic burials. After all, having borrowed the original's body to resurrect, helping him find his parents' remains and avenge them could be seen as repaying a favor. On the other hand, Bayou was genuinely intrigued by the collaboration Xiaogai Wagner proposed. As he was being hunted by the mother bug, it was curious that she had defied her command to seek assistance from a fugitive like him. Suddenly, Bayou's cold demeanor vanished, replaced by a playful glint as he said, "If that is the case, let me guess. You wish to learn the method to unlock the genetic lock, correct?" In an instant, Xiaogai Wagner's expression changed. The initial friendliness dissipated, replaced by a menacing glare. "How did you deduce that I sought you for the method to unlock the genetic lock? Since you're already aware, you can either surrender the method or become my puppet." A terrifying pressure surged towards Bayou from all directions, causing the flowing water beside him to stir uneasily under the weight of the oppressive force. Yet, Bayou seemed unfazed, with a mere flick of his hand. The overwhelming pressure receded like a tide. Under Xiaogai Wagner's astonished gaze, he spoke calmly, "What? Surprised? You shall witness even greater astonishment." As he finished speaking, the insect web that had been swirling around Bayou's mental barrier ignited and swiftly dissolved. Xiaogai Wagner attempted to intervene, but Bayou would not allow her to succeed. 8 chains erupted from the ground, and in an instant, Xiaogai Wagner found herself bound tightly. Before long, the once sprawling insect web that had nearly filled the entire mental barrier was reduced to less than a cubic meter. As the intertwined networks of the two beings disintegrated, the form of Xiaogai Wagner shrank from over 3 meters to approximately 1.5. Observing this transformation, Bayou erupted into laughter, confronting the now diminutive yet furious Xiaogai Wagner. "Do you truly believe you can still dominate me as you once did? After 3 years of fruitless attempts to infiltrate my being, your chances of success have dwindled to nothing. Xiaogai Wagner, your intellect is admirable, and your ruthlessness towards yourself is striking. You have indeed torn your own soul to implant it into the progeny lurking within the school. Had this been a few days prior, I might have struggled to confront your spectral counterpart. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this realm. Having battled against Xiaoguai Wagner for 3 years, aided by a systematic understanding of his capabilities, Baiyu felt intimately acquainted with the nuances of Xiaoguai Wagner's parasitic nature. While the stealth of his parasitism was commendable, it bore a critical flaw. The stronger the connection between Xiaoguai Wagner and the progeny he utilized for parasitism, the more potent his projection became during the process. Even though Xiaoguai Wagner had reached the pinnacle of boundless realms within Baiyu's mental space, the fragmented soul's connection to the progeny could only manifest strength equivalent to the mid-tier of the river realm. In contrast, Baiyu, having awakened the forbidden void, my dream, found his mental prowess solidified. Although he remained at the peak of the pond realm, within his mental domain, he could unleash the might of the pinnacle of the river realm. With a tone laced with mockery, Baiyu approached the shackled Xiaoguai Wagner, relishing the fear etched upon his face. As Baiyu advanced, a chill surged through Xiaoguai Wagner's heart. Baiyu was not a man one could assess through conventional lenses. The connection he had forged with the progeny to implant his soul into Baiyu's mental realm was now a double-edged sword. In a bid for security, he had even fragmented his soul to enhance this connection. Yet here he was, unable to withstand even a single attack from Baiyu. I understand that even if this soul fragment perishes, it will scarcely affect your true self. The reason you sought my collaboration is clear. You have long harbored discontent towards the mother bug, desiring to usurp her position. The first step in rebelling against her is to dismantle the genetic locks she has imposed upon each of your progeny. Am I mistaken, Weaving Princess? Realizing her plans and intentions have been utterly exposed, Xiaoguai Wagner recognized her imminent defeat. She had overestimated Baiyu's capabilities and underestimated her own. As she watched him approach, memories flooded back to months prior, when a mother bug had attempted to eliminate Baiyu but was gravely wounded by an unknown force. Baiyu had approached her soul fragment with the same calm determination. The victor and the vanquished act now, Baiyu. I suspect you will disclose my intentions to the mother bug, so do as you will. Witnessing the despondent expression of Xiaoguai Wagner, Baiyu suddenly smiled. Bending down to meet Xiaoguai Wagner's gaze, who was bound by chains, he spoke, I've been engaged in a battle against the mother of insects for 6 years. A contest of wits, if you will. Throughout this duration, the gaming table has consisted solely of the mother and myself. I do not mind adding another player to this table. Your stakes are exceedingly enticing, sufficient to secure your place in this game. After uttering these words, Baiyu erupted into a fit of laughter, and the chains that ensnared Xiaoguai Wagner vanished. Observing Baiyu's seemingly maniacal laughter, Xiaoguai Wagner felt a chill of fear. Baiyu was indeed a madman, treating everything as a wager. Yet, it was fortunate that his insanity rendered him susceptible to the allure of Xiaoguai Wagner's stakes. Chapter 38. In times of crisis, I can reveal to you the method to unlock the genetic seal, but you must first demonstrate your worth to me. For I do not collaborate with those of little utility. Xiaoguai Wagner fell silent for a moment, and then a diamond-shaped purple crystal, the size of a human head, floated from within her being. With the emergence of this crystal, Xiaoguai Wagner's already ethereal soul projection became increasingly insubstantial. Baiyu gazed at the purple crystal, momentarily a loss for words, for within this crystalline form lay a middle-aged woman, quietly resting inside. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, for the woman encased within was none other than Linya, the mother of the original host. The reason for Baiyu's tears was that he had not anticipated seeing this familiar face. It was simply because Linya bore an uncanny resemblance to his own mother, as if they were twin sisters. As he beheld the middle-aged woman peacefully lying within the crystal, Baiyu's emotions swirled in complexity. He had envisioned this woman before him as his own mother, yet he was unwaveringly certain that she was, in fact, Linya, the mother of the original host. Due to Linya's role as a night watcher, there were almost no photographs of her in their home, making this his first revelation of how strikingly similar the original host's mother was to his own. Once he steadied his emotions, Baiyu observed Xiaoguai Wagner, whose form had become increasingly insubstantial after extracting the crystal. With a slight lift of his right hand, Xiaogai Wagner's body, which had begun to fade, suddenly regained solidity. This token you possess carries sufficient weight for our initial transaction. In 3 days, I shall assist you in unlocking the genetic seal of the mother worm. Until then, you shall remain here. With that, Baiyu extended his hand towards Xiaogai Wagner, ensuring that the crystal containing Lin Yu's remains was securely stored within the system's space. He then inquired, "Will my father?" Xiaogai Wagner, sensing the fluctuating emotions of Baiyu, suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty. For Baiyu's father was not in her possession. Observing the increasingly grim expression on Baiyu's face, she mustered the courage to speak. "Your father is not with me. Due to his unique circumstances, the mother worm has ordered his capture, intending to extract all the knowledge from his mind." Baiyu's countenance darkened immediately, his tone reverting to the coldness it had initially held. "Is this your sincerity in proposing a transaction, weaving princess?" Yet Xiaogai Wagner laughed lightly. "Do not be hasty. Baiyu, allow me to finish. Your parents have been entrusted to me and another of equal rank, my nemesis, the formidable Xia Jesta. It was she who led the team to capture them." Baiyu fell silent for a moment, then tossed a white feather to Xiaogai Wagner. "We shall use this feather to communicate. Now, I ask you to depart from my mental space." Having spoken, Baiyu did not afford Xiaogai Wagner any further opportunity to respond. With a snap of his fingers, the last remnants of the mental barrier dissipated. And with the vanishing of the mental web, Xiaogai Wagner vanished from the realm of Baiyu's consciousness. Gazing at the crystal clasped tightly in his palm, Baiyu felt a mask-like facade peel away from his visage. The forbidden object, the Fool's Mask, was pivotal in granting Baiyu the upper hand during this negotiation, enabling him to suppress Xiaogai Wagner. However, the mask's side effects were strikingly evident. Upon donning it, Baiyu transformed almost entirely, particularly when perceiving the entire affair as a gamble. In those moments, he himself feared the person he had become. Uncertain of the situation outside, Baiyu recognized that it was nearly time for the narrative to reach its climax. With that thought, Baiyu closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he beheld the swirling yin-yang fish amidst the surrounding mist, along with several students collapsed nearby. Noting the time, he realized it was approaching 5 in the afternoon, with the sun gradually dipping below the horizon. After sensing the positions of Lin Chiye and the others within the school chapel through the mist, he intended to hasten towards them when he noticed a gigantic black insect scuttling towards the small door guarded by Zhao Kongqing. An ominous premonition surged within Baiyu's heart. As anticipated, the next moment brought forth a distress signal from Zhao Kongqing. Baiyu retracted his misperception and swiftly made his way to the small door under Zhao Kongqing's watch. With each passing moment, the foreboding feeling intensified, and through sheer determination, Baiyu arrived at the small door in merely 3 minutes. However, upon his arrival, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. A colossal white worm coiled around the small door, marked with terrifying black blades of energy, while Zhao Kongqing lay battered and bruised beside it, clutching the night watchman's medal. Seemingly devoid of life, this scene shattered Baiyu's composure. Finally, he comprehended the source of the ominous premonition that had lingered in his mind since entering the school. The detail he had persistently overlooked was that Zhao Kongqing had escaped the life and death crisis that should have arisen during the previous narrative node involving the ghost-faced man. Consequently, Zhao Kongqing was destined to confront such peril in this narrative segment. Baiyu acted with remarkable swiftness. The sound of Forgotten Tide reverberated once more as the yin-yang fish surged forth. The white yang fish penetrated Zhao Kongqing's body, sustaining his dwindling breath, while the true word scroll transformed into a protective shield enveloping the grievously wounded Zhao Kongqing. Subsequently, Baiyu grasped the void with both hands, summoning 2 iron fans into his possession. Observing the colossal worm before him, from which several tentacles resembling those of an octopus emerged, Baiyu discerned that the current predicament was inextricably linked to the deity of Kashi. He realized that, with his appearance, a butterfly effect had altered the narrative's pivotal moments, each change resonating with the influence of the Kashi god. Notably, Neither the summer guy Wagner nor the summer guy mother had ever hinted at such manifestations in the original narrative. The monstrous worm, adorned with an abundance of tentacles, was not a spawn of the summer guy Wagner, but rather a trusted subordinate of the summer guy mother, specifically a progeny of the summer guy staff, an enigmatic worm. Throughout the 6 years of his strategic engagements with the summer guy mother, Bayu had seldom encountered the summer guy staff, apart from recognizing it as a worm-like entity. Little else remained known to him. Just as Bayu pondered these revelations, the damage inflicted by the black blades emanating from the giant worm had nearly mended, and it lunged toward him with a ferocious roar. Chapter 39. The white flower, the colossal worm, stretched an impressive 7 meters in length and towered 3 meters high, charging directly at Bayu like a massive pickup truck. Yet, instead of succumbing to panic, Bayu merely smiled. As the gigantic worm sought to crush him beneath its weight, thick thorns erupted from the ground, spreading menacingly in all directions. Just before the worm reached Bayu, an expansive green net enveloped it entirely. With a decisive flick of his iron fans, a radiant golden light shimmered, and the two fans fused into a grand, oversized palm leaf. Grasping the handle, Bayu forcefully swept it towards the ensnared colossal worm, conjuring a howling whirlwind that coalesced into a singular eye of the storm, targeting the creature entangled in thorns. As the eye of the storm penetrated the depths of the thorny net, a tempest raged within, followed by a piercing, anguished cry. The duration of the storm's eye was fleeting, lasting scarcely half a minute before gradually subsiding, leaving the colossal worm motionless amidst the thorny web, seemingly bereft of breath. Observing the inert form of the gigantic worm, Bayu remained vigilant. He was acutely aware that such a formidable creature would not succumb so easily. While Bayu had engaged in limited encounters with Shagrazitafu and was not thoroughly acquainted with his abilities or those of his progeny, he possessed some insight. For instance, he had learned through his rare skirmishes with Shagrazitafu's offspring that they all exhibited remarkable vitality. Bayu had once cleaved a green worm offspring of Shagrazitafu into 6 segments, yet it had not fully relinquished its life force. The maintenance of the storm's eye was taxing, which explained its brief existence. As Bayu prepared to launch a decisive strike, the previously motionless colossal worm suddenly shriveled, and a tremor coursed through the ground beneath him. The stone bricks buckled, prompting Bayu to swiftly retreat. To his astonishment, a gaping maw, grotesque and filled with writhing tentacles, emerged from the very spot where he had just stood. Having failed in its initial assault, the colossal worm burrowed back into the earth, leaving behind a gaping hole. In the next moment, the ground trembled once more beneath Bayu's feet, and he instinctively dodged again. Sure enough, another monstrous mouth broke through the surface. But this time the tentacles lunged forth rapidly, seeking to ensnare the evading Bayu. As the tentacles approached, Bayu's expression hardened. The palm leaf in his grasp disassembled back into the 2 iron fans, which he wielded with precision. In a mere breath, the pursuing tentacles were severed into several pieces. Falling silent, despite the tentacles being cut, the colossal worm felt no pain, continuing its assault by burrowing and launching further attacks at Bayu. The same scenario unfolded repeatedly. Bayu deftly evaded the creature's onslaught. With each exchange, his vigilance heightened rather than waned, intensifying his wariness of the colossal worm. Zhao Kongqing's physical prowess was well understood by Bayu. From the moment Zhao called for assistance until Bai arrived, no more than 4 minutes had elapsed. Given the formidable strength exhibited by the giant worm, it was inconceivable that Zhao Kongqing could have endured for even that brief period, leading Bai to conclude that the creature harbored hidden abilities. Indeed, after Bai narrowly evaded another attack from the giant worm, a dark void abruptly manifested beside him, from which the colossal creature emerged. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a noxious, black liquid towards Bai. Forewarned by the giant worm's capabilities, Bai had prepared for this eventuality. He cast a special seed, glowing with a silvery luminescence, into the dark void. The seed took root in the void, rapidly blossoming into a magnificent white flower, its petals resembling a gaping mouth that voraciously consumed the toxic spray emitted by the worm. Observing Bai's effortless counter to its deadly assault, the giant worm exhibited signs of retreat, turning to escape into the dark void. Yet, Bai made no move to pursue, as if he intended to let it go. Just as the giant worm was nearly fully submerged in the void, the flower, having ingested the poison, suddenly went into a frenzy. Its roots surged forth into the void, forcibly extracting the giant worm back into the open. The bewildered creature, still reeling from the abrupt withdrawal, was soon ensnared by several roots that exploded forth, each releasing seeds that took root on the giant worm's body. In a matter of moments, beautiful white flowers began to bloom upon it. The giant worm struggled to free itself from the encroaching roots, sensing the impending doom, but its efforts proved futile as the remaining roots tightened their grip. Bai regarded the thrashing giant worm with cold indifference. The peculiar white flower was specifically designed to combat resilient entities like the giant worm. This flower, known as the White Mark, was a high-level forbidden object that Bai had acquired, possessing extraordinary abilities. However, it required time to charge. Once fully charged, it could sprout a Flower King, which would obey the user's commands and possess strength comparable to the user's own. Moreover, it had the capacity to devour and assimilate its foes, disregarding their defenses to parasitize them. Most critically, this forbidden object could grow stronger with each consumption of the mysterious flesh, enhancing the strength of its roots. Having possessed this object for merely 2 years, Bai's Flower King could now contend with beings of moderate physical strength. As the white flowers proliferated, the giant worm gradually weakened, ultimately succumbing to silence. The absence of its anguished cries attributed to the multitude of flowers that had taken root within its maw. After vanquishing the colossal worm, Bai turned his gaze towards the black hole that the creature had created beside him. With the demise of the giant worm, the black hole began to dissipate. As he peered through the gradually shrinking void, Bai's attention was abruptly captured by a pair of human eyes that glimmered within. Instinctively, he contemplated extending the root of the white flower into the black hole to investigate further, but he swiftly abandoned the notion. The identity of the presence was uncertain, and a reckless probe could easily spiral out of control. The gaze from those eyes exerted considerable pressure on Bai, and, in his current state, he knew he would be ill-equipped to manage it. He refrained from taking any action until the black hole vanished completely. Once it disappeared, Bai redirected his focus to the colossal worm, now rendered unrecognizable, its form almost entirely obscured by the white flower. In a mere moment, the giant worm had been nearly devoured. With a simple wave of his hand, the white flower, along with the remains of the worm, vanished from sight. Observing the unconscious and gravely injured Zhao Kongcheng lying on the ground, Bai retracted the sacred text and, with a supportive gesture, lifted Zhao Kongcheng onto his shoulder, carrying him towards the school chapel. Chapter 40 Li Yifei. Zhao Kongcheng was gravely injured, having resorted to the ghostly god's call. Bai could only sustain Zhao's fragile breath, necessitating urgent medical intervention. Given Zhao's current condition, it was unlikely he could endure the journey to the hospital. Bai communicated through his earpiece, summoning Wen Qima to take over the gate where Zhao Kongsheng was stationed, and then proceeded to carry Zhao towards the school auditorium. From the earpiece's tracking, Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying were located at the girls' dormitory, while Lin Xia was engaged in cleaning the teaching building. A recent commonality between Bai and Si Xiaonan was the auditorium, which, fortuitously, was currently devoid of people. After notifying Si Xiaonan of Zhao Kongsheng's urgent need for medical assistance, both agreed to convene in the auditorium for emergency aid. The distance from Zhao Kongsheng's gate to the auditorium was not far. In merely 10 minutes, Bai had transported him inside. Perhaps due to the presence of the formidable snake demon, the auditorium remained empty. Just as Bai intended to set Zhao down and inquire about Si Xiaonan's whereabouts, Lin Xie and a male student entered the auditorium. Upon entering, Lin Xie's gaze fell upon the gravely wounded Zhao Kongsheng, causing his heart to leap with concern. Unlike the original narrative, Zhao Kongsheng had survived the encounter with the ghostly-faced king. Over the past month, Lin Xie had primarily honed his swordsmanship under Zhao Kongsheng's guidance, viewing him as a mentor. Seeing Zhao's critical state, Lin Xie inquired, "What has transpired? How could Zhao Kongsheng sustain such severe injuries?" Noting Lin Xie's anxious demeanor and the male student beside him, Bai Yu furrowed his brow, but chose to answer Lin Chia's question first. Within the school, aside from two parasitic entities, there also lurked a massive worm of mid-level boundary that possesses the ability to burrow underground, which appeared precisely at the gate guarded by Uncle Zhao. To thwart this formidable foe, Uncle Zhao resorted to the ghostly god's call. Zhao Kongsheng used the ghostly god's call. Lin Chia, having been a member of the Night Watch for over a month, understood the implications of the ghostly god's call, a technique that extracts one's full potential and life force to awaken latent abilities, a desperate measure indeed. When I arrived, Uncle Zhao was gravely injured and unconscious, hanging by a thread. I could only stabilize his vital signs for half an hour. We must expedite Si Xiaonin's arrival and swiftly transport him to a hospital for comprehensive treatment. There may still be hope. Upon hearing Bai Yu mention the possibility of Zhao Kongsheng's survival, Lin Chia hastily contacted Si Xiaonin, and upon learning she was en route, he finally exhaled in relief. Observing Lin Chia's continued anxiety, Bai Yu felt a pang of guilt, aware that his negligence had led to Zhao Kongsheng's grievous injuries and the use of the ghostly god's call. The side effects of the ghostly god's call were severe, and Bai Yu recognized he lacked the means to heal Zhao's wounds. Even with the yin-yang fish, he could only sustain Zhao's life for the moment. After reaching out once more to inquire about Si Xiaonin's whereabouts, Bai Yu shifted his gaze toward the young man standing beside Lin Chia. The only individual likely to appear at this juncture would be none other than Li Yifei, one of the clandestine puppeteers who thrives within the school's shadows. Chia, would you care to introduce your companion? You are aware of the Night Watchman's protocols, Bai Yu remarked. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Lin Chia snapped back to reality, his expression suddenly taut. He realized he had indeed neglected to explain Li Yifei's situation to Bai Yu. However, given their relationship, Bai Yu would not pose such a question lightly, suggesting two possibilities. Either the person before him was an impostor masquerading as Bai Yu, or, alternatively, there was something amiss with Li Yifei. Lin Chia raised his gaze, locking eyes with Bai Yu, who then echoed in his mind, "Surely you can recognize me. After all, that someone has been residing in my home for over a month, and I even prepared special bathing water for him." Instantly, Lin Chia's gaze shifted away from Bai Yu, his demeanor betraying a hint of discomfort. Bai Yu had indeed demonstrated his ability to communicate telepathically, and if what he said was true, the first possibility could be dismissed, leaving only the latter. Li Yifei must be questionable. Once Lin Chia grasped Bai Yu's implication, he steadied his thoughts, addressing Bai Yu's inquiry while simultaneously employing the mortal realm domain to sense Li Yifei once more. This individual beside me is Li Yifei. He was the one who reported the trace of the Nantua snake demon to us. After another scan with the mortal realm domain, Lin Chia found nothing amiss with Li Yifei and turned his attention back to Bai Yu. At that moment, Li Yifei spoke up, "Hello, Bai Yu. I'm Li Yifei." His abrupt introduction finally alerted Lin Chia to something awry. Bai Yu, sensing Lin Chia's unease, gestured for him to remain calm, then turned to meet Li Yifei's gaze. Speaking gently, "Greetings, Li. I appreciate your courageous report, but I have 3 questions I'd like to ask." Seeing Bai Yu's demeanor remain warm, Li Yifei responded without hesitation. "Of course. What would you like to know, Bai Yu? I will answer without reservation." Noticing Li Yifei had taken a bait, Bai Yu's smile deepened. "First question, could you elaborate on how you discovered the trace of the Nantua snake demon within the school?" Li Yifei, unaware of any underlying issues, began recounting the circumstances that led to his serendipitous discovery of the Nantua snake demon parasitizing another. He then looked at Bai Yu, awaiting the next question. Without a flicker of change in expression, Bai Yu continued with a cheerful demeanor. "Second question. Why did you choose to accompany Lin Chia to the auditorium? It would have been safer to remain in the classroom." Li Yifei furrowed his brow, sensing a subtle unease. However, upon observing Bai Yu's beaming smile, he steeled himself and spoke. "I aspire to become a great hero like you. This way, I can protect more people. It is my own determination that led me to follow Lin Chia." Thus far, he had navigated the 2 inquiries with impeccable precision, even prompting Lin Chia, who stood beside him, to cast a questioning glance at Bai Yu, wondering if she were being overly suspicious. Bai Yu, unfazed, calmly continued. Now for the third question. Kalasmata Li Yi Fei. You claim you insistently followed Qi Yi, which implies he would not have disclosed any information to you. Yet, I cannot recall ever revealing my name to you until now. How is it that you're so certain that I am Bai Yu? Chapter 41. The Terrifying Serpent Demon. End. Bai Yu maintained a smile throughout. Yet Li Yifei, who had been observing this expression, felt an unsettling chill creep up his spine. Stammering, he attempted to utter something, but was interrupted by Bai Yu. Since you cannot think of a response, allow me to share a tale. Once, there existed a timid parasitic entity, remarkably intelligent yet inherently fearful. It concealed itself in an exceptionally well-camouflaged location. One fateful day, it witnessed a more formidable entity effortlessly perish at the hands of humans, deepening its trepidation. In a desperate bid for survival, this entity pondered how to conceal its true identity. After much contemplation, it devised a cunning plan to feign a theft while simultaneously accusing another. Coincidentally, a parasitic entity from the Chuan region emerged, and it exploited this new arrival to divert attention, thereby seeking to exonerate its own disguised identity. To solidify its scheme, it even sacrificed a powerful offspring as a decoy. Do you not find this entity rather clever? The moment Bai Yu concluded, Li Yifei suddenly erupted, shedding his human guise to reveal a grotesque serpent visage that struck terror into both their eyes. Li Yifei had sensed impending doom when Bai Yu posed the third question, and the revelation of Bai Yu's comprehensive scheme became clear. Only by eliminating the two before him could he hope to advance his plans. With razor-sharp claws aimed at them, the two appeared momentarily frozen, devoid of any response. In an instant, blood gushed from their throats, and they collapsed lifelessly. As Li Yifei surveyed the easily vanquished duo, an overwhelming sense of power surged within him, convincing him he could effortlessly dispatch all the Night Watchers. However, just as he began to revel in his triumph, the scene before him swiftly receded. Bai Yu and Lin Qiye remained in their positions, their expressions unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Startled by the uncanny spectacle, Li Yifei instinctively reacted, launching his claws once more at the two. Once again, they stood motionless, and the same grim fate befell them as their throats were slit. Yet, in the next moment, Li Yifei was horrified to find himself reverted to his disguised form, while Bai Yu and Lin Qiye resumed their initial demeanor. Bai Yu's smile returning as he prepared to ask the third question anew. At this juncture, realization dawned upon Li Yifei. He had seemingly become ensnared in a cycle, with no alterations to his surroundings. He recognized he was trapped in a repetitive loop, and the mental strain of this realization weighed heavily upon him. On the other side, Lin Qiye, observing Li Yifei's expression of terror, looked at Bai Yu in confusion, inquiring about the situation. Noting Lin Qiye's bewilderment, Bai Yu maintained a smile and replied, "It is merely that the parasitic entity could never have anticipated encountering a dream guardian among the Night Watchers, one who possesses the unique ability of my dream. This particular ability allows one to traverse the dreams of others freely, as well as discreetly draw them into one's own dreamscape. The only means to escape the grasp of my dream is to forcibly shatter the nexus of the dream." As Bai Yu posed his third question, he activated the forbidden ability, pulling Li Yifei's soul into his dream realm, where everything was under Bai Yu's dominion. Thus, Li Yifei became ensnared in a cyclical dream. Listening to Bai Yu's rather oblique explanation, Lin Qiye remained perplexed. "I find it hard to comprehend. What exactly is happening? How did you ascertain that Li Yifei is the Nantua serpent demon?" Bai Yu's smile faded as he responded to the bewildered Lin Qiye. "The essence of my dream lies in drawing another soul into one's own dream. What would cause a normal person to possess two souls?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye began to grasp the situation and continued, "I see. If one of his souls is the Nantua serpent demon, then what of the other?" Bai Yu gestured towards the motionless Li Yifei and replied, "The other is right before your eyes." In the next instant, Li Yifei, who had been contorted in agony, suddenly displayed a vacant, foolish expression reminiscent of a university student Bai Yu had previously encountered online. "Where am I? Wasn't I just in class?" Li Yifei scratched his head. looking at the two before him, instinctively asking. Lin Xie, taken aback by Li Yifei's Navi demeanor, was momentarily at a loss for words and turned to Bai Yu. Responding to Lin Xie's unspoken signal, Bai Yu regarded the vacant-faced Li Yifei with a complex gaze. His soul was distinct from that of the Nantawa serpent demon. He was completely unaware of its actions. What are you talking about? What Nantawa serpent demon? Who are you? Li Yifei inquired, his expression equally complex. Truthfully, Lin Xie's impression of him was not entirely negative. Had it not been for the Nantawa serpent demon, perhaps he could have lived a simple life as an ordinary person. Alas, you may not remember anything now, but I shall help you recall everything. Observing Li Yifei's continued confusion, Bai Yu decided to accelerate the narrative. The moment he concluded his statement, he closed his eyes, and a beam of white light emanated from his hand, drifting towards the still-standing Li Yifei. An overwhelming tide of memories surged into Li Yifei's mind, revealing all that the Nantawa serpent demon had done, laid bare before him by Bai Yu. Observing Li Yifei's transition from confusion to despair, ultimately culminating in tears as he knelt upon the ground, Lin Xie felt a pang of compassion, yet he nonetheless spoke. You are already aware of your actions and should comprehend the consequences that await you. In response to Lin Xie's words, Li Yifei faced the two with remarkable composure and stated, I am aware of my grave sins. Please proceed. With that pronouncement, Li Yifei closed his eyes, a single crystalline tear cascading from the corner of his eye. In the next instant, a blade was unsheathed, his head severed in a single stroke. With the demise of the progenitor, all serpent demon offspring both within and beyond the school perished simultaneously. The besieged Si Xiaonan successfully escaped, and Zhao Kongsheng received timely medical attention. Thus, the expedition to Tsangna No. 2 High School came to a fulfilling conclusion. Chapter 42. In Qingyu on this particular night, Bai Yu strolled through the streets of the city center. In stark contrast to the bustling daytime crowds, the nocturnal atmosphere exuded a tranquil serenity, with only a smattering of individuals lingering near the food stalls. Wandering aimlessly, Bai Yu clutched a slightly cooled pancake and starchy sausage purchased from one of the stalls, scanning the sparse crowd for a familiar figure. Although the events had shifted due to Bai Yu's interference, another pivotal character from the original narrative had not been altered by the butterfly effect. In Qingyu, the vice-captain of the Nightfall Squad. In this narrative juncture, despite obtaining the physical essence of the Nantawa serpent demon due to Bai Yu's actions, Qingyu had yet to acquire the crucial head of the serpent demon matriarch. To ensure that Qingyu's trajectory remained largely unaffected, Bai Yu had been searching for him for several days. With a training camp looming the following day for both Bai Yu and Lin Xie, it was imperative that he locate Qingyu tonight. Information from acquaintances revealed that Qingyu frequently visited the city center's snack street for late-night meals. As the number of people dwindled on the streets, and Qingyu remained elusive, Bai Yu contemplated employing a unique method to find him. Just then, he spotted Qingyu, who had been evading him, hiding near a wonton stall. Bai Yu took a seat directly across from Qingyu and signaled the vendor for a bowl of wontons. He then fixed his gaze upon Qingyu, who, having never seen Bai Yu before, regarded him with palpable confusion. Since Bai Yu and Lin Xie had separated for their search, Qingyu had not encountered Bai Yu, leading him to address the stranger's intense stare with a hint of irritation. Sir, while I do not know who you are, it is quite rude to stare at someone. In response to Qingyu's inquiry, Bai Yu offered a slight smile. As Qingyu's impatience began to surface, Bai Yu finally spoke up. Classmate Qingyu, I have come to request something from you. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, the astute Qingyu immediately recognized him as an associate of the organization. Instinctively, he contemplated fleeing, but that thought was swiftly quelled as he felt several thorns immobilize him in place. The bustling crowd around them had vanished, leaving only Bai Yu and Qingyu in the dimly lit stall. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Qingyu understood that escape was nearly impossible. Calming himself, he regarded Bai Yu's cheerful demeanor and replied with composure, Sir, you must be mistaken. It appears we do not know one another, and I am uncertain what you wish to obtain from me. Qingyu endeavored to maintain a relaxed tone, attempting to alleviate his own tension, while his instincts warned him of the danger posed by the individual before him. Observing in Qingyu's feigned composure, Bai Yu waved his hand, causing the thorns that bound in Qingyu to vanish. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, Bai Yu produced a teacup, leisurely sipping tea as he spoke. There is no need for you to be so tense, and Qingyu. I harbor no ill will towards you. You are an astute individual. I have come merely to confirm a matter. You must have awakened your forbidden void, have you not? As he spoke, Bai Yu's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing in Qingyu's every movement. Though Bai Yu retained his characteristic smile, to in Qingyu, he resembled a cunning tiger, ready to devour its prey. In response to Bai Yu's inquiry, and Qingyu replied with remarkable calmness, "Indeed, I have awakened the forbidden void, but I have no interest in joining your organization, at least not at this moment." Bai Yu's expression remained unchanged as he rested his chin on one hand and said, "I understand that you are not yet inclined to join the Night Watchman, but that is of no concern. I did not come here as a recruiter. I have brought 2 gifts for you." As he spoke, Bai Yu waved his hand, and a severed head materialized before them. It was Li Yifei, executed by Lin Xie. What does this mean? And Qingyu furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Bai Yu's intentions. "I am aware of your keen interest in dissection," Bai Yu continued, "and so I secretly appropriated a portion of the bodily tissues belonging to the Nantuo serpent demon offspring. Do not be alarmed. The head before you is that of the very Nantuo serpent demon matriarch you have been longing to study." And Qingyu's pupils constricted, not due to the severed head itself, but rather because Bai Yu had accurately discerned his desires. Despite not revealing his own forbidden void abilities, Bai Yu seemed to possess an intimate understanding of his every action. Whilst did Bai Yu know? Had his laboratory been exposed? Thus, and Qingyu resolved to broach this subject candidly, inquiring about Bai Yu's true motives. "Why have you sought me out? I find it hard to believe you would risk violating organizational rules merely to deliver experimental materials." And Qingyu's eyes locked onto Bai Yu's, intent on capturing any shift in expression. Unfortunately, Bai Yu maintained his ever-present smile, exhibiting no signs of change. Upon noticing that Qingyu was finally prepared to engage in earnest conversation, Bai Yu set aside his playful demeanor and candidly stated, "This brings us to the second gift. I can provide you with all the financial support your research institution requires, but you must assist me in return." And Qingyu frowned. "What sort of assistance do you have in mind? Pray, elaborate." In response, Bai Yu waved his hand once more, revealing a terrifying insect corpse emanating a dreadful aura beside him. "This is the assistance I require. I need you to dissect this corpse from the boundless realm and utilize your forbidden void to analyze its genetic locks. In exchange, I can provide you with a set of notes essential for your research." Gazing upon the enormous carcass of the terrifying insect before him, and Qingyu turned his attention to the perpetually smiling Bai Yu. This individual, known as Bai Yu, intrigued him immensely. It was the second time he felt an urge to dissect a person, yearning to unveil the true essence concealed beneath Bai Yu's cheerful facade. "Very well, I shall accept your gift. I will assist you with the entrusted task." No sooner had Qingyu uttered these words than the scene before him transformed back into the bustling wonton shop, with pedestrians continuing their hurried strides. Bai Yu, however, remained oblivious to him, engrossed in a steaming bowl of wontons. Only the peculiar ring on his finger and a black card serve as a testament that the preceding events were not mere figments of his imagination. Chapter 43. Nocturnal Conversations. Qingyu was an astute individual, having surmised the essence of their previous exchange, likely attributing it to the enigmatic presence before him. Although a mutual understanding and collaboration had been established, he remained unaware of his companion's name. Thus, he chose to observe Bai Yu as he methodically consumed his wontons. Just as Qingyu contemplated breaking the silence, Bai Yu preemptively spoke. "I know what you wish to inquire. My name is Bai Yu. There is no need for you to address me as sir. After all, I am merely 18 years old, not quite ancient." Having uttered this, he wiped his mouth and, disregarding Qingyu's response, proceeded directly towards his home. Recognizing the unspoken cue, Qingyu opted not to follow, instead walking in the opposite direction. They parted ways, each heading toward different destinies, oblivious to the fact that their conversation in the wonton shop would become a pivotal element in the future salvation of Songnan. Upon returning home, Bai Yu paid no heed to Lin Xie, who was diligently practicing his swordplay in the training room, but ascended to the rooftop of the apartment building. Gazing at the twinkling stardust in the night sky, he began to ponder the validity of his strategic move. Among the items he had retrieved for Anqing Yu was not only the head of the Nantua snake demon, but also the carcass of a bug from the infinite realm, one of the close guards of the Mother Siage, who had been struck down by 0923 when chaos ensued. After being defeated, Baiyu had reclaimed it, intending for it to serve a purpose in the future. In light of the recent events surrounding the Nantua snake demon, Baiyu sensed a disquieting anomaly, as though unseen forces were orchestrating his path. First, there was 0923's departure. Next, the approach of Siage Wagner seeking collaboration, and ultimately, the attack on Zhao Kongsheng by the progeny of Siage staff. Furthermore, the emergence of an unknown black hole had altered the trajectory of events. These unforeseen circumstances compelled Baiyu to make certain preparations, perhaps even to take a perilous gamble. He decided to entrust the bug from the infinite realm to Anqing Yu for three primary reasons. Firstly, to bolster the strength of the protagonist group, though he wondered if his involvement might adversely affect Anqing Yu's future development. Secondly, to fulfill the agreement with Siage Wagner. Baiyu possessed the capability to resolve the genetic lock within Siage Wagner, yet the intricacies of human nature were unpredictable. After all, she was not even human. Who could predict whether she might betray him, especially given her prior treachery against the Bug Mother? Thus, Baiyu sought to ensure that someone could reign in Siage Wagner upon the completion of their transaction. That individual would be Anqing Yu, whose unique abilities and identity rendered him a suitable candidate. Should the need arise, Anqing Yu could even replace Siage Wagner. As Baiyu contemplated the future landscape, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, and without needing to turn, he could ascertain that it was Lin Xie. From the moment Baiyu had returned, Lin Xie had been aware of his presence. Having shared a living space for a month, he had grown somewhat familiar with Baiyu's habits. Typically at this hour, Baiyu would enlighten him with tales of mysterious creatures and their characteristics. However, following the conclusion of the Nantua snake demon incident, Baiyu frequently returned home at late hours, each time reeking of alcohol. Having lived with Baiyu for so long, Lin Xie found this version of Baiyu to be entirely incongruous with the composed figure he had previously known. It seemed as though Baiyu was harboring some unspoken worries. Lin Xie reflected upon their relationship, which he believed to be quite amicable. However, the current demeanor of Baiyu left him feeling estranged. Observing Baiyu seated on a sun lounger, Lin Xie took a place on an adjacent one. Noticing the absence of the usual scent of alcohol emanating from Baiyu, he directly inquired, "Your current state appears rather unusual. Have you encountered some troubles?" Taken aback by Lin Xie's concern, Baiyu initially thought their relationship had not yet reached such a level of intimacy. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that they shared a body and surmised that Lin Xie was likely worried about Baiyu himself. This thought brought a smile to his face as he responded, "It's nothing serious. My second tuning is approaching, and I've been searching for someone these past few days, which has caused me some distress. I've indulged in a bit too much drink, but it's nothing major. Tomorrow, I will be heading to the training camp. Are you prepared?" Upon hearing Baiyu's response, Lin Xie felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, though he could not pinpoint its source. He replied, "As long as everything is fine, that's good to hear. Regarding the training camp, tomorrow, Hong Ying and Xiao Nan will take us to purchase some essential supplies." Baiyu, observing the somewhat naive expression on Lin Xie's face, smiled gently. The innocent Lin Xie was blissfully unaware of the challenges awaiting him the next day. Yet, as the self-proclaimed guardian of Xie, Baiyu decided to offer him a hint. "Is that so? How delightful. However, I would appreciate it if you could inform Hong Ying and the others that I will not be joining the shopping trip tomorrow. My household is already stocked with the necessary supplies, so it would be no trouble. If you need anything, I have an unused set that you may take." Sensing an ominous premonition from Baiyu's cheerful demeanor, Lin Xie instinctively declined the offer of the unused supplies, his gaze fixed nervously upon Baiyu. "That won't be necessary. I can purchase a new set with Hong Ying and the others tomorrow. As for your request, I shall convey it to them truthfully." Noticing Lin Xie's overly cautious posture, Baiyu chuckled inwardly, realizing that his subtle hint had gone unheeded. He shook his head, thinking, ignoring the wisdom of the elders only leads to trouble. "Suit yourself." You, smiling tiger, are merely 2 years my senior. Why act like such an elder? Every time you grin, I can't help but wonder what mischief you're concocting. Lin Xie clearly did not trust Bai Yu's words. After all, Bai Yu's smile had begun to trigger a sense of unease in him. Bai Yu, with a resigned smile, observed the flustered Lin Xie and glanced at Song Nan, pondering how much longer Lin Xie could maintain such innocence. Do your best, Xie. Strive to elevate your strength swiftly. Lin Xie, puzzled by Bai Yu's sudden remark, instinctively nodded in agreement. Yes, I will. Chapter 44. Arrival at the training camp. The midday sun scorched the earth as the vehicle halted at the intersection. Retrieving 2 suitcases, one pink and one blue, from the trunk, when Shima, seated in the driver's seat, glanced at the pink suitcase and, suppressing a smile, remarked, "The road ahead is yours to navigate. I shall take my leave now. Take good care of yourselves at the training camp and strive diligently." Lin Xie observed when Shima, who was struggling to contain his amusement, and then gazed at her own pink suitcase, her expression darkening. Bai Yu must have anticipated that Hong Ying and Xiao Nan would choose the pink suitcase for her. How could he not have warned her? She had completely forgotten about Bai Yu's mention of an extra suitcase she could take. It seems that a fundamental trust between individuals is essential. Seeing Lin Xie's expression sour, Bai Yu suddenly burst into laughter, for the sight of her pink suitcase reminded him of the morning's transformation into Chia-chan. Annoyed by Bai Yu's boisterous laughter, Lin Xie retorted, "What is so amusing? Why didn't you come to my aid and delete that video from your phone? Or I shall confront you." Bai Yu, reveling in Lin Xie's flustered state, laughed even harder. "I want to delete it. I even hinted to you about the additional suitcase and supplies. It's your lack of trust in me that led to this. Besides, Chia, you look truly stunning in women's attire. If posted online, you would undoubtedly captivate countless admirers. Why should it be deleted?" As he spoke, Bai Yu retrieved his phone from his pocket, showcasing a picture of Lin Xie clad in a breathtaking cheongsam that accentuated her slender waist, the delicate fabric perfectly draping her figure. Upon witnessing her own photo in feminine attire, Lin Xie was consumed by a mixture of embarrassment and fury. She cast the suitcase aside and lunged for Bai Yu's phone. However, Bai Yu was not about to relinquish it easily, for this was a record of the male protagonist's early indiscretions. Thus, a playful chase ensued at the entrance of the training camp. Bai Yu's agility surpassed that of Lin Xie, making it impossible for her to catch him. Halfway through, she contemplated giving up, believing she would eventually find an opportunity to stealthily retrieve Bai Yu's phone. With her knowledge of the mortal realm, she had long since discovered his phone's password. Yet, Bai Yu, in a moment of folly, began scrolling through his album for Lin Xie's photos in women's clothing, gleefully displaying them to her, while teasingly speaking. "Xie, how unfortunate it would be to delete these photos. After all, they capture a rare experience. Moreover, there are only 0 or countless times one can dress as a woman. I firmly believe that you will one day become an enchanting beauty who captivates all." On Bai Yu's phone, alongside the cheongsam-clad Lin Xie, were various images showcasing her in an array of styles, including a maid outfit and a fishtail dress, each distinct and delightful. The recent events surrounding Bai Yu have undoubtedly intensified the spotlight on our classmate, Lin Xie, to the point of even invoking his mental prowess. Amidst their playful scuffle, a camouflaged off-road vehicle approached their position, and a middle-aged man clad in military attire stepped out. Upon observing the two engaged in their antics, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you the new recruits?" Hearing the call, the duo halted their playful banter. Lin Xie responded, "Greetings, officer. This fellow beside me and I are local participants from Songnan attending the training camp. Here is my identification." He promptly presented his credentials for the officer's inspection. After reviewing Lin Xie's identification, the middle-aged man nodded and then turned his gaze toward Bai Yu. His expression momentarily froze in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and requested to see Bai Yu's identification. Noticing the officer's reaction, Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, realizing that he had been recognized. However, sensing the officer's demeanor, he chose not to elaborate further and simply handed over his credentials. Upon examining Bai Yu's identification, the officer's expression grew somewhat intricate. Yet he eventually spoke, "My surname is Hong, and I am your instructor." Presently, The training camp has only you two. After a brief pause, Instructor Hong continued, "New recruits, please board the vehicle. There is still some distance to the training camp." Bayu nodded calmly and proceeded towards the camouflaged vehicle, while Lin Xie cast a skeptical glance at both Bayu and the instructor named Hong, feeling an inkling that they might be acquainted. Nevertheless, he followed Bayu onto the off-road vehicle. With Instructor Hong's interruption, Lin Xie's annoyance dissipated. After all, he would have the opportunity to delete the photos later, so there was no need to rush, and thus he refrained from further contesting the phone, quietly sitting beside Bayu. Although Lin Xie had no intention of continuing the dispute over the phone, Bayu proactively handed it to him. Noticing Lin Xie's puzzled expression, Bayu turned and said, "You know the password. Go ahead and delete them. I only intended to jest with you." Lin Xie could hardly resist such a fortuitous opportunity, eagerly taking the phone and gleefully deleting all the photos. Observing Lin Xie's delight, Bayu chuckled inwardly, having secretly backed up several copies on the cloud. The camouflaged vehicle sped along, reaching the dormitory area of the training camp in under 10 minutes. Instructor Hong disembarked and addressed the two. "Over there is the dormitory building. You two are the first arrivals, so feel free to choose your rooms. The cafeteria is to the south and will open at designated hours. To the north, there is a supply station where you can collect some bread, canned water, and 2 packs of cigarettes, though you don't strike me as smokers." Instructor Hong provided a brief overview of the base's environment, offering a few reminders before parting ways with the two. After witnessing them enter the dormitory building, Instructor Hong made a phone call to the chief instructor. "Boss, what's going on? Why is that Bard here? With him around, will we be able to maintain order tomorrow?" On the other side, Yuan Gang, having just received the news, felt a slight headache. Was Bayu's arrival at the new recruit training merely a disruption? Nonetheless, he adopted the authoritative demeanor of a chief instructor and spoke. "Rest assured, I've already enlisted external assistance, and with my participation tomorrow, I am confident we will be able to manage this young man." Chapter 45, by Li Tu-Ming on the other side. Bayu remained oblivious to the fact that due to his unexpected situation, our esteemed chief instructor Yuan Gang intended to personally step into the arena to face him. At present, Bayu was troubled by the dilemma of whether to share a dormitory with Lin Xie. If he were to cohabitate with Lin Xie, would it disrupt the pivotal encounter between Lin Xie and Bai Li Tu-Ming, one of the significant characters in the original narrative? Conversely, if he chose not to live with Lin Xie, how could he justify this decision without revealing that he was merely making space for Lin Xie's future comrade? While Bayu was deep in contemplation, Lin Xie preemptively made the decision for him. "How about we don't live together?" Lin Xie's voice interrupted Bayu's thoughts. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Bayu felt utterly surprised, for it is human instinct to seek comfort in familiar company, especially since he had previously mentioned that he intended to let Bayu take a break and begin preparations for the second tuning. Yet in this moment, Lin Xie unexpectedly proposed to live separately, leaving Bayu quite bewildered, given the significance of Bayu to Lin Xie. However, since Lin Xie had brought up the idea of living apart, Bayu decided to go along with it, though he was curious about the reasoning behind his choice. "All right, but could you share your reasons for wanting to live separately?" I did mention that Bayu would be taking a break for a while. Upon hearing Bayu's inquiry, Lin Xie's face flushed slightly as he stammered, I actually don't want to inconvenience Bayu. Both you and Bayu have taken such good care of me. During this training camp, I wish to be a bit more independent, hoping that one day I could be the one taking care of Bayu." Observing Lin Xie's flushed cheeks and his hesitant speech, Bayu couldn't help but shake his head, realizing he was indeed a pure-hearted young man. Yet, listening to Lin Xie's words, Bayu felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment, though he could not quite pinpoint its origin. However, seeing Lin Xie's rosy complexion, a playful thought welled up within him, and he teasingly remarked, "So that's how it is. Suit yourself. But I must remind you, Bayu and I share a telepathic connection, and everything you just said was heard by him." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's already flushed face grew even redder. He shot Bayu a glare before dashing into the dormitory and locking the door behind him. Bayu, having successfully teased Lin Xie, laughed heartily outside the door. Indeed, he shared a telepathic connection with Bayu, but it was something that could be shielded. He rarely engaged in such connections, as everyone valued their privacy. Since he would not be living with Lin Shiyi, Baiyu was indifferent about his choice of residence. He casually selected a dormitory with ample sunlight, settled his luggage, and then strolled around the training camp. During his wanderings, he noticed a steady stream of newcomers arriving at the camp. Upon returning from his walk, Baiyu observed a crowd gathered in one particular area. As Baiyu stepped into the crowd, he noticed a plump young lad standing atop a box, calling out something. Observing the boy, Baiyu formed a rough estimate of his identity, and soon spotted Lin Xie amidst the throng. At that moment, Lin Xie's expression had returned to normal. After a brief exchange of glances with Baiyu, he beckoned him over, evidently having moved past the earlier incident. Baiyu navigated through the crowd and approached Lin Xie, inquiring about the situation. In a hushed tone, Lin Xie replied, "The one up there's my roommate. He strikes me as the foolish son of a wealthy landlord." Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Baiyu confirmed the identity of the person on stage. Indeed, it was Bai Li Tu Ming, the young master of the Bai Li family, also known as Bai Li Pang Pang. Watching him distribute Rolex watches while proclaiming himself merely a child from an ordinary family, Baiyu couldn't help but agree that he resembled the naive son of a landlord. However, seeing Bai Li Tu Ming also reminded Baiyu of his other identity. Who would have thought that this seemingly foolish son of a landlord would be a deity in the realm of true self-reincarnation? One of the three supreme beings of the great Xia, the Ling Bao Tianzun? Lost in thought, Baiyu was suddenly drawn back to the present as Bai Li Tu Ming spotted him beside Lin Xie, his eyes widening in surprise. What on earth? How is this guy here in the new recruits training camp? Is he here to be an instructor? He swiftly made his way through the surrounding crowd to stand before Lin Xie, asking, "Brother Xie, is this gentleman your friend?" Lin Xie, somewhat puzzled by his roommate Bai Li Tu Ming's apparent recognition of Baiyu, nonetheless replied, "This is Baiyu, my friend." As Baiyu returned to reality and noticed Bai Li Tu Ming approaching, he greeted him, "What brings the young master of the Bai Li family to seek me?" Unfazed by Baiyu's straightforward acknowledgement of his identity, Bai Li Tu Ming produced several Rolex watches, stating, "I have long heard of the bard's esteemed name. Seeing you today, your presence is indeed extraordinary. Here, take these few modest green submariners as a token of our acquaintance. After accepting them, we shall be friends. I am Bai Li Tu Ming, but you may call me Bai Li Pang Pang." Baiyu, however, waved his hand, declining the watches. "I do not accept gifts without merit. There is no need for such formality. Since you are Chie's roommate, I trust you will look after him." With that, Baiyu departed from the crowd, as he was not particularly fond of crowded environments and wished to discover who his roommate was. Unperturbed by the refusal, Bai Li Pang Pang called out to the surrounding crowd to disperse, then turned to Lin Xie, draping an arm around his shoulder and inquiring, "Brother Xie, are you quite familiar with Brother Baiyu? Why did he specifically ask me to take care of you?" Lin Xie had worn a perplexed expression since earlier. So upon hearing Bai Li Pang Pang's inquiry, he responded, "I suppose we can be considered good friends. By the way, what exactly is a bard? Why do you refer to Baiyu as a bard?" Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang gazed at Lin Xie with astonishment. "Isn't Lin Xie a close friend of Baiyu? How could you not know?" Should I know?" Lin Xie replied. "Since you mention it, please enlighten me." Bai Li Pang Pang continued, "The first time I heard the term bard was from my father, as Baiyu is a significant client of our family." Chapter 46. The bard Bai Li Pang Pang initially intended to speak directly with Lin Xie, but upon surveying the surroundings, he noticed that although the crowd had thinned somewhat, there were still numerous individuals engaged in conversation in the corridor. Given the sensitive nature of the internal affairs of the Bai Li group, and considering that Baiyu might not wish for his matters to be widely disseminated, Bai Li Pang Pang gently tugged at Lin Xie's sleeve. "Brother Xie, this is not the appropriate place for a discussion. Let's return to the dormitory, and I shall explain everything there." Thus, the two made their way to the dormitory. Upon arrival, Lin Xie promptly settled onto his bed, gazing at Bai Li Pang Pang across from him. "Can we speak now?" he inquired. Bai Li Pang Pang also took a seat on his bed and began, "I heard this from my father. As I mentioned earlier, Baiyu is a significant client of the Bai Li group. Our organization specializes in the trade of forbidden items, boasting the largest repository of such artifacts in all of Daxia, with 37 of them sourced from Baiyu himself." 37? Lin Xie exclaimed in astonishment. After more than a month of studying the lore of the Night Watchers, he had come to understand that forbidden items were rare and elusive. For instance, he had observed that Lung Xian's mobile arms cache was indeed a forbidden item, and he speculated that the book in Baiyu's possession was also one of these artifacts. The revelation that Baiyu could produce 37 such items was nothing short of astonishing, right? It's quite surprising, Bailey Pang Pang continued. What is even more astonishing is Baiyu's age. The first time he visited the Bailey group, he brought with him 3 forbidden items, and he was merely 13 years old at that time. Since both of his parents were Night Watchers, my father initially assumed these were assets inherited from them. However, what is truly remarkable is that Baiyu would return to the group periodically, each time bringing 2 to 3 more forbidden items with him. Lin Xie, somewhat perplexed, queried, "What does this have to do with you calling Baiyu a bard?" "Patience, Brother Xie, I am about to elucidate," Bailey Pang Pang replied. Such a consistent supply of forbidden items drew my father's attention, prompting him to investigate Baiyu. He even dispatched agents to follow him. Strangely, no matter how many individuals were assigned to monitor him, they invariably lost track of him. On one occasion, 3 agents specializing in forbidden items were dispatched, only to lose him as well. Following that incident, my father received an official warning from the Night Watchers, revealing that Baiyu is a subject of significant interest at the higher echelons of the organization. 5 years ago, a plague of insects ravaged 3 coastal cities along the Daxia border. Not only did it unleash nearly 1,000 low-tier insect creatures, but it also summoned 3 leaders from the marine insect faction. Remarkably, there were no casualties, all thanks to Baiyu. The Night Watcher stationed in those cities could barely fend off the 3 marine leaders and the low-tier insect entities. As the lower-tier insects were about to descend upon innocent civilians, Baiyu stepped forth, single-handedly confronting all the low-tier threats until reinforcements arrived from the neighboring cities. As Bailey Pang Pang recounted the events, a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes. I heard from the other Night Watchers who withstood that insect plague that, on that fateful night, the haunting melodies of the cello reverberated throughout Zhaoqing. Countless low-tier insectoids perished amidst the enchanting strains, while golden musical sheets transformed into an invisible barrier, safeguarding the inhabitants of the 3 cities. No one knows how he accomplished this feat. All that is clear is that, in the aftermath, the higher echelons of the Night Watch invited him to join their ranks, only to be gently declined by him on the grounds that the timing was not yet right. Following this, Baiyu embarked on a journey across the vast realm of the Great Xia, cleansing each locale of its mysteries, thereby earning the moniker of the Wandering Bard. I have often wished to befriend him, but his itinerant nature has thus far eluded me the opportunity. To my surprise, he has joined the Night Watch this year and is participating in training alongside us. I wonder how Brother Lin Xie came to know him. I had previously assumed he was a lone wolf. After listening to Bailey Pang Pang's account, Lin Xie fell into contemplation. Indeed, he realized that he knew far too little about Baiyu, given Baiyu's experiences and prowess. One would think he should be instructing new recruits rather than undergoing basic training. Is that so? Baiyu hails from my hometown as well. He is also from Sangnan City, and we have known each other for 6 or 7 years. I had no idea his capabilities were so formidable. Meanwhile, Baiyu was oblivious to the conversation between Bailey Pang Pang and Lin Xie, perhaps because he simply did not care. He was currently in his dormitory, exchanging bewildered glances with his roommate. Upon returning to his dorm, Baiyu was greeted by the sight of a shirtless man with his back turned to him. Just as he was about to inquire about the stranger's identity, the latter spoke first. "Is that you, Li Liang? Didn't you knock before coming in?" Baiyu couldn't help but chuckle. Even if the person was indeed his roommate, he had arrived first. When he left, the other had not yet arrived. Was he expected to knock on his own door to check if someone was inside? After a moment of silence, accompanied by laughter, Shun Qingzhu turned around, only to find a short-haired girl with white hair staring at him. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, and he hastily grabbed his clothes to cover himself, exclaiming, "Who are you? This is the boys' dormitory. What is a girl doing here?" Initially contemplating the physique of his roommate, Shun Qingzhu's expression darkened upon being called a girl. Although he had grown his hair out to cover his ears, it should still have been evident that he was male. How could the other person mistake him for a girl? "Shun Qingzhu, seemingly oblivious to Bayu's displeasure, continued, "As a girl, you should be in the girls' dormitory next door. You've come to the wrong place." Hearing this accusation once more, Bayu's expression darkened further. Suppressing his annoyance, he replied, "I am a man, just with slightly longer hair." Upon hearing this, Shun Qingzhu wore an expression of disbelief. After all, in the eyes of this stalwart man, long-haired individuals were invariably female. Noticing the skepticism etched on his face, Bayu couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. She leaned closer, urging Shun Qingzhu to discern for himself whether he was indeed male or female. "You doubt me? Then look closely and see for yourself," she challenged. Bayu's sudden proximity startled Shun Qingzhu. Yet upon closer inspection, he could indeed see that despite her long hair, she was unmistakably a man. However, the abrupt closeness made Shun Qingzhu uncomfortable, prompting him to take 2 steps back. Unfortunately, he stumbled, losing his balance and falling backward, inadvertently kicking Bayu in the process. This caused Bayu to lose her own balance, and they both tumbled down together. Fortunately, awakened by the thrill of the fall, their enhanced physical attributes ensured they sustained no serious harm. Yet, in an unfortunate twist of fate, Shun Qingzhu's head collided with Bayu's chest, startling her into exclaiming "WC" in surprise. Thus, an unexpected imprint of Bayu's teeth was left on Shun Qingzhu's chest. Chapter 47. The training begins. A palpable silence enveloped the two individuals, as Bayu fixated on the bite mark on Shun Qingzhu's chest, a headache blossoming within him. Had he inadvertently offended his roommate right from the outset? The prospect of cohabiting throughout the entirety of the training camp loomed ominously. This thought plunged Bayu into a state of despair. Despite his adeptness in navigating complex social landscapes, he found himself utterly confounded by the current scenario. His greatest weakness lay in managing interpersonal relationships. It would be one thing if the other party harbored ill intentions. Yet the reality was that they could not even discern Bayu's gender, far from exhibiting the meticulousness one might expect. As Bayu contemplated the early hour, weighing the possibility of relocating to another dormitory where vacancies surely remained, he concluded that such a move would be preferable to enduring social embarrassment in this place. Just as he resolved to make a hasty exit, Shun Qingzhu, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. "You must be my roommate. Today's incident was merely an accident. Let's not dwell on it. We shall be living together in this training camp for a year, so it is prudent that we support one another." Shun Qingzhu's words momentarily stunned Bayu, who had been considering flight. Once he regained his composure, he nodded vigorously. "Oh, all right. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Bayu, Bai as in fleeting moments, and Yu as in traveling through the world." Shun Qingzhu nodded in agreement. Reaching a mutual understanding was indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, he would have to contemplate squeezing in with Li Liang and his crew. "Let us formally get acquainted. I am Shun Qingzhu." Upon hearing this, Bayu's eyes widened in astonishment. The young man before him, possessing a commendable physique and a somewhat roguish demeanor, was none other than the infamous Shun Qingzhu from the original narrative. However, upon further reflection, Bayu recognized that Shun Qingzhu's appearance aligned quite well with the description of the brazen character in the text. Furthermore, he recalled that Shun had mentioned Li Liang's name, who, if memory served correctly, was one of Shun Qingzhu's 3 loyal subordinates. Despite the whirlwind of surprise churning within him, Bayu maintained a composed fa-ade. After they exchanged names, silence once again enveloped the room. Given that they were still strangers and not particularly loquacious, Bayu was unsure of what to discuss. Fortunately, a sudden knock at the door shattered the stillness. A boisterous voice rang out from the threshold. "Shan Ge, are you in there?" "I'm coming in." Before Shun Qingzhu could respond, the door swung open, revealing 3 young men standing at the entrance. Upon entering, the 3 boys noticed that aside from their leader, there was also a long-haired girl present, and their leader was without a shirt. Realizing they may have arrived at an inopportune moment, they contemplated retreating. However, Shun Qingzhu interrupted their intentions. "Do not look at him with such expressions. He is a boy, merely sporting long hair." Shun Qingzhu could easily discern the thoughts of his 3 subordinates. Having already caused a misunderstanding by mistaking Bayu for a girl, He feared that further provocation might push Bai Yu to his limits. "Oh, hello. We are Shun Ji's subordinates. I'm Li Liang." One of them introduced himself. Bai Yu remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then retrieved a set of camouflage clothing and toiletries from the supply bag before entering the bathroom. Noticing Bai Yu's disregard, Li Liang refrained from making a fool of himself and intended to explain his purpose for coming, but saw his superior gesture for him to speak outside. Shen Qingzhu followed his subordinate out, realizing that his roommate belonged to the taciturn type. When Bai Yu emerged from the bathroom, he noticed Shen Qingzhu holding a bag, presumably from the supply acquisition like Li Liang and the others. Neither spoke, as Bai Yu simply lay down on the bed, acknowledging the necessity of an early rise the next day. Thus, he decided to retire early. Before dawn, the urgent ringing of a bell reverberated throughout the training camp, jolting Bai Yu awake in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Was there an earthquake? After a brief moment of bewilderment, he recollected that he was at the training camp and would have to wake up early every day. However, this moment of confusion was fleeting. He quickly rose to wash up. Upon preparing, he noticed the empty bed across from him, realizing he might have overslept, and hurried towards the assembly point. Upon arrival, he spotted Lin Xie and Bai Li Pangpang, moving beside Lin Xie to quietly await the speaker on stage. Yuan Gang had been waiting at the assembly point early in the morning, observing the drizzling crowd with a furrowed brow. This year's numbers surpassed those of previous years, yet the number of unruly individuals seemed considerable as well. Once the crowd was almost gathered, Yuan Gang spoke. "I am the chief instructor of this training camp, Yuan Gang. I have trained many recruits, but you're the worst cohort I have ever encountered." His declaration ignited a stir among the crowd. With a rebellious voice rising in protest, "I refuse to accept that. On what grounds do you say this about us?" Another echoed, "Exactly. You were merely born a few years earlier than us. Why do you assume such superiority?" Listening to the dissenting voices, Yuan Gang merely gestured for silence and stated, "You believe my presence here is merely due to being born a few years earlier than you, correct?" "Wrong. I stand here not because of my age, but due to my capabilities. You may think that given time, you could achieve what I have accomplished, but let me assure you, you are nothing but a bunch of rubbish." Observing today's assembly, you displayed a lackadaisical attitude. It took nearly 20 minutes from the ringing of the assembly bell for you to gather. Does this demeanor qualify you as competent recruits? Most of the audience fell into silence, yet a defiant voice emerged. "I was among the first to arrive, taking only 6 minutes. How am I not a qualified recruit?" At this remark, a cold smirk crept across Yuan Gang's lips. If you were an individual, one might begrudgingly concede that you barely pass. However, you are not merely an individual, but a member of a collective. Even among those of you who harbor mutual disdain, the future may yet see you united as comrades. Your personal qualification does not equate to the qualification of your team, unless you perceive yourself as a solitary warrior capable of thriving alone, which you are not. Among you, few have encountered the enigmatic, and I dare assert that out of nearly 300 individuals on this playground, should a mysterious entity from the Chuan realm appear, fewer than 10 of you would emerge unscathed. Upon hearing this, the crowd's anger surged, and the portly Bai Li turned to the ever-silent Bai Yu and Lin Qiyi, saying, "Brother Qiyi, Brother Bai Yu, why do you not rebut his claims?" Bai Yu remained silent, merely casting a glance towards Lin Qiyi. Understanding the silent communication in Bai Yu's gaze, Lin Qiyi spoke. "Because what he says is true, most here are oblivious to the perils of the mysterious. Although their talents are commendable, they are like flowers in a greenhouse, easily shattered at the slightest touch." Does that mean you have encountered the mysterious, Brother Qiyi? Indeed, and that is why I concur with the instructor's words. He speaks rightly. If a Chuan realm mystery were to manifest, fewer than 10 would survive on this playground. Despite the fact that Bai Yu had effortlessly resolved the first 2 instances of the mysterious, making it seem deceptively simple, Lin Qiyi never entertained the notion that he alone could vanquish them. He was acutely aware of Zhao Kongcheng's prowess. Yet in the face of the Chuan realm's mystery, even he would be as fragile as a mere sheet of paper, let alone these recruits who had never even glimpsed the mysterious. "Oh, I see," Yuan Gang remarked, observing the restless crowd below, aware that his provocation had nearly succeeded. His gaze shifted towards the corner where Lin Chi stood. From the very beginning, Yuan Gang had been scrutinizing Bai Yu, curious to see if this renowned bard could be incited by mere words. However, Bai Yu's unwavering expression revealed to him that this young man was no ordinary individual. Fortunately, his objectives had been achieved, and thus Yuan Gang addressed the crowd. Since you are unconvinced, I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourselves. With that, Yuan Gang tapped a few buttons on his earpiece, signaling the masked team to descend. Chapter 48. The Masked Squad. As Yuan Gang concluded his words, he gazed up at the sky, prompting the audience below to follow suit. In the azure expanse above, 7 dark figures began to materialize. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Those dark spots appear to be human. Indeed, they do. They are plummeting from such a height without any protective gear. In mere moments, the 7 figures descended gracefully, and amidst the gasps of the spectators, one individual extended a finger and waved gently, allowing the 7 to land smoothly on the ground. Dressed in black, each figure bore a dark box on their backs and wore a mask adorned with peculiar patterns. Observing their masks, those with knowledge gasped in recognition. Clad in black and masked, these 7 were part of one of the 4 special squads, the Masked Squad. Among them, the leader, Wang Mian, scanned the crowd and, upon spotting a familiar face, his pupils contracted slightly. He then spoke with an air of indifference. "We are the Masked Squad." Before he could complete his statement, a figure beside him, Vortex, suddenly knelt before the entire assembly of newcomers. With this act of submission, an unspoken silence enveloped the crowd, a stillness that marked the evening's atmosphere. "Well then, the Masked Squad wishes everyone a prosperous new year," Vortex proclaimed, before abruptly rising, diverting his gaze as if nothing had transpired. Observing Vortex's kneeling form, the other members of the Masked Squad twitched their lips, each eager to convey their unfamiliarity with him. Among the onlookers, Bai Yu discreetly retrieved the camera, capturing this iconic moment. Vortex, noticing Bai Yu in the audience with the camera, hastily called out, "Hey there, newcomer. Please refrain from taking photos. I still wish to maintain some dignity." Seeing the scene unfold, Yuan Gang's lips twitched. Perhaps it was a mistake to summon the Masked Squad. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and addressed the crowd. "All right, everyone, quiet down. Do you not pride yourselves on being exemplary night watchmen? Before you stands one of the 4 special squads, the Masked Squad." A collective gasp echoed through the audience, and Yuan Gang smiled with satisfaction. "Do you not consider yourselves geniuses? I shall allow you to reassess your capabilities. From this moment until 9 p.m. tonight, if any one of you can unmask any member of the squad, I shall deem it a victory for you. If you succeed, I assure you that all present will be exempt from this new recruit training and will be recognized as qualified night watchmen. However, should you fail, discard your insignificant pride and obediently follow orders for training." The crowd erupted in discussion, and soon, voices emerged expressing doubt. "Most of us are strong from the sea or river realms. We are merely lantern realm practitioners. How could we possibly win?" Yuan Gong smiled faintly, acknowledging their inability to surpass the Faceless Squad under normal circumstances. In this battle, they would suppress their powers to match yours. Given the same level of capability, your 240 individuals face only 7. Moreover, how can you be certain that there are not those among you who have already transcended to the threshold of Zhuan? To speak plainly, one among you has indeed reached the Chuan realm. As for who that individual is, you must discern for yourselves. Yuan Gang's final statement rendered the new recruits silent. While the notion of the Faceless Squad suppressing their strength was anticipated by some, his subsequent remark caught everyone off guard. How could it be possible? They were all new recruits. How could anyone have achieved the Chuan realm? If someone truly had, why would they participate in this training session? Nevertheless, regardless of the murmurs below, Yuan Gang did not continue to respond. Instead, he bellowed silence. "You are free to unleash your full potential. All necessary weapons are in the warehouse, so do not worry about causing any damage. We will restore everything in the end." With that, the training ground erupted into fervor. Wang Mian from the Faceless Squad declared, "To deal with you, we need not 7 members. 5 shall suffice to vanquish this crowd." As Wang Mian's words echoed, The asymmetric yet equitable duel of 5 versus 240 commenced. Dozens of new recruits launched their attacks from various angles towards the faceless squad on stage. Frost, flames, hurricanes, lasers, an array of different assaults converging upon them. The atmosphere of the training ground ignited like a powder keg, exploding in an instant. Just as Bai Li was about to join the fray, he felt a tug on his arm. Turning, he found it was Lin Chia. "What is it, Brother Chia?" Lin Chia glanced at the scene on stage and promptly pulled Bai Li away from the crowd. "Did you not hear what Instructor Yuan said earlier? The weapons we require are in the warehouse. The faceless squad is well equipped. We cannot possibly confront them empty-handed." "Oh, I see. But what about Brother Baiyu? Are we not going to assist him?" Bai Li questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Baiyu, who had been meditating since the faceless squad's entrance. Lin Chia regarded Baiyu with a complex expression before resolutely leading Bai Li away. "He seems to be still waking up. Rest assured, he carries his own weapon. There is no need for us to worry. I trust he knows what he is doing." As Lin Chia and Bai Li departed, a pigeon landed on Baiyu's shoulder, prompting him to finally open his eyes. Baiyu had been using his mental energy to locate the instructor surveillance room. Yuan Gang's earlier mention of someone among the new recruits having reached the Chuan realm was, in fact, a test of Baiyu, a probe to ascertain whether he intended to reveal his true strength at the training camp. As the soft cooing of doves echoed in his ears, Baiyu smiled. Since Yuan Gang had clearly pointed out Baiyu's current state, it was only natural for him to seek an encounter with the deputy captain of the night watch team stationed in the capital. Upon hearing this, Baiyu rose and began to walk in the opposite direction from Lin Chia and the others. Just as Yuan Gang entered the monitoring room to assess the situation on the playground, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Chapter 49. Yuan Gang. As Yuan Gang arrived at the surveillance room, intending to observe the actions of the highly monitored Baiyu, Instructor Hong rushed in with palpable urgency. Noticing the flustered demeanor of Instructor Hong, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, questioning the source of his agitation. After taking a moment to compose himself, Instructor Hong explained, "Boss, the bard we were instructed to keep a close watch on has vanished." Yuan Gang's frown deepened at the implication of vanished. "What do you mean by that?" he inquired. "From the outset, we had set up a dedicated camera to monitor the bard's movements as per your directive. However, shortly after you left the playground for here, a white bird landed upon our target, and, subsequently, both the target and the bird disappeared. We have scrutinized all available footage, yet we found no trace of either the bird or the target." Yuan Gang's brow remained tightly knit. He was perplexed by Baiyu's actions. While he had exposed a weakness, it seemed unlikely that Baiyu would resort to outright disappearance. Was he perhaps plotting something? As he gazed at the footage of the white bird perched on Baiyu's shoulder, a flicker of recognition stirred within him, as if he had encountered it before. Lost in thought about Baiyu's possible hiding place, Yuan Gang approached the surveillance room, contemplating where Baiyu might reappear. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of white light caught his eye, and a figure materialized beside him. Instinctively, Yuan Gang adopted a defensive posture and struck at the figure with a powerful punch, testing the depth of the opponent's capabilities. The figure, however, effortlessly evaded his probing blow with a mere sidestep. Just as Yuan Gang prepared to strike again, the figure vanished into thin air. Observing the sudden disappearance, the surrounding instructors assumed an enemy incursion was imminent and were about to sound the alarm when Yuan Gang gestured for them to halt. Instead, he fixed his gaze on a corner of the room and confidently declared, "It's you, Baiyu. Stop your theatrics. I know it's you." True to his words, in the next heartbeat, Baiyu, disguised as an instructor, emerged from the shadows, offering a slight smile. As expected of the night watch vice captain stationed in the capital, "Your instincts are remarkably sharp." Yuan Gang's eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions. It wasn't merely his instincts. Rather, Baiyu had deliberately left clues. From the moment he entered the surveillance room, he had been signaling to Yuan Gang. He had switched places with Instructor Hong, masquerading as him to suggest that a white bird had appeared and then vanished. On his way back to the surveillance room, Yuan Gang too had encountered a white bird, which he suspected was Baiyu's informant. To keep him from discovering the truth about the bird, Baiyu had distorted his perception. Applause echoed in the spacious surveillance room as Baiyu smiled gently. Indeed, You are the astute instructor Yuan Gang. Your deductions are entirely accurate. Initially, I dispatched a pigeon to track your movements. Fearing you might detect something amiss due to the bird's presence, I employed a little ruse to make you subconsciously overlook it. It was only after your arrival at the surveillance room that I commanded the pigeon to return. Yuan Gang chuckled softly, yet his tone reflected a hint of confusion as he spoke. You flatter me. However, I find myself with two lingering questions that I hope you can elucidate. Please, go ahead, he continued, adopting a more serious demeanor. My first inquiry is one of great curiosity. How is it that you managed to reach the monitoring room before me in such a brief span of time? Bayou maintained a cheerful expression, responding with a teasing tone. In truth, I am not particularly adept at speed, so it is impossible for me to have arrived ahead of you. Are you certain this is indeed the monitoring room? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang realized that, while the surroundings resembled a monitoring room, the other instructors bore identical visages. This revelation instantaneously conveyed to him that he was not in a monitoring room, but rather in a realm akin to an illusion or a special space. However, recognizing that he was in an environment beyond his control did not fluster Yuan Gang. Instead, he spoke with renewed conviction. Then for my second question, what message do you intend to convey by luring me into this peculiar space? At this moment, Bayou's expression finally displayed a modicum of change, although he chose to conceal it and instead offered another commendation to Yuan Gang. Engaging with an astute individual is indeed swift. I possess crucial information to communicate to Instructor Yuan. What information? Yuan Gang inquired. There are issues among the instructors of this training camp. At least 3 of them are moles from the ancient God Church. Although Yuan Gang was not particularly surprised by this revelation. After all, it was common for new recruit training to harbor 1 or 2 infiltrators. He still furrowed his brow. How do you know this? Is the source of your information reliable? The accuracy of the source is unequivocal. As for how I came by this knowledge, I am unable to disclose it at the moment. I understand that Instructor Yuan would not merely take my word for it. How about we place a wager? What wager? Yuan Gang asked. Let us bet on whether Lin Xie will become the agent of the 2 deities. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's brow furrowed even deeper. Although Bayou had received assurances from higher authorities that he was indeed a trustworthy individual, this assertion seemed somewhat far-fetched. Historical records have never indicated that anyone could become the agent of 2 deities. Since you find it implausible, why not wager with me on whether Lin Xie will become the agent of the 2 deities? However, this is not the most vital piece of information. At this, Yuan Gang's gaze sharpened. Are you mocking me? Seeing the irritation on Yuan Gang's face, Bayou chuckled lightly. Instructor Yuan, do not be vexed. The information I previously shared pales in comparison to this revelation. What do you mean? Yuan Gong inquired. Bayou smiled subtly, a smile imbued with inscrutable significance. I have discovered the whereabouts of the great Xia deity. Chapter 50. 3 cups of tea. After Bayou's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the two. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the smiling Bayou, and spoke in a grave tone. Bayou, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Can you bear the weight of what you have proclaimed? At the sound of Yuan Gang's inquiry, Bayou's smile faded. Of course, let us sit down and discuss this, he replied, gesturing with his hand. In an instant, the surveillance room transformed into a tea room, where a table appeared before them, adorned with 3 cups of tea on either side. Yuan Gang stared at the 3 cups, puzzled by Bayou's intentions. Yet, with no other option, he decided to wait and see what trick Bayou had up his sleeve. After sitting down, he took a sip from the first cup and said, Please enlighten me. You claim to have discovered the trace of the great Xia deity. Prove it to me. Seeing Yuan Gang drink the tea, Bayou smiled once more, a smile imbued with an inscrutable mystique, and he too sipped from his first cup. You must be aware of my origins, Instructor Yuan, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Do you not find it peculiar that among the 100 or so deities observed by humanity after the mist descended, there is not a trace of the great Xia deity? Naturally, I find it strange. But what exactly do you wish to convey? Yuan Gang asked, his brow furrowing deeper as he scrutinized Bayou for any signs of deceit. Do not be hasty, Instructor Yuan. You should know that I awakened as a forbidden void 8 years ago, and since the age of 12. I have traversed the vast expanse of Great Xia. My journeys served two purposes: to eradicate the lurking Xiagai insect tribe within Great Xia, and to seek out traces of the Great Xia deity. After 6 years, I have finally unearthed a clue. Yuan Gang's expression grew more serious as he continued to observe Bai Yu. What have you discovered? There are indeed deities in Great Xia, but they have all succumbed to slumber. Slumber? Yuan Gang's confusion deepened. The reason Great Xia remains unclouded by the mist is, in fact, due to the Great Xia deity. The Night Watchers must have long suspected this, unlike the Western deities who sacrifice their followers for self-preservation. The deities of Great Xia transformed into guardian monuments to protect their people, standing sentinel at the borders of Great Xia, preventing the mist from encroaching. Yet, they themselves have fallen into a cycle of eternal sleep. Since you assert that the Great Xia deities are asleep, how do you possess this knowledge? Bai Yu calmly sipped from his second cup of tea, his eyes locked onto Yuan Gang as he replied, I learned it from the Great Xia deity himself. I encountered the reincarnated Great Xia deity, the illustrious Erlang Shun, known throughout the legends. If you claim that Erlang Shun has awakened from his slumber, then why has he never made an appearance? Yuan Gang asked, finishing the second cup of tea at Bai Yu's behest. Bai Yu let out a sigh, his expression heavy with sorrow as he spoke. How easy can it be to dispel the fog? The deities of the West either sacrifice their own people or relinquish numerous lesser gods to fend off the encroaching mist. Although the gods of Great Xia can reincarnate, they are still gravely wounded. After all, if they were not injured, why would they need to undergo rebirth? Yuan Gang's sharp gaze fixed upon Bai Yu, seemingly attempting to discern the true identity concealed beneath this fade. However, after a moment, he relinquished his scrutiny, for regardless of Bai Yu's true nature, the information he bore was of utmost significance. Suddenly, Yuan Gang felt a familiar voice resonate within his mind, asserting its belief in him, declaring that everything he said was true and that he would never act against the interests of Great Xia, assuring him of his protection. The unexpected voice left Yuan Gang momentarily stunned. It was the voice of that esteemed master he had once heard. Concealing his discomfort, he glanced at the third cup of tea before him and began to surmise the significance of these 3 cups, each representing a question. Bai Yu wished to convey vital information to the Night Watch, yet there seemed to be constraints preventing him from revealing everything. Yuan Gang hesitated, pondering what his final question should be. Observing Yuan Gang's inner turmoil, Bai Yu spoke up. Instructor Yuan, there is no need to rush. I can temporarily reserve this cup of tea for you. You need only agree to 2 conditions. The first is that everything I have just shared must be communicated solely to Commander Yi, and cannot be divulged to anyone else. Upon hearing Bai Yu's stipulations and the opportunity to postpone his inquiry, Yuan Gang exhaled in relief. Of course, that poses no issue. What then is the second condition? A faint smile graced Bai Yu's lips as he responded. The second condition is my desire to become one of the instructors for this new batch of recruits. I wish to impart some crucial knowledge to them, for I sense that several among them will be the future leaders of Great Xia, true talents destined to safeguard our realm. Upon hearing Bai Yu's second request, Yuan Gang hesitated. With the esteemed Master S endorsement, his trust in Bai Yu had significantly grown. However, trust alone did not equate to qualification as an instructor. Although Bai Yu's capabilities were undeniable, the realms of theory and practical application were distinct. Moreover, his appointment as an instructor was not solely at his discretion. Other instructors might object. He found himself torn on whether to acquiesce. Before he could voice his thoughts, Bai Yu preemptively assured him, Instructor Yuan, you need not worry about my abilities. If my capability to command respect is in question, how about this? Tomorrow, I can engage in duels with each instructor, keeping my strength restrained to the limits of the Chuan realm. Even a series of battles would pose no problem. Though Yuan Gang remained somewhat hesitant, he nodded in agreement, recognizing that if Bai Yu's claims held merit, then his 2 requests were not unreasonable. Then let it be as you say. Instructor Yuan, your decisiveness is commendable, Bai Yu replied with a smile. The moment Bai Yu finished speaking, the surrounding scene began to collapse. Yuan Gang found himself outside the door of the monitoring room, a vanishing white feather resting upon his shoulder. Observing the fading feather and the environment around him, Yuan Gang let out a hearty laugh and turned to walk back toward the playground, murmuring to himself, "Let me witness the true prowess of the legendary bard." Chapter 51. Yuan Gang versus Baiyu. On the other side, after Yuan Gang departed, Baiyu drained the third cup of tea before him. Unbeknownst to Yuan Gang, these 3 cups not only represented 3 inquiries, but also constituted a pact of collaboration. Although the original narrative portrayed Yuan Gang as a virtuous character with his own blue butterfly, who could predict whether he might inadvertently become a villain due to his own fluttering. Thus, Baiyu kept a contingency in mind. Within each cup of tea lay a hidden force of collaboration. Should Yuan Gang fall victim to the butterfly effect and transform into an antagonist, he would forfeit his memories upon entering the dreamscape and would subsequently become a cornerstone of Baiyu's poetic ensemble, influenced by the collaborative power. Fortunately, the latent force concealed within the tea remained undisturbed, indicating that Yuan Gang had not lost his memories within the dream realm, and he was likely on his way to find Baiyu. Sensing Yuan Gang, imbued with collaborative power, drawing nearer to the playground, Baiyu willingly lifted his concealment. The force of collaboration could obscure others' perceptions, and naturally, it could also obscure his own presence. As the dove returned, Baiyu blurred others' recognition of him. To everyone else, he merely resembled a blade of grass on the playground. As long as no one touched him, he would remain undisclosed. Meanwhile, observing the lingering figure of Wang Mian on the playground, Baiyu's unmasked presence elicited a knowing expression from him. The group of new recruits might not recognize Baiyu, but as the captain of the masked team, one of the 4 elite squads, Wang Mian could certainly identify him. Furthermore, he was well aware of Baiyu's capabilities. Thus, from the outset, Wang Mian had kept a vigilant eye on Baiyu. Noticing Baiyu's sudden disappearance, he chose to remain on the playground, dispatching some recruits while awaiting Baiyu's reappearance. Upon seeing Baiyu materialize, Wang Mian unsheathed his long blade, causing the recruits attempting to encircle him to collapse simultaneously. He then called out to Baiyu from short distance. "Hey, Baiyu, are you interested in a duel?" Naturally, Baiyu noted Wang Mian's movements. However, upon hearing the challenge, he simply shook his head. "Not today. Indeed, we shall engage in a contest, but presently, you are not my opponent, nor am I yours." "What do you mean?" Wang Mian was perplexed by Baiyu's assertion that he was not his opponent at that moment. As he prepared to inquire further, he noticed Yuan Gang, who should have been in the monitoring room, inexplicably returning. "Instructor Yuan, what brings you here?" Wang Mian asked. Hearing Wang Mian's question, Yuan Gang smiled with a dash of charm. "Baiyu is correct. You should go support your teammates now. As for me, I shall engage in a match with Baiyu." Although Wang Mian was uncertain about the reasoning behind Yuan Gang's words, he refrained from probing further and proceeded toward the warehouse. With Wang Mian's departure, Baiyu rose from the grass, teasingly remarking, "Instructor Yuan, are you sending Wang Mian away because you're afraid the other members of the mass team won't hold their ground? I had thought you would engage in a righteous 2-on-1 battle with him. Indeed, you exhibit an audacious confidence in your friend. Naturally, since you hold such unwavering faith in your companion, I too wish to engage in a contest with the illustrious bard." With that, Yuan Gang unleashed his imposing aura, causing the surrounding atmosphere to ripple under the weight of his formidable presence. Unyielding in the face of Yuan Gang's pressure, Baiyu also radiated a powerful aura, and the verse of truth materialized in his hand, seemingly out of nowhere. "Ah, Instructor Yuan seems intent on overpowering the lesser. Fear not, for I do not possess such shamelessness. I shall only employ my prowess at the river realm. However, as you are aware, even at the pinnacle of the river realm, it remains the river realm." In an instant, Yuan Gang appeared before Baiyu, delivering a punch imbued with mental energy. Without flinching, Baiyu allowed Yuan Gang's fist to strike him, and to Yuan Gang's astonishment, he transformed into numerous thorns, completely enveloping Yuan Gang's right hand. Meanwhile, the vanished Baiyu reappeared about 5 meters away, smiling mischievously at Yuan Gang. Upon seeing Baiyu materialize at a distance, Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that during their earlier exchange, Baiyu had clouded his perception, but he remained a powerhouse of the sea realm. Even if he suppressed his cultivation to the river realm, he was still at its zenith. The speed with which he could affect the cognition of a peak river realm individual was quite remarkable. Baiyu, you are indeed full of surprises. While he possessed certain abilities, it was not sufficient. Yuan Gang merely shook off the thorns that had ensnared his hand, reducing them to ash, and launched another punch. Hearing Yuan Gang's proclamation, Baiyu did not respond. Instead, he continued to chant silently, swiftly turning the pages of the verse of truth. Countless golden thorns erupted from around him, with several defending against Yuan Gang's assault, while the remaining thorns counterattacked. As the thorns advanced towards him, Yuan Gang took a deep breath, and golden lightning flickered around him. A spear, forged from the surrounding electricity, materialized in his grasp. With a flourish of the spear, he severed the approaching thorns, then hurled the lightning spear at Baiyu. The spear pierced through the thorns encircling Baiyu and was poised to strike him directly when, at that moment, Baiyu ceased his incantation. The verse of truth transformed into a golden conductor's baton, and with a graceful wave, the once threatening lightning spear disintegrated into specks of golden light. Witnessing his attacks so effortlessly countered, Yuan Gang's brow furrowed, and he launched another lightning spear, which upon reaching midair, multiplied into 7. Each one aimed at Baiyu from various angles. Observing the increased number of spears, Baiyu remained unperturbed, swiftly drawing 3 lines in the air with his baton, summoning 3 golden portals from the ground. Then, much to Yuan Gang's astonishment, 3 distinct figures emerged from the portals. Baiyu smiled gently, gazing at the astonished Yuan Gang, and spoke with a light-hearted tone. Please enjoy the performance of Once Upon a Time, Now, and Forever. Chapter 52, Yuan Gang Versus. Baiyu 2, Yuan Gang's gaze was firmly fixed upon the 3 figures before him. Though he prided himself on having weathered many storms, encountering a peculiar entity like Baiyu was a first for him. He had observed the technique employed by Baiyu and the materials transmitted by Chunmai. However, emerging from the rift were not the 3 metallic constructs previously witnessed by Chunmai, but rather 3 individuals of varying appearances. Had they merely resembled humans, Yuan Gang would have been less astonished. Yet, the intelligence provided by Chunmai explicitly noted that during their last exchange, the 3 minions summoned by Baiyu possessed only mid-level strength in the pool realm. In stark contrast, the 3 summoned allies now standing before him were all mid-level in the river realm, surpassing even Baiyu's own displayed prowess. Ah, you truly are a source of surprises. You might as well be equivalent to a small town's night watch squad, Yuan Gang remarked. Flattery, Instructor Yuan. Now, let us proceed to the second round, Baiyu replied, gracefully sweeping his left hand across the golden baton in his right. An ethereal score materialized behind him. As he waved the baton, the 3 figures wielding different instruments moved in unison, their harmonious melodies resonating across the vast training ground, transforming into a golden tide that surged towards Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang's gaze sharpened. Although he perceived little distinction between facing 1 or 4 adversaries of the river realm, this was contingent upon him being at full capacity. In his prime, even several opponents of the same caliber would not pose a challenge. Yet, presently, he could only exert peak strength within the river realm. Despite his extensive experience, it was improbable for him to contend against 4 individuals of equal standing. As the golden tide approached, Yuan Gang instinctively fortified his defenses, surrounding himself with a shimmering armor of golden thunder. The moment the wave collided with his protective barrier, his eyes glazed over, followed by the resounding clash of metal. The armor encasing him soon bore numerous fine cracks. The pain jolted Yuan Gang back to clarity as he beheld the damage to his chest plate, his expression growing grave. Baiyu's recent assault not only impacted the body, but also contained a potent mental strike. The ease with which his armor was breached stemmed from the psychic assault concealed within the golden tide. Caught off guard, Yuan Gang's soul was rattled by the sound waves, disrupting the flow of mental energy sustaining his armor, rendering it vulnerable to a single strike. Gazing at Baiyu in the distance, Yuan Gang took a deep breath. That attack had undeniably manifested the might of the peak river realm. However, such a broad-spectrum assault was likely not something Baiyu could unleash frequently. He needed to defeat Baiyu, the summoner, before the latter could execute another attack of similar magnitude. As anticipated, Bai refrained from employing an assault as formidable as the first, instead finding opportunities to counter as Yuan Gang maneuvered skillfully around him, ultimately leading to the dismantling of his previous defenses. After the departure of Shizai, Yuan Gang's attacks became increasingly fierce and swift. However, Bai maintained an inscrutable expression, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. As Yuan Gang's assault struck Jin Zai once more, Jin Zai fell to the ground, mirroring the fate of Shizai. Witnessing the two henchmen summoned by Bai being obliterated, Yuan Gang's countenance revealed no trace of amusement. Instead, he wore a grave expression as he observed the unfolding scene. Although it appeared that Yuan Gang had effortlessly dispatched the two figures, he soon realized that with each defeat, his spiritual energy was being sealed by 20%. Initially, he felt no impact when Shizai was vanquished, but with Jin Zai's collapse, the earlier neglect of the twofold sealing of his spiritual force became glaringly apparent. The demise of the two shadows not only yielded no advantage for Yuan Gang, but resulted in a significant loss of nearly half of his spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Gang resolved to bypass the presence of Yong Zai and directly confront Bai Yu, who lingered in the background. However, in the next instant, his pupils constricted as he witnessed Bai Yu thrusting a conductor's baton directly into Yong Zai's chest. At that moment, Yong Zai fell silent, collapsing to the ground. With Yong Zai's fall, the three figures disintegrated, coalescing into a torrent of golden energy that surged into Bai Yu's body. In the astonished gaze of Yuan Gang, Bai Yu's aura ascended to the pinnacle of the Chuan realm. As Bai Yu reached this peak, Yuan Gang released the lightning that enveloped him, his expression becoming increasingly complex. Earlier, he had struggled against Bai Yu in the early stage of the Chuan realm, and now, facing Bai Yu at the peak, he felt it unnecessary to continue the duel, recognizing that their encounter was merely a friendly spar. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the reality of his defeat, despite being two minor realms above his opponent, was both astonishing and difficult to accept. Congratulations, Bai Yu. I have recorded our spar, and I shall present this footage to the other instructors. Welcome to become a special instructor for this training camp. Yuan Gang acknowledged in this instance. I did not exert my full strength, so I suppose I have taken a slight advantage. Bai Yu replied, well then, you may allocate the remaining time of the survival game as you see fit. By the way, remember to prepare your teaching materials in advance, as they will require inspection. All right, I understand. Thank you, Instructor Yuan, Bai Yu responded, making his way toward the dining hall. Watching Bai Yu's retreating figure, Yuan Gang couldn't help but chuckle. But he quickly composed himself, a chill creeping into his demeanor. After all, Bai Yu had mentioned that there were undercover agents from the ancient God Church among the instructors of this training camp. You filthy creatures had better stay hidden, otherwise I shall ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Chapter 53. Bai Yu and Bai Yu as noon approached. Most of the new recruits were either engaged in fierce skirmishes within the warehouse or lying in ambush in the dormitory. The pathway to the cafeteria was remarkably deserted, with scarcely a soul in sight. Bai Yu had no desire to join in the chaos of the new recruits and the mass squad's grand battle. Even if he did, now is not the time. At present, Bai Yu was preoccupied, walking toward the cafeteria while engaging in light-hearted conversation with Bai Yu. You were quite ruthless just now, weren't you? You struck Yong without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yu remarked, his tone laced with a hint of resentment, his words slightly gritted. Low profile. Didn't T.I. learn that from our benevolent Bai Yu? Besides, those three are merely illusory manifestations composed of fragments of order and cooperation. They lack any sensation of pain. True, I do not feel pain, but do you have any idea of the psychological toll this takes on me while controlling them? It's quite daunting. Oh, come now, everyone has to experience their first time. You'll get used to it. I'm accustomed to your nonsense. The absence of pain permits such actions. Why don't you try it next time and see if there's any humanity left in you? Hey, that language is too crude. How can a good person curse? You've been muted. Be careful not to ruin your image. Well, I cursed, what of it? Can you strike me? After all, we share the same body. If you hit me, you're hitting yourself. Despite this declaration, Bai Yu refrained from further colorful language. The reason for Bayu's irritation stemmed from a recent experiment conducted by Bayu and the persona within his mind. This involved substituting the essence of one of the three dramas with another personality residing within his head. In essence, when summoning one of the three dramas, Bayu's soul would replace one of the summoned dramas, meaning that one of the dramas was essentially Bayu in disguise. With Bayu's essence in play, the strength of one drama would significantly increase. Furthermore, due to the interconnected nature of the three dramas, the enhancement of one would elevate the capabilities of the other two as well. After breaking through to the first level of the River Realm, Bayu's summoned dramas had already achieved early-stage River Realm strength. With Bayu's essence included, their power advanced to the mid-stage of the River Realm. Moreover, each time a drama fell, it would bestow a ceiling buff upon its opponent, and once all three dramas were defeated, they would provide a boon to Bayu, enhancing his own strength. However, the downside of this approach was that if the drama in which Bayu is embodied were to perish, Bayu's consciousness would temporarily fade, akin to a brief state of shock, potentially affecting Bayu's mental state. All right. Soon you may have a new companion. How thrilling. Upon hearing Bayu's words, Bayu ceased his banter, falling into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke with deliberation. Have you truly made up your mind? At present, the situation is precarious. 0923 has inexplicably departed. Although the functions provided by the system remain operational, the impending catastrophe in Sangnan City looms large, and in the absence of 0923, I find myself engulfed in unease. Furthermore, my presence has caused a deviation in numerous matters. While the overall direction remains unchanged, there exists the possibility of the plot unexpectedly surging forward, compelling the narrative to eliminate me, this uncontrollable butterfly, in order to restore balance. Thus, I must deepen my connection with this world. Even if I were to perish, it matters not, for as long as you exist, I shall have the opportunity for resurrection. Listening to Bayu's words, Bayu's temper flared. Do you trust me so completely? What if I choose not to assist you? What if I desire to usurp your position? In response, Bayu inquired, would you truly? I would. If you fail to return, I will undoubtedly take your place and will not aid in your revival. With that, Bayu, in a fit of pique, unilaterally severed the connection with Bayu. Upon hearing Bayu's petulant remarks, Bayu smiled, feeling a surge of emotion. Bayu, oh Bayu, I know you can hear me. We share the same body. No matter how much you deny it, your heart cannot deceive. My trust in you is not solely based on faith in your character, but also on my faith in myself. You are the purest manifestation of my goodness. In essence, even if everyone else in the world were to betray me, you would not. This is my trust in myself. We are, fundamentally, the same person, and I shall always remain loyal to who I am. Just when Bayu thought Bayu would not respond, a voice resonated in his mind. Come back alive. Although Bayu remained silent, the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Mere moments after concluding the conversation with Bayu, Bayu arrived at the target cafeteria. The cafeteria was nearly deserted, with only one serving window open. Bayu bypassed the food distribution area and made his way towards a sign that read kitchen, authorized personnel only. Inside the kitchen, perhaps aware that today marked the day of the great survival game, only a couple of chefs sat idly, engrossed in their phones. The head chef, noticing Bayu's entrance, instinctively frowned, but his expression softened upon seeing the pass-on Bayu's phone provided by Yuan Gang. My surname is Sun, and I am the head of the cafeteria. You must be the special instructor mentioned by Instructor Yuan. Indeed, it's a pleasure. Mr. Sunday, may I utilize the kitchen? Though Mr. Sun appeared somewhat perplexed, he did not pry further and merely gestured in a certain direction. No problem. That area is where the ingredients are stored. Having received Mr. Sun's consent, Bayu proceeded to the storage room, selected a few fresh vegetables, and gathered some fatty beef and eggs before emerging from the storeroom. He then busied himself at the stove. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from Bayu's stove, and in no time, 3 exquisite dishes emerged. Silky scrambled eggs with tender beef, garlic eggplant, and a medley of fresh stir-fried vegetables. Carefully, he packed these delectable creations into empty containers, added 2 servings of rice, and then departed from the cafeteria. After leaving, Bai sought refuge in a secluded grove and addressed Bai with a sense of urgency. I feel that the moment is nearly upon us. It is time for you to make your entrance. The Bai in his mind offered little more than a curt response. Understood, stay safe. Remember, one of those meals belongs to Lin Chia. Do not indulge. How annoying. Are you leaving or not? I shall take my leave now. With that, Bai closed his eyes, and a flash of white light enveloped him. A brilliant beam of light surged forth from within, soaring beyond the confines of the training camp, leaving only Bai behind. Upon opening his eyes, Bai glanced at the departing Bai, who was carrying the lunch he had prepared, and made his way toward Lin Chia and the others. Chapter 54. Gazing at the bento for two in her hands, Bai felt a wave of nostalgia. Ever since parting ways at the Sunshine Mental Hospital, she had only encountered Lin Chia briefly at the Gods Mental Hospital. This thought prompted her to reflect humorously on her peculiar affinity with mental institutions. It seemed that every meeting with Lin Chia invariably occurred within such a setting. However, she was relieved that today, at last, that peculiar curse had been broken. At this juncture, Lin Chia and his companions were likely engaged in a brief skirmish with a masked team in a warehouse, seeking refuge to strategize with the nearby recruits. It appeared she needed to locate someone quickly, uncertain if she could deliver the meal before it cooled. After muttering to herself, Bai closed her eyes, and a cascade of colorful light enveloped her. Subsequently, a white thread extended towards a certain direction. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the dormitory, her teammates were huddled together discussing their next moves. Following the earlier round of cleansing, the remaining recruits had undoubtedly formed small groups akin to theirs, and now they sought collaboration with similar factions. Despite the necessity for unity, the remaining recruits either possessed formidable strength or were merely surviving. With mutual ignorance of each other as capabilities, discord was inevitable. If one could not command respect, even a consolidated group of recruits could easily dissolve into chaos, falling victim to systematic dismantling. I did not intend to position myself as the leading voice. There was someone far more suitable than I. If he were to step forward, he would undoubtedly command the respect of the group. Chia, could you possibly be referring to? Indeed, his prowess was unmatched among this cohort of recruits. Observing Lin Chia and Bai Li's puzzled expressions, Emily furrowed her brow, preparing to speak when suddenly, vibrant light began to shimmer around Lin Chia. Moments later, a white thread locked onto him. Both Li and Bai Li heightened their vigilance upon noticing Lin Chia being ensnared. Yet Lin Chia gestured for them to remain calm. A voice resonated through the white thread that had ensnared him. Chia, is it safe there? Upon hearing this voice, the two, save for Li, who had yet to hear Bai's tone, instantly recognized its origin. It's safe on my end for now. What about you? Is that Bai? It's nothing serious. I've wrapped things up over here and wish to rendezvous with you. Is Fatty with you? Yes, besides the two of us. There is also a girl named Emily. Oh, splendid. Please wait for me there. I'll be there momentarily. With that, the connection fell silent. Once the conversation concluded, Emily finally spoke up. Who is this Bai? Do you both know her? Before Lin Chia could respond, Bai Li interjected. Bai is the individual Chia referred to earlier, the unacknowledged king among this batch of recruits, also noted by Instructor Yuan for possessing exceptional strength. Upon hearing the commendations bestowed upon Bai by the plump Bai Li, Emily nodded, but refrained from further conversation, choosing instead to patiently await the arrival of the highly praised Bai. Meanwhile, Lin Chi, who had just concluded the call, lowered his head, lost in thought. On the other side, after finishing the conversation with Lin Chi, Bai proceeded toward the direction of the white thread connection. However, it was not long before he encountered the masked team, who had just exited the warehouse and were heading toward the dormitory. Upon seeing the 5 masked figures before him, Bai couldn't help but rub his forehead, pondering his unfortunate luck. How could he run in a masked team right after stepping out? Wang Mian was somewhat taken aback upon spotting Bai. Initially, they had observed the mysteriously appearing thread with curiosity, speculating it might be a new recruit's means of communication, and they intended to intercept it midway. Little did they expect that the one employing this trick was Bai himself. Frowning, Bai realized that prolonging the encounter with this group could lead to complications. Thus he addressed them coldly. I have matters to attend to. Please step aside. Upon hearing Bai Yu's rather impolite remark, the members of the masked team, except for Wang Mian, furrowed their brows. You must be the new recruit from Chuanjing this year. You certainly have a bold demeanor, Tian Ping remarked, his tone far from pleasant, as he raised his right hand, poised to engage Bai Yu in combat. Meanwhile, Vortex scrutinized Bai Yu, feeling a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. Be cautious, Tian Ping. This fellow exudes a distinctly perilous aura. Vortex warned as the tension escalated between the two parties. Just as the atmosphere thickened with hostility, Wang Mian, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke up. Bai Yu, who emerged victorious between you and Instructor Yuan. At Wang Mian's inquiry, the remaining members of the masked team knitted their brows in confusion, while Vortex scanned surroundings, attempting to discern any hidden connection between the two. Of course, I emerged victorious. My current identity can be regarded as that of a special invited instructor, Bai Yu replied. The rest of the masked team members were momentarily taken aback. Captain, what on earth is happening? What are you two playing at? Rose queried. In response to her question, Wang Mian explained, you may not know him, but you have certainly heard of the title bard. This individual before you is Bai Yu, the renowned bard of legend. With that, Wang Mian stepped aside, creating a path. With the way cleared, Bai Yu did not hesitate, swiftly passing the masked team as he made his way toward Lin Chiye's location. During this time, Vortex continued to fixate on Bai Yu's retreating figure. And just as Bai Yu was about to vanish from view, Vortex suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. I remember where I've seen him. At the onset of the new recruit showcase, I was so nervous, and it was this guy who captured my embarrassing moments on his phone. Upon hearing this, the others wore expressions of exasperation, unsure of how to respond to Vortex's revelation. With no obstacles in his path, Bai Yu proceeded with ease, soon arriving at the hideout of Lin Chiyi and the others. Lin Xie glanced up at Bai Yu before lowering his head once more to confer with the other two, his voice becoming somewhat stammered. However, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile, for as Lin Xie averted his gaze, he caught a glimpse of Lin Xie's face, which was beginning to flush ever so slightly. Chapter 55. Molly the other two were perplexed by why Bai Yu suddenly burst into laughter, yet they still greeted him. Hello, Bai Yu, I am Molly. Greetings, Brother Bai Yu. Bai Yu glanced at Molly and Bai Li Pang Pang, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Chiyi and gently spoke. Chiyi, it has been a while. Have you missed me? Upon hearing Bai Yu's voice, Lin Chiyi confirmed his suspicions and lifted his head, revealing a smile. Brother Bai Yu, it has indeed been a long time. Bai Li Pang Pang, overhearing their exchange, appeared somewhat bewildered. Jie, are you and Brother Bai Yu playing some sort of riddle? Did we not just meet this morning during our gathering? Molly furrowed her brow, sensing no trace of spiritual energy from this individual. He seemed utterly ordinary. Upon hearing Bai Li Pang Pang's words, Lin Chi glanced at Bai Yu, noting his nonchalant demeanor, and explained, Brother Bai Yu possesses two personalities. The one we encountered this morning was Bai Yu, while this is Bai Yu, the serene and carefree one. Speaking of which, why have you suddenly emerged, Brother Bai Yu? Where's Bai Yu? Listening to Lin Chi Ye's clarification, Bai Li Pang Pang became increasingly perplexed. Chi, I recall Brother Bai Yu. But this situation with Brother Bai Yu should be a form of a mental disorder known as multiple personality disorder, correct? Lin Chi responded to Bai Li Pang Pang's bewilderment. That is somewhat accurate. Bai Yu once mentioned that he voluntarily underwent a form of dissociation to combat the adverse effects of the Forbidden Void, thus splitting off Brother Bai Yu from his own soul. Indeed, little Chi Yi is correct. I am Bai Yu's secondary personality, and I have given myself the name Bai Yu. Oh, hello, Brother Bai Yu. Bai Li Pang Pang nodded in understanding and subsequently produced a solid gold Rolex from seemingly nowhere. Upon seeing the Rolex, Bai Yu could not help but chuckle, marveling at Bai Li Pang Pang's ability to retrieve such a luxury item from thin air. There is no need for that. Although Bai Yu and I have considerable differences in temperament, we share a common belief: no merit, no reward. Having declined the Rolex, he turned to Lin Chiyi. Little Chiyi, you have not yet had your meal, have you? Come, I have brought lunch for you. Let us dine together. He then extended the bento he held towards Lin Chiyi. Just as Bai Yu was about to hand the bento to Lin Chiyi, Molly, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Wait a moment. Regardless of whether you are by you or by you, and regardless of your relationship with Lin Shiyi, should you not first demonstrate your abilities? After all, I sense not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from you." As Molly spoke, both Bai Lipong and Lin Shiyi turned their gazes towards her, perplexed by her actions. Bai Yu, questioned by Molly, showed no signs of anger. Instead, he directed his attention to her with a smile and said, "You are Molly, correct? Since you doubt my abilities, why not engage in a friendly spar? Rest assured, I shall only employ spirit power at the level of a lamp." Though Bai Yu's voice was remarkably calm, Molly felt an overwhelming pressure surge towards her like an incoming tide. It was gentle yet restrained, akin to a flowing current that instilled a sense of oppressive tension. In the face of such formidable presence, Molly's fighting spirit surged within her, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her sword. "From the Mo Clan's sword sect, I welcome your guidance," she declared. Lin Shiyi, carrying lunch, discreetly retreated alongside Bai Lipong, quietly observing the two. Upon hearing Molly's words, Bai Yu displayed a smile reminiscent of Bai Yu's, then, with a flourish, produced two iron fans that appeared in his hands. "Bai Yu, I await your guidance," he replied. With Bai Yu's words, Molly surged forward like a flash of crimson lightning, her blade radiating a fierce light as she launched an attack. Unfazed, Bai Yu merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading Molly's assault. Undeterred by her initial failure, Molly swiftly adjusted her grip, delivering a sweeping arc of a strike. Upon witnessing the incoming blade's glimmer, Bai Yu remained composed, bringing his iron fans together. One fan parried her long sword while the other struck the back of her blade. Realizing that Bai Yu had easily blocked her attack and was now aiming for the back of her sword, Molly retreated sharply, leveraging her backward momentum to extricate her weapon from Bai Yu's fans. Bai Yu made no attempt to hinder her retreat, his expression unwavering. As Molly observed his unchanging demeanor, her own expression grew serious. Although her previous two attacks had merely been tests, they were imbued with the effects of the high-frequency vibrations from the Forbidden Void, W. Nexi, Ing P. Ing. How could Bai Yu remain so composed while effortlessly parrying her strikes? Was he some kind of formidable titan? Molly unleashed a series of slashes. Yet Bai Yu deftly countered each one. Just as she contemplated her next move, Bai Yu suddenly sighed, speaking in a tone of disappointment. "Molly, you have already lost." Confused by his statement, Molly retorted, "Lost? How is that possible? I haven't sustained a single injury." Bai Yu shook his head, responding, "See for yourself." In that instant, Molly felt a blur before her eyes, as the metallic iron fan had somehow found its way to her neck. To her astonishment, Bai Yu, who had been several meters away just moments before, was now standing right before her. Upon realizing her defeat, Molly lowered her blade and turned to Bai Yu, inquiring, "Can you enlighten me as to why? Is your ability to manipulate the void akin to teleportation?" Before Bai Yu could respond, Bai Li, the portly one, interjected, "Molly, you have been wildly brandishing your long knife and babbling incoherently since earlier." At the sound of Bai Li's words, Molly was further perplexed. She had been attentive and absorbed every word, yet now found herself utterly bewildered. Noticing the confusion etched on Molly's face, Bai Yu elucidated, "My expertise diverges from that of Bai Yu. He is accustomed to and excels in direct confrontations, whereas I am more adept at leveraging the abilities of the void to manipulate the environment, thus engaging in a psychological duel. Consequently, you are merely fighting against yourself." Chapter 56. Bai Yu, you mentioned that when a miracle concludes, I should refrain from using the soul bag to collect the souls of the citizens of Songnan City. Please provide me with a reasonable justification. A youthful boy, whose face bore a hint of innocence, gazed at the floating orb before him. His words, however, were devoid of any hint of delicacy. Bai Yu did not respond immediately to Yang Jin. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding environment, exhaling in exasperation before speaking, "Of course. I shall provide a reason, but must we converse in the restroom?" Yang Jin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as if the earlier seriousness had dissipated entirely. "I apologize, but I'm still in school, and this restroom stall is the only place devoid of others, making it convenient for conversation." Bai rolled his eyes, exasperated. If the orb had eyes, it would surely mirror his sentiment. Let us find another method to converse, for discussing matters of such gravity in this setting is rather distasteful. Now, please exit the restroom immediately. With an awkward chuckle, Yang Jin emerged from the stall, only to be met with the resentful gazes of his classmates waiting outside. The longer he had remained in the stall, the more impatient they appeared. Once outside, he regarded the ever-present orb floating before him, contemplating the inquiry he wished to make, yet hesitating for fear of being perceived as a lunatic talking to himself, thereby choosing to wait for Baiyu to speak. Having departed from the rather pungent atmosphere, Baiyu took several deep breaths, if the orb possessed lungs, and then, using mental energy, conveyed to Yang Jin, ahem. The lifespan of Sangnan City has now entered a countdown. The Seraph has granted the city a power sufficient to sustain the miracle for merely a decade. And with just over a year remaining until its conclusion, once the miracle fades, the citizens who perished a decade ago will meet their demise once more. Upon hearing Baiyu's words, Yang Jin instinctively furrowed his brow. If you are aware that the disappearance of the miracle will lead to the death of those citizens from a decade ago, why then do you prevent me from using the soul bag to collect their souls? This would grant them a chance at resurrection. Baiyu shook his head and replied, the reason for disallowing you from collecting the souls of Sangnan City's populace with the soul bag is twofold. Firstly, while it is indeed possible to gather the souls of the citizens for future use, consider the vast population of Sangnan City. The calamity of a decade ago engulfed the entire city, and even you were not spared. One can only imagine how many souls were lost. Is it truly feasible for the soul bag to contain such an enormous number of souls? Secondly, even if the soul bag could accommodate the entirety of Sangnan City's souls, when the miracle concludes, those external deities will undoubtedly come to reclaim the grievances of Shiva. While your prowess among the deities is commendable, your true self's reincarnation is not flawless. The collection of such a massive quantity of souls could not escape the notice of those external beings. Should they decide to threaten you with the souls of the citizens to reclaim the grievances of Shiva, do you truly believe you can protect them? If the grievances of Shiva were to fall once more into the hands of those external deities, the Seraph would not extend their benevolence to aid the great Xia again. Although the two statements made by Baiyu did not occur in the original text, who can say whether a mere butterfly effect might instigate change? Moreover, Baiyu did utter a truth. Should the Shiva's grievance fall into Loki's hands, who can guarantee that a second tragedy akin to that at Sangnan will not unfold? As anticipated, Yang Jin fell into a contemplative silence. He possessed sufficient confidence in his own strength, yet Baiyu's words carried merit. His true self-cycle was not flawless. If the outer gods indeed sought to leverage the souls of the populace against him, he might not be able to extricate himself while ensuring the safety of those souls. Should the outer gods acquire Shiva's grievance, the calamity of Sangnan City could very well repeat itself. Since you speak thus, you must possess a viable solution. Furthermore, how do you know all this? Although the celestial sovereign vouch for you, how can it be that you know more than I do? Yang Jin's gaze turned once more to Baiyu. During his prior audience with the celestial sovereign, he had been assured of Baiyu's trustworthiness. Yet so many details remained unclear to him. Why did Baiyu seem to possess such extensive knowledge? In response to Yang Jin's inquiry, Baiyu smiled, realizing that he had yet to fully earn the trust of this Erlang Shun. However, this was not entirely unwelcome. A touch of vigilance could prove advantageous. Indeed, I have my own methods, he stated, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Since those outer gods have ravaged our Sangnan City, it would not be unreasonable for me to offer them as sacrifices to Sangnan. Sensing the seriousness in Baiyu's demeanor, Yang Jin too grew earnest. Sacrifices? Indeed, for certain reasons, I cannot divulge too much, but I can tell you that Sangnan City is our home, and all creation shall be reborn within the divine remains. Listening to Baiyu's enigmatic words, Yang Jin instinctively furrowed his brow. Yet, Baiyu's tone did not suggest deceit. Unsure of how to respond, he remained silent for a long while before slowly speaking. Since you have a plan, and I have little more to say, I trust the celestial sovereign's judgment. You mentioned the need for divine remains. Allow me to slay those outer gods that have come to Sangnan City. After all, I must secure some interest for our people. Yang Jin's voice bore a resolute tone, and Bai Yu could sense the sorrow and resentment woven into it. He refrained from elaborating further, gently replying, I must now prepare for the sacrifices, and during this time, my body will be taken over by another version of myself. His disposition is somewhat innocent, so I kindly ask you to take care of him for a while. As he finished speaking, the orb of light before Yang Jin soared toward the school's exterior, disappearing from his sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 57. Upon hearing Bai Yu's explanation, Molly managed to calm her emotions. Although Bai Yu's victory through the use of illusions seemed somewhat cunning, it merely underscored her own inadequacies in that regard. Their sparring session had inadvertently revealed her shortcomings. With this realization, Molly bowed to Bai Yu and softly spoke, I have learned much. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback by Molly's bow, but quickly responded, I'm undeserving of such praise. You are far too courteous, Molly. He then returned the gesture with a bow of his own. In Molly's eyes, Bai Yu was indeed worthy of her respect, and his humility further elevated her opinion of him. After concluding this brief interlude with Molly, Bai Yu turned his attention to Lin Chia. Noticing he still had his lunchbox untouched, frowning slightly, he inquired, Chia, why have you not started eating yet? Your lunch will soon grow cold. Lin Chia smiled sheepishly and replied, I couldn't possibly eat first. I noticed there are 2 portions of rice in the bag, which means you haven't had lunch yet, Bai Yu. It wouldn't be right for me to begin. Bai Yu chuckled, shaking his head. You're too considerate. Let us eat. With a wave of his hand, 2 small stools and a tiny table materialized before them. Lin Chia placed his lunchbox on the table, opening it to reveal a delightful assortment of 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, rich in nutritional balance. Nearby, Bai Li Pang Pang, eyeing Lin Chia's lunch, rubbed his hands together and approached Bai Yu. Brother Chia, I haven't eaten either. Could you share a bit with me? Molly also glanced at Bai Yu, realizing she too had not had lunch. Lin Chia, momentarily taken aback by the enticing contents of his lunch, ignored Bai Li Pang Pang's plea. After tasting a bite, he turned to Bai Yu and asked, Bai Yu, this can't be. Bai Yu nodded, affirming, yes. This meal was prepared by Bai Yu before he departed. He specifically asked me to ensure you finished it, although he was initially unaware of our connection. After synchronizing my memories, he began to regard you as a younger brother. Otherwise, he would not have meticulously prepared a month's worth of herbal baths for someone he hardly knew. The herbal bath you enjoy contains numerous precious ingredients, which Bai Yu collected tirelessly over 6 years in the east of Daxia. Upon hearing this, Lin Chia fell into contemplative silence. Initially, when he learned that Bai Yu was merely a split persona of Bai Yu, he had considered employing certain methods to have Bai Yu assume the primary identity. However, over time, he recognized that while Bai Yu may not have been as close to him as Bai Yu was, he had shown considerable care. Lin Chia had thought the herbal baths were a privilege of being a night watchman, not realizing they were funded by Bai Yu himself, accompanied by various forms of guidance and support. This revelation filled him with guilt regarding his earlier thoughts. With this in mind, Lin Chia turned to Bai Yu and asked, So, Bai Yu, what is Bai Yu currently occupied with? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu, who had been quite calm and composed, suddenly changed his expression. With a sigh, he looked at Lin Chia and spoke, Bai Yu has gone to attend to some essential matters, which you are aware pertain to our forbidden realm. After this, Bai Yu fell silent, instead observing Bai Li Pang Pang and Mo Li. Amid their eager gazes, he reached into the void and conjured 2 vegetarian lunchboxes that appeared in his hand. These were convenience store bento boxes that Bai Yu had procured earlier during his outings for convenience, and they were now perfectly suited to be shared with Bai Li Pang Pang and Mo Li. These are the only lunchboxes I have. Please feel free to partake if you do not mind. Bai Li Pang Pang was the first to reach for the vegetarian lunchbox in Bai Yu's hand and immediately began to devour his meal. Thank you, Brother Bai Yu. Next time I'm in Guangzhou or Shenzhen, the treat is on me. Mo Li also accepted a lunchbox, quietly murmuring her thanks before she too buried herself in her food. Bai Yu began to enjoy the bento prepared by Bai Yu as well. His culinary skills were quite impressive, and most of the dishes were to Bai Yu's liking. To be honest, Bai Yu had been craving this for quite some time, considering he usually resided in the spiritual realm, devoid of any sustenance. After finishing their lunch, Lin Xie urged the group to continue discussing their strategy for the afternoon. Brother Baiyu, your cultivation level is the highest in this year's rookie showcase. It would be fitting for you to lead the charge. Surely those rookies who have not been eliminated would not contest this. Indeed, with Brother Baiyu's strength, even a 1 versus 2 scenario would likely not put him at a disadvantage. Emoli nodded in agreement, believing that Baiyu could potentially use illusions to momentarily outmaneuver himself, thereby single-handedly restraining 2 members of the masked team without much difficulty. However, upon hearing their deliberations, Baiyu shook his head. In response to the puzzled looks from the others, he began to explain, I cannot participate in the latter half of this rookie showcase. Emoli, perplexed, asked why. Baiyu first chuckled softly before gradually elaborating, because I have now lost my status as a rookie. Earlier this morning, I sparred with Instructor Yuan, and with his consent, I am now an invited instructor for this cohort. In unison, the 3 exclaimed, Invited instructor? Yes, while I may not join you in battle, I can offer you strategic advice. Although they felt a sense of regret, they nodded, awaiting Baiyu's further insights. Firstly, we must understand that our aim in this rookie showcase cannot be victory. This showcase serves as an assessment for the instructors to gauge the capabilities of this year's rookies. Therefore, even if someone were to unmask another, the instructor will ensure that the mask is restored to its original state. Emoli frowned, questioning, does that not render the whole exercise meaningless? Baiyu smiled gently and spoke softly. Of course not. As I mentioned earlier, this is merely a preliminary test. The greater the strength you demonstrate, the more attention you will receive. If you truly succeed in unmasking the masked team, while Wang Mian may indeed reclaim the mask, you will undeniably have triumphed. Consequently, the instructors will provide a suitable compensation to cover this matter, such as a prohibited item. However, Xiaqie need not worry. Even if your entire force were to fall, I would still ensure you have a platform to stand on. Chapter 58. After concluding his conversation with Yang Jin, Baiyu returned to his apartment in Songnan City. Upon his arrival, he swiftly made his way to the stairwell's corner on the first floor, which now stood in stark contrast to the time when Lin Xie was present. During Lin Xie's stay of over a month at Baiyu's residence, a large decorative bookshelf graced the corner of the stairwell. However, the bookshelf had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a dark passage leading downward. Baiyu glided down the passage, and within mere seconds, the previously dark corridor was illuminated. At the end of this shadowy tunnel, a metallic door materialized. Transforming into a sphere of light, Baiyu effortlessly passed through the door, which led to a hidden chamber. In the center of this dim room rested a colossal ice coffin, within which lay the lifeless body of an adult male. Gazing at the corpse ensconced within the ice, Baiyu felt a pang of anguish. In order to alter the fate of Songnan City and fulfill his transaction with Siege Wagner, he had reluctantly exchanged a significant amount of his points in the system shop for a corpse that would allow his soul to inhabit it. This possessed corpse, as the name implies, is a vessel for a soul. However, it has been refined through unique techniques and herbs to enable the possessive spirit to wield the full strength of the deceased. Regrettably, the 0923 system shop, shared by all the dream departments of the Temporal Management Bureau, marked this possessed corpse as a highly coveted item, resulting in its exorbitant price. This Klein-level possessed corpse cost Baiyu a staggering 56,000 points. Over the course of 8 arduous years, Baiyu had only managed to earn 40,000 points through scattered tasks, supplemented by a compensation of 100,000 points for a decade of performance from 0923, bringing his total to 140,000 points. Thus, this expenditure accounted for more than a third of his total, causing him considerable distress. Note: the lottery pool requires 100 points each time it is activated, which leads to deductions from Baiyu's points for every task completed, explaining why he only amassed 40,000 points in 8 years. Nonetheless, with this acquisition, Baiyu would temporarily possess Klein-level power and the ability to navigate through the mists. However, due to the limitations of his current realm, he could only inhabit the corpse for about a month, and could not do so again for another year. Yet, as he stood before the possessed corpse, Baiyu fell into a deep silence. In truth, he could entirely disregard the impending catastrophe in Songnan City. He could easily evade this calamity using items from the 0923 system. Lin Xie would undoubtedly grow stronger through this upheaval. And the fate of the ordinary citizens of Sangnan City, even if they perished, bore no consequence for Bai Yu. After all, he was not a native of this world. His every action was solely driven by the desire to return home. The people and events of Sangnan City were ultimately unrelated to him. Why should he sacrifice so much for their sake? Is it not wiser to observe calmly and safely navigate through this tribulation? At this moment, the luminous form of Bai Yu suspended in the air was enveloped by a sense of bewilderment. A golden chain began to extend from the void, encircling the white light that was Bai Yu. Just as the chain was on the verge of completely engulfing the luminous form, a sudden pang of the soul jolted Bai Yu into awareness. Stunned by the sight of being ensnared by the golden chains, Bai Yu was awakened from the earlier confusion. Instantly, he began to struggle against his bindings. The golden chains, momentarily taken aback by Bai Yu's swift recovery, hesitated. It was during this fleeting moment of distraction that Bai Yu managed to free himself from most of the chains that had nearly enveloped him entirely. The golden chains, unwilling to concede, attempted to continue binding Bai Yu, only to be shattered by his forceful determination. The fragmented chains scattered into glimmering specks of gold, which coalesced into a golden sphere of the same size as Bai Yu. Observing this golden sphere, Bai Yu's expression revealed his realization. He had indeed been influenced by this very orb, which had led him to become indifferent. It was no surprise that this golden light was the harbinger of his second calibration. The golden sphere glared at Bai Yu, seething with fury, and exclaimed, "So close. So very close. I could have completely replaced you. Why? Why did you awaken? I had maximized your darker tendencies. Why couldn't you become as selfish as I am?" In response to the frantic golden sphere, Bai Yu calmly replied, "I have long wondered why the conditions for the second calibration were met, yet it has not commenced. It seems you had already infiltrated my soul, waiting for the moment when I was separated from Bai Yu to strike." Upon hearing this, the golden sphere scoffed coldly. "Humph. What does it matter that you've discovered me? You are no longer in your own body. All the preparations you made have become null and void. Without Bai Yu's assistance, our strengths are equal. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you." With that, the golden sphere launched itself at Bai Yu, intent on shattering his luminous form. As the golden sphere rushed toward him, Bai Yu exhibited no panic. Instead, he stood resolute, watching the sphere approach. Believing Bai Yu to be stunned by its earlier declaration, the golden sphere charged forward. However, just as the two were about to collide, Bai Yu's radiant form suddenly split open, resembling a gaping maw, and devoured the golden sphere into its interior. Inside the brilliant expanse where the golden sphere found itself, it rejoiced at the sight of the vast whiteness surrounding it. Given that their powers were equal, it believed it could not be easily consumed or assimilated. Surely, the internal defenses would be weaker than the external ones. Had Bai Yu not simply walked into a trap? As the golden orb secretly reveled in its triumph, the very next moment, the surrounding environment began to whirl and spin. The once white scene inexplicably transformed into a grand stage. A chilling voice emerged from the center of the stage. "Surely, you did not think I had not anticipated such a scenario and prepared for it in advance." Chapter 59, standing at the center of the stage, Bai Yu had transformed back from the ethereal orb of light into human form. Gazing down at the golden orb, he spoke with an air of indifference. "This unique space has been meticulously crafted by me for the purpose of tuning. Its vessel is none other than my own soul. Regardless of my physical location, this space is capable of obliterating any foreign consciousness that dares to invade my essence." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, the golden orb surveyed its surroundings and suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Subsequently, its form began to morph, and, aside from its hair color, it transformed into a golden silhouette identical to Bai Yu. As the laughter ceased in Bai Yu's cold gaze, he slowly remarked, "Clever, indeed, exceedingly clever. I never anticipated you would be so ruthless towards yourself. Originally, this mental space was sustained by your harmonious poem, yet now it has completely severed the power of harmonious destiny, existing solely as a manifestation of your pure spiritual essence. What a brilliant concept. However, the golden silhouette paused momentarily before continuing its laughter. Everything here is constituted by your spiritual essence. Thus, maintaining this space will drain an immense amount of your mental energy. If I can taint this realm, both this space and you'll become my nourishment, allowing me to entirely supplant you. While this place poses a significant threat to invading foreign consciousness, it can equally serve my purposes, being of the same root and origin as you. With that, the golden silhouette pressed its hands against the ground, manifesting an identical stage directly opposite by you. Both figures stood at the center of their respective stages, and in an instant, the entire white expanse was divided, with half of it suffused in gold. Upon hearing the words of the golden silhouette, Bayu displayed no hint of fear on his face. Instead, as the opposite stage materialized, he revealed a look of intrigue. The golden silhouette, perceiving Bayu's intrigued expression as a mere distraction, began to play one of the 4 instruments on stage, the violin. As the golden figure drew the bow across the strings, a melodious sound filled the air, and golden musical notes spread from the stage it had created towards Bayu. In response to the advancing golden score, Bayu commenced playing the cello. Unlike the elegant melodies produced by the golden figure, Bayu's cello resonated with a powerful vigor. As he drew the strings, white musical notes began to extend from his stage towards the golden figure's domain. 2 distinct musical scores, each adorned with a different hue, collided in midair. As the scores incessantly clashed, the mental fortitude of both individuals rapidly waned. Just as the golden figure began to perspire from the exertion of his dwindling spirit, he gazed at the composed expression of Bayu opposite him and exclaimed in exasperation, "Why? Why is it that you can remain so unperturbed even in such dire circumstances? Your insufferably hypocritical demeanor is truly nauseating. You and I are cut from the same cloth. Why feign compassion? Just moments ago, you, like me, entertained the notion of forsaking Songnan, and now you masquerade as the virtuous one. Is it not preferable to merge with me? Do not utter that my persuasion led you astray. If you had not harbored such thoughts, how could I have seized the opportunity?" Listening to the golden figure's words, Bayu remained unfazed and responded coolly, "And what of it? I admit I am not a virtuous person. I disregard the fates of others and turn a blind eye to their pleas for help. However, all of this is contingent upon what lies within my capacity. Within my means, if there is trouble, I shall lend aid. I'm not a good person, but I am still human." With that declaration, Bayu unleashed his full might, and the white score shattered the golden one, propelling towards the golden figure on the opposite stage. The golden figure, observing the approaching white score, contemplated using the remainder of his mental energy to interfere with the power of fate and sway Bayu. However, before he could utter a word, the white score pierced through him completely. As the golden figure was perforated, the stage he had conjured disintegrated into pure white motes of light, vanishing into the ether. The pierced golden figure reverted to a luminous orb, which Bayu drew towards himself with the white score. As he held the golden orb in his hand, it transformed into a golden bead. Bayu subsequently departed the realm of consciousness, and upon his return to the physical world, a golden pendant materialized on the violin upon the stage. Back in reality, Bayu again assumed the form of a luminous orb and, gazing at the lifeless body within the ice coffin, he hesitated no longer and directly entered it. Just as he had articulated to the golden figure, he was not a good person, but he remained human. Meanwhile, far away in the training camp, Bayu, who was strategizing with Lin Chia and others, suddenly smiled. This smile caused the 3 around him to pause, puzzled by his unexpected mirth. Bayu offered no explanation, merely shook his head and gazed into the distance, leaving the others bewildered. He looked toward a certain direction and silently formed the shape of words, as if to convey, "Take care, return safely." At the same time, as Bayu exited the dark chamber after entering the lifeless body, he cast a glance towards the training camp before making his way directly to the high-speed train station. A slight smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, suggesting that his spirits were quite buoyant. Chapter 60. Assembly. After Lin Chia and his companions devised their strategy, they intended to take a moment to recuperate before embarking on the quest to locate the remaining surviving recruits. However, they found themselves perplexed. as they had scarcely encountered any new recruits along the way. The few they did meet seemed to have survived solely by evasion. This left the trio, aside from Baiyu, in a state of bewilderment, despite the formidable prowess and experience of the members of the masked team. The limitations imposed by their shared tier of strength with the recruits made it implausible for them to have eliminated so many so swiftly. Upon reaching the dormitory building, a tremendous roar erupted from within, accompanied by billowing black smoke that ascended into the sky. With haste, they approached the scene, only to behold Rose wielding a colossal hammer, towering thrice the height of a man, as she struck the side of the dormitory. The three-story structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, directly obliterating several recruits who had been lying in ambush. Those who had managed to evade elimination now surged from the building, as Rose's actions transformed the dormitory, a haven of concealment, into a tool for expediting their downfall. The newly emerged recruits were compelled to engage in a fierce skirmish with the masked team. Despite their numerical superiority, the disparity in strength rendered their numbers inconsequential. In mere moments, another wave of recruits fell to elimination, leaving only a handful of capable fighters to endure the onslaught. Among the beleaguered, Baiyu spotted her roommate, Shun Qingzhu, besieged by the moon demon and vortex. In a corner, she also discerned a youth seated in meditation, resembling a monk. He was undoubtedly the last of the three high-risk individuals, Chao Yuan, the first under the divine prohibition of Void 031, Black King Annihilation. Molly, adhere to the original plan and distract Rose. Lin Xie, you and Fatty must retrieve that monk-like individual. He is likely one of this session's high-risk recruits. The person being assaulted by the moon demon and vortex is my roommate, another high-risk case, Baiyu commanded. With that, she vanished in an instant. Lin Xie and the others were left to ponder how she had discerned the identities of the two high-risk individuals, but before they could voice their thoughts, Baiyu had already disappeared. The three reluctantly pressed on, while Molly engaged Rose as per Baiyu's instructions. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu was preoccupied with fending off the two assailants when a figure flickered before her. In the next moment, she felt a sudden lightness at her feet, only to find herself hoisted onto Baiyu's shoulder, abruptly removed from the center of the fray. Stunned by Baiyu's sudden maneuver, Shen Qingzhu quickly regained her wits and began to struggle. What the hell are you doing? Put me down at once. Do you hear me? You made me spill my food. Hearing Shen Qingzhu's complaint about being on the verge of vomiting, Baiyu, wishing to avoid a mess, swiftly adjusted her hold and carried Shen Qingzhu in a princess embrace, calmly responding, "If you must vomit, do so away from me. Right now, I am merely ensuring your escape." The moon ghost and vortex, momentarily perplexed by the unfolding circumstances, found themselves at a loss until Baiyu extricated Shen Qingzhu from their encirclement, prompting them to consider pursuit. Shen Qingzhu's earlier remark about wanting to vomit was initially intended as a mere jest to frighten Baiyu into releasing her. However, after being flipped like grilled squid and then cradled in a princess carry, she genuinely felt nauseous, not from the remnants of a meal, but from a surge of frustration. She ceased her struggles, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in Baiyu's words, despite her unwillingness to concede. It was evident that her recent 1-against-2 confrontation had only delayed the inevitable defeat. Raising her gaze to Baiyu, she recognized him as the individual who had caused her embarrassment the previous day. Observing his finely textured skin and well-defined features up close, she could almost mistake him for a girl, if not for her scrutiny. Yet, confusion creased her brow as she inquired, "Why are you here, Baiyu? Is your ability related to speed? I see you possess considerable strength. We could join forces against those two." Baiyu did not respond directly. Instead, he glanced over his shoulder, ensuring the absence of their adversaries. After employing soul pursuit to confirm there were no hidden threats, he guided Shen Qingzhu around a corner to the rendezvous point prearranged with Lin Xie and the others. Once he set her down, he spoke slowly. "My ability is not speed-related. My rapid pace stems from utilizing a forbidden artifact that accelerates my time. As for not teaming up with you, it is simply a matter of disparity in our strengths. Your power pales in comparison to mine." Upon hearing Baiyu's assertion of her weakness, Shen Qingzhu instinctively wished to refute him, but a realization struck her, prompting her to ask, are you the one referred to by instructor Yuan, the recruit who has achieved the river realm? Seeing her deduction was correct, Bai Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Shun Qingzhu's expression shifted to one of understanding. It was only natural that the mass squad would assess recruits using strength commensurate with their level. Faced with Bai Yu, who had attained the river realm, she recognized that her own mere lamp realm status would render her participation in a battle involving 3 river realm opponents impossible without a favorable matchup. Contemplating this, Shun Qingzhu cast a deep look at Bai Yu, realizing her roommate's prowess was far from ordinary. At that moment, Lin Xie and the portly Bai Li, accompanied by Chao Yuan, arrived at the assembly point. Meanwhile, seeing the others had succeeded, Emily disengaged from her battle with Rose and made her way to the gathering spot, marking the convergence of all the elite newcomers. Chapter 61. After leaving home, Bai Yu made his way toward the old district of Sangnan City. Upon reaching a deserted corner in the old district, he lifted the manhole cover over the drainage system and gazed into the foul-smelling abyss below. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the stench-ridden sewer. As he descended, a force returned the cover to its place. The odor was indeed unpleasant, causing Bai Yu to wrinkle his nose in distaste. What peculiar taste didn't Qingyu possess? Despite having provided ample research funding, why had he chosen to establish his laboratory in such a repugnant locale? Nonetheless, it was somewhat understandable. After all, a significant portion of Qingyu's dissection materials were pilfered, and he already bore the bounty of the night watchman on his head. The sewers offered a certain degree of concealment, perfect for evading capture. Surrounded by the oppressive darkness, Bai Yu snapped his fingers, illuminating the space around him. A small mouse appeared in his hand, a creature Qingyu employed for reconnaissance. The mouse scurried off in a specific direction, leading Bai Yu through the labyrinthine sewer until it halted at a dead end. Observing the wall where the mouse paused, Bai Yu noted its stark dissimilarity to the surrounding walls, signaling that he had arrived at his destination. There was no peculiar switch to activate. With a mere flick of his wrist, a resounding crash echoed as the wall crumbled to dust, revealing the laboratory hidden behind it. As Qingyu heard the noise, he initially feared that the night watchman had discovered him, hastily packing his materials in preparation for a hasty retreat. However, upon seeing Bai Yu, he halted, his expression darkening as he reproached, "Could you possibly use the front door next time? Must you always demolish a wall when you visit? Although it was funded by your money, such materials are costly and difficult to acquire. Furthermore, if I frequently appear in public, I risk being captured." Before Qingyu could finish, Bai Yu waved his hand again, encasing the now ruined wall in crystalline ice. This abrupt and crude method caused Qingyu to frown. Yet he chose not to protest further, as he held no resentment over spending someone else's wealth. Qingyu retrieved a bottle of water from the cold storage and tossed it to Bai Yu, inquiring, "What brings you here this time?" Receiving the water, Bai Yu spoke in a low voice, "I intend to leave the Great Xia and enter the mist for a period. Before I embark, I wanted to bid you farewell. During my absence, another version of myself will take over my corporeal form. His temperament is rather naive, so please look after him as best as you can." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Qingyu furrowed his brow. "What do you intend to do in the mist? Are you seeking death?" Bai Yu had previously provided Qingyu with the fundamental rules of the Night Watchman, and he was well aware of the precautions necessary. To navigate the mist freely, one must possess at least the strength of the Klein realm. Bai Yu had only recently reached the Chuan realm. Was he truly courting danger? Listening to Qingyu's unceremonious words, Bai Yu displayed no sign of displeasure, merely allowing a trace of his aura to seep forth. Upon sensing this faint emanation, Qingyu's pupils jolted in astonishment. The energy exuding from Bai Yu was vast and boundless, an unending flow, suggesting a realm beyond the immeasurable. Instinctively sensing this force, Qingyu activated the Forbidden Void technique, eager to discern Bai Yu's condition, only to find Bai Yu had anticipated this move, swiftly covering her eyes. As her vision plunged into darkness, interrupting the flow of her mental energy, Qingyu instinctively began to struggle. It was then she heard Bai Yu's deep voice whispering in her ear, "Do not use your forbidden void to observe me. This body exists in the Klein realm. To analyze the Klein realm directly with your forbidden void would jeopardize your eyesight. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, and Xingyu ceased her resistance, gently pushing his hand away from her eyes, and inquired, "What do you mean by this body existing in the Klein realm? Do you possess more than one body?" Noticing Xingyu had abandoned her analytical thoughts, Bai Yu proceeded to explain, "My original form is the very body you first encountered. While this body is a Klein realm corpse, I acquired at a cost. After employing certain special methods to refine it, it can accommodate my soul. Once my soul inhabits this body, I can harness all the powers it possessed in life, including the forbidden void." As Bai Yu expounded upon his circumstances, and Xingyu raised an eyebrow, her eyes gleaming with intrigue towards Bai Yu's current vessel. Aware of the spark of curiosity igniting within her, Bai Yu candidly remarked, "Though this body can harbor a soul, it bears a critical flaw. A soul cannot stray too long from its original vessel. And utilizing the Klein realm powers strains my essence significantly. Therefore, under extreme conditions, I can only inhabit this body for a month, followed by a year of recuperation. I am aware of your thoughts. As long as you ensure this body's functions and structure remain intact, you may experiment with it during my year of recovery." "Really? It's a promise then." And Xingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A month's wait was a small price to pay. "Indeed. But let us not forget about the immeasurable insect corpse I previously entrusted to you. How fares your research?" At his inquiry, and Xingyu furrowed her brow slightly and handed him a notebook from a research table, saying, "The genetic stability of that insect corpse is quite volatile. I have documented my findings in this notebook." Bai Yu swiftly perused the contents of the notebook before returning it to Xingyu, stating, "Persevere in harnessing its abilities. It will prove invaluable in a year." With that, Bai Yu vanished from sight, leaving behind only a crystalline fragment as evidence of his visit. "A year hence?" And Xingyu silently mused to herself before turning back to her experiments. Chapter 62, Bai Yu glanced around at the gathered individuals and, noticing that everyone had arrived, spoke, "We six must be the cream of the crop among the new recruits in this upcoming showcase. As you all observed, even in a seemingly insurmountable situation of 240 against 5, the masked team managed to maneuver with remarkable ease. In a one-on-one scenario, the chances of victory appear bleak. Thus, it is imperative that we unite." "Hold on." Before Bai Yu could finish, Shun Qingzhu abruptly interrupted, drawing the attention of the group. "Is that deserter over there really considered an elite?" Shun Qingzhu's gaze fell upon none other than Chao Yuan. Upon hearing Shun Qingzhu's words, the three others, aside from Chao Yuan and Bai Yu, furrowed their brows, exchanging glances between Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan, intrigued by the implication of a personal vendetta. Noticing their scrutinizing stares, Shun Qingzhu frowned and clarified, "This fellow merely watched from the sidelines during our skirmish with the masked team. Even when they fought right in front of him, he displayed no reaction whatsoever. When called to join the fray, he refused to engage. Is he not a coward?" At this, the group cast their eyes back to Bai Yu, for he had previously deemed this individual a standout among the new recruits. However, after hearing Shun Qingzhu's remarks, their certainty wavered. Bai Yu, observing their collective gaze, simply smiled and stepped closer to the meditative Chao Yuan. With a playful smirk, he recited, "With the dual trees standing tall, the 8 deities converge into one. Through 10 nights, I ferry the world's denizens." "Chao Yuan, can you guess where your benefactor lies?" The moment Bai Yu uttered the first line, Chao Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. By the time Bai Yu concluded, he urgently inquired, "Do you know where he is?" "No." "Wait, how do you know the hint Master Jinshan provided me?" "Who are you?" In response to Chao Yuan's questioning, Bai Yu merely turned and waved a hand dismissively. "If you wish to know, then perform well. You will face a member of the masked team shortly. As for Master Jinshan, we share a certain rapport. He informed me upon your arrival in Sangnan. Oh, and here's a hint. Your benefactor is watching your performance closely." Chao Yuan fell into silence, and after a brief pause, he finally replied, "All right, I understand." The exchange between Bai Yu and Chao Yuan left the others in a state of bewilderment. However, Lin Xie observed the two with a complex mix of emotions. The phrase "with the dual trees standing tall, the 8 deities converge into one through 10 nights. I ferry the world's denizens" hinted at his own name, yet he had never met Chao Yuan. How could he suddenly be deemed Chao Yuan's benefactor? And who was this Master Jinsha mentioned? The secrets shrouding Bai Yu were numerous and deeply enigmatic, forming an insurmountable chasm between them. Contemplating this, Lin Chiye clenched his fists. Bai Yu, no matter what codes you and Bai Yu harbor, regardless of the distance between us, I shall pursue you until I catch up. After resolving the issues on Chao Yuan's side, the 6 individuals began to deliberate on the allocation of candidates to confront the masked team. As Bai Yu was unable to engage freely, he could only observe from the sidelines, intervening only when someone appeared on the brink of defeat. The final allocation of combatants was as follows: Mo Li versus Chong Wei, Shun Qingzhu versus Xianhua, Chao Yuan versus Yugui, Bali Pang Pang versus Tian Ping, and Lin Qi versus Wang Mian. This distribution closely mirrored that of the original narrative. Upon completion of the allocation, Bai Yu retrieved a golden feather and a bronze pocket watch from his pocket, presenting them to Lin Qi. Observing Lin Qi's puzzled expression, he spoke. Qi, Wang Mian's prowess is formidable. These 2 items are specially crafted forbidden artifacts meant for you. The feather, known as the blazing golden feather, grants the user a 3-fold increase in speed, disregarding their realm, lasting for a quarter of an hour, though it requires a cooldown of 30 minutes. It is imperative to use it at a critical moment. The other artifact, the reversal pocket watch, allows the user to revert their mental state to that of 3/4 of an hour prior, with a cooldown of half an hour. Utilize it when you deem it appropriate. As Bai Yu delineated the effects of these 2 forbidden artifacts, Lin Qi remained silent. Yet Bali Pang Pang gasped in astonishment. While others might not grasp the worth of these artifacts, for Bali Pang Pang, the young master of the Bai family, their value was extraordinary. Firstly, the blazing golden feather providing a 3-fold speed enhancement that disregards realm limitations was unprecedented. Most forbidden artifacts possess restrictions on their enhancements, aside from rare exceptions. The effectiveness of enhancement artifacts varies significantly across different realms. For instance, an enhancement artifact's effect on mental energy can be likened to a cup of water. For a being with a mental capacity equivalent to a single cup, it would be substantial, yet for a higher realm, such a cup would seem trivial. Thus, artifacts that can enhance without regard to realm are exceedingly rare and sought after, even within the Bai family. Moreover, the effect of the pocket watch was equally remarkable. Time is an enigma, and any artifact associated with it is anything but ordinary. The ability to revert one's state to that of 3/4 of an hour ago, with merely a 30-minute cooldown, is invaluable for those expending significant mental energy to unleash powerful effects. The fact that Bai Yu could so casually present such extraordinary artifacts to Lin Qi suggested that the finest artifacts were likely in his possession, with the majority of what he provided to the Bai family being of lesser utility. Reflecting on this, Bali Pang Pang felt a twinge of envy towards Lin Qi, though he was the young master of the Bai family. The number of artifacts he possessed that could rival those presented by Bai Yu was scant. Prompted by this thought, Bali Pang Pang nudged Lin Qi with his elbow and whispered, "Qi, you must accept these. The artifacts presented by Bai Yu are among the finest available. Even the few I possess that can compare are limited." Upon hearing Bali Pang Pang's words, Lin Qi instinctively felt the urge to refuse. After all, Bai Yu had so readily entrusted such a forbidden item to him, and Bai Yu might not approve. However, after meeting Bai Yu's gaze, he dismissed this thought. Now was not the time for rejection. He could only seek an opportunity later to return it to Brother Bai Yu. As the seasons change, we find ourselves in the peak period for influenza viruses. Let us not succumb to the temptation of excessive air conditioning, lest we end up, like the author, suffering from a fever, an experience truly unpleasant. Chapter 63. With preparations completed prior to the impending conflict, the 6 individuals took their respective positions. Except for Shun Qingzhu, the remaining 4 made their way to the designated battlefield assigned by Bai Yu, while Bai Yu and Shun Qingzhu proceeded together towards the outside. Wang Mian, observing Bai Yu departing with Shun Qingzhu and then returning alone, could not help but feel a sense of vigilance arise within him. The swirling vortex and the moon demon would undoubtedly inform Wang Mian that Bai Yu had rescued Shun Qingzhu. Initially, He had presumed that Bai was seeking reinforcements to launch a coordinated offensive. So witnessing Bai return alone with Shun Qingzhu filled him with both confusion and caution. After all, one could not ascertain whether these two individuals were merely bait, concealing hidden threats prepared to strike at any moment. Noticing the apprehensive expressions on Wang Mian and the others, Bai smiled. Indeed, while he could not act recklessly, his restraint did not preclude him from playing the role of the sixth member. The plan they had devised involved Bai and Shun Qingzhu distracting the members of the masked team, leading Wang Mian and his companions to underestimate the two based on their inferior realms. At that moment, Bai would launch a preemptive strike, separating the four members, aside from the vortex, and directing them towards Lin Qie and his group, effectively isolating them. Thus, as Bai observed the cautious demeanor of Wang Mian and the others, an involuntary smile spread across his face. With a cheerful tone, he remarked, "We meet again, Wang Mian. Oh, come now, there's no need to be so tense. Why draw your weapon?" Bai's beaming expression only heightened Wang Mian's wariness. While the other members of the masked team might have been apprehensive due to Bai's reputation as a bard and his prowess within the realm, Wang Mian was acutely aware of Bai's formidable abilities. Although Bai might not recall their previous encounter, Wang Mian had indeed faced him in combat. He could not discern whether it had been a mere exhibition or a demonstration of overwhelming strength. Nevertheless, during their previous engagement, whenever Bai wore that cheerful smile, it was a signal for Wang Mian to prepare for an impending threat, for neglecting the significance of Bai's mirth often led to dire consequences. As anticipated, the moment Bai smiled, a tremor resonated from beneath their feet. In an instant, several robust thorns erupted from the ground, surging towards them. Although Bai's ambush was indeed unexpected, those who had ascended to the ranks of one of the four elite teams, the masked team, could not be mere novices. As the ground began to quake, they heightened their vigilance, and upon the emergence of the thorns, they swiftly evaded from various directions. Having successfully dodged Bai's ambush, Wang Mian addressed him, stating, "Bai, you must realize that this little trick of yours holds no efficacy against us. Are you truly intending to face us five, accompanied by that burden at your side?" In response to Wang Mian's words, Bai, with a smile that danced on the edge of jest, replied, "Is that so? Why not take a guess at what I am thinking?" While the thorns inflicted no harm upon the masked team, their evasive maneuvers played perfectly into Bai's hands. He waved his hand, splitting the thorns into four separate clusters, directing each of the four members, apart from the vortex, towards different paths. Upon encountering the thorns that pursued him, Wang Mian's gaze hardened. He unsheathed his weapon, Yuan, and swiftly severed the pursuing thorns into numerous segments. Yet, from the freshly cut surfaces of the thorns, a multitude of seeds erupted, taking root in the soil and sprouting into new thorns that launched themselves at him. Each time he cut down these new thorns, they would yield fresh seeds, resulting in a relentless cycle. Aside from becoming slightly finer with each iteration, there was no significant change. Wang Mian was perplexed by Bai's intentions. After all, these thorns posed little threat, merely a nuisance at most. However, the smile on Bai's face suggested he was concocting something. As Lin Qie and the others emerged from their concealed positions, Wang Mian instantly comprehended Bai's scheme. Among the masked team participating in this battle, aside from the assassin Yuegui, the least adept at direct confrontation were Xuanwu and Tianping. While Xuanwu possessed superior abilities in stalling enemies, Tianping's unique skills rendered him a formidable opponent. From the information available, none of the five who charged forth could swiftly subdue Tianping, while Xuanwu's powers were countered by Shun Qingzhu. Conversely, standing before Wang Mian were Lin Qie, who faced off against Morgan, Bai Li Pang confronting Tianping, and Chao Yuan opposing Yuegui, all evenly matched and capable of holding their ground. Once Bai had orchestrated the separation of the five, and Lin Qie's group intercepted them, the thorns in pursuit were reduced to dust. Bai then raised his hand in surrender, eliminating himself from the rookie showcase. This left Xuanwu unable to capitalize on Bai's level, even with powers exceeding that of a mirror lamp. Bai's plan, while not particularly ingenious, was shrouded in mystery due to the others' unfamiliarity with him and the allure of his bardic title, leading them to believe he was plotting some grand scheme. even contemplating a 1 versus 5 strategy. Wang Mian, observing Lin Xie, who had drawn his blade, sighed. He could only hope that Xuanwu would endure long enough for him to provide support. With that thought, Wang Mian's gaze sharpened. It was time to test the mettle of this Seraphim agent. He charged forward, engaging Lin Xie in a fierce battle. Lin Xie, upon seeing Wang Mian advance, took a deep breath and stepped forward to confront him directly. True to his title as the agent of the divine, Wang Mian wielded the time-manipulating abilities of the God Void, Temporal Marauder, with remarkable finesse. With the enhancement of time, even Lin Xie's extraordinary dynamic vision struggled to capture Wang Mian's precise form, only catching glimpses of his blurred silhouette and the blade's aura refined by time. On Lin Xie's side, with 15 minutes remaining until nightfall, he could not yet benefit from the Starry Night Dancer enhancement, leaving him unable to match Wang Mian's speed. He relied solely on the perception abilities of Mortal Divine Domain to barely defend himself. Despite his utmost caution, Lin Xie sustained injuries in this initial clash, receiving 2 bloody lacerations on his cheek from the refined blade's aura. As the setting sun approached its descent, Lin Xie undertook a bold maneuver. When Wang Mian launched yet another assault towards him, Lin Xie produced a roll of tape, daringly traversing through the condensed blade aura to reach Wang Mian. In a calculated risk, he affixed the sealing scroll, which Bai Yu had specifically borrowed from Bai Li Pang Pang, onto Yi Yuan. The price for this audacious act was steep. A 10-centimeter gash marred the palm of Lin Xie's right hand, and his left thumb was lacerated. Yet, the outcome was a resounding success, as Wang Mian's Yi Yuan was effectively incapacitated. Upon witnessing the sealing scroll on Yi Yuan, Wang Mian exhibited little reaction. Instead, his gaze fixated on the fresh wound on Lin Xie's hand and the torn flesh of his left thumb, his brow furrowing in irritation as he spoke. Was it truly worth such a sacrifice merely to delay me? Although you have sealed Yi Yuan with this sealing scroll, it seems you now find it challenging to wield your blade. To Wang Mian, Lin Xie's actions appeared as if he disregarded his own well-being. In response to Wang Mian's remarks, Lin Xie refrained from hastily retorting. Instead, he retrieved a pocket watch from his belongings, revealing a smile reminiscent of Bai Yu's. With measured calmness, he replied, "It is undoubtedly worth it. As for my ability to wield a blade, you need not concern yourself." Chapter 64. Despite Wang Mian's inherently good-natured temperament, his face was now tinged with anger as his kind-hearted advice was dismissed as folly. Initially, he had held a favorable impression of this Seraphim agent, particularly due to their commendable performance within the confines of the warehouse, where they exhibited both composure and discretion. However, at this moment, he perceived a sudden surge of arrogance emanating from the individual. As Wang Mian contemplated hastily resolving the situation with Lin Xie to assist the beleaguered Xuanhua, he was drawn to the pocket watch that Lin Xie had unexpectedly produced. As the agent of Kronos, the god of time, Wang Mian was intimately familiar with all temporal artifacts, able to recite their attributes with ease. In this tense confrontation, he sensed the essence of time radiating from the watch in Lin Xie's grasp. The power of time is both enigmatic and formidable. As the agent of the god of time, Wang Mian understood this principle deeply. Thus, the appearance of an unrecorded temporal artifact compelled him to exercise utmost caution, lest he falter. Just as he intended to probe the nature of the pocket watch, Lin Xie took the initiative, pinching the chain with 2 fingers before commencing to shake the watch. With each oscillation, Lin Xie's wounds visibly receded. Remarkably, after only 3 shakes, the 10-centimeter gash on his right palm and the lacerated skin of his left hand had reverted to their former state, as if the injuries had never existed. Were it not for the sealed scroll still affixed to Yi Yuan, Wang Mian might have questioned whether all of this was merely an illusion. As Lin Xie's injuries healed, Wang Mian fell into contemplation, not out of fear of the rejuvenated Lin Xie, but rather due to an intrigue sparked by the pocket watch in Lin Xie's possession. Indeed, he sensed the breath of time emanating from it, yet its ability to facilitate healing resembled that of a restorative artifact. By synthesizing these 2 attributes, Wang Mian surmised the watch's capability. It could reverse time. The 3 shakes of the watch coincided precisely with the 3 minutes that elapsed from the moment Lin Chia was injured to when he began to manipulate the watch. Thus, each shake appeared to reverse time by 1 minute, enabling Lin Chia to revert to the moment of injury. However, the conditions for utilizing this watch remained uncertain. Truly, as the captain of the masked team, one of the 4 elite squads, Lin Chia had deduced the watch's function and its countermeasure in a mere instant. Now, if Wang Mian could identify the watch's operational patterns, he could secure victory over Lin Chia. With this thought in mind, Wang Mian took the initiative, launching an offensive to test Lin Chia. Although he could no longer employ the technique of time-concentrated blade aura, Wang Mian's swordsmanship remained unparalleled, and he engaged Lin Chia in a fierce duel of blades. Observing Wang Mian's proactive assault, Lin Chia sheathed the watch and prepared to match him in a contest of swordsmanship. After several confrontations, Lin Chia had to concede the formidable prowess of Wang Mian. Although Lin Chia's knife techniques, inherited from Zhao Kongcheng and Chen Mai, were not inferior to Wang Mian's, the latter, despite the restrictions imposed by the Seal of Banishment which rendered Yi Yuan's abilities unusable, still wielded the power of the Void, Temporal Marauder, with unbridled freedom. Hence, in terms of speed, he continued to dominate Lin Chia. With approximately 7 minutes remaining until sunset and the onset of night, even under the most favorable circumstances, Lin Chia anticipated that he could only endure for a maximum of 5 minutes before facing defeat. Should he resort to the acceleration effect of blazing golden feather prematurely? Initially, he intended to wait until nightfall when the effects of Celestial Night Dancer could be activated simultaneously to catch Wang Mian off guard. However, now, in order to withstand the impending darkness, he found himself compelled to use it. As Lin Chia distanced himself from Wang Mian, preparing to activate Blazing Golden Feather, a vision surfaced in his mind, recalling the teachings of Bai Yu. In this fleeting image, Bai Yu, pointing at the blackboard while introducing the ancient God Church, imparted, "Chia, remember, never overestimate your adversary." Take, for instance, the ancient God Church and one of its 3 ruling authorities, the Whisperer. He possesses a unique ability to leave a soul contract within other beings, compelling them to heed his commands above all else. This breeds arrogance in him, causing him to overlook those bound by his soul contracts, leading to potential pitfalls. Thus, the more powerful a person is, the more susceptible they are to hubris. Likewise, the more intelligent a person becomes, the easier it is for them to be outwitted by their own cleverness. Sometimes, a mere feint can yield unexpectedly profound results. Bai Yu's wisdom echoed in Lin Chia's mind, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. He retracted the blazing golden feather he had intended to deploy and instead drew forth the Time Rewind pocket watch. Observing Lin Chia retrieve the Time Rewind pocket watch, Wang Mian was seized by curiosity. Although Lin Chia had been at a disadvantage during their recent skirmish, he bore no significant injuries. Why would he wish to reverse time? This thought instilled a sense of caution in Wang Mian, who dared not act recklessly. After all, if the pocket watch could affect other areas, such as restoring the previously destroyed sword energy he had just conjured, it could pose a grave threat. Wang Mian had unleashed numerous sword energies, and even he could not recall them all. The risk of an encounter with a sword energy that could sever his mask was too great. Therefore, caution is the mother of safety. From a temporal perspective, the last time he had unleashed a sword energy was 7 minutes prior. If Lin Chia's pocket watch did not yield any results after 7 shakes, Wang Mian could confidently eliminate him. On the other hand, Lin Chia, realizing that Wang Mian had indeed been deceived, felt a surge of triumph within. His gamble had proven correct. In this brief interlude, another 2 minutes had elapsed, prompting Lin Chia to begin shaking the pocket watch, feigning great effort as he did so, moving it with deliberate slowness. Wang Mian's gaze was fixed on the oscillation of the pocket watch, once, twice, thrice, until the 7th swing concluded. Yet, the surroundings remained unchanged. Wang Mian realized he had been deceived by Lin Chia, and fury surged within him. He had never been subjected to such mockery before. Enraged, he raised his weapon to strike at Lin Chia. Seeing that Wang Mian had finally discerned the ruse, Lin Chia chuckled, for in that brief moment, He had successfully delayed for a full 3 minutes. Coupled with the earlier procrastination, there were now less than 3 minutes until darkness fell. Thus, Lin Xie refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead to engage while retreating to buy time. However, as Wang Mian observed the smile on Lin Xie's face, an ominous premonition washed over him, prompting him to hasten his movements. Regardless of Lin Xie's intentions, he believed that with sufficient strength, any scheme could be dismantled. Yet, Lin Xie consistently avoided direct conflict, prolonging the encounter until he was ultimately cornered near the ruins of the dormitory. At that moment, a broad smile spread across Lin Xie's face, for as he found himself trapped, the night had descended. Chapter 65. As night descends, once the acceleration effect of the Starry Night Dancer activated, Lin Xie realized it was time to sound the horn of counterattack. With the quintuple acceleration provided by the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xie's speed matched that of Wang Mian. Seizing the moment of sudden acceleration, he effortlessly created a significant distance between himself and Wang Mian. The instant Lin Xie surged forward, Wang Mian sensed impending danger. True to his instincts, after Lin Xie had distanced himself, he retrieved a golden feather from his pocket. The sight of the golden feather instinctively prompted Wang Mian to interrupt Lin Xie's actions, as he believed this peculiar feather was the source of his ominous premonition. However, it was too late. Lin Xie pressed the golden feather to his chest, and it vanished, replaced by a pair of diminutive golden wings that adorned his shoulders, enhancing his aura. Upon witnessing the emergence of Lin Xie's wings and feeling the surge of his presence, Wang Mian furrowed his brows slightly, lowering his body into a defensive stance, ready to counterattack at any moment. After all, he was uncertain of the extent to which these small wings would augment Lin Xie's abilities. Had he been stalling for time merely to await the arrival of these wings? Yet, could such tiny wings truly enable flight? Was he perhaps acquiring these items through a bargain? Hearing Wang Mian's taunts, Lin Xie's expression darkened inexplicably, but he remained composed. Wang Mian was employing provocations, waiting for him to make the first move and reveal a flaw. The effect of the golden feather could only last for 15 minutes, so he needed to act swiftly, allowing him to assist in other battles as well. With this in mind, Lin Xie's gaze sharpened. He rapidly flapped the wings on his shoulders, a gust of air propelling him forward. With an 8-fold increase in speed, in an instant, Lin Xie lunged toward Wang Mian, striking with the ferocity of thunder. Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xie's sudden proximity. The speed at which Lin Xie moved astonished him. Such acceleration could only be achieved by someone at least in the mid-tier of the pool realm. Nevertheless, Wang Mian, seasoned in combat, braced himself against Lin Xie's onslaught and counterattacked. After another clash with Lin Xie, Wang Mian deliberately distanced himself. Observing the yuan in his hand, Wang Mian chuckled softly. "Allow me to remind you that the seal of the Forbidden Scroll has a time limit. You have revealed your trump card. How will you now contend with the unleashed yuan?" Lin Xie marveled at Wang Mian's prowess. Even with his speed augmented 8-fold, Wang Mian could withstand his efforts. As the time for the Forbidden Scroll drew to a close, Lin Xie focused his mind, maneuvering around Wang Mian while his thoughts raced, strategizing how to confront the unleashed yuan. Finally, after evading Wang Mian's time-condensed blade for the third time, Lin Xie discerned a method to counter the imminent threat. Every time Wang Mian unleashes the time void, its duration never exceeds 3 seconds, and there must be a 1-minute interval between each manifestation. Thus, with Wang Mian's current mental capacity, he lacks the ability to continuously activate the void. This period represents a window of vulnerability for him. The acceleration effect of the blazing golden feather still has 8.5 minutes remaining. He must utilize the remaining burst of speed to swiftly eliminate his opponent. Meanwhile, Wang Mian furrows his brow, recognizing that Lin Xie's acceleration effect is abnormal. If the enhancement from that golden feather is truly as formidable as it seems, then the energy expenditure should be proportional. Unlike himself, Lin Xie possesses only the bare minimum of mental capacity. Why does he show no signs of mental exhaustion while Wang Mian's own reserves are nearly depleted? In the distance, Bai Yu, who has been closely observing the battle between Wang Mian and Lin Xie, cannot help but smile. To him, the outcome of this clash seems certain. The blazing golden feather is not a legitimate artifact. Rather, it is a product that Baiyu conjured using the forbidden technique, echoing poem, after breaking through the Chuan realm, specifically designed for emergencies. Baiyu has also crafted several different feathers for Baiyu to keep, each capable of immediate activation with a simple tap against the chest, all without consuming the user's mental energy. However, the downside is that the creation of these feathers demands considerable mental resources, and Baiyu possesses only 6 or 7. Moreover, after their creation, he will endure a 3-hour period of weakness during which he cannot utilize echoing poem. Additionally, these feathers are single-use, and Baiyu cannot yet create more. Despite the battle's seemingly predetermined outcome, Baiyu feels a twinge of irritation. Lin Xie's reckless approach could have resulted in severe injury had it not been for the rewind pocket watch. Once the fight concludes, he intends to settle the score with Lin Xie. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, engaged in a fierce contest with Wang Mian, suddenly feels a chill run down his spine, sensing impending doom. Yet, he resolves to focus on defeating Wang Mian first. Taking a deep breath, he channels the divine might of the Seraph, preparing for his final strike. On the opposing side, Wang Mian perceives the divine aura emanating from Lin Xie and realizes that his opponent is gearing up for something significant. His mental energy is barely sufficient for one last offensive. With this in mind, Wang Mian gathers his strength, preparing for a final gamble. As Wang Mian activates the time void, the figure of Kronos materializes behind him. He unleashes his full power, weaving a deadly web of time-infused blade energy that envelopes Lin Xie like a spider's net. Gazing at the intricate array of blade energy, Lin Xie's expression sharpens. Concluding his charge, he simultaneously defends against the oncoming blades while maximizing the detection capabilities of his mortal realm. Finally, within the impenetrable web, he discovers a clear path. Accelerating to his utmost limit, Lin Xie maneuvers skillfully until he stands before Wang Mian, and before his opponent can react, he strikes decisively, severing Wang Mian's mask. Thus, the clash between Lin Xie and Wang Mian concludes with Lin Xie's victory. Wang Mian gazed at the shattered remnants of his mask, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as he cast a lingering glance at Lin Xie. Subsequently, his realm was unsealed, and time began to reverse, restoring his mask to its original state. With an expression wrought with complexity, he regarded Lin Xie, who mirrored his gaze, and slowly uttered, "You have triumphed." However, before Wang Mian could finish his statement, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted him. Turning to see the newcomer, he recognized it was Baiyu. Chapter 66. Wang Mian gazed at Baiyu, who was approaching him, and, after a moment of silence, spoke calmly. "The 2 special forbidden items in Lin Xie's possession should belong to you, correct? You were observing the battle here all along, weren't you?" Baiyu remained silent, merely nodding in tacit agreement with Wang Mian's assertion, before striding directly toward Lin Xie. Wang Mian could distinctly sense that Baiyu's emotions were amiss. Instinctively, he wanted to intervene, but was met with a fierce glare from Baiyu that silenced him. Lin Xie, watching Baiyu approach step by step, felt an alarm ringing in his heart. Observing Baiyu's acquiescence to Wang Mian's inquiry, he finally understood the source of his unease, and instinctively spoke, "Baiyu, I." Before Lin Xie could finish a sentence, a sharp sound interrupted him. Baiyu had struck him across the face. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mian's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively exclaimed, "Baiyu, you." After delivering the blow, Baiyu turned to Wang Mian, her gaze icy as she coldly retorted, "Wang Mian, refrain from speaking. This is a matter between him and me, and you have no right to interfere." With that, she averted her eyes from Wang Mian, focusing intently on Lin Xie before her. Wang Mian, having heard Baiyu's words, ultimately chose not to say anything further, though his gaze remained fixed on the two. Baiyu looked down at Lin Xie, who was keeping his head lowered, and asked sharply, "Does it hurt?" Since receiving the slap from Baiyu, Lin Xie had remained silent, his head bowed. Considering the force behind Baiyu's strike, it was evident she was genuinely angry. Unsure of the reason for her ire, Lin Shi instinctively replied, "It doesn't hurt," only to see Bai Yu's expression darken further. He quickly amended, "It does hurt." Upon hearing Lin Shi's response, Bai Yu almost shouted in fury, "You do no pain? Then, why did you take such a reckless risk using the sealing scroll on a yuan? How could your right hand not feel pain? Do you not understand that if it weren't for Wang Mian's restraint during his attack, that reckless move could have cost you your entire right hand? Have you become so arrogant just because you are a divine agent now? Do you no longer wish to acknowledge me as your brother?" Listening to Bai Yu's words, Lin Shi instinctively began to explain. "No, Bai Yu, I understand it was very dangerous, so I was extremely cautious. I knew Wang Mian would hold back, which is why I dared to act that way. Besides, I had the time reversal pocket watch you gave me as a safety net." Lin Shi forced a smile, desperately trying to mask the slight flutter of anxiety within him. As Bai Yu beheld the obsequious expression and words of Lin Shi, his ire only intensified, prompting him to speak sternly. "Lin Shi, what if Wang Mian had not held back today? What if an unexpected incident occurred with the backtracking pocket watch? And what if we were to confront an adversary? I entrusted you with the backtracking pocket watch as a means of preserving your life, not as a tool for recklessness. Moreover, the backtracking pocket watch is not infallible." Bai Yu's admonitions made Lin Shi increasingly uneasy, his gaze dropping lower as he acknowledged the truth in Bai Yu's words. He realized he had indeed acted recklessly today, harboring a sense of unwarranted luck. Had the opponent not been Wang Mian, he likely would have had no chance at all. Observing Lin Shi's diminishing posture, Bai Yu sighed softly, shaking his head at the instructors who had gathered. "Bai Yu should have instructed you on how to face opponents with greater realms and experience. Once he returns, I will relay everything that transpired today to him." With that, Bai Yu vanished in an instant. As Lin Shi absorbed Bai Yu's parting words, he wished to respond, but upon lifting his gaze, he found Bai Yu's figure had already vanished, replaced by the approaching instructors, including Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang had been keenly observing Lin Shi's battle with Wang Mian and rushed over upon witnessing Lin Shi's victory. He refrained from commenting on Bai Yu's admonition, yet gained a deeper insight into the relationship between Lin Shi and Bai Yu. However, certain matters still required attention. Subsequently, Yuan Gang engaged Lin Shi in a discussion regarding the battle's outcome and compensation. Ultimately, Lin Shi received a protective item for his mental strength and a favor from Wang Mian, in contrast to the original narrative, due to the ample time available. The vortex was also subdued by Shunqing Zhu, who similarly acquired a favor from the vortex and a form of compensation from the instructor. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan, Bai Li Pang Pang, Mo Li, and several members of the mass team reached a stalemate in their encounters. After the rookie showcase concluded, Lin Shi first sought Bai Yu in the dining hall, but found no trace of him. He then approached Shunqing Zhu, who was still dining. "Bro, could I possibly switch dorms with you for tonight? Just for tonight?" Shunqing Zhu furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Lin Shi, what are you up to? Why do you want to switch dorms with me? Please provide a reasonable explanation." Perceiving a glimmer of hope in Shunqing Zhu's tone, Lin Shi explained, "I inadvertently angered Bai Yu." Shunqing Zhu, grasping the situation from Lin Shi's somewhat vague statement, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Given the past couple of days, he believed Bai Yu to possess a commendable temperament, particularly towards Lin Shi, making it rather extraordinary that Lin Shi had managed to provoke him. Ultimately, Shunqing Zhu acquiesced to Lin Shi's request for the dormitory switch. Upon returning to their dorm, they were greeted by the sound of running water from the bathroom. After retrieving his change of clothes and gesturing not to sleep in his bed, Shunqing Zhu discreetly exited the dormitory. Lin Xie sat quietly on Bai Yu's bed, pondering how to comfort him once he emerged. Unbeknownst to him, the object of his thoughts, Bai Yu, was discreetly observing him from the bathroom. Chapter 67. Although Bai Yu and Bai Yu have notable differences in their personalities, they share several habits, such as a habitual vigilance towards the outside world, maintaining the effect of soul pursuit. Therefore, when Lin Xie entered, Bai Yu had already sensed his presence. The reason Bai Yu did not emerge from the bathroom was that he was uncertain how to confront Lin Xie in his current state. As a second personality intentionally created by Bai Yu to retain emotionality, He symbolizes Bayu's compassion and benevolence. After sharing memories with Bayu, he felt profound sympathy for Lin Chia's tragic experiences, which led him to request 0923 to secretly visit the imprisoned Lin Chia at the Sunshine Mental Hospital during his free time, to care for and guide him to some extent. Bayu believed himself to hold a certain position in Lin Chia's life. However, he felt that today, as actions may have crossed the line, he had merely cared for Lin Chia for a while, and to Lin Chia, he might just be a close friend. Bayu feared that his behavior today would affect their relationship and dreaded hearing unkind words from Lin Chia after he left. Bayu was acutely aware of his own role. He was the vessel for Bayu's emotional essence, destined to eventually merge back with him. This was a fact he understood from the moment he was split from Bayu. Bayu had never contemplated usurping Bayu's place. Even though he possessed the capability to do so, he recognized an essential distinction between himself and Bayu. As a being born from separation, he was unlike Bayu. He was a part of Bayu, neither fully human nor entirely other. Unlike Bayu, he held no obsession with returning home, apart from Bayu's goals. He possessed no spiritual anchor. Every being in existence must have a spiritual anchor, which can be an object, a goal, a responsibility, or a dream, but must not be a person. Bayu neither had nor would have such an anchor. In his view, this was an intentional flaw left by Bayu during their division, an invisible shackle imposed upon him. Even with the ability to replace Bayu, he would not do so, as it would hold no significance for him, even if he were to take Bayu's place. A self devoid of purpose would only tread the path of self-destruction. However, Lin Chia was an anomaly. He was the first individual Bayu had encountered outside of Bayu, a witness to his existence in the world and a spiritual anchor apart from Bayu. Yet, as previously stated, spiritual anchors should not be people. He feared losing Lin Chia, his pillar of support, for only Lin Chia recognized his existence. In the eyes of the world, he and Bayu were indistinguishable, merely one entity. Within the confines of the bathroom, Bayu's thoughts grew increasingly tumultuous. Just as he was on the verge of being engulfed by his spiraling thoughts, a familiar sigh pulled him back from the brink of mental collapse. As the sound of a sigh echoed, the environment surrounding Bayu transformed. An ethereal figure of Bayu appeared before him. Before Bayu could comprehend the origin of the sigh, he found the apparition standing before him, and the surroundings shifted from the bathroom to a realm of consciousness. Staring at the spectral presence of Bayu, he momentarily froze and stammered, "Bayu, how are you here? Did you not have important matters to attend to?" The elusive figure of Bayu did not respond to his query, but instead spoke with an air of urgency. "Bayu, I understand you are perplexed at this moment, yet time is of the essence, and I cannot elucidate every detail. This manifestation is a safeguard I left behind, intended solely to assist you when you find yourself on the brink of mental collapse. It can aid you but once, and soon it shall vanish. I am unaware of the tribulations you face or the reasons that have ensnared you in this vortex of introspection. However, I wish to impart one crucial truth. Your existence is not devoid of significance. You are not a forsaken pawn destined for abandonment. You must seek the meaning of your own existence." Having delivered this message, before Bayu could utter a word, the figure dissipated and the surroundings reverted to the bathroom. As Bayu gazed upon the familiar setting, a tumult of emotions welled within him. He stared into the mirror above the sink, reflecting on Bayu's words, and murmured to himself, to seek the meaning of oneself? Meanwhile, far at the border of the Great Xia, Bayu sensed the activation of the doppelganger he had created for emergencies. He mused aloud, "Have we ultimately arrived at this juncture? Bayu, this is a path you must traverse. No matter how fervently you attempt to evade it, these are the trials you must confront. Both of us are tainted by the forces of fate. From the moment you were severed from me, you were destined to become a self-destructive entity of the void." With a sigh, Bayu turned his attention from Bayu's plight, confident that he would make the right choice, and instead focused on the carriage obstructing his path. His gaze darkening. Chapter 68, the desolate landscape of the Great Xia's border, was starkly contrasted by the inexplicably appearing carriage. Bayu's gaze fell upon the vehicle before him, his expression darkening. His intention for venturing into the mists was to do so covertly, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. He had exercised utmost caution throughout his endeavor. Yet he had not evaded the vigilance of the night watchman. It was to be expected. After all, the moment he disclosed information regarding the great Xia's divine intelligence to Yuan Gang, everything around him had likely come under the scrutiny of the night watchman's higher-ups. The sudden manifestation of an undocumented climb from his residence would undoubtedly capture their attention. As Baiyu scrutinized the carriage, he surmised the identity of the individual obstructing his path. It was none other than Master Chun, one of the 5 pillars of Great Xia, renowned for his unparalleled defensive capabilities. He pondered how to navigate this situation to a satisfactory conclusion. His desire to stealthily enter the mist stemmed from a wish to elude the higher echelons of the night watchman, as his forthcoming actions were bound to instigate a butterfly effect. To ensure the overarching trajectory remained unchanged, he needed to mitigate the repercussions of this effect, which was why he had chosen to embark on this journey alone, without official sanction. Now, confronted by the imposing rosewood carriage, Baiyu was uncertain how to approach this distinguished figure. Just as he was deliberating his course of action, an elderly man with flowing white hair and a dignified demeanor descended from the carriage. It was Master Chun, one of the 5 human paragons of Great Xia. Master Chun regarded Baiyu with a slight furrow of his brow, but spoke amicably. "Young one, how about sharing a cup of tea with this old man?" Baiyu's thoughts were interrupted as Master Chun approached. Hearing the elder's invitation, he remained silent, instead gesturing with his right hand. The barren land around them transformed, blooming with verdant life. As the environment shifted, a rosewood tea table and 2 benches materialized before them. Baiyu took a seat on one of the benches, retrieved an antique tea set, and brewed a pot of green tea, then gestured for Master Chun to sit. Perhaps due to his unwavering confidence in his own abilities, or for some other reason, Master Chun maintained his initial posture throughout the transformation of the surroundings. It was only when Baiyu beckoned him to sit that he finally moved, taking a seat opposite Baiyu. Observing the aloof expression on Baiyu's face and the cup of tea before him, Master Chun smiled and said, "Since it is I who invited you for tea, how could I allow you to bear the expense?" With a wave of his hand, another set of tea utensils appeared on the rosewood table, already filled with freshly brewed tea. Not wishing to prolong the exchange, Baiyu silently returned his own tea set and, after a moment, spoke softly. "I have long heard of your esteemed name, Master. Today, in your presence, I truly perceive your remarkable bearing, akin to an immortal." Upon hearing Baiyu's words, Master Chun did not respond immediately. Instead, he savored the tea before him and then spoke slowly. "I am truly flattered, yet I prefer to be regarded as an ordinary teacher. My purpose in coming here is to converse with you," the young man referred to as the bard. Baiyu, having had his identity revealed, displayed no unusual reaction. Calmly sipping his tea, he replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, Master Chen's tea is unparalleled, but I would appreciate it if you would be forthright about your inquiries without beating around the bush." Noting Baiyu's candor, Master Chun refrained from an immediate reply. Instead, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Baiyu, setting his teacup down heavily on the table, and stated with a measured tone, "Since you are so direct, I shall not keep you in suspense. I have 3 points of curiosity. Firstly, while your registered strength is merely at the Chuan realm, how can you now exhibit the prowess of the Klein realm? Secondly, what is your purpose in venturing into the mists? And thirdly, how did you come by the knowledge of the great Xia deity's whereabouts, as well as the details surrounding it?" Master Chen's eyes scrutinized Baiyu, seemingly capable of discerning his very essence. Yet, Baiyu, undeterred by the palpable pressure surrounding him, leisurely sipped his tea before meeting Master Chen's gaze. He then spoke calmly. "Since you have posed your questions so directly, I shall respond in kind. As you have already pointed out my identity, I will admit that I currently possess the strength of the Klein realm. However, this state is temporary. My true self remains in a training camp, and what stands before you is merely a vessel, refined through special means, that embodies the capabilities of the Klein realm. While I can manifest its power, my strength cannot be augmented." Hearing this, Master Chun furrowed his brow. Externally, Baiyu's form was evidently human, yet a Klein realm human corpse is typically interred in the night watcher's designated cemetery, most often through cremation. Thus, The origin of Bayu's Klein realm human body raised questions. Seemingly aware of the confusion in Master Chen's gaze, Bayu elucidated. There is no cause for concern, Master. This body is not that of a fallen night watcher of the Great Xia, but rather one I acquired from the balance of Tarandon. I believe Captain Shun Mai has already reported my previous encounter with a progeny dispatched by the Summer Mother, along with the matter of the balance. Hence, you need not worry. I am not a nefarious individual inclined to grave robbery, and the acquisition of this body was indeed through legitimate means. Upon hearing this, Master Chen's brow relaxed slightly, yet he continued, And who, may I ask, is Tarandon? You previously reported only the enigmatic balance. What is the significance of this now? Listening to the words of the Master, Bayu paused momentarily. Then, locking eyes with the Master, he slowly spoke, Master, do you believe in parallel lines? Chapter 69. Parallel Lines. Master Chun, in his lack of understanding regarding certain matters, was merely an elderly scholar possessing formidable skills. He found himself perplexed by the conversation. Observing his bewilderment, Bayu spoke with a hint of detachment. It appears that you are unfamiliar with this concept. Allow me to elucidate. Prior to the Great Catastrophe, scientists proposed the notion of parallel universes, suggesting that beyond our cosmos, there may exist other universes akin to ours. The collective of our universe and these alternate realms is referred to as the multiverse. You may find my explanation somewhat opaque. So let me rephrase. Everything we currently experience in our world has already transpired in another realm. As Master Chun listened to Bayu's discourse, his gaze deepened, and his brow furrowed. Although he struggled to grasp the academic jargon, he comprehended the essence of the final statement, that there exists a world akin to ours, which has similarly traversed a path of fog and divine upheaval. However, certain concepts still eluded him, prompting him to interject. Young one, please pause for a moment. I fear I am somewhat out of touch with the times. Some of what you speak of is beyond my comprehension. Let me make a call to someone who might understand better. With that, the Master retrieved his mobile phone from his sleeve, fumbling as he dialed a number, awaiting the connection on the other end. Meanwhile, Bayu remained unfazed by the Master's actions, taking a sip of his tea while observing the phone call. He had likely anticipated whom Master Chen would contact. Far away, in the headquarters of the Night Watchers in the capital, Yi Fan, engrossed in reviewing documents, frowned upon hearing his phone ring. The tone was a special one, designated for Master Chun, who seldom reached out without cause. Given the current circumstances involving the unexpected arrival of Klein, why was he calling now? Could it be an emergency? With a sense of urgency, Yi Fan answered the call. Master, has something happened? Did Klein escape? Upon hearing the call connect, Master Chun was unsure how to proceed. He opted for speaker mode and handed the phone to Bayu. As the device was passed to him, Bayu did not take it directly, but instead gestured for the Master to place it on the tea table. He then spoke slowly, Commander Yi Fan. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice on the other end, Yi Fan's brow furrowed deeper. Who are you? Where is Master Chun? How did you acquire his phone? Do not be alarmed, Commander. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bayu, the very Bayu you might be contemplating. Master Chun is right here beside me. He called you because he found some of the information I provided rather perplexing, and he wished for you to clarify. Subsequently, Bayu recounted to Yi Fan a series of matters concerning his own realm and the concept of parallel universes, which he had previously discussed with the sage. After hearing Bayu's discourse, Yi Fan fell into a prolonged silence. Despite his initial struggle to grasp Bayu's words, Yi Fan, being the commander of the Night Watch, quickly processed the information presented. He then proceeded directly to the crux of the matter, inquiring of Bayu, since you have introduced the concept of parallel universes, how did you come to acquire such knowledge? Moreover, how can you substantiate the authenticity of your claims? Listening to Yi Fan's probing questions, Bayu spoke with unhurried composure. Commander Yi, you should be somewhat familiar with my concept of forbidden void. My forbidden void, Harmonious Ode, serves as one of the evidences for the existence of a multiverse, as it originates from the fallen fourth universe. Yi Fan, intrigued by the new terminology, chose to remain silent, allowing Bayu to continue his exposition. Noticing Yi Fan's lack of interruption, Bayu elaborated. Our current universe can be regarded as the fifth universe within this multiverse. prior to its existence. There were 4 distinct universes, all of which have succumbed to destruction. My forbidden void, harmonious ode hails from the obliterated 4th universe. And the cause of the downfall of these 4 universes is strikingly similar. The advent of the mist heralded their annihilation. Bayu's revelations left Yi Fan in a state of astonishment, yet they bore a peculiar persuasive power, insufficient, however, to allay his lingering doubts. Before he could voice his concerns, Bayu continued, "The best proof that my forbidden void originates from the fallen 4th universe lies in the disparity between the power systems of the 4th and 5th universes. This is also the reason for the slow growth of my spiritual energy. The power system of the 4th universe is known as destiny, and those who wield its strength are referred to as destiny walkers. In the 4th universe, anyone could become a destiny walker, with various types of destiny conferring different powers. My forbidden void, harmonious O, belongs to the harmonious destiny." As Yi Fan absorbed this deluge of information, he finally grasped the meaning of feeling overwhelmed. The sheer volume of what Bayu had conveyed left him momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, as the commander, he steeled himself against any display of uncertainty and calmly inquired, "Then who exactly are you? I find it hard to believe that an 18-year-old youth possesses such profound secrets. What is your stance?" In response to Yi Fan's retort, Bayu remained unfazed, responding with a serene demeanor. "As you have surmised, I am indeed not merely an 18-year-old youth, but a survivor from the 4th universe, a homeless wanderer. As for my stance, did I not just mention it? The 4th universe was destroyed by the machinations lurking behind the mist's arrival, so I trust you could discern my position. Yes, you. I would never undertake any actions that would jeopardize the Great Xia. As for the original Bayu, he perished a decade ago during the catastrophe of Songnan. I struck a bargain with him. His body is now at my disposal, and I shall avenge his hatred." Bayu's final words were delivered with unwavering conviction, resonating with such sincerity that even Chun Fuzi, who had been quietly listening to the exchange between Bayu and Yi Fan, found himself harboring a measure of admiration for this enigmatic individual before him. On the other end of the phone, Yi Fan too perceived the authenticity in Bayu's tone, and within it, he discerned a trace of murderous intent. Chapter 70. The mastermind behind the scenes. After Bayu's words lingered in the air for quite some time, Yi Fan on the other end of the line remained silent, seemingly believing that Bayu had conveyed enough, yet not entirely certain. After much contemplation, Yi Fan finally discerned what he ought to inquire about, and thus spoke. "Who is the mastermind behind the mist that has descended upon us?" Having already exhausted himself with words, Bayu was parched and reached for another cup of tea, only to discover the kettle was empty. With a sigh, he replied, "It is not permissible to disclose his identity. The capabilities of this mastermind are extraordinary. Even uttering his name would attract his attention. However, I can reveal that he is the most unique entity within the pantheon of deities today. No creature dares to fully worship him, and those who do are often formidable in strength. For instance, the mother of the Xiagai insects that pursued me earlier is one of his acolytes. Although Bayu did not explicitly identify the mastermind, the critical information he imparted was sufficient for Yi Fan to deduce the potential identity of this elusive figure. Could it be linked to the Cthulhu mythos? Yi Fan fell into deep contemplation, aware that even the archives of the Night Watch headquarters contained scant records of the Cthulhu mythos, given the lower-tier entities that appeared within it. If the mist truly resulted from an external god's influence, then the deities of the Cthulhu mythos were the most likely candidates. Habitually calculating, Yi Fan began to strategize for the future of the Xia. Meanwhile, Bayu, feeling exceptionally parched, retrieved several bottles of mineral water from his spatial storage and gulped them down voraciously. Observing Bayu consume 4 or 5 bottles in quick succession, the Confucian scholar, who had just replenished the empty kettle, inquired with curiosity, "What brings about this behavior, young Bayu?" Upon hearing the scholar's question and noting that Yi Fan was still lost in thought, Bayu set his phone aside and responded, "It is nothing of great concern. Though this body has undergone unique refinement and possesses the strength of the Klein realm, it fundamentally remains a corpse. While it does not require sustenance, it cannot retain moisture, necessitating frequent hydration. Otherwise, this body will quickly become desiccated. While it does not impede movement, it significantly affects appearance. Upon hearing this, the master nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the reasoning. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Yi Fan concluded his brief contemplation of the future. Noticing the call had not yet ended, he intended to utter a few words before hanging up when Baiyu interjected, "Commander Yi, although it is challenging to gain the complete trust of the authorities with mere words, I plan to present a unique gift to the Great Xia, as well as a warning for the Night Watchers. I am not the sole survivor of the fourth universe. The deity of joy, Aha, has also arrived in this world. True to his name, Aha is an extraordinary god who prioritizes the pursuit of pleasure above all else. His formidable power is not to be underestimated, ranking among the top 3 deities. However, Aha is capricious, and should he find amusement, he would not hesitate to bring about destruction. In the fourth universe, he indirectly aided the shadowy figure behind the scenes. My journey into the mist is to trace Aha's whereabouts. Unlike me, although he too bears severe wounds, his unique nature allows him to recover his strength at an astonishing rate. The last time I caught a glimpse of him, he had already regained the strength of a demigod. Therefore, I wish to invite you, Master, to accompany me into the mist to seek Aha." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan fell into deep contemplation. If what Baiyu claimed was true, and Aha truly existed as another deity from the fourth universe, the future would indeed hold myriad possibilities. However, the Master was one of the 5 pinnacle humans of Great Xia. Should he fall within the mist, it would be an immense loss for the realm. Just as Yi Fan was at a loss, Master Chun, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Yi Fan, I am willing to accompany young Baiyu into the mist. This matter is of great significance, and we must exercise caution. I cannot agree to this. If something were to happen to you, Great Xia would lose a being of your caliber. You should wait here with Baiyu while I send someone of Klein Realm to accompany him," Yi Fan replied. Listening to Yi Fan's response, the master sighed softly and said, "Yi Fan, I understand your concerns. However, there are not many in the Klein realm within Great Xia. Sending one to assist young Baiyu would be of little help, and may even require protection from him. Moreover, I sense the importance of this mission. It resonates deeply within me. While it may seem reckless to say so, as the saying goes, one must sacrifice to gain. I have made my decision to venture into the mist alongside young Baiyu. I feel the goodwill he radiates, and I believe he is trustworthy. This is the guidance of my heart." At this juncture, even Yi Fan found himself at a loss for words, as the old man's stubbornness proved to be more formidable than that of an ox. However, Yi Fan refrained from further dissuasion. After all, the master had already indicated that this journey into the mist would be guided by a deeper purpose. With a few more words of caution, he concluded the call and began to ponder the future trajectory of the Great Xia within his office. Meanwhile, Baiyu remained silent until the call was disconnected. Though his expression remained as impassive as ever, a tempest brewed within him. His previous invitation to the master had been a mere casual remark, and he was astonished that the master was genuinely willing to accompany him. This unexpected turn left Baiyu momentarily bewildered. Across the line, the master observed Baiyu's silence and couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you surprised, my young friend, that I wish to journey into the mist with you? There is no need for anxiety. My reasons for entering the mist are my own. Although I cannot fathom the depths of your past grievances, I sense the buried emotions within you upon our first encounter. Do not be startled. I wish for you to make a decision that you will not regret. Now, my young friend, prepare yourself to embark on the carriage." Upon hearing this, Baiyu resolved to cast aside his hesitation. After all, traveling alongside such an extraordinary figure as the master would significantly enhance his safety. Chapter 71. Baiyu gazed at his reflection in the mirror, letting out a deep sigh. Baiyu was not mistaken. It was indeed time for him to gain a clearer understanding of himself. During the time that 0923 had vanished, although Baiyu did not outwardly display any signs, how could he, being one with Baiyu in spirit, fail to perceive the concealed panic within? Since the separation from Baiyu, he had never encountered 0923's sudden disappearance, relying on the messages conveyed through a mysterious wolf spider, which had become increasingly scarce, with an alarming trend of silence emerging. 0923 was a crucial beacon of hope for Bayu's return home. Despite the continued functionality of everything 0923 had provided, Bayu remained unsettled, which prompted the perilous decision to venture into the fog, even contemplating the possibility of his demise there. Given this, he had to prepare himself for the prospect of Bayu's absence. To begin with, he needed to confront Lin Xie, who was settling in for the night in his dormitory. After gathering his thoughts and changing into his pajamas, he opened the door to exit the bathroom, only to be met by a pair of large, glistening eyes. Suddenly, he felt his waist being embraced, a fluffy head nestled against his chest, and he heard Lin Xie's voice. "Bayuge, I realize my mistake. Please forgive me. I am willing to accept any punishment, as long as you don't ignore or avoid me." By the end of his plea, Lin Xie's voice had taken on a quivering tone, causing Bayu, who had anticipated a fierce confrontation, to freeze in place, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. His gaze, laden with complexity, fell upon Lin Xie, who was now clinging to him. At a loss for words, Bayu found that his prior thoughts had become obsolete, and he could only utter, "It's fine. I'm not angry anymore. Please let go." However, upon hearing Bayu's words, Lin Xie not only refused to release his grip, but tightened it instead, muttering. "Bayuge only said he isn't angry. He isn't forgiven me. Unless Bayuge forgives me, I will not let go." Bayu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, unsure how to respond, and ultimately managed to say that he forgave Lin Xie. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Xie still did not relent, insisting that Bayu called him by his full name rather than Xie, believing he was still upset, which only caused him to cling even tighter. After several futile exchanges, Bayu's patience wore thin, and he exclaimed, "Lin Xie, are you trying to strangle me with such force? If you don't let go, you won't be able to see me again." At these words, Lin Xie immediately released his hold around Bayu's waist, lowering his head in shame, afraid to meet Bayu's gaze. Nevertheless, he continued to clutch at Bayu's clothing, terrified that he might vanish from sight at any moment. As Bayu observed Lin Xie release her grasp, she held onto the corner of her clothing tightly, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation that made her roll her eyes. With a decisive motion, she pried Lin Xie's hand away from her attire and settled on her bed, leisurely regarding the downcast Lin Xie before speaking with a calm demeanor. "Since you are aware of your mistake, do enlighten me on where you faltered." Hearing Bayu's inquiry, Lin Xie timidly responded, "I should not have taken such risks. Bayu had taught me that when facing an opponent whose strength and experience exceed one's own, one should avoid confrontation and engage in guerrilla tactics while awaiting the support of allies, prioritizing personal safety above all." Nodding in acknowledgement, Bayu recognized that Lin Xie had grasped her error. "Very well, then how did you act?" she prompted. "Because the opponent was a night watchman, I recklessly put myself in danger, neglecting my own safety, and due to a false sense of security, I acted without caution, leading myself into peril. Do you now comprehend how you ought to conduct yourself in the future?" Bayu inquired. "Yes, in the future, when faced with opponents of significantly greater strength, I will prioritize my personal safety first and refrain from placing myself in jeopardy," Lin Xie affirmed. Bayu regarded Lin Xie, her initial irritation having subsided, yet her heart was tinged with complexity. In a gentle tone, she remarked, "Xie, I have long since ceased to be angry with you. Truth be told, had I been in your position today, I too would have deemed it prudent to take the risk of applying the sealing scroll to eat you on. Thus, I hold no grounds to blame you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with innocence as she responded, "No, I know that Bayuge cares for me, so you forgive me, right?" "Indeed," Bayu replied. At this, a glint of mischief flickered in Lin Xie's eyes. "Then may I sleep with Bayuge tonight? Just like in our childhood at the Sunshine Mental Hospital. Is that truly acceptable?" Bayu asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Lin Xie adopted a pitiful expression, pleading, "Please, Bayuge." Initially hesitant, Bayu found it difficult to resist Lin Xie's pitiful demeanor and ultimately acquiesced to her request, albeit with stipulations. "You may sleep together, but first, you must take a shower. I cannot permit a filthy person onto my bed." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie jubilantly dashed into the bathroom to wash up. As the sound of running water filled the air, Baiyu couldn't help but smile, realizing that Lin Xie remained the familiar little creature she had always known, and their bond had not waned with the passage of time. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Lin Xie splashed water on her face and smiled at her reflection in the mirror, murmuring to herself, "The advice from Pang Pang is indeed quite effective." Little did Bai know, the charming antics of Lin Xie that evening were guided by the wisdom of a seasoned mentor. After Baiyu stormed off in anger, Lin Xie sought out Bai Li Pang Pang. Upon recounting the events to Bai Li Pang Pang, a sly smile crept across Bai Li Pong Pong's face as he patted Lin Xie on the shoulder, speaking with an air of confidence. "Brother Xie, I can discern that Baiyu is quite different from that fellow Baiyu. If it were the latter, I would indeed be at a loss for how to handle the situation. However, considering the more gentle demeanor of the current Baiyu, it is evident that he cares for you deeply. His recent attitude suggests that he is genuinely worried about your well-being. In such moments, you must find a way to soothe him. Remember, Brother Xie, men who can act endearingly often fare the best. A touch of feigned vulnerability might yield unexpectedly favorable results." Little did Baiyu realize that the seemingly docile Lin Xie had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a cunning little rascal. Chapter 72. Lin Xie, who took a leisurely bath, soon found himself enveloped in a fragrant aura. However, a rather serious predicament dawned upon him. Having rushed in, he had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Faced with the dilemma of stepping out in the nude or donning soiled garments, he opted to knock on the bathroom door, calling for assistance from Baiyu. "Baiyu, do you have any spare clothes? I forgot to bring a change." Baiyu, who had been engrossed in drafting lesson plans at the bedside, chuckled upon hearing Lin Xie's voice through the door. It was indeed a rather clumsy oversight. He retrieved the largest, most comfortable pajamas from his space, along with an oversized pair of underwear mistakenly ordered online and a brand new towel he had never used. Approaching the bathroom door, he knocked lightly and announced, "Xie, I'm at the door. Just reach out to take the clothes." After speaking, Baiyu turned his back, deliberately avoiding glimpsing the scene within the bathroom. Hearing the voice, Lin Xie opened the door just a crack, extending his hand to accept the garments Baiyu offered. Once clad in the pajamas, he emerged from the bathroom to find Baiyu seated at the bedside, engaged in his writing and drawing. Upon hearing the commotion, Baiyu glanced up and saw Lin Xie, perfectly fitted in his sleepwear. He paused his activities, waved his hand, and stored away the items before patting the space beside him, casting a glance at Lin Xie. Under Baiyu's gaze, Lin Xie felt compelled, as though summoned by some unseen force, and he leapt forward to embrace Baiyu, curling up in his arms much like he had done 6 years prior in the sunlight-drenched mental institution. Observing Lin Xie nestled against him, Baiyu promptly turned off the lights, pulled up the air-conditioned blanket, and closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. Moments later, he was in deep sleep, in the enveloping darkness. However, Lin Xie, who had initially been fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His fingers began to trace and caress Baiyu's face, their positions shifting from Lin Xie cradling Baiyu to the latter embracing him. He murmured, "Baiyu, please don't hide from me anymore. I've truly been frightened at the thought of searching for you for 5 years." With that, Lin Xie closed his eyes again, as if merely changing positions. Unbeknownst to him, several white threads began to emerge from afar, entwining around Baiyu's little finger. Waves of pure energy coursed through these threads, gradually elevating Baiyu's mental prowess even in his sleep. Meanwhile, Baiyu found himself seated among 2 magnificent red horses in a fog-laden carriage. Gazing into the endless mist surrounding him, he began by peeling off a layer of white facial skin from his own visage, revealing beneath it a dual-faced mask of laughter and tears. This was none other than the Fool's mask, produced by the system. Yet the mask before him shimmered with a sinister crimson glow. Upon entering the realm of possession through the corpse, Baiyu adorned himself with the Fool's mask. Subsequently, utilizing the ability of mimetic transformation bestowed by the possessed corpse, he was able to alter the form of any object he touched, including his own being, endowing it with unique capabilities while also cloaking his presence from psychic detection. Thus, Baiyu transformed a white ceramic vase back into clay, granting it the power of mimetic facial manipulation, which became a guise that concealed the fool's mask. During his conversation with Yi Fan, Baiyu discreetly activated the effect of dramatic life, a forbidden object that had previously aided him in deceiving the deities, enabling him to successfully maintain the trust of both Yi Fan and the master, who remained oblivious to his 7 truths and 3 falsehoods. Furthermore, he discovered a flaw in the fool's mask. As long as he found amusement in his actions, he could negate most of the mask's adverse effects. As for why Baiyu dared to change his appearance in front of the master, the answer was simple. He had activated the effect of consonant poetry, which obscured the master's perception of him. Though not his true form, this ability proved remarkably potent. While the efficacy was diminished compared to using his own body, the realm of the possessed corpse compensated for this shortcoming. After minimizing the fool's mask, a thread of white silk shot forth from the depths of the mist, slowing down before it reached Baiyu and finally resting in his palm. Casting a glance in the direction from whence the silk came, Baiyu halted the 2 horses and entered the carriage, observing the master, who was enjoying tea. He spoke, "Master, would you be so kind as to assist me?" As he spoke, Baiyu extended the thread of silk for the master's examination. Upon hearing this, Master Chun ceased his actions, glancing at the silk thread in Baiyu's hand, and inquired with mild curiosity, "Young friend, where did you procure this silk? It seems to emanate a presence akin to that of the pinnacle of the boundless realm, yet I perceive no mysterious aura in the vicinity." In response to the master's skepticism, Baiyu smiled and briefly recounted the events at Sangna No. 2 Middle School and his collaboration with Xiaogai Wagner. After hearing the full context, the master furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your actions are tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Moreover, if Xiaogai Wagner is feigning loyalty while secretly conspiring with a mother of insects, you would be walking into a trap." In response, Baiyu flipped his hand, producing a silver notebook, which he handed to the master, and said with a smile, "The hierarchy of the insect race is clear-cut. Even the mysterious cannot escape this truth. As long as the mother of insects exists, Xiaogai Wagner shall never ascend to the Klein realm. Should Xiaogai Wagner aspire for greater opportunities, the mother of insects will forever be a stumbling block, with her prowess at the pinnacle of the boundless realm. Even uniting all insect progeny would not breach the constraints of the genetic lock. The esteemed scholar should indeed be aware that I have been purging the offspring of the Summer Mother from within the Great Xia, having successfully thwarted her attempt to unleash a minor insect calamity 5 years ago. Her motivation for such actions stemmed from a desire to eliminate me, as I possess the method to unravel the genetic lock of the Summer Mother, the very technique inscribed within this silver notebook in your possession." Upon hearing these words, the scholar's gaze traversed the pages of the notebook, deepening his perplexity. Even though he is not a researcher, he could comprehend the method for dismantling the genetic lock. It is not a complex procedure. In fact, one might describe it as remarkably straightforward. Yet, it is precisely this simplicity that incited the scholar's curiosity. He turned to Baiyu and inquired, "My young friend, is it not rather simplistic, the method recorded in this notebook for unlocking the genetic lock? Surely, the Summer Mother is not oblivious to it." In response, Baiyu let out a cold chuckle and remarked, "For sometimes, it is the most intelligent individuals who display the greatest folly." Chapter 73. Upon hearing these words, the master's confusion deepened, prompting him to speak. "I find myself somewhat perplexed by the words of young Baiyu." With a smile, Baiyu replied, "It is often the case that the more intelligent individuals are, the more likely they are to complicate matters. Take, for instance, a seemingly simple extra credit question during an examination. Such a straightforward question can baffle those who approach it, as their habitual thinking leads them to believe that extra credit questions are the most challenging. Only those with sufficient self-confidence can see that the answer may be readily attainable. Moreover, the act of dismantling the genetic lock is bound to provoke the mother of the Xiaogai insects, and Xiaogai Wagner would neither dare nor wish to attempt it lightly. Thus, she must rely on my methods. Furthermore, the mysterious thought processes differ vastly from our own. What appears simple to us may seem utterly absurd to them, rendering it exceedingly arduous." Upon hearing this, the master nodded, yet still expressed his doubts. "What you say holds merit, young Baiyu, but I am left with further questions. How did you acquire the means to unlock the genetic lock of the mother of the Xiaogai insects? And what if Xiaogai Wagner, having obtained the method, betrays us? After all, if one can betray their own progenitor, how can we be assured she will not turn against us in our moment of need? Rest assured, Master. Baiyu responded. The moment Xiaogai Wagner sought collaboration with me, she effectively betrayed the mother of the Xiaogai insects. Once her genetic lock is undone, the mother will never accept her again. Should she indeed turn traitor, I will have ample reason to transform her into a mere puppet. As for the method to unlock the mother's genetic lock, it was discovered by the father of the little one with whom I made a deal. I inhabit the body of that child, who, prior to my arrival, suffered from significant inherent deficiencies. Both his parents are night watchers, and his father, a researcher, turned to the mysterious after repeated failures to remedy his son's shortcomings. During one of his studies, he extracted a special active sample from the corpse of one of the mother's progeny and uncovered the method to break the genetic lock, which ultimately led to his demise. In exchange for my assistance, I promised to avenge his parents. As these words settled in, a profound silence enveloped the carriage. After a long pause, the master sighed, producing an empty teacup, filling it with tea, and casting it out of the carriage. He then spoke. I shall assist you in this endeavor, young Baiyu. The mother of the Xiaogai insects has wronged our great Xia, and she must be punished. How may I be of service to you? This is quite simple. I possess a unique artifact known as the shadow space, which allows individuals to conceal themselves within my shadow. However, it has a drawback. It cannot obscure one's mental presence. Therefore, I shall cover the esteemed teacher with a special white clay that can mask his mental aura. When the time comes, the teacher will hide in my shadow, and this layer of white clay will obscure his mental energy. I will then follow the silken threads to the lair of Xiaogai Wagner. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise at Xiaogai Wagner's location, I implore the teacher to join forces with me to subdue her. I will then transform her into a living puppet. If no surprises occur, I ask the teacher to remain hidden until I strike at the Xiaogai mother, at which point I shall execute a covert maneuver. Upon hearing my words, the teacher nodded in agreement. With his consent, I gathered the earth from the ground into my hands and channeled my mental energy, causing the dark brown soil to gradually turn white. As the earthy hue completely transformed, beads of sweat appeared upon my brow. I then handed the white clay to the teacher, who fashioned it into a diminutive carriage with a wave of his hand, shrinking it to the size of a palm before tucking it away in his sleeve. With another surge of mental energy, the white clay morphed into a white blanket, and once draped over him, the teacher appeared as an unassuming scholar to the outside world before stepping into my shadow. Following the silken white threads in my hand, I began to navigate through the mist in a specific direction. Meanwhile, Baiyu's biological clock was at work, rousing him from slumber before dawn. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, he had switched positions with Lin Xie, resting his head upon Lin Xie's arm while the latter's other hand rested firmly on his waist. This position evoked a sense of nostalgia as he reflected on how the once diminutive figure had nearly grown a head taller than him. Thinking it was still early, with ample time before the training assembly, Baiyu contemplated allowing Lin Xie to sleep a bit longer while he fetched breakfast. However, as he gently removed Lin Xie's hand from his waist, the still sleeping Lin Xie abruptly opened his eyes, gazed intently at Baiyu, and promptly placed his hand back on Baiyu's waist, murmuring, Baiyu, I'm so sleepy. Let me sleep a little longer. In the wake of Lin Xie's actions, Baiyu's mind momentarily faltered. Realizing what had transpired, he found Lin Xie's hand once again resting on him. Observing Lin Xie's closed eyes, Baiyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, conceding to the thought, perhaps I'll indulge in a little more rest today and keep him company. With that, he closed his eyes, attempting to cultivate the drowsiness. Just as he was on the verge of falling asleep, a resounding announcement blared through the air, obliterating the tranquility he had so painstakingly nurtured. Baiyu, with a forlorn expression, was suddenly thrown out of the dormitory by a gentle force after Lin Xie heard the broadcast. Lin Xie, perplexed and unsure of what had transpired to upset Baiyu, contemplated knocking on the door to inquire further. However, the sound of the assembly whistle echoed, compelling Lin Xie to return to her dormitory to change her attire, with the intention of seeking clarification during the assembly. Chapter 74. As the whistle sounded, Yuan Gang began observing the new recruits at the assembly point. Noticing the recruits were more orderly than the previous day, he mused to himself that, following the recent blow dealt by the masquerade squad, most of the new recruits had come to recognize their own limitations. The initial arrogance that had accompanied their arrival at the training camp had dissipated. The effects of a new recruit showcase were indeed remarkable, and today would provide another potent dose of reality for them. Lost in his thoughts regarding his upcoming speech at the assembly, Yuan Gang was abruptly jolted from his reverie by a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he was met with the sight of Baiyu, clad in pajamas and exuding an air of grievance, her irritation palpable. "Damn it, are you trying to cosplay a vengeful spirit here?" he exclaimed. Baiyu, unfazed by his words, simply handed him a note before vanishing into thin air, truly resembling a ghost. Yuan Gang, taken aback by her sudden disappearance, felt a chill run down his spine, puzzled by her peculiar behavior. However, a glance at the note quickly clarified matters. The note boldly declared, "Turn off the broadcast in my dorm, or I shall haunt you at midnight like a weather doll." After reading the message, Yuan Gang was momentarily overwhelmed, then found himself both amused and exasperated. Was Baiyu experiencing a morning grumpiness? It seemed rather absurd. Yet, a wave of confusion washed over him. Hadn't the town suppression monument been activated? How could Baiyu still wield her psychic powers? Unbeknownst to him, Baiyu's behavior was not merely a case of morning irritability. Rather, it stemmed from being roused from a comforting slumber against her will. After all, anyone disturbed during their peaceful rest would likely be in a foul mood. Meanwhile, back in her dormitory, Baiyu took a deep breath. Once she had vented her frustrations over the interruption of her nap, she felt remarkably revitalized. After changing her clothes, she sensed that some force seemed to be constraining her psychic abilities. However, she remained unaware of the precise nature of this limitation. The entity known as Qi Xiangshi did not appear significantly affected, while her own consciousness, I dream, seemed almost entirely unresponsive. Sifting through the shared memories in her mind, she recalled the existence of a suppressive artifact within the training camp, the town suppression monument. It appeared she could not use her psychic powers indiscriminately. Muttering to herself, Baiyu departed her dormitory and made her way to the assembly point. Upon arrival, she was promptly pulled onto the stage by an instructor. Yuan Gong, with a beaming smile, draped an arm around her shoulders and addressed the recruits below. "Quiet down, new recruits. After yesterday's chaotic battle, you should have a clearer understanding of your own abilities. Today marks the first day of your training. As I mentioned during yesterday's tumult, among you is a remarkable individual named Baiyu, who stands beside me. Many of you may not recognize her name, but I'm certain some of you have heard her moniker, the illustrious bard." As the words fell, the new recruits exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly pondering the identity of this so-called bard. Suddenly, one of the recruits boldly exclaimed, "Is he not the very bard who single-handedly defended 3 coastal cities against nearly 1,000 enigmatic guardians?" Initially, Yuan Gang, standing on the stage and observing the new recruits' bewildered expressions, felt a wave of relief wash over him, fearing the possibility of a farcical misunderstanding. He replied, "Indeed, you are referring to the bard in question. Just yesterday, after deliberation among our esteemed instructors, it was unanimously agreed to invite Baiyu as a special instructor. For the upcoming year, he shall be responsible for imparting theoretical knowledge to you all." While a few recruits remained silent, the majority began to murmur amongst themselves. Some questioned Baiyu's capabilities, others speculated on how he had earned the title of instructor, and many pondered how the bard would conduct his lessons. Amidst this cacophony of doubts, Yuan Gang watched the crowd with a satisfied smile, thinking to himself that he would create a bit of mischief for Baiyu to distract him from his plans of cosplaying as a sunny doll at his bedside. Blissfully unaware of Baiyu's increasingly dark expression beside him, Yuan Gang continued to revel in his cleverness. Little did he realize that Baiyu had seized his hand and, before Yuan Gang could react, forcefully twisted the joint, eliciting a sudden, tingling sensation that caused him to grit his teeth and furrow his brow. Struggling to maintain composure before the recruits, Yuan Gang's face contorted in discomfort. Observing his distorted visage, Baiyu stepped forward to shield Yuan Gang from embarrassment, preserving at least a semblance of dignity. Baiyu's subtle movement did not attract much attention amidst the ongoing commotion. However, upon witnessing the continued uproar, he furrowed his brow and produced a pair of cymbals. Striking them together, a shrill sound pierced the air, silencing the crowd and redirecting their focus. Satisfied with the newfound quietude, Baiyu gathered his mental acuity and, ensuring his voice resonated throughout the assembly, spoke with a steely demeanor. It seems the discussions have ceased. Allow me to take the floor. The chief instructor has already introduced me, so I shall refrain from further self-presentation. From this day forth, I will be your instructor for theoretical classes. Do not underestimate the importance of theory. Otherwise, when confronted by those possessing unique abilities, you may find yourselves unaware of how perilous your situation truly is. I do not speak idly. The number of enigmatic foes I have vanquished surpasses the combined total of all of you by tenfold. Therefore, I advise you to temper your pride. Else, I will not hesitate to engage you in a more physical understanding of your abilities. Now, those whose names I call, step forward. Wang Fan, Yu Mingqi, Feng Hua, Li Jie, Yuan Hong. These 80 individuals shall accompany me. As the words fell, Baiyu proceeded towards the teaching building, leaving those whose names had been called exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain whether they should follow. After all, the chief instructor had yet to speak. It was then that Yuan Gang's voice rang out. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up. With that, Yuan Gang's gaze shifted towards the already distant Baiyu, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. This fellow truly seemed impervious to any loss. Yuan Gang was aware that it was merely his misfortune to encounter Baiyu taking over the body. Had Baiyu been present today, he likely would have swallowed this silent grievance, treating the incident as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 75, Baiyu led the new recruits into an expansive classroom, which was furnished with over 100 desks and chairs. Standing at the podium, Baiyu surveyed the newcomers, and once they settled in, a vine snatched a few lazy recruits lounging at the back and flung them into the center. He then turned and inscribed the words harmony on the blackboard. Turning back to the seated recruits, he addressed them. The astute among you may have already discerned why I have summoned these 80 individuals. Now, who among you can articulate the reason behind my selection? The audience remained silent, with scarcely anyone willing to raise a hand. A few recruits murmured amongst themselves. Do you think this Baiyu is rather pretentious? He seems to look down on everyone. Exactly. I just overheard someone mention that he received the Star C badge at 13. The Star C badge. No wonder he carries himself with such arrogance. So what if he earned the Star C badge at 13? I've heard that he awakened his forbidden void 5 years ago, and now that he has merely entered the river realm, it's hardly impressive. While they continue to chatter, 2 pieces of chalk struck the heads of the gossiping recruits with precise accuracy, causing them to swell painfully. Baiyu's cold voice resonated from above. It seems my 2 classmates are quite curious about me. Perhaps you too can enlighten the rest on why I chose these 80 individuals. The 2 whispering recruits exchanged glances, and one of them stood up, trembling as he stammered, because what is this? You were quite articulate just moments ago. Now that I grant you the opportunity to speak, you falter? Under Baiyu's relentless questioning, the other recruit who had spoken out earlier stood up, indignant. You only awakened your forbidden void a few years before us. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? It took you 5 years to break through to the river realm, so what is there to boast about? Baiyu merely cast a glance at the defiant recruit, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. The speaker felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, sensing that death could be imminent. Over the years, while Baiyu eradicated the progeny of the summer cover insect within the Great Xia, he also eliminated countless mysteries along the way. The casualties were staggering, dwarfing the combined number of recruits in the entire training camp. Baiyu's hands were stained with the blood of the mysterious, cultivating an aura of dread that no novice, perhaps yet unfamiliar with the mysteries, could withstand. However, to prevent this recruit from succumbing to sheer terror, Baiyu allowed the oppressive aura to linger for just 5 seconds, long enough to leave a lasting impression. After the suffocating sensation dissipated, the new recruit collapsed onto the table. gasping for breath, his gaze towards Baiyu imbued with profound fear. He could never have anticipated that this seemingly gentle Baiyu harbored such a terrifying essence within. Once he retracted his menacing aura, Baiyu surveyed the crowd before him, noting that none dared to be distracted. Satisfied, he nodded and spoke. "I am not as gentle as Yuan Gang and his ilk. In my class, you either comprehend the material thoroughly or when I call upon you, you must respond fluently. Otherwise, keep your mouths tightly shut. Is there anyone who can answer my initial question?" Amidst the silence in the audience, a girl raised her right hand. Upon receiving Baiyu's nod, she stood and declared, "Instructor, Bai selected us 80 because our abilities and potential are the most lacking in the new recruit training camp." She had previously observed the individuals she had met yesterday and discerned that aside from few with higher rankings, the rest were indeed among those with lower standings. After finishing her statement, she lowered her head, awaiting Baiyu's response. Just as she feared her answer was incorrect, a candy was placed on her desk by a vine. Startled, she looked up at Baiyu, who nodded at her and offered a faint smile. "The girl just now informed me of your name. My name is Song Yuchi. So it is you, classmate Song. You shall be the class leader from now on. What you said is correct. The 80 students present are those I identified as the lowest in terms of potential after reviewing your files. Do you know why I chose these students with lower rankings first? Why?" Listening to the inquiries from the audience, Baiyu replied nonchalantly, "The ranking of one's potential often reflects others' judgments about their abilities. This potential largely determines an individual's starting point. For instance, the potential ranking of 083, Minseng Shanyue, and 356, Julie, both belong to offensive potentials, yet the disparity at the outset is significant. Under equal strength, a person with Julie typically must exert far greater effort to catch up to someone endowed with Minseng Shanyue. However, if the individual with Minseng Shanyue also applies themselves diligently, the gap will only widen over time until it becomes insurmountable. This illustrates the inherent disparity brought about by potential." Upon hearing this, a somber atmosphere enveloped the crowd, as many possessed low potential rankings. Baiyu's words struck heavily upon their hearts, prompting several hot-headed students to rise abruptly, slamming their hands on the table in anger, and confronting Baiyu. "Is this the content of Instructor Bai's class? To make us face the harsh reality that we will always be inferior to those with higher potential rankings?" In the face of such inquiries, Baiyu did not exhibit anger. Rather, he spoke gently. "The concept of forbidden void merely determines a person's starting point. It does not encapsulate their entire essence. Just as I previously illustrated with Ming Shang Shanyu, above it lies forbidden void 031, Black King Annihilation, and beyond Black King Annihilation exists the realm of divine void. Should we then assess everyone solely based on the forbidden void? Moreover, even those ranked lower within the forbidden void can give rise to formidable individuals. For instance, among the 5 pinnacle figures of humanity that currently exist, one holds a rank beyond 300 in the sequence of Forbidden Void. My objectives for this lesson are twofold. Firstly, to convey to all of you that even if one is ranked lower in Forbidden Void, there is no need to feel inferior. Others may simply have a slightly higher starting point. It does not imply that you lack the opportunity to catch up and surpass them. Chapter 76 Baiyu's words offered a modicum of solace to the new recruits gathered below, yet a few remained disheartened, lamenting, "Instructor Bai, what you just said pertains only to a minority. How could we, mere novices, ever compare to those of higher caliber in the realm of forbidden voids?" The despondent remarks of this recruit, which had initially alleviated some tension, plunged the others back into gloom. Baiyu, however, chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he raised his hands, and from them emanated 80 slender golden thorns that filled the classroom, each adorned with a miniature pyramid at its tip. Clearing his throat, Baiyu smiled and addressed the class. "Dear students, each thorn around you bears a diminutive pyramid model. I now request that you attempt to balance the model upright on your desks using only the apex of the pyramid, without resorting to any external force." With that, he fell silent, observing the recruits intently. At first, the sudden appearance of the thorns startled the recruits. Upon hearing Baiyu's directive, they plucked the pyramid models from the thorns and began to attempt balancing them on their desks. Most of the new recruits were perplexed by Baiyu's intention. repeatedly trying to achieve the task. While a small fraction seemed to grasp the underlying concept, their eyes shimmering with realization. After a while, the despondent recruit, frustrated by repeated failures, exclaimed, "Instructor Bai, it is utterly impossible to balance the pyramid on its tip. The contact area with the table is far too minuscule." Hearing this, Bai Yu's smile brightened even further as he replied, "Indeed, my dear student, attempting to balance the pyramid on its tip is fundamentally unfeasible due to the insufficient contact area to support its weight. But why do you insist that we attempt it? Then, are you mocking us?" Before Bai Yu could respond, a girl named Song Yuchi, who had been the first to answer, interjected. "Instructor Bai's purpose is not for us to balance the pyramid on its tip. Rather, he seeks to impart a crucial lesson." The recruit, still perplexed by her statement, inquired, "What lesson?" Before Song Yuchi could elaborate, the recruit seated beside him appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes gleaming with insight. "Are you foolish? Instructor Bai is using this pyramid as a metaphor for the structure of the Night Watchman. Is that not correct, Instructor Bai?" Upon hearing this, the inquiring recruit remained confounded, asking, "How does this relate to the structure of a Night Watchman?" The more I listen, the more bewildered I become. Observing the bewildered expression of the new recruit who had posed a question, Bai Yu began, "The classmate beside you spoke only partially correctly. What I truly wish to convey is the imbalance in the number of awakened individuals among the forbidden entities. Indeed, those of higher sequences possess a greater starting point and experience swifter growth in strength. However, the number of individuals capable of awakening remains exceedingly rare. The pyramid I presented to you serves as a statistical representation. The higher one ascends in the forbidden sequences, the fewer the awakened individuals become, much like the apex of this pyramid. To illustrate with the current training of new recruits, excluding myself as an anomaly out of 239 individuals, and not accounting for the divine entities, only 3 have awakened to a state of extreme danger, which constitutes approximately 1/8 of the total. While this number may seem scant, I assure you, having 3 individuals awaken to a state of extreme danger among the new recruits each year is already considered abundant. At times, there may not even be a single individual of such caliber. As one ascends the forbidden sequences, the number of those who awaken diminishes even further. Some extreme dangers have only manifested once in human history. For instance, the entity known as Black King Annihilation, excluding this year's appearance of Chao Yuan, has had only one known possessor throughout history. The organization of the Night Watchers resembles a pyramid, with those who have awakened to extreme dangers forming its pinnacle. As you have all experienced, if we solely rely on that apex, the pyramid cannot stand. In the same vein, if we depend solely on those who have awakened to extreme dangers, the Night Watcher organization cannot sustain itself. Within the composition of the Night Watchers, the majority comprises those of lower forbidden sequences. These individuals form the foundation, allowing the stronger entities above to confront formidable foes without fearing for the safety of the masses below. Although the sequences you have awakened to may not be high, remember this, from the moment you joined the Night Watchers to protect Xia, you became a vital line of defense for our realm, an integral part of its protection. Thus, there is no need to feel inferior to others. From this moment forth, I urge you to cast aside the shackles of self-doubt. So what if your awakened forbidden sequence is low? There are indeed powerful individuals who have awakened to lower sequences. Bai Yu's words profoundly resonated with the new recruits below. During yesterday's new recruit showcase, those with lower awakened forbidden sequences were treated as mere fodder in the hands of the mass team, leading some to lament their circumstances and question why they could not awaken more formidable entities. They pondered the futility of their existence within the Night Watchers, believing that it would have been better had they awakened nothing at all. Some even harbored jealousy towards those with stronger forbidden entities, speculating that if such individuals did not exist, perhaps they could have awakened to something greater. Little did they know that Bai Yu would impart such a lesson to them. After a brief silence, someone initiated the applause, which quickly swelled into a thunderous ovation that reverberated throughout the classroom, even drawing in those who had initially debated Bai Yu's words. On the other side, the instructors monitoring the situation in the classroom could not help but applaud. From the moment Bayu led the students into the classroom, the instructors had been observing the dynamics within. There were moments when some contemplated whether to interrupt Bayu's lesson, as although her words largely reflected the truth. Exposing these recruits to such harsh realities too soon might inflict severe emotional distress. It was only due to Yuan Gang's firm intervention that no action was taken. Unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic turn, and Bayu inadvertently provided them with a lesson of her own. Yuan Gang, watching Bayu at the podium, could not help but exclaim, "The youth are truly formidable." Chapter 77. After the applause subsided, the atmosphere in the classroom noticeably relaxed. At this moment, a new recruit spoke up. "Instructor Bai, since we entered, you have inscribed the two characters' harmony on the blackboard. However, despite your extensive explanation, I still find myself somewhat perplexed about the significance of these two characters." The speaker had already begun to address Bai with respect, clearly acknowledging the instructor, who was of similar age. Yet, there remained a cloud of confusion over the meaning of the two characters he had written, a sentiment shared by several other recruits. Seeing that a student had finally expressed curiosity about the words on the board, Bayu smiled and responded, "Since some of you have taken note, I shall elucidate. But before I proceed, I would like to inquire if anyone here has studied music or possesses a talent related to it." The recruit named Song Yuchi interjected, "Instructor Bai, my talent is melodic hypnosis. To better harness its potential, I've specifically learned how to play the flute. But how does this relate to what you have written?" As someone had engaged, Bayu chose to maintain an air of mystery, continuing with another question. "So, Song, do you know what is most crucial for performing a symphony well?" Song Yuchi hesitantly replied, "Is it the conductor?" Bayu nodded and elaborated, "Indeed, but it is not solely that. A competent symphony orchestra requires harmony above all else. Different instruments possess distinct timbres and can produce varied tones, yet each is an essential element of the symphony, contributing the appropriate sound at the right moment. But how does this relate to us?" A bewildered recruit inquired. In response to their confusion, Bayu smiled gently and said, "Consider the symphony orchestra I just mentioned. Does it not resemble our night watch team? A well-functioning night watch team cannot consist entirely of offensive talents. There must be support and defense roles as well. For instance, take the recent recruitment showcase where we faced the mass team. The 5 members had clearly defined offensive directions. Take Vortex, for example. His abilities are evidently not offensive, but rather inclined towards support and defense. Then there is Balance, whose power controls gravity, aiming to set the stage for his teammates to unleash their attacks. Conversely, Moon Ghost abilities are clearly not suited for direct confrontation, but lean towards assassination. Only the captain, Wang Mian, and Rose are primarily oriented towards direct combat. The mass team consists of 7 members, and we shall refrain from commenting on the remaining 2 who did not participate in the battle. However, from these 5, we can clearly see their distinct roles during combat, executing their tasks in a manner akin to a symphony, flowing seamlessly together. Upon hearing this, the new recruits in the audience appeared contemplative, while Bayu continued, "The reason for your defeat yesterday, aside from the disparity in strength and experience, lies in their superior coordination. Although some of you have formed small groups, the synergy among you is significantly lacking. Had you understood the essence of collaboration, the massed squad would not have triumphed so effortlessly. However, such camaraderie requires time to cultivate. What I truly wish to convey is the importance of recognizing your role within a team, understanding your responsibilities, and clarifying your future focus. For instance, our classmate Song Yuchi possesses the ability of melodic hypnosis within the realm of forbidden powers, utilizing music to disturb the mental state of her opponents. Thus, her primary offensive strategy should revolve around controlling the battlefield and compelling the adversary to divert their attention to resist her interference." Upon hearing this, most of the new recruits displayed expressions of contemplation, yet a few jestingly interjected, "Instructor Bai, a healer who cannot fight is not a good healer. What should I do if I aspire to be a medic?" In response, Bayu's expression remained unchanged as she cast a glance at the speaking recruit and replied, "Your desire to become a medic is your prerogative. I know a medic who excels in both healing and combat. So I wholeheartedly agree with the notion of enhancing a healer's self-protection. Nonetheless, it must be noted that non-offensive and offensive forbidden powers differ significantly in their attacking capabilities. If one wishes to balance both, it inevitably leads to a decline in supportive abilities. A medic who neglects their primary role could spell disaster for the entire team. Imagine facing an opponent with weak offensive capabilities but considerable endurance, while you sacrifice some of your support skills, resulting in your team faltering in a war of attrition. In such a scenario, a specialized support role that has not sacrificed its abilities might just outlast the enemy. Of course, I am not suggesting that being a medic is undesirable. The self-preservation skills of a medic are invaluable when confronting formidable adversaries. Ultimately, the ability to survive is paramount for a support role, for only by remaining alive can one provide assistance. Thus, the choice is yours. And while I do not wish to discourage you, the path to becoming an exceptional medic is indeed fraught with challenges. Upon hearing this, the recruit who had posed the question scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As Bayu had just articulated, in facing various challenges, one might indeed struggle to balance their priorities. After Bayu concluded her response, Song Yuchi spoke up again, Instructor Bai. You mentioned that the conductor is a vital component of the symphony orchestra. I would like to know what role this conductor plays within a team, and the significance of the two characters you wrote. Bayu was slightly taken aback. She had initially thought no one had noticed this detail, but to her surprise, the young girl proved to be even more astute than she had anticipated. With a calm demeanor, she spoke. Student Song is quite clever. I had assumed that no one would recognize this point, but since you have brought it up, I shall continue. The term conductor refers to the role within the team, serving as the commander who orchestrates the battle. This conductor need not be the strongest member of the team, but must undoubtedly possess the broadest perspective, capable of surveying the entire battlefield. The word conductor itself symbolizes sound. In a symphony, there can only be one conductor, just as in a team during combat. There must be a singular voice. Otherwise, confusion may ensue. For instance, during a battle, some may advocate for a swift assault while the enemy is still unprepared, while others may insist on a more methodical approach, engaging the opponent step by step. When two conflicting strategies emerge, discord arises, leading to fractures within the team. Thus, throughout the course of combat, regardless of individual thoughts, all must adhere to the commands of the conductor. This does not imply that others cannot voice their opinions. Rather, too many conflicting sounds lead to disunity, making cooperation increasingly difficult. Such disarray could very well result in a situation that was winnable being lost due to disagreements. Chapter 78. Upon entering the shadowy realm of Bayu, guided by the silken strands in his hand, he traversed the periphery of an extraordinary thicket within a mere half-hour. This forest was peculiar, with its outer trees resembling willows, aside from a few robust main trunks. The slender branches drooped like willow fronds. What set them apart, however, was that the tips of these drooping limbs bore hands resembling those of living beings, and each primary trunk was adorned with a distinct human visage, reminiscent of the mythical man-faced trees from Bayu's past tales. Even more bizarre was the way these uncanny trees encircled the forest like a barrier, effectively warding off the ever-present mist that should have enveloped the area. At that moment, concealed within the shadow space, the scholar communicated telepathically with Bayu, saying, "Young friend Bayu, what are your thoughts on transplanting these strange trees to the Great Xia? They appear to possess the ability to repel the mist, potentially proving invaluable for the Night Watcher's explorations." The beings hidden in the shadow realm were privy to the external situation, and the scholar, observing the peculiar trees from his concealed vantage point, contemplated the immense value these mist-repelling trees could offer to the Night Watchers in their endeavors. Bayu, in turn, responded through his own mental connection. Since you have acknowledged the strangeness of these trees, it stands to reason that you are also cognizant of the inherent dangers associated with such unknown entities. The scholar, taken aback, realized he had focused solely on the strategic benefits of the trees without considering any potential hidden dangers. Nonetheless, he remained somewhat unconvinced and replied, "Yet, I see nothing overtly amiss with these trees, apart from their unusual appearance. Moreover, There are nests nestled among their branches, and I even spotted a few small creatures resembling squirrels scurrying about. Surely, these will be subjected to thorough research by scientists before any practical application. As he spoke, the scholar gestured mentally, directing Bayu's attention toward the nests and the squirrels. Upon sensing the indicated direction, Bayu scrutinized it and soon revealed an expression of realization. Noticing Bayu's hesitation, the scholar assumed he was deep in contemplation due to his remarks and was about to rouse him when he heard Bayu's telepathic response. Scholar, I just scanned the area you pointed out with my mental energy, yet I found no nests or squirrels in that direction. From my observations, these trees do not bode well. Employing them in mist exploration may yield adverse effects. In response, the scholar expressed his confusion. Are you jesting, young friend? Though I may be advancing in years, my eyesight is not so dimmed. My vision is keen, and I can assure you that there are indeed nests and squirrels atop those trees. Upon hearing the scholar's assertion, Bayu grew increasingly convinced of his suspicions. A few stones appeared in hand, swiftly launching towards the nests and squirrels spoken of by the sage. The moment the stones made contact with the nests and squirrels, they began to twist and contort, ultimately transforming into branches resembling human hands, with the ends grasping a red fruit bearing the visage of a squirrel. Witnessing this scene, the sage widened his eyes in astonishment and inquired of Bayu, "What is the meaning of this? Are those nests and squirrels mere illusions?" Bayu, his gaze cool and detached, replied, "Indeed, these are mere facades conjured by the face tree." What is the face tree? It is an enigmatic creature from folklore, classified among the mysterious entities known as spirits. Legends recount a ghostly tree named the face tree, whose branches appear as human hands and whose trunk bears human faces, often referred to as the bitter fruit sown by humanity itself. Why is it deemed the bitter fruit of humanity? The face tree is so labeled because it is a result of human folly. Originally a willow, this tree can become infected and mutated into a face tree if it grows for an extended period in soil saturated with the blood of vengeful spirits, most of which are human in origin. Why are they predominantly human spirits? Willows are traditionally known as trees of the underworld. It is said that the staffs used by the dual deities of death are made from willow branches. In ancient times, willows were often employed to ward off graves. Yet the souls interred within were not always willing participants, such as the innocent victims of war. These souls often transform into vengeful spirits, and the outskirts of this forest are predominantly filled with face trees. I surmise this area was once a battlefield before the arrival of the fog. The face tree lures living beings near, and once they approach, its branch-like appendages reach out, turning those who come too close into its sustenance. Upon hearing Bayu's explanation, the sage realized he had likely fallen victim to the illusions of the face tree. However, he voiced his lingering confusion. "I believe I grasp the essence of your words. Yet I remain perplexed regarding the fruit held by that branch, and how this face tree can serve as a barrier against the fog." In response to the sage's inquiries, Bayu slowly articulated, "I am not entirely certain either, but regarding the faces on the trunks of these trees, there exist not only human visages, but also those of other creatures. It is likely that the face trees ensnared within the fog have undergone some form of mutation. We should tread carefully, as that fruit is presumably the crystallized essence of the face tree." Having concluded his explanation, Bayu, harboring a desire to avoid trouble, endeavored to keep a safe distance from the face trees. After all, it is wiser to minimize conflict when in another's territory. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the cluster of face trees, undeterred, uprooted themselves from the ground and launched an assault against Bayu. In the shadowy realm, upon witnessing this scene, Master Chun furrowed his brow. Initially, the group of human face trees, before their roots were extracted, emitted merely the aura of a nascent stage. However, once their roots were pulled out, the energy was unleashed, revealing that nearly each of these trees possessed the strength of the oceanic realm. Observing the multitude of these human face trees, which numbered no fewer than 80 or 90, one couldn't help but wonder if Bayu could withstand such a formidable assault, despite the overwhelming aura he projected. Thus, Master Chun conveyed a message to Bayu, inquiring, Young friend, do you require my assistance? Baiyu merely smiled faintly and replied, There's no need. They are merely a group of forcibly advanced oceanic beings, not even worthy of allowing me to stretch my muscles. Just watch closely, master. With that, a grand cello appeared beside Baiyu, emanating glimmers of golden light. Chapter 79, The Golden Cello, stood resolutely beside Baiyu, its radiant light gleaming like a polar star amidst the tranquil mist. As Baiyu summoned the cello, the crowd of tree-faced beings began to stir, countless branches launching an all-encompassing assault upon him, striving for a 360-degree attack. Observing this scene, Baiyu uttered no words. He merely placed his hand upon the cello. A wave of golden light surged forth, transforming the myriad branches into splintered wood scattered across the ground. Subsequently, a chair materialized beside the cello, and with a graceful sweep of his garments, he elegantly seated himself. His left hand rested on the cello, while his right began to draw the bow, producing a melodious and ethereal sound that coalesced into tangible notes swirling around him, forming a golden symphony. Seeing their initial strike thwarted, the tree-faced beings converted their terminal red fruits into massive bows, snapping off their branches to fashion arrows, incessantly launching a torrential rain of arrows towards Baiyu. Akin to surging waves, relentless and overwhelming. In the shadow realm, the sage observed this spectacle, his brow twitching slightly. Although these tree-faced beings possessed only the strength of the sea realm, their interconnectedness and the organized nature of their large-scale assault appeared as if they shared a singular intellect, achieving a formidable synergy, one greater than two. The sheer power of the arrow storm seemed capable of rivaling a peak attack from the boundless realm. Yet, Baiyu appeared oblivious to the deluge of arrows, his focus unwavering as he drew the bowstring, regarding the onslaught as nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing against his cheek, devoid of any threat. Meanwhile, the sage in the shadows, witnessing this unfolding drama, felt his heart race with anxiety. As the arrow storm was about to descend upon Baiyu, he remained unperturbed, just as the sage contemplated intervening. Suddenly, the musical score that lingered beside Baiyu shifted forward, absorbing the overwhelming barrage of arrows, while Baiyu continued his melodic performance without interruption. The only change was that the notes surrounding him multiplied. As the notes intensified around Baiyu, a hidden figure in the shadows furrowed her brow, sensing impending calamity. This figure was none other than Siege Wagner, concealed deep within the jungle. The tree-faced beings on the outskirts served as her vigilant eyes, tasked with monitoring incoming guests. From the moment Baiyu set foot in this jungle, Siege Wagner was aware of his arrival. Initially, she had no particular thoughts. She believed that once she lured Baiyu into her lair, she could easily dominate him, regardless of his myriad abilities. After all, in her eyes, Baiyu was merely an individual who had just breached the river realm, capable of evading the mother insect purely by luck. Such a person held no standing to negotiate with her, if not for her acquisition of information from that woman's mind. Uncovering the secrets of the genetic lock and understanding why the mother insect pursued this human, she would have entirely disregarded this insignificant being of the river realm. However, when Baiyu emerged on the periphery, exuding the aura of the Klein realm, an ominous premonition enveloped her heart. Although she held confidence in her ability to triumph over Klein with the advantage of her home ground, even possessing the assurance to vanquish him, the moment she beheld Baiyu in the Klein realm, a sense of unease began to creep in, as though events were spiraling beyond her anticipated trajectory. Thus, she resolved to forcibly elevate the realm of the humanoid trees stationed as sentinels, intending to gauge Baiyu's depths. Upon discovering that Baiyu effortlessly withstood the peak assault of the limitless realm, her inner turmoil intensified. Now, observing the notes swirling around Baiyu, her foreboding reached its zenith. She felt compelled to probe further, unperturbed by the potential destruction of the humanoid trees she had nurtured for so long. For it was the unknown that instilled the greatest terror. With a determined resolve, she decided to sacrifice this group of humanoid trees, nearly 100 of which were at the sea realm, to self-destruct. Their explosive force was formidable enough to rival a mid-tier Klein realm attack. which she initially intended to use to support the insect mother after releasing the genetic lock. Now, it would serve as a means to test Bayu's trump cards. Upon receiving the command, the humanoid trees hesitated not for a moment. They ceased their firing actions, exchanged glances, and then charged towards Bayu in a suicide assault. The reason these humanoid trees faced death without hesitation lay in their complete loss of self-awareness, having long been consumed by Ziagavi Wagner. In the shadow space, the master observed this scene, initially unaware of the humanoid trees' intentions. However, as he witnessed their increasingly swollen bodies, he began to realize that this group intended to self-destruct. The imminent explosion of nearly 100 Sea Realm entities would unleash a force comparable to a full-fledged strike from the mid-tier Klein Realm. Even he felt compelled to respond earnestly, instinctively wishing to expand his mental state to shield Bayu from the impending blow, only to hear Bayu's telepathic communication. "There is no need for your assistance. They will not explode." As her words fell, the notes surrounding Bayu converged upon the bow of her violin. With each draw of the bow, golden ripples emanated from the instrument. Upon contact with the humanoid trees, which had previously been undeterred by death and poised for self-detonation, they abruptly halted, succumbing to a stupor. As the golden ripples coursed through their forms, the once bulging bodies of the humanoid trees, primed to detonate, gradually regained their composure, ultimately shrinking back to their original size. When all the humanoid trees ceased their self-destructive intent and reverted to their former state, Bayu finally halted her bow's motion. As she did, the cello ceased to emit its golden aura. Raising her hands, the golden cello transformed into countless luminous orbs, which, following Bayu's guidance, floated towards the now stupefied humanoid trees. As the dazzling golden orbs penetrated the bodies of the humanoid trees, they began to expel foul-smelling gases, reminiscent of excretion, signaling a transformation in their appearance. Until the very end, the grotesque visage that once adorned the tree trunk had vanished, transforming into a gentle and benevolent human face. The drooping hands, resembling branches, reverted to the form of willow twigs, while the exposed roots converged into a pair of legs and feet. Ultimately, this tree with a human face evolved into a multitude of tree beings. Above, in the sky, clusters of blue light coalesced into the silhouettes of various creatures, each bidding farewell to Bayu with a wave. Chapter 80. Assimilation. Gazing at the souls drifting in the sky, Master Chun found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Although he understood that the outcome of this battle had been predetermined from the very beginning, the scene before him still evoked deep sorrow in this seasoned elder. From Bayu's recent description of the humanoid tree, it was evident that this entity belonged to the category of malevolent mysteries, akin to the undead and zombies. Such malevolent beings are often characterized by their tenacious vitality and are exceedingly difficult to vanquish, unless one delivers a decisive blow to their core. They can effortlessly regenerate from severed limbs. Those of higher realms can even disperse their physical forms and subsequently reassemble them. However, these malevolent entities share a common vulnerability, an intense fear of purifying forces. Most of these beings arise from lingering resentments, and the power of purification can dissolve such grievances, rendering it the arch-nemesis of these mysteries. Initially, Bayu merely dismantled the assault of the humanoid trees, and his profile had not indicated any mastery of purification. Thus, Master Chun had anticipated that Bayu would resort to a brutal eradication of the humanoid tree's cores. To his astonishment, Bayu not only possessed this power, but wielded it with remarkable finesse. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Master Chun transmitted a thought to Bayu. "Ah, young friend, you possess the power of purification as well?" Such a comprehensive ability evokes a sense of envy within this old man. Upon hearing Master Chin's message, Bayu did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze grew cold as he observed several dark souls that had appeared amongst the blue spirits. These black entities were no ordinary souls. They were the parasites of the humanoid trees, spawned by the entity known as Zage Wagnerus. When Bayu was purifying the humanoid trees, he discerned that the vengeful spirits within had long been supplanted by these parasites, explaining the sudden surge in the humanoid tree strength and their unified behavior. Now, As Bayou watched the dark souls drifting deeper into the forest, he pieced together the sequence of events and let out a cold chuckle. With a surge of energy, his aura intensified, his pupils transformed into a golden hue, and a radiant halo emanated from him, expanding outward toward the black souls in the sky. Upon contact with the vibrant light, the dark souls emitted piercing shrieks, twisting and thrashing in a desperate attempt to flee into the depths of the forest. Yet, the colorful radiance acted like chains, binding them firmly in place, forcing them to witness their own forms slowly succumbing to the luminous onslaught, ultimately becoming a part of the very light that consumed them. Once the black souls were fully assimilated, they coalesced into a chain of vibrant light, swiftly racing toward the hideout of Sage Wagneress. From her concealed vantage point, Sage Wagneress sensed a grave danger emanating from the colorful chain, her heart pounding with alarm. The instinct for survival compelled her to hastily seek an escape from her hiding place. Yet in the very next moment, countless golden thorns erupted from the body of Zyagawa Wagneress. These golden spines, bursting forth, inflicted no harm upon Zyagawa Wagneress, but ensnared her firmly in place, akin to limbs that refused to heed her commands. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not break free from their grasp. As she perceived the colorful chain drawing ever closer, a surge of resolve surged within her, prompting her to sacrifice 2 of her 8 legs in a desperate self-detonation. The force of the explosion fractured the thorns, and Zyagawa Wagneress endured the searing pain of losing 2 limbs as she shattered the spines that had grown upon her. Gritting her teeth, she sprinted towards her lair where she could hatch anew. There, she believed, lay her chance for escape. Forsaking her old nest was a small price to pay if she could elude the clutches of Bayou and rise once more. Time seemed to stretch unbearably as she drew nearer to her spawning ground. A fervent light flickered in her eyes. She was almost there. If only she could reach the unhatched eggs, she could transfer her soul into them and be reborn. If successful, the brief elevation in her powers during this rebirth might afford her the opportunity to flee or even mount a counterattack against Bayou. As she approached her destination, her heart brimmed with exhilaration, nearly spilling over with joy. Just one step away from the eggs, she could almost taste the prospect of survival. Yet, just as her hand was about to touch the eggs, the surrounding scene began to twist and morph, reverting to the moment when Zyagawa Wagneress had used a human-faced tree to probe Bayou's hiding place. The egg she sought transformed into a mere stone. The golden thorns and colorful chains entwined around her, while Bayou stood not far away. The sight of Bayou sent a jolt of terror through Zyagawa Wagneress. Her mind consumed by fear, she considered herself formidable, the strongest among the insect matriarchs. Yet she was ultimately but a peak existence of the limitless realm. Despite her myriad strategies, facing Bayou, who occupied the Klein realm, rendered her efforts futile. Overwhelmed by dread, Zyagawa Wagneress pondered how she might plead for her life. However, upon witnessing Bayou's icy demeanor, a sudden calmness washed over her. She realized that escaping her fate today was improbable, yet, as a proud being of the pinnacle of the limitless realm, she mustered her composure and addressed Bayou, saying, "I understand that I likely cannot escape death today, but before I perish, might I request an explanation?" In response, Bayou regarded Zyagawa Wagneress with a cold stare, clearly uninterested in indulging her in further conversation. She had been granted opportunities, yet it was she who had failed to cherish them. As Bayou prepared to utilize the colorful chains to assimilate Zyagawa Wagner, the ever-watchful Confucius transmitted a message to him, saying, "My young friend, although my inquiries may seem ill-timed, I too am curious to understand the essence of this unfolding scenario. It would not be amiss to converse with her a bit longer." Upon hearing this, Bayou paused his actions and let out a sigh. Confucius, despite his many admirable traits, exhibited an excessive curiosity that was perhaps a common flaw among those of advanced age. Nonetheless, time was still on his side. He decided to indulge in a few more words with this individual, allowing Zyagawa Wagner to comprehend her fate more clearly. Chapter 81. Zyagawa Wagner had initially believed that Bayou did not wish to engage in conversation with her, and she had prepared herself to grapple with her uncertainties. However, When she observed Baiyu abruptly cease his actions, a wave of confusion washed over her, her expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. Baiyu paid no heed to the changes in Xiaogai Wagner's demeanor. He merely summoned a chair with casual ease, seated himself, and coldly remarked, "Feel free to inquire. I shall make your demise somewhat clearer. You have already surmised my intentions from the very beginning, have you not? From the moment I sought your collaboration, had you meticulously plotted your course? Why was your strength previously identified as Klein rather than Chuanjing?" In response, Bai yawned dismissively, then replied with an icy tone, "There was no need for me to speculate about your motives. I never claimed I would trust you. From the outset, your scheme was riddled with flaws. Your words may deceive, but your soul cannot. Before me, all fabrications are futile. Thus, I had prepared contingencies. From the moment you endeavored to reclaim the soul imbued with my spirit, the thorns of order had already taken root subtly within your essence. As for my prowess, I have stated before that you are merely qualified to sit at this gambling table, nothing more. I have lingered here for a full 6 years, wagering my life, while your arrogance has sealed your fate." Upon hearing this, Xiaogai Wagner could not help but express her admiration for the man before her. He was correct. Her current predicament was indeed a consequence of her own hubris. Yet, she had one final question for Baiyu. "May I ask the source of the colorful radiance you just emanated? It cannot possibly be purification, can it? This is what the master wishes to know, the very reason he urged you to divulge." Baiyu merely cast a cold glance at Xiaogai Wagner before responding indifferently. "My power is not some so-called purification. It is the harmony that encompasses all, a force belonging to another world, a power of destiny. And now you shall become a part of me." With that, the chains entwining Xiaogai Wagner merged into her being, the colorful light within her exploding forth. Agonizing pain surged throughout her body, akin to being devoured by a myriad of ants. She felt her form gradually dissolving under the vibrant luminescence. The sensation of her limbs melting was akin to a deep, searing agony, prompting her to emit a piercing scream. Baiyu observed this with a detached demeanor, and as she was completely assimilated by the colorful radiance, he uttered softly, "Welcome to the family, Xiaogai Wagner." He then proceeded towards the ethereal blue soul floating in the periphery. In the shadowy realm, the master, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of fear. From the observations made thus far regarding Baiyu, it appears that the radiant colors surrounding him are manifestations of the enemies he has assimilated. Even the vibrant essence derived from the pinnacle of the insect race falls short of contributing even 1/10 of the brilliance that envelopes Baiyu. This suggests that, using the pinnacle insect as a unit of measure, Baiyu has assimilated at least a dozen such entities. It is noteworthy that a single pinnacle entity, without prior preparation, could nearly sweep through an entire region like Songnan. Baiyu remains oblivious to the thoughts of his mentor, were he aware. He might find the situation both amusing and perplexing. This marks his inaugural experience of assimilating a pinnacle entity, and the plethora of colorful radiance around him is a result of his extensive travels, akin to a vacuum cleaner that assimilates any perilous entities it encounters. Over 6 years, coupled with the prowess of his Klein realm body, this accumulation has led to the remarkable display of colors surrounding him. Regardless of his mentor's reflections, Baiyu remains undistracted as he has matters to attend to. Upon returning to the periphery of the jungle, he gazes at the lingering blue souls in the sky. Sighing softly, these souls resist departure not only due to their attachment to the mortal realm, but also because of their resentment towards the malevolent spirits trapped within the human-faced tree. The tree, while preying on living beings, also ensnares innocent wandering souls, prompting the aggrieved spirits to seek retribution against those who have wronged them. Observing this scene, his mentor turns his gaze towards Baiyu, eager to witness the choices he will make in this circumstance. While the mentor's eyes remain fixed on him, Baiyu calmly regards the unfolding scene, devoid of elation or sorrow, and intones, "Wandering souls, where do you linger? Past dreams and old memories return to the void. I invite you all, enter the cycle of rebirth." With these words, Baiyu produces 3 incense sticks, plants them into the earth, and departs. Throughout, his speech is devoid of emotion, merely reciting these lines with a tranquil demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the wandering souls halt, bowing deeply in the direction of his departure. Once beyond the jungle, Bayou observes the group of tree men that have followed him out, a slight frown creasing his brow. After purification, these human-faced trees ought to have reverted to ordinary willows. However, it seems that due to the parasitic offspring of the summer Gaiwagnas within them, they did not return to their former state, but instead developed sentience, becoming tree men. Bayou has no intention of slaughtering these innocent beings, as the tree men are characterized by their purity and benevolence. He does not wish to add to the cycle of killing, yet he cannot allow them to accompany him unbidden. What is it? Why do you follow me? Upon halting, the foremost treeman kneels on one knee, presenting an object with both hands to Bayou. Upon witnessing the actions of the treeman, Bayou is enveloped in a deeper perplexity. As he approached for a closer inspection, he discerned that the object cradled in the treeman's hands was none other than a pulsating green heart. Observing this throbbing heart stirred a tempest of emotions within Bayou. It was the wood heart, a symbol of the very life essence of the treeman's kin. He had encountered this remarkable item in the 0923 system store, where it was priced at 5,000 points each, renowned as a natural elixir for healing, and even capable of rectifying the innate deficiencies of living beings. As Bayou gazed at the wood heart, his eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. Chapter 82. The foremost treeman, observing Bayou's prolonged silence, assumed he was unaware of the significance of the wood heart and was about to elucidate its importance when Bayou's voice resonated in his ear. Why is it that the wood heart should be synonymous with your very existence? Why offer it to me? Upon hearing Bayou's words, a flicker of confusion crossed the treeman's eyes. If Bayou recognized the preciousness of the wood heart, why did he not accept it? As if deciphering the treeman's perplexity, Bayou clarified, "My intention in reaching out is merely for self-preservation. Rescuing those souls is but an incidental endeavor. You are merely a byproduct of my efforts to save others. Should you grant me the wood heart, you will revert from a treeman to an ordinary willow." Despite Bayou's explanation, the treeman did not retract the wood heart he extended toward him. Instead, he spoke earnestly, "Noble benefactor, you may be unaware that we were originally tree men. Our transformation into human-faced trees was instigated by a peak-level insect race from the infinite realm." This revelation piqued Bayou's interest, for he had yet to witness such extraordinary transformations among beings. How so? Encouraged by Bayou's intrigue, the treeman continued, "Initially, we were merely a congregation of ordinary willows rooted in this place. After the arrival of the enigmatic mist, we gained sentience and evolved into tree men, forming a community. We lived peacefully in this woodland until the emergence of that insect race disrupted our tranquility. At first, the insect merely resided in a stone cave within the forest. But following the birth of its offspring, peculiar occurrences began to plague our kin. New tree men ceased to emerge, and the two elder tree men discovered that among the younger generation, some began to develop a second face after absorbing the mist. Those tree men with the second face experienced mental disturbances, and their bodies began to weaken progressively. We swiftly isolated those exhibiting the second face, yet this bizarre affliction spread through our community like a plague. Due to the presence of this second face, our kin lived in constant trepidation, fearing they too would be afflicted. In this prolonged state of mental strain, voices arose advocating for the execution of those tree men marked by the second face. The isolated tree men, already burdened by resentment, found the news of their potential execution to be the catalyst for their uprising. Thus, a civil strife erupted within our ranks, culminating in the demise of all tree men bearing the second face. In the aftermath, we discovered within their bodies a larva of 2 decimeters in diameter. The only insect capable of producing such a larva in this forest was that foreign insect race from the realm of the rivers. When we realized that this was a premeditated murder, she approached us first, having already transcended to the realm of the sea. Meanwhile, our clan had just emerged from a civil strife, leaving our combat power severely diminished. I could only watch helplessly as the progeny of the insect race burrowed into the bodies of our kin, wreaking havoc from within, ultimately transforming them into a breeding ground for her offspring. Subsequently, The vengeful spirits that lingered here began to invade our bodies. This place was inherently a battlefield, teeming with the spirits of those who perished in war. At that time, our bodies were nearly consumed, and the influx of countless vengeful spirits led us towards a transformation into human-faced trees. I understood that my benefactor might not value this heartwood. It was the finest offering I, as the clan leader, could present. My benefactor had shown us immense kindness, akin to a rebirth, and I felt a twinge of guilt for not repaying such generosity. So I earnestly requested my benefactor to accept this heartwood. Baiyu silently regarded the treant before him. He was aware that his initial intention had been to collaborate with the one who had harmed their clan, Siege Wagner, and that his act of salvation was merely a matter of convenience. Nevertheless, he still wished to express gratitude, which evoked a sense of admiration for the purity and goodness of the treant race. I do not require any repayment from you. Moreover, by bestowing the heartwood upon me, you signify that until you condense another heartwood, you will be akin to a mere ordinary willow tree, unable to move. Are you certain you do not regret this? Ultimately, Baiyu could not refrain from asking, only to receive a poignant reply. I understand, but all that our clan has endured is due to my failings as the leader. Had I detected the problem sooner, perhaps our clan would not have faced such calamity. Gifting the heartwood to my benefactor not only expresses my gratitude, but also serves as my self-imposed punishment. I have already found a successor, and I do not regret offering the heartwood to my benefactor. After the treant leader concluded his statement, Baiyu sighed and accepted the still-throbbing heartwood from the treant's grasp. He retrieved a green crystal from his spatial pocket and infused it into the treant's palm. The treant leader felt the overwhelming vitality emanating from the crystal and looked up at Baiyu in disbelief. Baiyu then turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark. You are a commendable leader. I hope that by our next encounter, you will have resumed guiding your clan. With that, Baiyu walked towards the distance, and as he faded from view, the treant leader called out, I wish you, my benefactor, safe travels and peace along your journey. Following suit, the other treants echoed their leader's sentiments. We wish you, our benefactor, safe travels and peace along your journey. Under the watchful eyes of the treant clan, Baiyu gradually vanished into the mist, disappearing from their sight. Meanwhile, the treant leader, smiling at his kin, closed his eyes, allowing his features to fade, his consciousness slipping into slumber, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary willow tree. In stark contrast to Baiyu's experiences on the other side within the training camp, Baiyu gazed at the raw meat on his plate, feeling as though he had plunged into a profound crisis in his life. Initially, after completing the first lesson for the 80 new recruits, Baiyu had intended to head to the dining hall for breakfast. However, upon observing the raw meat bun on his plate, identical to those of the other recruits, a wave of distress washed over him. Although he and Baiyu shared the same body, their experiences diverged significantly. Baiyu was accustomed to residing in the realm of the mind, where the necessity for sustenance was non-existent, and he was utterly inept in the culinary arts. Consequently, he had always relied on ready-made meals. Now, confronted with this plate of raw meat, he found himself yearning more than ever for Baiyu's presence beside him. Chapter 83. Consuming raw flesh, Baiyu gazed at the plate of raw meat before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow cast before him, and, upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Lin Chie, akin to a savior in his eyes. Without inquiring about Lin Chie's purpose, he hastily exclaimed, Chie, do you know how to cook? It's all right if you don't. I have a recipe here. My requirements are modest. Just cook this meat until it's done. With that, Baiyu retrieved a recipe book from his spatial storage, a tome as thick as a brick, and presented it to Lin Chie, his eyes shimmering with hopeful anticipation. Lin Chie, observing the hefty recipe and the eager look in Baiyu's eyes, reluctantly accepted the book. He had intended to inquire about the reason he had been unceremoniously evicted from his dormitory earlier that morning. Yet instead, he found himself assigned this peculiar task. Despite his reluctance, Lin Chie steeled himself to peruse the brick-like recipe. After a mere glance, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout, Who am I? Where am I? Why am I burdened with this recipe? For the weighty volume was not a mere cookbook. It was a compendium detailing the alchemical processes of concocting potions from various ingredients. Lin Xie cast a complex glance at Bai Yu and then pointed at the contents of the book, uncertainly inquiring, Bai Yu, are you certain this is a recipe? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yu replied, of course. This is the very tome I consult when cooking. And the only other book in my spatial storage that rivals its thickness is on the possibility of refining potions from common ingredients. Bai Yu's confidence only deepened Lin Xie's bewilderment. He returned the book to Bai Yu and, with a hint of uncertainty, asked Bai Yu, are you truly certain there was no mistake? The contents of this book seem rather akin to what you just mentioned regarding on the possibility of refining potions from common ingredients. The first page describes how to create an elixir that transforms cabbage into a jade-like vegetable. Impossible. This book must surely be a cookbook. Bai Yu took the book from Lin Xie's hands and flipped through a few pages, quickly realizing that the contents did not align with the title. Though the cover boldly proclaimed the culinary master of our generation, the insides bore no relation to the title. Bai Yu scrutinized the cover once more and eventually discovered a small, inconspicuous crease in the lower right corner that contrasted with the cover's hue. Upon tearing the crease open, he found that the title had transformed from the culinary master of our generation to on the possibility of refining potions from common ingredients. And a slip of paper slipped out from within the gap. Bai Yu picked up the fallen note and examined it. The handwriting was exceptionally neat, unmistakably belonging to Bai Yu. The message read, Bai Yu, the food prepared by Old Sun in the training camp's cafeteria is delectable, so there is no need for you to cook. However, to prevent you from impulsively deciding to whip up a meal, I have swapped the recipe. After all, I would rather not return to hear the first news that you have once again blown up the kitchen. So please promise me, do not enter the kitchen before I come back, all right? Bai Yu stared at the note, falling into silence, letting out a helpless yet amused sigh. How much trust did Bai Yu have in him? But then again, it was understandable. After all, he was the one who had managed to destroy 6 kitchens within a year. Bai Yu's concern was entirely justified. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, who had also read the note, exhibited a series of changing expressions. Observing the sighing Bai Yu, he hesitantly inquired, Bai Yu, you can't cook? Why is Bai Yu so afraid of you entering the kitchen? In response, Bai Yu nodded nonchalantly, speaking without a hint of burden. Yes, after all, since I was split off, I've probably blown up around 17 or 18 kitchens, right? Bai Yu's concern is indeed reasonable. Well, I suppose I can forego the meat and just settle for steamed buns. His tone was remarkably calm, as if he had come to terms with this reality, yet his expression conveyed an undeniable sense of desolation. Lin Xie glanced at Bai Yu with a mixture of complexity. Despite Bai Yu's culinary skills, he never expected Bai Yu to be a veritable black hole in the kitchen. Perhaps he should learn to cook as well. It could prove useful in the future. Just as Bai Yu resigned himself to his fate, a cool voice resonated beside him. I can cook. Do you need help? Bai Yu turned to see his roommate, Shun Qingzhu. Upon hearing those words, his gaze towards Shun Qingzhu resembled that of a man encountering a savior. Shun Qingzhu had noticed the commotion earlier. One of his subordinates, Li Jia, was among the 80 who had ordered breakfast from Bai Yu that morning. Learning of the lesson Bai Yu had imparted later, he felt a newfound respect for his unique roommate. Thus, upon seeing Bai Yu distressed by the raw meat on his plate, he willingly offered his assistance, albeit adding, however, the taste may not be particularly good, but I can certainly cook the meat. That's fine, as long as I can have a bite of something cooked, Bai Yu replied. As he reached into his space to retrieve a simple grilling tray, a hand intercepted him. Yuan Gang had been aware of Bai Yu's actions early on. He only stepped in now because Bai Yu was breaking the rules. Despite Bai Yu's status as a special instructor, he was not yet an official night watchman and had no privileges. He too had to eat raw meat. This was why the food served to Bai Yu was the same as that for the new recruits. As an instructor, Bai Yu must not undermine the rules. At the very least, he should set an example by consuming a meal of raw meat. Bai Yu gazed at Yuan Gang, who obstructed his path, and upon hearing the latter's subsequent remarks, let out a sigh. Reluctantly, he stowed away his makeshift grill and, with a resigned demeanor, commenced consuming the plate of raw meat before him. However, it was evident from his expression that the taste of the uncooked flesh was far from palatable. Observing Bai Yu's countenance, Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu exchanged disapproving glances and turned to Yuan Gang, inquiring, "Is it absolutely necessary to consume raw meat?" Bayu's face is clearly not suited to this fare. "I truly fail to comprehend why it must be raw." Shun Qingzhu's words fell like water, splashed into hot oil, instantly resonating with the new recruits who had arrived at the mess hall for breakfast, igniting a cacophony of protest. Indeed, raw meat is hardly fit for human consumption. Exactly. I distinctly saw cooked dishes. Why must we be confined to raw meat? In response to the recruits' growing dissent, Yuan Gang cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. "The reason for consuming raw meat is to honor the legacy of our forebears, the Night Watchmen. Thus, partaking in raw meat serves as your first trial for entering our ranks. If you cannot even manage this, then perhaps you are not destined to become a Night Watchman." Chapter 84. The Outer God. After listening to Yuan Gang's words, the doubts of the new recruits abruptly ceased. Lin Xie and his companions took the lead in consuming raw meat, and gradually, the dining hall fell into a tranquil silence, each person quietly devouring the dish before them. Thus, this episode in the cafeteria came to a close. However, Bayu, upon leaving the dining hall, furrowed her brows in deep concern. A critical plot point had gone awry. The expected mass team had failed to materialize, resulting in Wang not providing Lin Xie with the necessary explanations regarding the details of the divine agents. This disruption in the narrative was a manifestation of the butterfly effect, and it was imperative to find a means to convey the essential details concerning the divine agents to Lin Xie. Furthermore, she needed to ascertain the catalyst of this butterfly effect. Otherwise, if the plot diverged too significantly, Bayu would undoubtedly find herself reproaching herself. Thinking of Bayu sent a shiver down Bayu's spine. The last time she had deviated from the narrative, it had led to Lin Xie becoming a night watchman prematurely. Although Bayu had said little, Bayu was acutely aware that Bayu had not forgotten this debt, especially given the rather chaotic situation from the previous day that served as ample proof. Yet, one critical point remained unclear: the reason behind the mass team's absence, as this was pivotal in discerning the deviation in the script. With this in mind, Bayu did not hasten to the assembly ground, but instead swiftly made her way to the rooftop of the academic building. Upon reaching the rooftop, Bayu furrowed her brow, her uncertainty palpable as she sensed the scattered auras surrounding her. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she detected the unmistakable scent of human blood, accompanied by a foreboding intuition. After several cautious breaths to confirm her findings, she concluded that it was indeed the scent of blood. Without delay, she expanded the range of her soul pursuit perception to its maximum, enveloping a substantial portion of the building. Under Bayu's meticulous scrutiny, she quickly identified the source of the problem, and her anger surged through her mind. For within her perception, on the floor beneath her, a new recruit was bound to a cross, subjected to bloodletting by a strange instructor. The instructor was using the collected blood to inscribe an unknown formation on the ground, muttering incantations as if summoning something from the abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, Bayu propelled herself downward with a powerful kick, shattering a large hole in the sturdy floor. She leaped through the opening, landing on the level below. Before the unfamiliar instructor could react, a golden baton materialized in Bayu's hand. With a vigorous sweep, a blade of light surged toward the instructor. Caught off guard by the sudden intrusion, the instructor had anticipated no one would be present. After all, he had dismantled the surveillance, and surely everyone was in the dining hall at this hour. By the time he realized the impending danger, the blade of light struck, severing his right arm cleanly. The agonizing pain from his severed right arm caused the unfamiliar instructor to emit a wretched howl. Seizing this moment, Bayu swiftly rescued the blood-drained recruit from the crucifix and instructed him, "Seek out Yuan Gang. I shall handle matters here." Subsequently, a surge of mental energy erupted as numerous golden thorns rose from the ground, hurtling towards the strange instructor. Despite the excruciating pain in his severed arm, the instructor resolutely cast his dismembered limb, along with the blood extracted from the recruit, into the center of the blood-etched formation, then knelt and cried out, "Believer Feng Hai Tao, I offer myself as a conduit. I beseech the divine to descend." Almost immediately, he was pierced through by the thorns summoned by Bayu, collapsing into a pool of blood. As his words faded, the formation on the ground began to emit pulsating red light, with a dark shadow gradually materializing at its center. Bai Yu, witnessing this ominous occurrence, sensed impending doom and intended to obliterate the formation, only to find that the very recruit he had liberated was now attacking him with wild abandon, as if possessed. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Bai Yu was forcefully ejected from the formation's range by the dark shadow at its center. Left with no choice, Bai Yu halted his destruction of the formation, swiftly incapacitated the frenzied recruit, and sent a clone to escort him away, while he remained fixated on the ominous shadow. The shadow and the formation coalesced into a more defined form, revealing a specter with a human head and a serpent's body, adorned with a blindfold. Alarmingly, the pressure emanating from this apparition intensified with each passing moment, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the sea realm, mere steps away from transcending into the boundless realm. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang, situated far away in his office, sensed this overwhelming aura, triggering the alarm and rushing toward its source. En route, he collided with Bai Yu's clone, who was cradling the recruit. Before Yuan Gang could inquire about the situation, the clone interjected, "There is no time for explanations. Someone atop the teaching building has summoned an unknown entity, its power just shy of the boundless realm. The original is currently engaged with this mysterious presence and requires immediate support." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuan Gang nodded at Bai Yu's clone and sprinted toward the rooftop, while retrieving his phone to alert other instructors for assistance and to lift the restrictions on the Jinshu Steel. As an entity of peak sea realm strength had appeared atop the training camp's teaching building. On Bai Yu's end, he regarded the solidifying specter with trepidation and summoned 3 dramatic forms. He then attempted to signal Yuan Gang for support via his phone, only to discover that the entire teaching building was enveloped by an inexplicable force field, rendering his signal futile. Realizing he could not send out a distress signal, Bai Yu surveyed the increasingly tangible shadow and, without hesitation, retrieved the Wangchao from his spatial realm. With a surge of mental energy, he unleashed the Wangchuan water domain, transforming the once towering teaching building into a vast azure sea, with yin-yang fish swirling around him. Bai Yu fixed his gaze upon the gradually solidifying phantom at the center of the formation. He had already discerned the identity of this apparition. It was none other than the outer god from the Cthulhu mythos, the Witch of Dreams, Idhalara. Chapter 85. Idihara. Bai Yu gazed at the gradually solidifying form of Idihara, sensing an unsettling anomaly. As one of the outer gods of the Cthulhu mythos, Idihara's power could not merely be at this level. This must be but a mere avatar of his. Moreover, upon rifling through the narrative in his mind concerning the slaying of gods, he noted that Idihara's visage had never graced those tales. Thus, where had the error arisen that allowed for the sudden manifestation of an outer god at this juncture? Nevertheless, after a brief moment of disarray, Bai Yu swiftly regained his composure. Regardless of the misstep, the paramount task at hand was to rectify the unfolding narrative. Hence, he resolved to commence by shattering the gravitational field impeding his progress. Idihara, one of the outer gods in the Cthulhu mythos, possessed the form of all living beings and could conjure dreamlike illusions. He wielded the power of genetic consumption and selection, capable of assimilating the strengths of other creatures for his own advantage, and harbored the abilities to parasite and corrupt the mind. Faced with such an adversary, Bai Yu steeled himself, placing the Wangchao in a position for easy access with his left hand. Meanwhile, the Xinyan Zicheng manifested in his right hand, its invisible power stirring the pages as he began to chant an unknown incantation. As Bai Yu recited the words, a golden radiance enveloped him. Coupled with the strength of the Wangchuan waters, he crafted a substantial breach within the gravitational field conjured by Idihara. At that moment, Idihara's figure fully solidified at the center of the formation. Initially, the solidified Idihara paid no heed to Bai Yu. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings before seizing a shadow fish that circled around him, devouring it in one swift motion. Thereupon, Idihara's form began to transform, with fish-like organs manifesting at his serpent tail and ears. He regarded Bai Yu and remarked, "Ah, what a delightful token of our meeting. Yet, compared to your delightful feast. This little morsel pales in comparison. As Itahara's words echoed, Bayu felt a shiver run down his spine. The fact that Itahara could consume even energy-formed shadow fish compelled him to remain vigilant. In mere moments, Itahara had devoured all the shadow fish Bayu had unleashed. With a grave expression, Bayu observed Itahara, not anticipating such swiftness in Itahara's consumption of energy life. He considered allowing the three acts to test the waters to see if they could stall the entity. If not, he would escape through the breach he had previously created. You wish to delay me? Why would you seek to hinder me? Is it not humanity's greatest desire to attain immortality? By becoming a part of me, you could achieve everlasting life. Come now, stand there and obediently become a part of me. Fear not, it won't hurt. Being devoured by me will be entirely painless. What? Bayu was taken aback by Itahara's words, realizing that he could discern his innermost thoughts. Telepathy? Itahara would not afford Bayu the luxury of contemplation. With a flick of his serpent tail, he tore a gaping hole in the Wangchuan waters before charging towards Bayu, intent on devouring him whole. The three dramatic figures united to protect Bayu. Although Idahela's realm was a half-step into the boundless, the avatars summoned by the believers merely represented Idahela's primordial essence. Without having devoured a multitude of beings, its prowess was significantly diminished, thereby momentarily restraining it. In this brief interlude, Bayu rapidly engaged his intellect, contemplating the ease with which a gaping maw was opened in the river of oblivion. This outcome had been anticipated by Bayu. The majority of the river's power had been employed to maintain the breach in Idahela's gravitational field. What Bayu truly defended was the shared life force of the three dramatic entities. However, why did Idahela seem to perceive his thoughts? Could it truly possess the ability to read minds? If so, that would spell disaster. If Idahela could indeed discern his innermost thoughts, then his desire to flee would be laid bare. He was left with little choice but to engage in a battle to the death. For if he could not endure until Yuan Gang's aid arrived, Idahela would be virtually unstoppable within the training camp, save for Yuan Gang himself. Bayu held no illusions regarding the masked team. They were unlikely to be present in the training camp, for had they been, they would have already arrived, given the commotion. At that moment, the three dramatic figures, which were holding back Idahela, were suddenly consumed, disintegrating into fragments. Observing this scene, Idahela mockingly remarked, "Little one, if your resistance amounts to this, you might as well obediently become a part of me. I find your delectable existence quite appealing, and do not harbor any illusions of rescue. The reinforcements you long for are likely still entangled in trivial matters." With that, Idahela's form underwent another transformation, its surface radiating a metallic sheen, as though coated in a layer of metal. Outside the gravitational field, Yuan Gang observed the bizarre worms emerging incessantly from the teaching building, while the mass team was engaged with the mythical creature outside, leaving them to hope that Bayu could endure a little longer against the half-step boundless being. Bayu stared in disbelief at the transformed Idahela. The consumption of energy constructs was one thing, but the fact that it could devour entities not even of this world's power system was absurd. After all, the three dramatic figures were manifestations of harmonious power, and consuming their core signified the absorption of harmonious energy. Remarkably, Idahela seemed unaffected by this power. This evoked thoughts of a deity that ought not to exist in this realm, a gluttonous star god intent on devouring all Ouroboros. But how could this be? The god-slaying and star-iron realms were fundamentally disparate. How could a gluttonous star god possibly manifest here? Upon this realization, Bayu took a deep breath, acknowledging that Yuan Gang was no longer a reliable ally. It seemed that the only course of action was to momentarily detain Idahela by herself. A harp and a stool materialized beside Bayu, and after another deep breath, she seated herself and began to pluck the strings. Ethereal melodies resonated through the air, coalescing into tangible golden notes that soared towards the shattered remnants of the three acts. Clearly, little one, you remain undeterred. Thus, I shall indulge in this game a while longer, she mused as she directed her focus towards the harp. Ignoring Idahela's words, Bayu continued to strum the strings. With each ethereal note that filled the air, The fragmented three acts were drawn forth, transforming into three spectral echoes of the elders that floated around her. The trio of echoes of the elders converged to form a protective barrier, collectively repelling the advancing Idalela. At that moment, Bayou proclaimed, "I shall serve as the foundation, and from this, I will compose a harmonious symphony of shared aspirations, the omnipotent strings of universal harmony at my command." The choir of the exalted tuners, Dominicus. Chapter 86. Bayou's peril. Bayou's voice resonated with an air of solemnity, devoid of sorrow or joy, yet imbued with a profound gravity. As Bayou delicately plucked the strings of the zither, a golden radiance emanated from her, cascading outward. The ethereal figure of Dominicus materialized within this luminous aura, while three of the four grooves beneath the choir echoed with the harmonies of the echoes of old dreams, which were resisting Id Healer's advance. With each stroke of Bayou's fingers upon the strings, Dominicus's presence solidified, exuding the formidable energy characteristic of the mid-sea realm. Yuan Gang, witnessing the sudden appearance of Dominicus, instinctively recalled the information he had previously encountered regarding Bayou. He understood that she was prepared to fight with all her might. Clenching his fists, he shouted to the surrounding instructors, "Listen well. Bayou is sacrificing her life to buy us time." Aside from the two instructors responsible for evacuating the new recruits, I challenge anyone who dares to falter. Meanwhile, Id Healer faced the summoned Dominicus without a hint of trepidation, breaking into a sudden laugh. "Ah, what a magnificent creation, truly befitting a soul from another realm. How many more surprises do you harbor?" With those words, Id Healer's form dramatically swelled, causing the already dilapidated school building to collapse entirely. As Id Healer's serpentine tail lashed out, countless small serpents erupted from his hands, surging toward Bayou like a tidal wave. In response to this onslaught, Bayou raised a golden barrier, isolating the serpentine horde. As the educational edifice crumbled, Bayou finally grasped the external situation, comprehending the nature of the troubles faced by Yuan Gang and the others. An endless stream of grotesque worms emerged from the ground, attacking the members of the training camp. Amidst the chaos, Bayou's mind raced, pondering the source of the narrative's discrepancies. It was then that she realized the critical oversight she and Bayou had made. The worms writhing beneath her were the progeny of Shagastaff. This entity, which had first manifested at Sangna No. 2 High School, had likely ensnared the mass squad. Suddenly, Bayou sensed a revelation, her expression shifting dramatically. With a surge of mental energy, she extended her probing tendrils beyond the training base. Upon locating the members of the mass squad, the truth began to crystallize. If Bayou's conjecture held true, it would suggest that the previous night, the collaboration between Bayou and Shagavagner had collapsed. Shagavagner had been assimilated into Bayou's family through the resonance of harmonious power and the Shagastaff matriarch. Sensing the danger posed by Shagavagner's demise, had initiated chaos once more. Furthermore, it appeared that the Shagastaff matriarch had forged an alliance with Id Healer. She first dispatched another trusted subordinate to launch an offensive from the outside, and to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, she had also unlocked Shagastaff's genetic seal, elevating its realm decline. As the mass squad was momentarily detained by the relentless grasp of Shagarastaff, Idhyla cunningly summoned the blood of her devotees as a guide, allowing her avatar to stealthily infiltrate the training camp through the national monument. The promised boon from the mother of Shagai to Idhyla was presumably the very essence of her otherworldly soul. Realizing this intricate web of schemes, Bayou inhaled deeply. "Since you intend to overturn the table, allow me to see if you can truly digest my presence." The harp aside Bayou vanished, replaced by a colossal conductor's baton that Dominicus wielded with authority. Unperturbed by the absence of the fourth echo of old dreams, Bayou vigorously waved the baton, reducing the serpent tide beyond the barrier to mere ashes. Idhyla, observing the dissipated serpent tide, remained unfazed, continuously summoning smaller serpents to assault Bayou, her smile growing more sinister. In her eyes, Bayou's thoughts were laid bare. "Since you wish to obliterate my avatar, I shall not confront you head-on." Under the watchful gaze of her blindfolded eyes, Bayou's mental fortitude waned rapidly. If she could just bide her time, Bayou's spirit would be completely exhausted. rendering him an easy prey. The thought made Adhyla's tongue involuntarily caress her lips. Meanwhile, as Adhyla had predicted, Bayu's condition was steadily deteriorating. Without Bayu's presence, the full manifestation of Dominicus could only be sustained for the duration of a single incense stick, especially considering that all of Bayu's remaining, blazing golden feathers were expended. As the serpent tide continued to surge forth, Bayu, having discerned Adhyla's intentions, found himself at a loss. In comparison to the mother of Shagai, Adhyla's cunning was on an entirely different level. As time elapsed, Bayu's complexion grew increasingly pale, and he found himself overwhelmed by the seemingly endless serpent tide. The moment of the incense sticks burning was drawing near, and Dominicus was on the brink of dissolution. What to do? What to do? Chaotic thoughts flooded Bayu's mind. Finally, just as Dominicus was about to collapse, Bayu steeled his resolve, producing a small knife that appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he plunged the knife into his abdomen, retrieving a spherical object from within. Upon extracting the sphere, Bayu's pallor deepened. With a decisive grip, Bayu crushed the spherical object, unleashing an unfathomable surge of power. His visible injuries healed instantaneously, and his realm ascended rapidly, crossing thresholds from the river realm, sea realm, to the boundless realm, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of Klein. Nearby, the instructors grappling with the peculiar worms felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Bayu, their jaws dropping in astonishment, oblivious to the worms' attacks drawing near. It was only the voice of Yuan Gang that jolted them back to reality. What are you dawdling for? Can you afford to be distracted in battle? Do you wish for your lives to be forfeit? Focus with utmost diligence. However, it seemed that Chief Instructor Yuan might not require their assistance any longer. Meanwhile, deep within the shrouded mist, Bayu suddenly fell to his knees, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood, startling the sage from the shadowy realm. Bayu, my young friend, what has happened? What is the matter? He inquired, offering his support. Leaning on the sage's arm, Bayu struggled to regain his composure, gazing towards the direction of the great Xia. Clenching his fists, he addressed the sage beside him. We must set forth immediately back to the great Xia. Bayu is in peril. For today, there shall be a temporary cessation of updates, as the author is unwell with a fever. Everyone, please take care to heed the changing weather and avoid catching a chill. Chapter 87. The hollow authority in the realm of divine slaying. Humanity must fulfill a singular condition to ascend to godhood, the mastery of at least one principle. There exist only two avenues for humans to grasp these principles. The first is to seize the principles of other deities, while the second involves the creation of a principle from within. For Bayu, achieving a higher dimension necessitates the path to divinity. However, both conventional routes to mastering principles remain inaccessible to him. Although the act of commandeering another deity's principle is arduous, it is not insurmountable. The dilemma arises in determining whose principle to seize. Bayu's ability, the void of forbidden Qigong poetry, is formidable, yet finds no resonance with any living Western deity's principles. If one were to draw comparisons, the only connection might be with the deceased god of sleep, Hypnos, and his dream principle. Yet, as previously mentioned, Hypnos is dead, leaving Bayu perplexed as to how to appropriate his principle. If the appropriated principle proves incompatible with oneself, then transcending the divine realm could signify the terminus for Bayu, clearly at odds with his ultimate ambitions. The alternative path of creating a principle is similarly fraught with peril. Self-created principles merely serve to fill the voids of the universe, culminating inevitably in one outcome: the body's inability to withstand the principle's power, leading to ultimate dissolution. Bayu harbors no illusions about the prospect of resurrection. Thus, the resolution of this principal conundrum has been a paramount concern for Bayu, prompting numerous contemplations. For instance, he considered incessantly honing his physical form to withstand the principles. Yet the body he inhabits is inherently frail. Despite his efforts over the years to nurture and enhance his physique, he remains only marginally stronger than an average person, leading him to dismiss this approach. He also entertained other hypotheses, such as splitting himself to endure the backlash of the principle, or even contemplating a body swap. Yet all these notions were ultimately discarded. It was not until 6 months prior, upon completing a long-term task assigned by the system and receiving a particular reward, that the quandary began to resolve itself, illuminating the reasons behind his sluggish ascent in power. The Hollow Authority represents the culmination of Bayu's long-term endeavor, a reward obtained by vanquishing the 7 royal offspring hidden within the insect mother of the Great Sia. Its sole effect is to absorb the essence of the bearer, thereby creating a principle that is entirely congruent with the bearer. The Hollow Authority serves to isolate the principle from the world, preventing its integration into the cosmos and consequently safeguarding the body from the principle's detrimental effects. To illustrate, the Hollow Authority can be likened to an eggshell, with the principle resembling the egg's contents. While encased in the Hollow Authority, the egg remains untouched, thereby preventing external absorption. To consolidate the principle, the Hollow Authority absorbs and stores the bearer's mental energy. This Hollow Authority has been concealed within Bayu since the moment he accepted the task, elucidating the reason behind his gradual enhancement in strength. Due to the influence of Idhira, the empty shell of authority was forcibly opened by Bayu, revealing the incomplete laws and the stored mental energy within, which scattered onto Bayu's body, causing his power to surge directly to the pinnacle of climb. As Bayu ascended in rank, Idhira was momentarily taken aback by the sudden escalation of Bayu's strength, followed by a surge of ecstasy. The more mysterious and formidable Bayu became, the greater the benefits he could absorb. With this thought, Idhira refrained from unleashing the serpent tide and instead unveiled the fabric that shrouded his vision. As the fabric was lifted, Idhira's power also skyrocketed to the pinnacle of climb, his eyes glinting like those of a venomous serpent fixated intently on Bayu. At that moment, aside from his physical form, Idhira's essence seemed to have fully descended into this realm. Bayu remained unaffected by Idhira's serpent-like gaze and burgeoning strength. His expression was unchanged. Boundless mental energy surged around him, and from Bayu as the epicenter, endless azure waves enveloped both him and Idhira, pulling Idhira directly into Bayu's mental space. As Idhira surveyed his surroundings, a look of wild delight crossed his face. Bayu had dared to draw him into his mental realm, prompting him to laugh maniacally. For polluting the mind was Idhira's forte. Ignoring Idhira's frenzied laughter, Bayu regarded him with indifferent eyes. He then raised his hand slightly, and the tumultuous mental energy transformed into azure chains that surged toward Idhira. Idhira dismissed the approaching mental chains, grasping them effortlessly with his hand, and merely exhaled gently upon them, turning the azure chains black. Faced with the tainted mental chains, Bayu exhibited no change in expression. He simply waved his hand, and the chains, which had been corrupted by Idhira, transformed into vibrant colors simultaneously. Where the colorful chains made contact with Idhira's body, a sizzling sound erupted, akin to acid meeting flesh. This sudden transformation caught Idhira off guard, and the sensation radiating from his arm elicited a cry of agony. It felt as though countless ants were biting him, the intense pain dispelling his earlier composure. He struggled to shake off the chains, but they clung to his arm as if welded there. Helplessly, Idhira watched as the colorful chains gradually eroded his left hand. In a matter of moments, Idhira's left hand was completely devoured by the colorful chains. He gazed at Bayu with a look of resentment, vowing to make Bayu experience the sensation of having his arm corroded away. With this thought, Idhira summoned his power, attempting to regenerate his left hand, only to be met with terror as he discovered that no matter how he channeled his strength, his left hand would not regenerate. It felt as though he had never possessed a left hand at all. This realization brought an unprecedented expression of dread to Idhira's face. At the moment he comprehended this truth, the previously corroded colorful chains that had devoured his left hand once again lunged toward him. Idahela was seized by terror, instinctively yearning to flee. Yet he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, incantations had crept up his tail, rendering any attempt to escape utterly futile. Despair enveloped him as he beheld the colorful chains drawing ever closer, bewildered by the nature of this force. He roared at Bayu, perplexed as to why this being, whom he perceived as insignificant as an ant, could wield such a dreadful power. a force he had never sensed in any deity, akin to the ominous, laughing mask. That strange energy. Why, indeed, was this bizarre power present? He had never encountered it in any god. How could a mere human bear such terrifying strength? Iregularly struggled desperately to extricate himself from Bayu's mental realm, but all efforts were in vain. The fragments of the spherical object Bayu had shattered transformed into a visage before him. In response to Iregularly's inquiries, Bayu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes as tranquil as a still pond, gazing at Iregularly with indifference. His voice, as cold as ice that had never thawed, pierced the air. "Welcome to the family. May you share in the resplendent harmony with me." With that, the colorful chains erupted violently, enveloping Iregularly entirely in their radiant glow, the air within the mental space crackling with energy. No. Ultimately, Iregularly, a fragment bearing a multitude of his essence, could only roar in reluctant fury as he was utterly dissolved in the harmonious spectrum of light. Meanwhile, the consciousness returning from the depths of the mist caused Iregularly's breath to falter, his spirit significantly assimilated, resulting in a precipitous decline in his strength, even leading him to the brink of losing his divine status. With a venomous glance toward the direction of Dacia, he seethed, "Cursed soul of another realm. Should you dare to step 1 foot beyond Dacia, I, Iregularly, shall not rest until I have consumed you entirely. Moreover, I refuse to believe that wielding such an enigmatic power comes without consequence." Chapter 88. The law as Iregularly had articulated. Harnessing the latent power within the shell of authority undoubtedly allowed Bayu's strength to surge dramatically in a short span. However, such an exertion bore substantial repercussions. With Bayu's escalating prowess, his body incessantly grappled with the burdens imposed by the incomplete laws contained within the shell of authority. Thus, it became imperative for Bayu to resolve the situation swiftly, lest his body succumb to the overwhelming pressure of these laws, leading to catastrophic consequences. Gazing at Iregularly, who vanished within the harmonious radiance, Bayu ensured that there remained no possibility of survival for her. Subsequently, with a slight elevation of his palm, he departed from the realm of mental space. In the physical world, Iregularly's colossal form stood resolutely beside the collapsed teaching building. Upon Bayu's return to reality, the immense figure of Iregularly was, much like in the mental domain, engulfed by a vibrant light from within. Bayu paid no heed to the vanishing Iregularly, but instead turned his attention to the writhing worms emerging from the ground. With a swift motion of his hands, countless thorns erupted from the earth, sweeping away all the bizarre worms in a single stroke. Meanwhile, outside the training camp, utilizing the terrain to subdue the masked team, Shaggystaff sensed an ominous turn of events as all her progeny were dispatched in one fell swoop. As she contemplated fleeing, a wave of mortal dread surged within her. 7 colorful chains surged forth from the direction of the training camp toward Shaggystaff. Realizing the gravity of her predicament, she attempted to burrow underground for refuge. However, from afar, Bayu clenched his right hand toward the void as the colorful chains plunged into the earth, directly extracting Shaggystaff from her subterranean concealment. Observing the worms being yanked from the ground, Wang Mian, though unaware of the full context, seized the opportunity to launch an assault alongside Rose. With the assistance of other teammates and Bayu's chains, they successfully delivered a fatal blow to Shaggystaff. At that moment, having vanquished Iregularly's avatar and aided the masked team in slaying Shaggystaff, Bayu's body had reached its limits, plummeting directly from midair. Yuangong, who had been vigilantly monitoring Bayu, felt a pang of urgency upon witnessing his descent and rushed to catch him, only to find someone faster. A fissure appeared in the air, through which a petite, pink dream eater emerged, swiftly expanding to secure Bayu as he fell. Master Chun had already accelerated the carriage to its maximum speed, yet, seeing Bayu in a state of distress, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Young friend Bayu, what has transpired? Could you elaborate?" Bayu, initially disregarding Master Chun, anxiously gazed towards the direction of the Great Xia. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he exhaled slowly and addressed Master Chun, the mother of summer bugs, in alliance with Hyla, has targeted my true form within the training camp. Upon hearing this, Master Chen momentarily froze, then quickly grasped the gravity of Baiyu's revelation, exclaiming in alarm, "What?" Then, before Chen Fuji could utter a word, Baiyu took the initiative to respond, "Do not worry, esteemed teacher. The great Xia remains unscathed. The summer moth matriarch cannot penetrate its defenses. She can only endure the backlash, allowing her soul remaining confidant, Xia Gai Sida, to enter great Xia, while Hyla can only send a fragment of herself into the realm. Moreover, I have sensed that Baiyu has already dealt with Hyla's avatar." Chen Fuji fell into silence, his brow furrowed with concern as he inquired, "What about the casualties?" Upon hearing this, Baiyu sighed softly and replied, "Aside from a single follower of Hyla, the others may have sustained injuries, though none are severe. However, but what?" Chen Fuji gazed at Baiyu anxiously, fearing the worst. Alas, Baiyu's use of an incomplete law has likely left her in need of considerable recuperation. Our expedition into the mist to seek Aha must be halted. At these words, Chen Fuji felt a sense of relief wash over him, though a tinge of regret lingered. He did not worry excessively for Baiyu. After all, despite the concern evident in her eyes, her emotional fluctuations remained minimal, suggesting that her injuries were not dire. Throughout their time together, Chen Fuji had gained some understanding of Baiyu, yet he remained unaware that what he perceived was merely the facade she chose to present. The absence of emotional expression rendered her feelings obscure, and thus he could not grasp the depth of her concern for Baiyu. Nonetheless, he found himself intrigued by her mention of the incomplete law, prompting him to ask directly, "Baiyu, if I may be so bold, what do you mean by an incomplete law? Of course, if it is inconvenient to share, you need not disclose it." Baiyu glanced at Chen Fuji before shaking her head, speaking in a measured tone, "There is nothing improper to discuss. You are likely aware that the pinnacle of humanity represents the utmost limit we can achieve. To ascend to divinity, one must grasp a certain law." Chen Fuji nodded in comprehension, well aware of the implications as one of humanity's zenith. "Indeed, but how does this relate to your earlier mention of an incomplete law? It seems your realm has not yet necessitated the mastery of such laws." Baiyu affirmed, "True, my current level has not reached the necessity for a law. However, I must prepare for the future. I differ from the denizens of this world, although I have awakened the forbidden ruins. This realm does not possess a law that aligns with my own. Therefore, if I aspire to attain the divine realm, I must forge a law that is uniquely mine. Yet, the difficulty of pioneering a new law is immense. For humanity, attempting to crystallize one's own law often leads to a dead end." The revelation in Baiyu's words left Chen Fuji momentarily taken aback. Despite being among humanity's elite, he was not well versed in the intricacies of law crystallization, a concept that eluded even the higher echelons of the Night Watch. Throughout history, humanity has always encountered a pinnacle, yet very few have ascended to the divine realm. The observations made by Baiyu caught the attention of the sage, prompting him to inquire further. "Why do you assert that the path of condensing laws is a dead end?" In response, Baiyu replied with a serene demeanor, "Because as long as you remain human, it is nearly impossible to attain divinity through the path of condensing laws." Chapter 90. The heights and depths of the law. Baiyu's words left Master Chen even more perplexed, prompting him to inquire further. "What do you mean by saying that as long as one is human, it is nearly impossible to condense the laws to attain divinity?" The reason lies in the human body's inability to withstand the laws. Master Chen must have witnessed children playing with water balloons. As water fills the balloon, it expands continually. However, there is a limit to how much water the balloon can accommodate. Once this threshold is surpassed, the balloon will burst from the excess pressure. Upon reaching this point, Baiyu fell silent, yet Master Chen grasped his meaning and responded, "The human body is akin to a water balloon. Once the mental energy within reaches the limits of the body's capacity, any further increase will lead to a catastrophic explosion, much like the balloon unable to contain the surplus water." "I understand your point, young friend, but do you possess a solution?" Master Chen sighed, his gaze firmly fixed on Baiyu. Although Baiyu had indicated that humanity's attempt to condense the laws was a futile endeavor, It was evident that he must have a means to overcome this obstacle. After all, if it were truly a dead end, Baiyu would not have attempted to condense that incomplete law himself. Baiyu shook his head, discerning Master Chen's intent, and replied, "The method I possess is one that only I can undertake. It is not traversable by others." "Why is that?" Master Chen furrowed his brow, not out of suspicion that Baiyu was withholding information, but rather due to the gravity of the matter at hand, as he sought clarity on the reasoning. "My body is no different from that of an ordinary person, perhaps even frilier, and thus cannot accommodate the law. The reason I dare to condense the law is that within my body lies a unique object that can shield me from the oppressive force of the law. And this object does not belong to this world." Upon hearing this, Master Chen ceased to speak, for it was clear that the object capable of containing the law was immensely precious to Baiyu, and he would not have the audacity to request it. Moreover, given that Baiyu was not of this realm, his sense of belonging to the Great Xia was uncertain. Noticing that Master Chen had fallen silent, Baiyu subtly nodded, but, still with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Are you not curious about what that object is?" "Naturally, I am curious. However, I am well aware that such an object must be exceedingly rare, perhaps even a remnant of your past life. I do not possess the audacity to ask for it, but I still hope you may offer assistance to the Great Xia." At these words, Baiyu revealed a barely perceptible smile, for Master Chen's sentiments pleased him greatly. Had Master Chen expressed indifference or suggested that Baiyu relinquish the empty shell of authority to be studied by the Great Xia, Baiyu might not have opposed him outright, but he would have completely discarded any lingering sense of belonging due to the previous owner. Instead, by speaking the truth candidly, Baiyu found himself favorably inclined towards Master Chen. Baiyu spoke softly, "Master, while I have just proclaimed that humanity's endeavor to condense the laws is a dead end, I have never claimed that humanity cannot attain divinity." Upon hearing this, Master Chen's eyes brightened as he turned to Baiyu and inquired, "Is it truly so?" Baiyu nodded in affirmation and proceeded to elucidate. "As I previously mentioned, for humanity to ascend to divinity, one must at least grasp a certain principle. And this mastery does not necessitate that the principles be self-conceived by humanity. They may indeed be appropriated. My young friend, how do you elaborate on this?" He continued, "The reasons why humans cannot actively consolidate principles, aside from the limitations of our corporeal forms, stem from the fact that consolidating a principle is akin to creating an entirely new one. Such a novel principle would disrupt the equilibrium of the cosmos, compelling the universe to actively absorb these newly formed principles to restore balance. Consequently, the creator of the principle would become a part of the cosmos itself, thereby achieving a form of transcendence. The universe inherently possesses principles akin to a sumptuous cake from which anyone, including humanity, may partake. Take, for instance, the divine agents. The divine realms they possess are merely fragments of the principles wielded by the deities." Upon hearing this, Master Chen experienced a moment of clarity and remarked, "So, what you imply is that for humanity to ascend to the divine realm, one must master the pre-existing principles of the cosmos to achieve success." Baiyu nodded, acknowledging Master Chen's interpretation. "Indeed," he affirmed. Master Chen took a deep breath, recognizing the significance of Baiyu's revelations for the Night Watchers, deeming it a rare beacon of hope. Yet, a lingering question troubled his mind, prompting him to voice it. "Then, my young friend, hypothetically speaking, if there exists a human capable of creating principles and ascending to the divine without transcending, how would he compare in strength to a human of the same realm who appropriates principles? This cannot be generalized. It is contingent upon specific circumstances, as principles themselves possess varying strengths. A formidable principle, even if only partially mastered, surpasses one who fully comprehends a weaker principle. If both parties possess a similar level of mastery, the one who fully comprehends the principle will undoubtedly eclipse the one who has only grasped a fragment. Consider it akin to two identical cakes. If I consume one entirely while you only partake of a portion of the other, the disparity in consumption is evident. Take, for instance, the Greek mythological figures of Zeus and Nyx, the goddess of night. Although both are among the highest deities of Greece, Nyx's power far exceeds that of Zeus, for he has only mastered a fraction of the principles of thunder. Though both hold the title of supreme, their strengths are not even remotely comparable. Master Chun nodded in understanding and expressed, "Thank you, my young friend, for your enlightening insights. What you have shared is of utmost importance to us. You need not worry, for at our current pace, we shall reach Tsangnan in merely 2 hours." Upon hearing this, Baiyu nodded in agreement, but suddenly, as if sensing something, he glanced outside the carriage and coldly remarked, "Master, steer the carriage to the right. There are matters of grudges that I must resolve." Chapter 92. Summer Guy Wagner on the other side. As the Summer Guy mother forcefully ushered Summer Guy staff into the great summer through the barrier established by 0923, an uneasy sensation gripped her heart. She could no longer perceive the life force of Summer Guy's staff, which indicated that he had been slain. She needed to depart swiftly. Otherwise, if those humans detected her presence, it could spell disaster. With this thought in mind, the Summer Guy mother began to retreat into the mist. However, during her withdrawal, a familiar aura drew near. Sensing this presence, the Summer Guy mother furrowed her brow and gazed towards its source, speaking with curiosity. Summer Guy Wagner? The figure racing towards her was indeed Summer Guy Wagner, who appeared to be dragging a human form behind him. Summer Guy Wagner first bowed respectfully to the Summer Guy mother, then spoke in a calm tone, "Mother, it is I. I bring a gift for you." The Summer Guy mother regarded the lifeless human corpse in Summer Guy Wagner's grasp with a slight frown. From this deceased human, she detected the essence of the Klein realm. Given that Summer Guy Wagner was merely at the pinnacle of the infinite realm, it seemed implausible that he could have killed such an individual. Yet, the bloodline of their kin resonated from the figure before her. Ultimately, the Summer Guy mother could only attribute this to Summer Guy Wagner's fortuitous turn of events. After all, he was the only living and capable heir under her command. Nevertheless, she resolved to nurture a few more trusted subordinates. For Summer Guy Wagner had begun to exhibit signs of rebellion, and he would eventually become a liability. "Rise. Who is this human you carry?" Summer Guy Wagner did not stand but kept his head lowered as he replied, "To answer, dear mother, this is the body that once housed the soul of that human. He, through some unknown means, divided his soul into 2 parts, one remaining in the great summer, while the other took residence in this body. He entered the mist to entice me, attempting to persuade me to betray you. Thus, I staged a false death, leading him to believe I had perished. He thought he was in command of everything, yet he was ambushed and slain by my hand." Upon hearing this, the Summer Guy mother remained silent, scrutinizing Summer Guy Wagner and the corpse he dragged. After a long pause, she finally spoke indifferently, "You have shown initiative. Rise. For this, I grant you 3 drops of my essence to aid your ascension to the Klein realm." With that, 3 dark red drops of essence appeared from the Summer Guy mother's hand and floated towards Summer Guy Wagner. Upon hearing her words, Summer Guy Wagner's eyes gleamed with profound reverence as he received the 3 drops of essence. As the essence entered his being, his aura surged dramatically, propelling him from the pinnacle of the infinite realm straight to the Klein realm. Xia Guy Wagner felt an exhilarating surge of power, having truly transcended to the Klein realm. His joy was palpable, while the Xia Guy Queen observed him with a faint smile. The 3 drops of his essence contained not merely the key to unlocking part of his genetic locks, but also the blood pact established by the Xia Guy Queen. Should she choose, she could ignite the very soul of Xia Guy Wagner at any moment. With a satisfied nod, the Xia Guy Queen turned and said, "Let us depart swiftly. Remaining here could lead to complications should those humans discover us." "Yes, my lady," replied Xia Guy Wagner, disregarding the hint of disrespect in his tone, believing that having reached the Klein level, he could stand on equal footing with her. However, as she pondered on teaching him a lesson through the blood pact, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xia Guy Wagner suddenly launched an attack against her. Sensing the assault from behind, the Xia Guy Queen effortlessly evaded it, her gaze turning decidedly hostile. This rebel spirit was clearly one that could not be allowed to persist. It was a pity about the 3 drops of essence, but after obliterating her soul, devouring her would serve as some recompense. With this thought, the Xia Guy Queen focused her will activating the blood pact within Xiaogai Wagner. Just as he was about to plead for mercy after witnessing her evasion, he became utterly motionless. Upon seeing the lifeless form of Xiaogai Wagner, the Xiaogai queen transformed into her true form and consumed him whole, leaving only the human corpse he had once inhabited. After all, it was a body she wished to study, for it might prove useful in the future. Yet, as she contemplated this, an unforeseen change transpired. The previously inert human corpse began to stir. Realizing the ominous implications of this development, the Xiaogai queen instinctively prepared to attack the still-moving body, only to be met with a thunderous explosion from within her own being, shattering her internal organs into fragments. With a cry of anguish, she cast a fierce glare at the corpse on the ground before. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she turned to flee into the depths of the mist. Meanwhile, the corpse erupted into laughter, its sound akin to that of a venomous serpent, relentlessly pursuing the Xiaogai queen. As she raced deeper into the fog, the laughter clung to her like a parasite. Regardless of her speed, it seemed impossible to shake off. Listening to that serpentine laughter, the Xiaogai queen's emotions spiraled into turmoil. She should have anticipated this. A human capable of withstanding her for so long could never have been vanquished by the fool that was Xiaogai Wagner. If given another chance, she would undoubtedly refrain from consuming him, for otherwise she would not have found herself in such a predicament. The more she pondered, the more intense the frenzy in the eyes of the summer-cover insect matriarch became, causing her to overlook the emergence of a slender, thread-like, colorful chain that had, unbeknownst to her, extended from her exoskeleton, while she herself had unwittingly returned to her original position. Chapter 94. Mirage, perhaps influenced by that serpentine laughter. The mother of the summer beetle found her thoughts ensnared, so much so that she unwittingly circled back to her original position. It was only after the eerie laughter gradually subsided that she ceased her pursuit. Although she remained perplexed by the recent corpse's peculiar circumstances, she recognized that the human entity was inherently strange, and she ought to have disregarded Wagnerus from the outset and departed without further ado. Lost in contemplation, the mother of the summer beetle suddenly perceived footsteps behind her. Instinctively alert, she turned to look, only to be met with an alarming sight. There stood Wagnerus, whom she had previously consumed, dragging along the very human corpse she had encountered. Before she could react, Wagnerus bowed and spoke first. "Mother, I bring you a gift." The abrupt turn of events left the mother of the summer beetle momentarily stunned, realizing she had returned to the very point where she first encountered Wagnerus. The familiar surroundings and dialogue, coupled with the reappearance of Wagnerus, prompted a sense of wariness within her. Yet, as this thought crystallized, Wagnerus repeated, "Mother, I bring you a gift. Please accept it." The mother of the summer beetle wished to ignore Wagnerus, for she surmised that she had fallen victim to the human's illusion, which explained the reemergence of both Wagnerus and the corpse that had emitted that unsettling laughter. The precise moment she had been ensnared by the mirage was no longer of consequence. What mattered was identifying the core of this illusion to shatter it. Desiring to think calmly, the mother of the summer beetle found her resolve tested, for Wagnerus would not relent. Despite being disregarded, she incessantly repeated, "Mother, I bring you a gift." It seemed that should the mother respond, Wagnerus would not cease her inquiries. Her voice echoed like a siren's call, making it impossible for the mother to attain tranquility. Each interruption eroded her rationality further, and though she understood that she ought not to engage with the illusions surrounding her, frustration surged within her, prompting an exclamation, "Silence!" "Accursed human!" As she uttered these words, a potent stream of corrosive venom erupted from the mother of the summer beetle's mouth, obliterating Wagnerus and the human corpse she bore, leaving nothing but bones in their wake. After dismissing the vexatious voice, she exhaled deeply and surveyed her surroundings anew, resuming her quest to discern the nexus of this illusion. Yet, just as she sought to regain her composure, that cold, serpentine laughter echoed once more. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha!" The eerie laughter once again interrupted the thoughts of the mother of the summer beetles. Her eyes, now a vivid crimson, blazed with fury as she roared, "Damn humans! Once I discover the exit of this illusion, I shall tear you to shreds." Yet, As her roar echoed into silence, the strange laughter ceased. The figure of Wagner, the summer beetle, reappeared behind her, and his voice, reminiscent of a sinister melody, resonated in her ears once more. "My dear mother, I have brought you a gift." Upon witnessing the re-emergence of Wagner, a spark of realization flickered in the mother of the summer beetle's mind. She silently contemplated, the wretched humans. I comprehend your intent now. You have crafted this illusion with Wagner and that human corpse as your nodes. If I annihilate them, the strange laughter will resurface, and we shall return to the moment of Wagner's initial appearance. This illusion is a cycle. You seek to manipulate my thoughts through repeated iterations, ensnaring me within this dreamscape. Your elaborate scheme indicates a lack of strength to confront me directly, compelling you to adopt such a circuitous method to weaken me. You believe that with each cycle, I shall grow increasingly agitated, thus rendering the method of breaking the node within this phantom of Wagner. The mother of the summer beetle, convinced she had unraveled the human strategy, could not help but sneer. In the realm of reality, the master observed the colorful threads emanating from the mother's head, sending a shiver down his spine, causing him to regard Baiyu with a newfound wariness. Unbeknownst to the mother of the summer beetle, Baiyu's intentions were clear to the master, who had been watching since the beginning. The scene rewinds to half an hour earlier, within the shadowy space. The master gazed at Baiyu, who summoned a radiant spectrum, initially believing Baiyu intended to confront the mother of the summer beetle directly. However, to his astonishment, Baiyu shaped the colored light into a portal-like curtain beside him, through which the completely consumed Wagner emerged. As Wagner stepped forth from the luminous curtain, Baiyu addressed the master. "Please restrain your aura. I shall set a trap within an illusion. Just observe from the shadows." With that, Baiyu placed his hands upon the ground, and an animated version of himself rose from the earth. Subsequently, Baiyu's original form seemed to lose its strength and collapsed into the shadowy realm. As Baiyu's essence fully entered the shadowy space, Wagner sprang into action, seizing the feet of the animated Baiyu and advancing toward the mother of the summer beetle. Subsequently, a conversation commenced between Shagai Chomu and Shagai Wagner. During this exchange, ethereal, multicolored luminescence emanated from within Shagai Wagner. Yet Shagai Chomu appeared oblivious to these radiant colors, allowing them to permeate her being. It was only after Shagai Chomu bestowed 3 drops of her essence upon Shagai Wagner that Baiyu awakened from the depths of the shadow realm. He then utilized those 3 droplets of blood to weave a crimson net, meticulously crafting an illusion, gradually leading Shagai Chomu into the realm of dreams.